Reinventing Revolution. New social movements in the Socialist tradition in India. Gail, Omvedt. Introduction. Part I. Historical background. L. The national movement and the roots of socialism. 5. 2. From independence to the Naxalite revolt. 28. Part 2. Emergence of the new movements, 1972 to 1985. 3. The anti-caste movement. 47. 4. The women's movement. 76. 5. The farmers' movement. 100. 6. The environmental movement. 127. Part Ed. Responses, System and Anti-System, 1975 to 1985. 7. The Marxist Vision and the Working Class. 153. 8. The Crisis of Traditional Politics. Part 4. Toward a New Vision, 1985 to 1991. Women, Peasants, Tribals, Environment. 199. 10. The Search for Alternatives. 11. The Rise of Alternative Politics. 257. Conclusion. 299. Comrade. By Prabhakar Gang Urdiyastitva, Aurangabad, 1978. Don't expect revolution from those living corpses, comrade. First you become their beacon. The revolution that will flash like lightning and not be extinguished in any storm is still far, far away. Don't be in a hurry for revolution. You are still very small. Your ability to resist the atrocities, boycotts, and rapes that go on every moment has become nil. Comrade. Tomorrow's sun is yet to rise, sleep undisturbed until then. Take the fantasy out of your daydreams. What will happen from simply waving the red flag over the many colors of reality? 11. In showing the way to violent revolution, take care of your own existence, comrade. I'm worried about you, not knowing what will happen tomorrow. The sun will set. Where are you going with your existence in the dark? Comrade? Don't be so impatient. There are some boundaries to sacrifice. From 1,000 sacrifices, what will be accomplished? This is the story of each generation. Why give to one generation only the sacrifice of all generations? Comrade, don't be so anxious, don't worry about me. Now I have awakened. I am moving in blazing sunlight. Come. You won't come with me, you won't embrace me. I have tiger claws scattered all over my body. They won't pierce you. If they pierce you, it is certainly not for your sacrifice, comrade. Dalit poem of the late 1970s, translated by Gail, Omvedt and Bharat Patankar. The tiger claws in the last section refer to the weapons used by the Maratha king Shivaji to kill the Muslim chief Afzal Khan in an embrace at a meeting in which both were planning treachery. Introduction. Long years ago we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. 12. These were the words with which Jawaharlal Nehru, a leader of India's dominant Congress party and the first Prime Minister of the country, hailed its independence in 1947. 1. Nehru, the aristocratic scion of a long line of Kashmiri Brahmins, was himself to be a virtual dynastic founder, with his daughter, Indira, and grandson, Rajiv, to follow him. Nevertheless, he and other Congress leaders had led a long, often militant if non-violent struggle under the leadership of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, and with planning and public ownership accepted even by the Indian bourgeoisie, the country seemed set on at least a semi-socialistic path. Nehru had some basis to proclaim his achievements. But others were not so optimistic. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Baba Saheb, son of an untouchable minor military officer, educated to heights that would have been unimaginable for any earlier generation, leader of his people and a vociferous opponent of Nehru's Congress party as the party of Brahmins and the bourgeoisie, had nevertheless been chosen to draft the constitution of the newly independent nation. On January 26, 1950, warned Ambedkar before the Constituent Assembly, referring to the day celebrated as Republic Day, "We are going to enter into a life of contradictions. In politics we shall have equality, and in social and economic life we will have inequality. We must remove this contradiction at the earliest possible moment, or else those who suffer from inequality will blow up the structure of political democracy which we have so laboriously built up." 2. If atrocities against untouchables did not stop, thundered Ambedkar on subsequent occasions to his impoverished and oppressed followers, "I myself will bum the Constitution." Over 4 decades later, it is Ambedkar's centenary that is celebrated with tumultuous mass meetings rather than Nehru's, and it is the explosions and contradictions he prophesied that appear to be overwhelming Nehru's promises. Even more striking, they are not the explosions of the class struggle of traditional Marxism, but rather have been revolving around the kind of issues of caste, gender, community, and ethnicity represented by people like Ambedkar. These are the issues of what are beginning to be called, as they exert their force in countries throughout the world, the new social movements. By the end of the 1980s they were the questions defining Indian politics. Workers' struggles persist, but calls for nationalization are no longer heard, and it is instead demands for higher prices for farm products and debt relief that are part of the agenda of every political party. Agrarian reform is still a slogan, but only in small pockets are there serious efforts to capture land from big landlords. Instead, determined popular struggles have emerged throughout the country to save land being lost for the construction of dams or other government projects, with an increasing call for alternative development. The urban and rural poor have responded with only moderate enthusiasm to class demands such as struggles for employment, while proposals to give members of their castes and communities reservations in public service have shaken up the country and emerged as the central slogan of the left and democratic forces. And, while armed struggle clearly remained on some people's agenda, it is not the armed struggle of revolutionary upsurge, but more often religion-dominated liberation movements for autonomy or independence in the peripheral regions of the subcontinent, shaking not only Kashmir and the hill tribes of the northeast, but also Punjab, Assam, and, in different ways, Tamil Nadu. By the late 1980s the predominant features of Indian politics had become the new social 13. Movements of women, Dalits and low castes, peasants, farmers, and tribals, as well as ethnicity-based struggles for autonomy or independence on the periphery, and the violence-ridden assertion of religious fundamentalism. The hegemony of the Congress Party has been decisively broken. Nehruvian models of development are discredited. The major centrist alternative to the Congress, the Janata Dal, has been defined in terms of at least some of the issues represented by the new movements. The communist parties have survived, better than in most countries in the world, but only by taking up the same issues. The main theme of the Janata Dal left regional party campaign in the 1991 elections was in fact a major demand of the movement led for so long by Ambedkar, that is, the implementation of reservations in public service for Dalits and low castes, under the slogan of social justice. Have the new social movements then arrived? Hardly, for the caste oppression, patriarchy, loot of peasants' labor and natural resources, drought and environmental destruction that they have protested against goes on. The parties, left and center, keep backtracking and betraying their promises, and the movements can get no direct representation in the party structure and have failed to form an alternative political front of their own. The ideological hegemony of the Congress Party has been broken along with its political hammerlock on the 13. Center, and the preeminence of traditional Marxism among the opposition has been shaken up by the slogans and theories raised by the activists of the new movements, yet no new alternative, no differently articulated version of socialism has as yet emerged as a political force. The new social movements have thus arrived on the threshold of an alternative model of politics and development, but they are as yet unable to cross it, while the unmapped terrain beyond is barely discernible. This book focuses on the 4 major new social movements in India: the women's movement, the anti-caste movement of Dalits and other low or Shudra castes, the environmental movement, and the farmers' movement of peasants struggling over issues of market production. Based on participant observation, documentation from the movements themselves and from newspaper and journal reports, and academic studies. It describes the process of their rise from the early 1970s to their arrival on the threshold of the 1990s. It is also concerned with the great debate surrounding these movements. This is a debate that has taken place largely within the context of Marxism, since Marxism has been the main ideology of those struggling for relief from oppression and exploitation in India, and as people have begun to struggle in new ways and formulate new theories and ideologies, they have done so, quite often, in confrontation with what I describe as traditional Marxism. It is important to note that this debate has included academics as well as activists, and that academics, as upper castes, as males, as members of an urban elite, are often confronted by the movements. For this reason I have treated the studies and theoretical positions of intellectuals regarding the social movements as part of the ongoing ideological debate in and about the movements, conditioned by their own social position and related to the hegemonic ideological structures of the society, not as theories that should be used to analyze the movements or which are to be tested with reference to the movements. In other words, this is a book about the movements themselves, not an effort to give a full analysis of the social system that has generated them. To give an example, I am concerned, at this point, not so much to refute or confirm interpretations of the women's movement as bourgeois feminism or of the farmers' movement as representing a coloc lobby, but rather to understand the significance of the fact that they are understood in this way by specific groups of people. 14. Nevertheless, some major distinctions with important studies of Indian political economy should be mentioned. Overwhelmingly, those who work with some kind of class model of Indian politics, indeed any notion of a political economy, whether it is the Rudolphs, Francine Frankel, other European Marxists, the traditional Marxists of the mode of production debate, or the new Marxists of the subaltern studies group, or for that matter left-identified scholars such as Atul Kohli, define class in terms of private property and overlook the relations of exploitation and surplus extraction between toilers, for instance, landowning small peasants, and those controlling other conditions of production, the market, or the state itself. That is, they may see the state as backing up a system of exploitation and maintaining domination, with more or less autonomy, but they do not see it as a direct agent of exploitation, and they do not see state power holders as exploiters. Class/caste conflicts are thus defined as centering on the village or local level, whether within the enterprise between capitalists and workers, or within the locality between rich farmers and laborers, landlords or moneylenders and peasants, land-holding dominant castes and low castes/Dalits. Outside of this are political relations only. The exploitation of non-wage laborers, with petty commodity producers, sellers of minor forest produce, or subsistence producers, is missed, and so are the processes of surplus extraction of nature's products that are linked to the destruction of nature. Thus the Rudolphs can see Indian politics as centrist in spite of struggles mounted by small peasants, precisely because they define these as petty bourgeois commodity producers, bullock capitalists, and not as exploited toilers. 3. Similarly, Atul Kohli can argue in his latest book that the socio-economic forces at work are well understood by development scholars and require only brief mention. What looms even larger, is a series of political variables only because he, like the development scholars who presumably thoroughly understand them, defines socio-economic forces exclusive of relations between the state and workers or peasants. For that matter, in spite of the brilliant contributions of the subaltern studies school with regard to the colonial period, its practitioners have hardly made a stab at dealing with the post-colonial period, partly because of the dilemmas in defining subaltern. Was Ambedkar subaltern? Are upper-class women subaltern? Those who do so, such as Partha Chatterjee, still use traditional Marxist frameworks that see the peasantry as necessarily differentiating, so that the maintenance of community is seen as now illegitimate. Nearly all interpretations of social movements, new or old, are within this framework. 5. Only a few recent studies and analyses, for instance Tomquist on India and Indonesia or Van Skendel on India and Burma, have begun to look at relations of exploitation and surplus extraction between the centers of national and world capitalism and the rural localities. 6. And there are even fewer that deal with new social movements. Within India, there has not been much conceptualization of the new social movements as such. In the early 1980s, Rajni Kothari and others connected with the Lokayan group brought forward the concept of non-party political formations, which brought together new women's organizations, non-party mass organizations such as the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, and funded voluntary agencies to contrast them with traditional left parties and their mass organizations. But funded organizations, though sometimes connected with movements, are neither political nor movements, and it is more accurate to treat specific women's organizations and groups like the JMM as people's organizations and the movements they are connected with as social movements. Many Marxists have suggested the term popular movements, but this tends to imply a privileged. Introduction. 15. And vanguard, position for working class movements, a position that the new movements themselves reject in theory and ignore in practice. Finally, there is an increasingly popular conceptualization of the new movements as grassroots movements. A recent article, 9 Theses on Social Movements by André Gunter Frank and Marta Fuentes, describes new movements generally as basically grassroots and apolitical. This has been criticized by D. N. Hanniger and J. John as essentialist, arguing that Frank and Fuentes conspire theoretically to take away political consciousness from the exploited classes and bestow upon them an apolitical force of morality and social power. 7. The point is well taken. Frank and Fuentes are essentialist, for instance, when they claim that similarly to the women's movement, the very notion of state or even political party power for them individually small-scale community-based movements would negate most of their grassroots aims and essence. 8. This rests on defining movements in such a way as to exclude those that are political. Yet, in India, the anti-caste movement has had political power as a core thrust. The farmers' movement has consciously sought to organize a political impact even while shying away from politics in the traditional sense, and even the women's movement has enthusiastically taken up political aims at the local and regional levels. Similarly, the new movements are no more grassroots than old social movements based on workers and peasants. Yet most discussions of new social movements appear to be influenced by the grassroots conceptualization, and usually exclude discussion of the anti-caste movement and the farmers' movement. Thus, while using the concept of new social movements, it is necessary to differentiate the analysis from theses such as these, which are too much under the impact of NGO-generated ideologizations of social movements. The new social movements have the following characteristics. 1. They are social movements in the sense of having a broad overall organization, structure, and ideology aiming at social change. 2. They are new in that they themselves, through the ideologies they generate, define their exploitation and oppression, the system that generates these, and the way to end this exploitation and oppression, in new terms related to traditional Marxism but having clear differences with it. They cannot, in other words, be seen as simply popular movements of sections willing to follow along under the vanguardship of the working class and its parties or accept working class ideology. They consciously reject this kind of relationship and question the ideology as they have experienced it. 3. They are movements of groups that were either ignored as exploited by traditional Marxism, women, Dalits, and Shudras, or who are exploited in ways related to the new processes of contemporary capitalism, peasants forced to produce for capital through market exploitation managed by the state, peasants, and forest dwellers victimized by environmental degradation, but left unconceptualized by a preoccupation with private property and wage labor. 4. The full analysis of their position requires thus a modified Marxist, that is, a historical materialist analysis of the contemporary capitalist system. 16. As noted, this report focuses on 4 major new social movements. It will deal with them in their relation to Indian society and the state, and to the Marxism of the existing left parties and Indian intellectuals. Following a background section in Part I, the 4 chapters of Part II describe the emergence of these movements in the period between 1972 and 1985. Part 3 examines the relationship of the movements with the working class movement and traditional Marxism, both the Marxism of the intellectuals and the Marxism of the communist parties. It looks at their interaction with the politics of the period, including the issues raised by the ethnic nationality movements, e.g., those of Assam and Punjab, the problems of the rising of religious fundamentalism, or communalism as it is called in the Indian context, referring to the defining of religious communities as the relevant unit of action, and the responses of the political elite. Part 4 takes up the period from 1985 to the present, one of the intermingling of the movements at the base, spearheaded in some ways by developments in the women's movement, particularly among organizations based on rural women, and a move to formulate models of and struggle for aspects of alternative development, an emerging concept implying an alternative socialism. The approach offered here is that the movements are revolutionary in their aspirations and anti-systemic in their impact. They have been oriented as single-issue, one-point program, in Indian terminology, efforts to bring about change, but, because they have grown in a period in which the solutions of traditional socialism are so overwhelmingly discredited, they are faced, in spite of this single-issue orientation, with the task of reinventing revolution. The basic framework of the approach used here is that while Marxism has been called the historical materialism of the proletariat, what is needed today is a historical materialism of not only industrial factory workers, but also of peasants, women, tribals, Dalits and low castes, and oppressed nationalities. It can no longer be assumed that a theory that, apparently, serves the needs of the industrial working class is adequate for the liberatory struggles of the whole society. An analysis of capitalism will be insufficient, even erroneous, if it does not move out of the sphere of commodity production and exchange in which value is defined in terms of abstract labor time and capital accumulation is defined through the appropriation of surplus value only. Domestic labor produces surplus labor, but not as surplus value, necessary for capital accumulation. Nature is the source of wealth, but not of exchange value, and thus also contributes to capital accumulation even while being kept outside the sphere of valorization. Finally, the thesis of primitive accumulation points to the way in which the sphere of commodity production and exchange, capitalism in the narrow sense, is embedded in a larger society in which production relations and accumulation are defined in terms of force and violence exerted against non-wage laborers. All of these have to be taken together to produce a unified theory, for the sphere of capital accumulation and its processes is wider than the sphere of commodity production and exchange as normally defined. And so, revolution itself has to be defined in broader terms. It can no longer consist of the proletariat in commodity production taking over the means of production, for this will only yield a state-managed system of wider exploitation. The fate of the East European statist societies has sufficiently shown this. Redefining revolution, then, is the need of the time, and the beginning of this process can be seen in India's new social movements. 17. This study owes its origin to the innumerable movement activists and participants with whom I have interacted, debated, and argued, who have given me their time and hospitality and passed on something of their fervor for change. Their names are too numerous to mention here, many of them appear in the following pages. I owe a great debt to the Center for Social Studies in Surat for providing the facilities and time necessary to carry through the production of a viable manuscript. A library and computer room open 24 hours a day and gracious and helpful colleagues and staff have made all the differences. And for moral support and inspiration I owe gratitude to the entire Patankarnikam family, most especially of course to Bharat Patankar. Of them, I would like to dedicate this book to Surya, whose own special moral support and inspiration was tragically too brief. Part I. Historical background. The national movement and the roots of socialism. We with our own hands have spread the coals beneath our feet. We have run till we fainted on the path of our ideals. We have never paused for rest, we have never looked behind. We have let neither love nor fame be shackles to bind. A single star before us, the burning coals beneath. Shout victory, victory to the revolution. Shout victory. Why, mother, do your eyes fill with tears? Your future is bright. The dawn of tomorrow comes out of the womb of the night. Today it is our corpses that blaze upon the funeral pyre. Out of that blaze will come revolution's leaders of tomorrow, then the shackles on your feet will shatter with a clang. Shout victory, victory to the revolution. Shout victory. Nationalist song by Kusumagraj, Marathi. The revolution referred to in this song, one inspiring many generations of youth, is the nationalist one, the most famous of India's social movements. It was this movement that gave birth to the main trend of socialism in India, and when the Hindu definition of Indian identity came to overshadow nationalism, it also affected the socialist movement. Nationalism, however, was not the only movement of its time in India. There were others, movements of middle and low castes, peasants and tribals, often defining themselves in ways contradictory to and often in opposition to those of the national movements. These also helped to give birth to a socialist tradition, one that is only beginning to flower in the new social movements of the 1970s and 1980s. This chapter, then, will examine the pre-independence roots of both old and new social movements, traditional and ultimative socialism. Swaraj is my birthright. In 1885, a British civil servant, Alan Hume, helped a group of English-educated Indians to form an organization that he hoped would prove an effective mediating agency between the British and the vast empire they ruled. But this organization, aspiringly named the Indian National Congress, went beyond Hume's expectations, and beyond the expectations of the polite and moderate Indians who gathered for its early 3-day sessions of political debate and the passing of resolutions. It went from demanding more scope for Indians in governing 19. The empire to asking that the empire itself be scrapped. Within 2 decades the Congress had come under control of the group called extremists, who were attempting mass contact and mobilization campaigns, who had contacts with dedicated bands of youthful bomb throwers, and whose rhetoric was moving away from the polite accusation that imperial rule was un-British to the forthright claim of B.G. Tilak that Swaraj is my birthright, and I will have it. The term Raj or Rajya means rule, regime, kingdom, and is widely used in Indian languages, so that Swaraj, self-rule, Hindu Raj, Hindu rule, regime of Hindus, Ram Rajya, the regime of Ram, Gram Raj, village rule, Kisan Mesdar Raj, the rule of peasants and workers, and Balarajya, the kingdom of Bali or regime of Bali, came to describe varying versions of an ideal society. When Tilak used the term Swaraj or self-rule, he changed the framework of debate completely. The Congress simply had to add a small adjective, Purna Swaraj, full independence, to signify its radical opposition to foreign rule. It did so only in 1929, 44 years after its founding, but by then its sessions were mass events marked by huge rallies and backed by growing struggles of workers and peasants throughout the country. Its membership was in the hundreds of thousands, and beyond it lay more radical organizations. For terrorism had also developed in India, from small sectarian bands of bomb throwers to efforts at mass organizing. Bhagat Singh, the most famous of these early revolutionaries, had led a group that united activists from many parts of India. It had an open youth organization along with its underground activities, and with the name Hindustan's Socialist Republican Army it proclaimed its goal of a total change in society. The youthful hero, only 23 at the time of his death, proclaimed himself an atheist and a socialist and declared at his trial, "Revolution is the inalienable right of mankind, freedom is the imprescriptible birthright of all. The laborer is the real sustainer of society. To the altar of this revolution we have brought our youth as incense, for no sacrifice is too great for so magnificent a cause. We are content, we await the advent of revolution. Inquilab Zindabad." 1. Swaraj was not only anti-imperialist, it was giving birth to socialism. The dominant socialist tradition in India arose out of this fervent nationalism of the Indian intelligentsia. Even more ominous to the British than the development of militant opposition by this English-educated elite was the fact that the masses of people themselves were moving to make the same kind of linkage. Tribal peasants may have had little connection with Congress leaders, may even have directed their first struggles against local moneylenders and bureaucrats, but it was British armies they came up against, and they were even readier than the elite to assert their rights to freedom. Non-tribal peasants were slower to pick up the meaning of freedom, accustomed as they were to centuries of looting, known as rule, by Indian rulers and feudatories, but they also fought exploitation, and some linked with the Congress in resisting landlord depredations or the state's imposition of land revenue and the destruction of their forests. And a new class was growing in the textile and jute factories in the cities, freed from the bondage of village toil only to be subordinated to a new brutal capitalist regime. They were restlessly stirring. When Tilak, who had been given the title of Lokmanya, honoured by the people, was sentenced by the British to a 6-year sentence in the Andaman Islands in 1908, this working class, predominantly textile workers crowded into the heart of Bombay, expressed their nationalism by going on a massive 6-day strike. Though Tilak himself had never been associated with workers' struggles, though his followers were reluctant to involve them in 20. Nationalist organizing. It was an event noticed by Lenin. In India the street is beginning to stand up for its writers and political leaders. The proletariat has already developed to conscious political mass struggle, and that being the case, the Russian-style British regime in India is doomed. There can be no doubt that the agile plunder of India by the British and the contemporary struggle of all these advanced Europeans against Persian and Indian democracy, will steel millions, tens of millions of proletarians in Asia to wage a struggle against their oppressors which will be just as victorious as the Japanese. The class-conscious European worker now has comrades in Asia. 2. It was not, of course, to be so simple, and not only because of the ambiguous pro-imperialist role of the European class-conscious worker. Swaraj or Hindu Raj. There was, first of all, the problem of the class status of the Indian intelligentsia, leaders of the national movement. They were not only English-educated professionals or petty bourgeoisie, they were drawn from Indian landlord and feudal bureaucratic sections, and they almost overwhelmingly opposed land reforms that would deprive landlords of their rights. Although many Congress members were to lead tenant struggles in the 20th century, although some Congress committees, but not the full Congress, adopted resolutions for the abolition of landlordism, and although congressmen could get fairly enthusiastic about struggles against land revenue by peasants who were opposing the bureaucracy rather than Indian landlords, the fact remained that the main body of Congress resisted, from beginning to end, any radical change in land tenure or production relations. The remark of Tilak himself, a Brahmin whose caste provided the main landlords of the coastal districts of Maharashtra, in this respect was revealing. Just as the government has no right to rob the moneylender and distribute his wealth among the poor, in the same way the government has no right to deprive the landlord of his rightful income and distribute the money to the peasant. This is a question of rights and not of humanity. 3. Similarly, though theories of economic nationalism were formulated and the drain of wealth from India was questioned, the drain from the villages upward to the capitalist or bureaucratic elite was never confronted. There was much more. India was not simply a land of economic divisions, of workers, peasants, landlords, petty bourgeois. It was what communists were to call a multinational country, a subcontinent with over a dozen major languages, and, unlike Europe, with different scripts, and with the varying ethnic identities that went along with these languages. It was an ancient land that had seen the incursions of varying racial groups for a period of over 4,000 years of civilization, invasions, settlements, migrations, from both its northwestern and northeastern land routes and from the seas as well, bringing Aryans, Dravidians, Austroasiatics, Sino-Tibetans, Arabs, Turks, and finally Europeans. All of this had resulted in a pre-colonial tributary society advanced in its productivity and complexity, prosperous, often brilliant but diverse and inequalitarian, and the essence of the diversity was expressed, on the one hand, in varying religious traditions and, on the other, in the caste system. Caste is a non-Indian term with a Portuguese derivation that is used to translate to Indian. 21. Words, Varna and Jati. Jati means the named groups that are ranked in local hierarchies, intermarry and interdine only among themselves, and follow a traditional occupation. Varna is the ideological classification of these groups. Its meaning has changed from the Vedic to the post-Vedic period, but it is now generally understood as including 4 hierarchically ranked groups: the Brahmins, who were not only priests and intelligentsia but also administrators and very often landlords and bureaucrats, and who were considered at the top of the hierarchy of purity and pollution; the Kshatriyas or rulers and warriors; the Vaishyas or merchants and businessmen; and the Shudras, peasant and artisan toilers whose job was to serve all the others. Besides these were the outcasts, untouchables, the lowest of all, who performed tasks both laborious and polluting, carrying away dead animals, keeping the village clean, the most menial agricultural labor, and service to village dominant castes and bureaucrat. These most frequently lived in separate settlements outside the village itself. All castes were in some sense untouchable to those of higher rank, since what marked the system was the fact that people exchanged bread and daughters, rotibati vyavahar, that is, intermarried and interdined. Only within the boundaries of the caste or subcaste, while people of higher rank would take only uncooked food or water from those of lower rank. But the untouchables were the most excluded, most clearly set aside. And finally there were the tribes, groups of forest dwellers, shifting cultivators, or peasants on high lands who maintained more egalitarian traditions. Broadly speaking, by British rule the tribes constituted 7%, but occupied 40% of the land, a proportion gradually reduced throughout the decades, the untouchables about 17%, the Shudras about 60%, and the top 3 Varnas, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, about 15% of the population classed as Hindu. But what was Hindu? The official definition of the rightist Vishva Hindu Parishad, Universal Hindu Conference, which has risen to prominence in the 1980s, is that Hindu includes all who are not members of one of the major world religions, that is, it classifies tribals, Sikhs, sometimes Buddhists, and Jains, and members of dissenting sects as Hindus. This is a definition with which most Indians and many scholars would agree. At any rate, the term Hindu is most frequently used as describing a community posed in contrast to Muslim and Christian. Yet there are problems with this use of the term. A very large section of tribals, Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains, and members of other sects, e.g., the Veerasavas of Karnataka, not only disagree today that they are Hindu, but in many cases have never known that they were being called Hindu or have been seen as opposites and enemies of Hindus. Historically also, it makes most sense to see India as a terrain of many religions, sometimes competing, sometimes uneasily coexisting. Of these, Buddhism and Jainism arose earliest, while what is today known as Hinduism was only gradually consolidated out of the myriad of traditions, crystallized as a religion based on appeals to the Vedas and to the authority of Brahmins. In fact, Buddhism and Jainism remained dominant in large areas of the country until the 6th to 10th centuries AD and were only displaced by conquest and imposition of Brahmanic Hinduism as a state-supported dominant religion. Even then, vast numbers of the lower-class peasantry and toilers continued to follow indigenous deities that were only absorbed into the Hindu pantheon by Brahmanic interpretations that they usually ignored, and while they were subordinated to the caste system and thus to Brahmin authority, while their more powerful members gained Brahmin acquiescence to their position as kings and feudatories, large numbers of these lower classes later became Muslim converts. Islam itself had a long and creative history in the subcontinent, and many 22 of the devotional sects that arose in later times, expressing partly popular resistance to caste hierarchy, did so syncretizing Hindu and Islamic themes. Hindu has thus been a constructed and contested identity, and a major feature of British rule was the effort of high caste elites to reconstruct this identity, in effect to create the inclusive Hinduism that is known today, that centers around figures such as Rama and Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita, that claims the whole mythologies of the Puranic traditions as deriving ultimately from a Brahmanic, Vedic, and Sanskritic core, that incorporates and yet subordinates all the various subaltern traditions and that is posed in radical contrast to such non-Indian religions as Islam and Christianity. This was a Hindu revivalism that became quite a powerful trend by the end of the 19th century, overwhelming the earlier traditions of high caste social reform and castigating them as prow's turn. This Hindu revivalism gained easy acceptance by nationalist elites. The Congress included Parsis and some Muslims, but its majority were not only Hindus but high-caste Hindu males, for the most part Brahmins. When they chose to appeal to the masses on the basis of Indian traditions, they chose the symbols of this high-caste Hindu revivalism, and these were symbols that depicted Muslims as enemies and the Brahmins as the natural leaders of society. Tilak again was a good example coming from the caste of Chitpavan Brahmins who had been rulers in the immediate pre-British period in Maharashtra, notorious for considering all non-Brahmins as Shudras and attempting to keep down the untouchables. He may have been called Lokmanya and declared to be the leaders of Telis and Tambalis, two low castes, but both he and his followers assumed that it was only high castes who should be respected and followed as leaders. For Telis and Tambalis themselves to go into political office was unheard of and even laughable. Swaraj was a fairly innocent word that even Muslims could accept, especially when it was joined with the Persian-derived slogan, Inquilab Zindabad. But it was given a Hinduistic reading. Novels depicted the fighters of Mother India as opposing Muslim rulers. Tilak himself helped to publicize the interpretation of Shivaji, a famous 17th-century king who had led peasants against both Hindu feudal lords and Muslim generals, as the founder not simply of Swaraj but of Hindu Raj, fighting Muslims. Western racism helped this process when the Aryan theory, originated by German Orientalists, was adopted by the high caste elite. In this theory, which saw Indian civilization as derived from Indo-European Sanskrit-speaking invaders, the Vedic tribes, the twice-born upper castes, were seen as descended from the Aryans, the lower Shudras, untouchables, and tribals from dark-skinned non-Aryans. Tilak wrote a book, The Arctic Home of the Vedas, which was a popular exposition of this. He backed up Brahmins who were opposing letting the ruler of Kolhapur state, a descendant of Shivaji, use Vedic religious rituals, in effect declaring him to be a Shudra. He maintained the rituals of an orthodox Brahmin. He opposed the social reformers as anti-patriotic when they urged a British law to raise the age of marriage, and cohabitation, of girls. Tilak was most nervous about the question of untouchables. When in 1916 it was clear that political reforms would bring more of the masses into politics, various untouchability uplift conferences were held in Bombay Presidency. Tilak, whose followers organized one of these, found it possible to argue theoretically that in times of war prohibitions about caste could be relaxed, and since this was a time of war against the British, even untouchability could be disregarded. But he refused to sign a petition. 23. On the issue. Nor was Tilak exceptional in his orthodoxy. By the end of the 19th century, trends of social reform were on the defensive. Indian nationalism was turning into a high caste resurgence, and it was out of this extremely ambiguous heritage that the main trend of Indian socialism took its birth. Hind Swaraj. And what of Gandhi? The man who really made the Indian Congress into a mass organization, turning its language of action into the vernacular, riding third class on Indian trains, engaging in action with every kind of popular struggle, peasant, workers, low caste, came from a high caste Vaidya family. He was educated in England but a critic of its culture, a lawyer but a person who rejected all the professions as sheer deception. Years in South Africa had helped him formulate new techniques of nonviolent struggle and become the leader of new kinds of mass movements, law-breaking and peaceful, religiously rooted and militant. In 1909 Gandhi wrote, in his native language Gujarati, a book called Hind Swaraj, which was a new interpretation of what Indian independence might mean. It rejected the efforts by the Indian elite to be part of the British Empire or establish self-rule in a land in which these institutions remained. For Gandhi, industrialization was a sick civilization. The mother of parliaments is like a sterile woman and a prostitute, he wrote. Modern so-called civilization is a satanic civilization. Hinduism calls it the Black Age. For this encompassed a critique of capitalism but from a pre-capitalist perspective. Formerly men worked in the open air only as much as they liked. Now thousands of workmen meet together arid for the sake of maintenance work in factories or mines. Their condition is worse than that of beasts. They are obliged to work, at the risk of their lives, at most dangerous occupations, for the sake of millionaires. Independence for India had to mean a rejection of this kind of society. By using Manchester cloth we only waste our money, but by reproducing Manchester in India we shall keep our money at the price of our blood, because our very moral being will be sapped. 4. Gandhi's rejection of industrial capitalism led him to formulate, in opposition to almost all the nationalist arid left opinion of his time, the goal of Indian independence in terms of the regeneration of Indian village society, a small-scale, labor-focused society. This has led him to be seen as a kind of early green, a forerunner of the ecological movement, the root of an alternative socialism in India. Indeed, much of today's Indian environmentalism refers back to Gandhi. Arid finds much substance in statements such as God forbid that India should ever take to industrialization after die manner of the West. The economic imperialism of a single tiny island kingdom is today keeping the world in chains. If an entire nation of 300 million took to similar economic exploitation, it would strip the world like locusts. 7. The Gandhian rejection of industrialization and critique of centralized bureaucracies as well as of production for profit does resonate with a green outlook. Thus, for example, the left environmentalist theorist Ramchandra Guha can praise two Gandhian socialists, the Kumarappas, for having a critique of capitalism that closely mirrored Marxist analyses, stressing the enslavement and alienation of the working class and the disjunction between 24. Individual profit maximization and the social good, and for their model of a socialist society, termed villagism, based on the decentralization of political and economic organization, and local self-sufficiency. 8. But if Gandhi was green, it is equally true that some at least of the ecological movement today shares the mysticism and idealism found in Gandhi. The problem was that Gandhi's own critique of capitalist industrialization and articulation of an alternative was based not on themes of exploitation and human liberation defined in material terms but ultimately on the assumptions of a religious outlook, founded on Hindu Advaita, that stressed the limitation of human needs and was in the final analysis opposed to both technology and sexuality for their linkage with the flowering of human involvement with the material world. This is quite clear in Hind Swaraj. We notice that the mind is a restless bird, the more it gets the more it wants, and still remains unsatisfied. The more we indulge our emotions, the more unbridled they become. Observing all this, our ancestors dissuaded us from luxuries and pleasures. We have managed with the same kind of plough as existed thousands of years ago. We have retained the same kind of cottages that we had in former times, and our indigenous education remains the same. It was not that we did not know how to invent machinery, but our forefathers knew that, if we set our hearts after such things, we would become slaves and lose our moral fiber. They, therefore, after due deliberation decided that we should only do what we could with our hands and feet. They further reasoned that large cities were a snare and a useless encumbrance and that people would not be happy in them, that there would be gangs of thieves and robbers, prostitution and vice flourishing in them, and that poor men would be robbed by rich men. They were, therefore, satisfied with small villages. The common people lived independently and followed their agricultural occupation. They enjoyed true home rule. 9. The self-sufficient village is linked to the paternalistic rule of kings in a society regulated by intellectuals, Brahmins. It is thus not inappropriate that Gandhi gave the name of Ramraj, the rule of Rama, to his ideal for a free India, nor that he wrote of his reformed religion as my Varnashrama Dharma, accepting the models of Varna, the four major caste categories, and Ashrama, the traditional stages of life for a high caste male, and incorporating all his efforts at reform of untouchability or of women's status into this framework. Nor is it surprising that B.R. Ambedkar, leader of the liberation movement of India's untouchables, could write of Gandhi in the harshest terms, describing the pre-British villages as cesspools of inequality and backwardness and seeing the rejection of industrialization as a turning away from life. There is no doubt that this Gandhi age is the dark age of India. It is an age in which people, instead of looking for their ideals in the future, are returning to antiquity. 10. There was thus not only a conflict between Gandhi's vision of a village-centered society and those who placed their hopes in modern technological progress, but also between those who idealized the hierarchical caste society and saw reform in simply removing the excrescences that had developed, and those whose vision of India was ultimately based on a community defined in terms of the low-caste majority that challenged the dominance of the traditional elite. Gandhi's Hinduism led him ultimately to accept that dominance, even praise it. This was the source of the paternalism and patriarchy at the heart of the structures he set up within the movement. His vision and understanding of India was broad enough to find ways of absorbing the energies of Dalits, women, and other hitherto neglected groups. His involvement with all kinds of protest in the 1920s, particularly workers' and peasants' issues. 25. Helped to make the Congress a mass movement. Out of his tradition, largely, came the term Gram Raj, village rule, which was used by militant peasant movements under nationalist and left leadership. But the ultimate result was to incorporate the lower castes and toiling classes into a Congress structure controlled by high castes who had an intellectual bureaucratic tradition and an orientation to a capitalist industrial development. Thus, while Gandhi offered an alternative to the basic Nehruvian model of heavy industry-based public sector-dominated development that was followed after independence, his voice was ignored on these issues, and it was inevitable that it would be Hindustan or Balistan. The extreme fertility of the soil of India, its rich productions, the proverbial wealth of the people, and the other innumerable gifts which this favored land enjoys, and which have more recently tempted the cupidity of the Western nations, attracted the Aryans. The original inhabitants with whom these earth-born gods, the Brahmins, fought, were not inappropriately termed Rakshasas, that is, the protectors of the land. The incredible and foolish legends regarding their form and shape are no doubt mere chimeras, the fact being that these people were of superior stature and hardy make. The cruelties which the European settlers practiced on the American Indian on their first settlement in the New World had certainly their parallel in India on the advent of the Aryans and their subjugation of the Aborigines. This, in short, is the history of Brahmin domination in India. They originally settled on the banks of the Ganges, whence they spread gradually over the whole of India. In order, however, to keep a better hold on the people, they devised that weird system of mythology, the ordination of caste, and the code of cruel and inhuman laws to which we can find no parallel among other nations. 11. So ran the English introduction to a Marathi book, Gulamgiri, Slavery, published in 1885, the same year as the founding of the Indian National Congress, with the dedication, to the good people of the United States, for their sublime devotion in the cause of Negro slavery, that itself reflected the writer's identification with oppressed peoples throughout the world. Jyotirao Phule, a man of Mali or Gardner caste, took as his goal the liberation of Shudras, the primarily peasant toiling castes, and Atishudras, untouchables or Dalits, from slavery to Brahmanism, which he saw as equivalent to Negro slavery and much worse than the slavery of colonial rule. The Indian National Congress, to him, was only a propaganda organ of these same Brahmins. How could India, so divided by caste and language, and with its people so enthralled in superstition, be considered a nation? But Phule was asking this question not as the British did, to maintain their own domination over the people, but to aid the process of creating the nation on an alternate basis, using the identities and symbols of the low-caste peasant and Dalit masses rather than those of the Brahmin elite, to build up the community. In the process he developed the rudiments of a new historical materialist theory of exploitation and liberation, which became a forerunner of the new social movements of the late 20th century and of an alternative socialism. Phule today is taken as a founding figure not only by the Dalit and anti-caste movement, but also, at least in Maharashtra, by the women's movement and the farmers' movement, for his major writings dealt with the exploitation of the peasants and the enslavement of women along with that of caste. He wrote almost entirely in Marathi, and he lacked the All India 26 communication network the elites of his time had, yet his historical interpretation provided the themes of most of the later non-Brahmin movements and Dalit movements. Phule's theory began with a liberatory reversal of the Aryan theory, Brahmins and upper castes were indeed descended from conquering Indo-Europeans, but their conquest had imposed an exploitative caste hierarchy over an indigenous population that had lived in a state of prosperity and equality. Going beyond a pure mechanical version of this as a racial theory of history, he gave a vision of history and exploitation in which aggression, violence, and conquest played a major role, perhaps matching a third world situation where Marx himself had seen the operation of primitive accumulation, the forcible extraction of the wealth of the land and the looting of the people, where violence is the midwife of history. He took up for his symbols the myth of the avatars of Vishnu, interpreted as stages in the Aryan conquest, in which those who resisted, the Rakshasas, were heroes. One of these, King Bali, who is indeed remembered in peasant lore in Maharashtra and other parts of South India as an ideal king, was taken as the hero king of the original, non-Aryan peasant community. Other popular deities of the region were interpreted as the various administrators of Bali's kingdom, while the 17th century Maratha warrior ruler Shivaji was seen not as a founder of a Hindu Raj but as a peasant king. With these themes Fuli founded organizations, most notably the Satyashodak Samaj or Truth Seekers Society, which dedicated itself to rationalism, to organizing life ceremonies such as marriages without Brahmin priests, and to education of both boys and girls. He also sought to found a theistic and egalitarian religious alternative to Brahmanic Hinduism, which he called Sarvajanik Satya Dharma, translatable either as public religion of truth or true religion of the community. Along with this, Fuli theorized the exploitation of the peasant by the bureaucracy, wrote of the problems of agriculture and drought, and outlined plans for remodeling society beginning from a reconstructed village. Not only did his social activity include the founding of the first schools for girls, 1848, and untouchables, 1851, but in the last years of his life he ferociously attacked the double standard of sexual behavior applied to relations between men and women. Fuli can be viewed as a founding figure of a low-caste, peasant-based alternative tradition, much more fragmented and regionalized than that which was linked to the Congress Party and organized in the Hindu revivalist theorization of Indian identity, but with a widespread especially in South and West India and the peripheries, as well as in tribal areas, drawing upon common themes such as a non-Aryan identity and referring to regional or peasant heroes. This was a counter-tradition that culturally and socially rejected even the liberal Gandhian version of incorporation into a reformed Hindu identity, while it had an equal thrust to a decentralized anti-statist development. It can be taken to encompass, to various degrees, activities and organizations connected with women like Pandita Ramabai and North Indian peasant leaders Swami Sahajanand, Baba Ramchandra, and his wife Jaggi, 12 tribal rebels such as Birsa Munda and Veer Narayan Singh, non-Brahmin and Dalit leaders such as Ambedkar, Periyar, Mangaram of the Punjab, and many others still not widely known outside their own region. But, throughout the period up to independence, such peasant, female, and lower caste traditions had few resources for communication and mobilization, they remained fragmented. Fuli himself was unknown outside of Maharashtra. And the communist tradition, when it developed, derived from the radical nationalism symbolized by Tilak, defined itself against the anti-industrial peasantism of Gandhi and ignored Fuli and similar low-caste traditions. 27. Why not a worker-peasant Raj? In 1923 a Tamil son of a fisherman, Singaravelu, founded a new party that he called the Labour and Kisan Party of Hindustan, to achieve Swaraj by non-violent means. It distinguished itself from the government, capitalists, the Congress, and Bolshevik intellectuals and spies and declared its chief aim to be to bring economic relief to the masses. 13 Though from a Shudra caste, Singaravelu's father had been well off, a community leader who had engaged in trading along the Madras coast up to Burma. The boy had become a lawyer, then a nationalist, and then a labor activist. Finally he was attracted to Marxism. He became one of India's first communists, the first to try to organize a party, and he presided over the first Indian Communist Conference at Kanpur in 1925, a conference that most Indian communists see as representing the founding of their party. Communists of that period from backgrounds such as Singaravelu's were rare. Here and there were people from the toiling classes, such as the Sikh peasants who came from their revolutionary nationalist Ghadar party into communism, or minority radicals such as the Muslim mujahirs who had gone to Tashkent seeking to join the struggle to free the caliphate and then had been turned into communists by M.N. Roy, the brilliant Bengali émigré who was concentrating his efforts as Comintern representative in building up the Indian communist movement from abroad. But the majority, the leaders and dominating theorists, described by Singh Aravello's first party as Bolshevik intellectuals, were usually Brahmins, coming out of the tradition of militant nationalism symbolized by Tilak. S.D. Dange, a party leader for 60 years after this, of Bombay, editor of a journal called Socialist and leader of a group then becoming involved with textile workers, was typical of this category. He did not attend the founding of Singh Aravello's Labour and Kisan Party, and he and others were concerned that the organizers of the Kanpur Conference were falling prey to the heresies of nationalism. 14. Organizing workers and peasants, looking toward a socialist version of independence, was becoming a theme of the times. Leaders of non-Brahmin movements in Bombay and Tamil Nadu, involved with workers and peasants, were themselves turning in this direction. But to the young communist intellectuals, Marxism had to be more than this. It was a scientific theory. Socialism could not come simply as a Swaraj of workers and peasants, with cooperation, common ownership, and the end of exploitation. It had to be sharply distinguished from Gandhian celebrations of a self-sufficient village society. Marxism taught that socialism could be built only on the basis of the industrial production achieved in capitalism, and that the main source of exploitation was private property. Socialism meant then the abolition of private property, hence nationalization, and labor meant above all factory-based wage labor, not to be confused with peasant toil and production. This meant that proletariat or the industrial working class had to be seen as the vanguard class. Thus one should not be too hasty or romantic about socialism. The society had to go through the necessary first steps of national independence and industrialization. Therefore, in organizational terms, the young communists, those who accepted the discipline and science of the party, worked on 3 levels. 1. They sought to organize the underground party network, the Communist Party of India, as the leading force. 2. They organized mass platforms for the economic struggle of workers and peasants' labor unions and Kisan Sabhas, peasant leagues, and 3. They worked within the national movement, which to them meant taking the Congress as the ante. 28. Imperialist United Front. There were, to be sure, many other parties of the time, a period when numerous sections were leaving the main body of the Congress in disgust at its inaction, the Swarajists in the 1920s and Subhash Chandra Bose in the 1930s, and non-Brahmins and others were organizing competing parties. But these were all, to the Indian communists, petty bourgeois efforts in one way or another. The ones seemingly closest to them, which had a peasant or working class base, were perhaps more dangerous because of their attraction to similar constituencies. Indian communists thus saw the Congress itself as the proper political platform and sought to build it up as such. After 1935 they had Comintern sanction for this, the anti-imperialist United Front, but it was a policy they had found most amenable even earlier. In the 1920s there were, apparently, alternative proposals within their own ranks. In 1926, M.N. Roy had proposed a People's Party parallel to the Congress, which would comprise the peasants and petty bourgeoisie along with the proletariat. 15 later the Communists did indeed form worker and peasant parties in a number of places. But Roy's proposal was linked to his idea that the bourgeoisie was going over to the side of imperialism and was no longer ready to fight for independence. This idea was theoretically rejected. The WPPs were seen, by Roy himself and by the Indian Communists, as simply open fronts of the party, necessary because the party was secret and banned, requiring careful control. Thus they gained no mass base. The idea of a People's Party or Revolutionary Nationalist Party was never taken up, and the Communists continued to build up the Indian National Congress. In 1936 Singh Aravello, who was then working in the non-Brahmin movement in Tamil Nadu to build up a socialist group, was prevailed upon by the communist leaders to dissolve it. The address of Comrade Dange at this conference laid down clearly the path of the Socialists. He welcomed the work done, to spread socialist ideas in Tamil Nadu and bring about a socialist Tamil Nadu. At the same time he reminded the conference that not only Tamil Nadu but the whole of India is under British imperialist domination, and that unless British imperialism is destroyed on an all-India scale it is impossible even to dream of socialism. Only one resolution was passed, and that resolution dissolved the Self-Respect Socialist Party and decided that its members will join the National Congress and the Congress Socialist Party. 16. This showed the way in which the dominant trend of Indian communism was focused both on an all-India basis, relegating to the background the issues of linguistic nationalism being raised even then in some areas, and on the fight against imperialism as the main contradiction, relegating the non-Brahmin and Dalit movements to the category of practically British agents and ignoring issues of caste dominance. Non-Brahmins, peasants, Dalits, women, and the possibilities of a different kind of development from the dominant industrialist model were outside the framework of the Marxism that was being created in India. Indian communists were traditional Marxists in two ways. First, along with nearly all other sections of the communist movement of the time, they neglected caste and gender and the issues raised by movements based on these. This was also true of the time of all the socialistic trends, including those gathered around Nehru. One result was that while both Gandhians and the right-wing Hindu Mahasabhats formulated a response to the issues of the Dalit movement and evolved organizations to win over Dalits, the left, from the communists to Nehru, remained totally uninvolved and saw the whole problem as a distraction from true. 29. Nationalism. At the same time, their negative attitude toward the peasantry meant that, although they joined in organizing peasant leagues, they saw this as a secondary task and did so with the aim of keeping the Kisan Savas controlled by the party, the peasants subordinated to the leadership of the working class. That is, they rejected Mazdar Kisan Raj as a slogan and as a reality. Practically speaking, this also meant that the Kisan Savas under their control got involved in struggles against property-owning exploiters, landlords and money-lenders, but other peasant struggles of the period against state-imposed rises in land revenue, against the bureaucratic commercial destruction of their forests were largely ignored, and often fell under the leadership of Gandhians or other Congress sites. Similarly, the idea of a village-centered economic development could appear to them only as a kind of peasantist ideology that was at best petty bourgeois, at worst feudal. This also led to the communists being traditional in another sense. In many ways the neglect by classical Marxists of the potentials of state bureaucratic domination once private property was nationalized fit the interests of a Brahmin elite whose traditional material base had been in the bureaucracy and administration of pre-capitalist empires. There were in fact good reasons for Brahmins, if not Banias, to welcome the proletarian era of Marxism. Along with this, in ignoring the issues of community and caste identities raised by the non-Brahmin and Dalit movements, the communists accepted at the same time the identification of India as Hindu and the symbols that went along with this. For instance, they never questioned the Gandhian baptism of untouchables as Harijans or children of God, although nearly all militant leaders rejected the terminology and sought alternatives, such as Dalit or downtrodden. A heroic secular stance and the protection of Muslims in communal riots went along with a rather surreptitious Hindu identification. This was typified in a book by S.A. Dange, one of the few by any communist leader that tried to interpret Indian history in Marxist terms. India, from primitive communism to slavery, was a mechanical application of Stalinist stage theory that began from the Vedic Aryans themselves, in spite of the fact that by the time of its writing the more ancient Indus Valley civilization had been discovered. Dange thus took the cultural historical model of the Brahmanic Hindu interpretation of Indian history as his starting point, then simply sought to show that the Aryans themselves had evolved from a collective, matriarchal society to private property. Referring to the fundamental errors of fact and reasoning that fill the book from cover to cover with endless confusion, D.D. Kozambi, the brilliant Marxist historian, attacked it with acerbity. This painfully disappointing book would not have been worth reviewing, but for the fact that to let such a performance go unchallenged would bring Marxism into disrepute. 17 But Dange's assumptions about Indian society and history continued to form the main framework of thinking of Indian communists. Capitalism, caste, and gender. Indian Marxists saw the workings of capitalism in terms of a system of commodity production and exchange in which rapid growth of the forces of production was based on exploitation of the commodity labor power by the owners of the means of production. Socialism would come if private property were abolished and the working class took collective control of the system of production. High caste intellectuals in India had argued from the 19th century onward that there was a drain of surplus from colonies like India. 30. To contribute to accumulation in the imperialist centers, Indian Marxists fit this into what they knew of Leninism to include the notion that this drain and the correlated fostering of pre-capitalist relations of production, landlordism, peasant backwardness, held back the growth of production in the Third World. For both bourgeois nationalists and Marxists, then, while feudalism had to be fought, the key was to defeat imperialism by gaining control of production and the state in India and extending industrialization with a greater or lesser degree of state-supported production. Gandhi and Phule both presented a different model, but few took their economic perspective very seriously. But the basic assumptions of this model oversimplified the historical reality. Capital accumulation within the sphere of commodity production and exchange logically implies at least two spheres outside of it. One is the production of the commodity labor power, mainly by the domestic labor of women in the home, labor that of course does not produce surplus value but does produce surplus and hasten capital accumulation because it allows capitalists to pay workers a lower wage. This is accentuated in many parts of the Third World, where domestic labor and other costs of reproducing labor power have been borne in agricultural spheres outside of direct capitalist penetration. The other is the appropriation of natural resources, products of the earth, including oil, minerals, timber, raw materials, and consumption goods for the European population. This appropriation, at extremely low or no cost, including the highly exploited labor of peasants, miners, plantation workers, forest dwellers, etc., that secured it, has played a major role in capital accumulation without being part of full-scale commodity production. Marx theorized this partially as primitive accumulation. The notion included both the original looting of Third World treasures, which produced capital itself, as well as the dispossession of the peasantry, which turned them into wage laborers. In fact, it was because production by wage laborers was taken as the central aspect of capitalism that the formation of a working class was called primitive accumulation, that is, it was assumed that it took place only as part of the initial establishment of the capitalist system. But again, this concept does not adequately describe the reality. The accumulation of the Earth's resources for the increase of capital has imposed many facets of a money economy and the logic of production for profit on regions throughout the world, but not primarily by turning the people of those regions into wage laborers. Rather, numerous forms of relations of production, including slavery, debt bondage, and peasant petty commodity production, have organized the accumulation of resources for capital. Traditional social structures have not been abolished, but have been used and transformed or accentuated in the process. India's subordination to capitalism, then, meant not simply the policy of maintaining feudalism or landlordism because these classes supported British rule or preventing capital accumulating in the hands of the native bourgeoisie. It also meant what David Washbrook, in an article on South Asia and world capitalism, has recently called the peasantization of the Indian economy, 18 and what earlier left historians called deindustrialization, turning a complexly articulated caste feudal economy in which agricultural production was linked to local pastoral, manufacturing, and service sectors with agricultural production into a mainly peasant-based economy whose resources were channeled upward and outward through the exchange of peasant/artisan produced goods for money and through various forms of caste-linked labor. The process did not dissolve the caste system and the hierarchy and occupational specializations imposed by it, rather, it used it as it used other community forms in a way that often increased hierarchies and internal inequalities. 31. As a result, many of the struggles waged by the toiling masses against the system easily took caste and community forms. At the same time, the non-Brahmin and Dalit movements that took organizational shape in the 1920s both fought the hierarchy as such and also tried, as part of this fight, to gain entry into education and the government bureaucracies that were controlled by upper castes and were major local centers of accumulation. These movements had their basic class struggle aspects: peasant revolts connected with the non-Brahmin movement against moneylenders and the bureaucracy, Dalit efforts to gain freedom from caste-imposed labor services and the acquisition of government-held lands for cultivation, working class organizing in which both Dalit and non-Brahmin leaders were involved. In contrast to these, efforts to break down the high caste monopoly of education and administrative employment and gain entry for the lower castes are generally described as representing the interests only of the middle classes among them. But these were also a form of class struggle because it was through monopoly of such positions that traditional hierarchies were maintained and the lower castes were exploited. Because they gave priority to these battles rather than to the anti-imperialist struggle, Dalit and non-Brahmin movements of the 1920s and 1930s were invariably characterized as pro-British. But their most famous representative, the Dalit leader B.R. Ambedkar, was quite forthright: "We cannot fight all enemies at once." Ambedkar used to hold public rallies of the untouchable community at Korjaon, the village in Maharashtra where the last army of the Peshwas, the pre-British native Brahmin regime, had been defeated in 1818, where there was a memorial to the Indian soldiers who had died fighting for the British. These soldiers included 20 untouchables as well as Shudras. His point was of course that low-caste masses joined the British armies because they had seen their future only in defeating the Peshwai, or feudalism. "We were the ones who brought the British to power, and we are the ones who can drive them out." In aiming at the liberation of untouchables, Ambedkar added to the fight against Brahmanism the fight against capitalism. In the 1930s he organized struggles of peasants and workers under his Independent Labour Party, sometimes in cooperation with communists. His main political point was that Congress is a party of the Brahmins and bourgeoisie, peasants and workers must have their own independent political party. He sought to build a broader anti-Congress front by appealing constantly to non-Brahmins in Maharashtra not to join the Congress, and by seeking allies among independent non-Brahmin and peasant forces such as Periyar, the non-Brahmin leader of Tamil Nadu, and Swami Sahajanand, the leader of the peasant movement in Bihar. This was a period when there were several political formations resembling what communists in the 1920s had spoken of as worker-peasant parties. In Bengal, the Krishak Praja Party was formed as a mainly Muslim party with its base in the Muslim tenant farmers, but with support also from the Namashudras, the Dalits of Bengal. In Punjab the Unionist Party represented the interest of Hindu, Sikh, and Muslim peasants of the Jat caste, with a good deal of anti-Brahmin Bania rhetoric, and also got the support of Dalit leaders such as Manguram of the Ad-Dharm movement. In Tamil Nadu Periyar was trying to rebuild the Justice Party, and in Bombay Presidency Dinkarao Javakar was proposing that its non-Brahmin party become an anti-British peasants and workers party. But these attempts never coalesced. One crucial reason was that all the communists and socialists of the time continued to take Congress as the anti-imperialist united front and sought to work inside it and incorporate all then mass organizations of workers and peasants within it. This was the context, for instance, in which Singaravellu in 1936 was persuaded to dissolve his Socialist 32 self-respect organization and join the Congress, with the aid of communists. Then, by the end of the 1930s, in spite of all the mass turmoil and the efforts at autonomous organizing by non-Brahmins and Dalits, the Congress had increased its hegemony over popular upsurges. And the Congress remained under the control of the upper caste elite. Further, not only the Congress and the leftists, but also the non-Brahmin and Dalit leaders, including Ambedkar, accepted the thesis that the road to economic liberation lay through industrialization, through, in Gandhi's words, reproducing Manchester in India. This was, in a profound way, similar to the impulse that has led millions of East Europeans, in the 1990s, to try to transcend their bureaucratized socialism not in new, unknown directions, but by entry into the European-American free world of capitalism. Development fetishism rather than commodity fetishism has been the guiding framework of contemporary capitalist ideology. Peasant resistance and revolt. Indian village communities were by no means homogeneous or egalitarian, and being subordinated to the accumulation processes of world capitalism only served to increase their diversity and hierarchy. It certainly did not transform their inhabitants into homogeneous proletarians. Struggles against this process, by different sections of these peasants, were also multifaceted, occurred under a wide variety of leaderships, and involved wide sections and varying caste groups, including Dalits and women. Early uprisings include the upsurge of the peasantry, specifically groups such as the North Indian Jats and Gujars, in the 1857 revolt, as well as many tribal rebellions throughout this period against the impingement of British power on traditional authority and the economic well-being of the peasants, all aiming at independence of some traditionally defined type. Also important were numerous anti-moneylender campaigns throughout the late 19th century, since subordination of the peasant through indebtedness was becoming a major form of exploitation. Among these were the Deccan riots, in which large numbers of peasants in western Maharashtra districts of Ahmednagar and Pune burned records of moneylending transactions, as well as protests in the Punjab. The 20th century saw numerous anti-landlord struggles that took widely varying forms under different leaderships. They included, for instance, many tenants' campaigns of the left-old Kisan Savas. They also included revolts associated with the non-Brahmin and Dalit movements, such as an anti-landlord campaign uniting Dalit and Shudra tenants in the Konkan led by Ambedkar in the 1930s, or the Satara revolt of 1920-21 of Satyashodak Samajists in Maharashtra, in which the peasants not only refused rent payments to mainly Brahmin landlords, but also deliberately challenged their ritual superiority by polluting wells and mocking their status in ribald songs. Other struggles were the campaigns led by Ambedkar, which united Dalit and caste Hindu tenants in the 1930s against mainly Brahmin landlords in the coastal area of western India. Moneylenders and landlords could be understood as exploiters within the framework of private property. But beyond this, a whole range of revolts and resistance posed peasants against the state and its agents. Movements against paying revenue, for instance, became a crucial part of nationalist campaigning in the 1920s and early 1930s, from Bardoli and Kheda in Gujarat to the Andhra Delta, even though the nationalists who took over their leadership 33 often compromised severely on their demands. Struggles over forest issues also posed peasants against the state, in efforts to maintain their access to forests and common lands against the claims for commercial production of timber by the bureaucracy. These took place not only in the famous area of the Chipko movement in the Himalayan foothills, but in such peasant caste-dominated areas as Satara district, again, where deaths took place in police firing in the 1930s forest satyagraha in the hilly Talukas. Similarly, when the prices of agricultural products crashed in the 1930s, peasant protest was expressed in the Punjab through the Unionist Party. Finally, campaigns against Vethbigar or caste-imposed labor services involved many low castes, not only against local landlords but also against the state's appropriation of their labor. For instance, in Ambedkar's decades-long campaign against the Maharwatan, whereby the state claimed the non-waged services of the village Dalits in return only for small land allotments. Strikingly, few of these movements were led by communists or socialists. All of these were peasant revolts whose varying types reflected the varying forms of appropriation of labor under imperialism. These forms included the labor of peasants as tenants, of artisans and village servants as caste-bonded workers, of petty commodity producers whose labor was appropriated through rent, tax, and low prices for their produce. They also included labor enforced indirectly when state extraction of natural resources from forests or common lands ruined these commons and deprived the peasant communities of the goods normally extracted from them and thus forced more labor to acquire their equivalents. The extraction of labor became more complex when caste/community/nationality features helped to shape it when, for example, tenants were Muslims or Sikhs, while moneylenders and landlords were Hindus, when peasants were tribals while bureaucrats and moneylenders were non-tribals, when non-Brahmin tenants confronted Brahmin landlords. It also involved hierarchies and inequalities among the peasantry and very often an overlapping of categories: dominant caste Hindu peasants exploiting semi-tribal laborers in Bardoli, for instance, while they continued to produce cotton at suitable prices for European manufacturing. Peasant resistance and revolt quite naturally reflected all these complexities, which could not be understood in a model that takes only wage labor and private property as the index of exploitation. Yet this is what many Marxists, both the communists of the time and the historians of the present, have tended to do. The greatest peasant revolt in Indian history brought together many of these aspects of resistance to oppression and united varying sections of toilers and. Yet, though it was under the leadership of the Communist Party, it erupted almost accidentally. This was the Telangana Revolt, when between 1946 and 1950 peasants in nearly 4,000 villages in the Telugu-speaking regions of the Muslim state of Hyderabad seized land, armed themselves, and established their power, which they called, popularly, Gram Raj, while the party named them for Marxist circles as Soviets. Though unplanned, the revolt was led by local communists whose organizational base had been won by combining themes of regional nationalism, championing of the Telugu language and culture, a library movement in the villages, cultural squads, issues of Dalits and service castes such as opposition to caste-defined forced labor, and struggles for rights of the middle caste tenants against landlords. There was no Kisan Sabha pre-existing in the area. Instead, the main organization of communists was the Andhra Mahasabha, a cultural and nationalist forum for Telugu speakers of Hyderabad state. The articulation of both varying issues and varying sections of the toiling people was crucial to the success the revolt attained, but even then later left scholars have criticized it for being rich peasant-dominated. 34. The revolt was made possible by the breakdown of political power, as the biggest of the many princely states forced to choose between India and Pakistan in 1948, Hyderabad's ruler tried to opt for independence instead. He had little real army of his own. Instead, the semi-private religious Razakars effectively had armed control. They were brutal but weak. In the vacuum, the Telangana peasants under communist leadership could establish their power, but once the Indian army moved in, they were badly outnumbered and out-armed, and armed squads could hang on for 2 more years only by fleeing to the tribal-dominated forest regions. The problem in all of this was that the Communist Party, which led the revolt, could not give it a national platform as part of any overall revolutionary movement aiming at independence or a transitional regime. They also took for granted the prevailing definition of India and could only think of trying to take power at an all-India scale, while the Hyderabad unit of the party actually supported, for a time, the claim to independence of the Muslim-defined Hyderabad state. In the end, both repression and co-optation allowed the Brahmin-dominated Congress to absorb the Telugu-speaking regions along with areas of other resistance movements and revolts by peasants and toilers. And this absorption meant that India was, in the final years before independence, imprisoned in the dialectic of Hindu-Muslim conflicts. Hindustan/Pakistan. Fulli had raised serious questions about the nature and reality of an Indian nation and had used the term Balistan, land of Bali, rather than Hindustan, land of the Hindus, to denote his name for the country. The Tamil non-Brahmin movement in later years had put forward a call for Dravidistan, while the term Dalitistan even came to be used by some of Ambedkar's followers. All these implied notions of a separate territory as a base for independent community life. Yet these concepts attained no more political hegemony than did the notion of a worker-peasant Raj, and in the end it was the question of Indian nationalism and Hindu-Muslim communalism that came to be the dominant discourse. Metaphorically speaking, India became Hindustan, and out of this came Pakistan. Gyanendra Pandey's recent study on the construction of communalism analyzes the stages in this process. The first involved the construction of Hindu and Muslim community identities themselves, which took place throughout the late 19th century. Nationalism was subsequently conceived of in terms of the unity or coming together of these communities, Hindus plus Muslims plus Sikhs plus Christians, in which religion formed the basic identifying feature of each community. 19 non-Brahmin and Dalit claims to a separate historical racial identity directly challenged this characterization but were resisted by nationalists and ignored by the communists. Gandhi, who was the dominant political leader acting within this framework, identifying himself both as a Hindu and as the leader of Indians, resisted untouchable demands for separate electorates because, as he saw it, this would take them outside the Hindu community as such and put them on a par with Muslims and Sikhs. While the Hindu community, he felt, must reform itself, he never questioned its existence and priority. His unequivocal commitment to a Hindu-Muslim unity as central to creating an India of his dreams was also within this framework. In the 1920s a new step was taken, with the formation of both the Hindu Mahasabha as a political body and the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS or National Volunteers Society, as a non-political, cadre body taking as its goal the consolidation of the Hindu 35 nation. Both drew on the Dalit tradition but joined it with the themes of Hindutva, a book by an ex-revolutionary nationalist, Savarkar, that identified Hindus primarily as the race or nation inhabiting the land but with the assumption that the religion known as Hinduism was their unique creation. With this potent mixture of race, religion, defined largely in terms of Brahmanic symbolism, and territory, upper caste Hindus began to move to the idea that the nation had to be structured around their own religious community, not as a federation of communities. In turn, progressive Hindu opinion, as represented by people like Jawaharlal Nehru, began to define nationalism as against the religious community, Indian nationalism as we know it, a nationalism that stood above, or outside, the different religious communities and took as its unit the individual Indian citizen, a pure nationalism unsullied, in theory, by the primordial pulls of caste, religion, community, etc. was, rigorously conceptualized only in opposition to the notion of communalism. 20. But this abstractly secular assertion of Indian nationalism, opposed to the identities involved in communalism, only helped to mask the control of high caste. 26. Historical background. Hindus over its structures of domination, thus it could not counter the effects of Hindu nationalism of driving the Muslims to put forward their own need for a political structure within which their interests would be protected. This was expressed first in demands for separate political representation in the form of separate electorates, then in taking for granted that this special representation would involve their right to control Muslim-majority areas like Punjab and Bengal, and finally in the demand for a Muslim nation made up of these areas. As Pandey describes the process, the idea of a Hindu Raj which would reflect the glories of the ancient Hindu civilization and keep Muslims in their place was matched in due course by the notion of a Muslim Raj which would protect the place of the Muslims. The Hindu-Muslim problem now became the question of all questions. 21. It was a question that came to override all the various anti-imperialist, peasant, and low-caste struggles and in the end produce an India split into two countries, in a process of partition that involved bloody rioting and massive transfer of populations. All along the northwestern region Hindus moved east and Muslims moved west, meeting slaughter in the process. Yet, aside from Gandhi himself, nearly all the leaders of the Congress in the end accepted partition because Muslim, and other minority, demands for special representation and autonomy had reached the point where only in a truncated state could they institute the centralized, bureaucratically articulate nation-state that they saw as the prerequisite of development. In part, traditional Marxist discourse helped to justify this secular nationalism by seeing the essential interests of the toiling people as purely economic and uninvolved with community. Joined with this was the idea of secular nationalism as progressive, of community/religion/caste as belonging to the backward feudal period and as thus destined to be superseded. All of this, associated with a faith in industrialism and scientific progress, was embodied most strong in Nehru. The day of even national cultures is rapidly passing, he wrote. The real struggle today in India is not between Hindu culture and Muslim culture, but between these two and the conquering scientific culture of modern civilization. It was also associated with statism. As Pandey put it, by the 1930s and 1940s, the importance of an enlightened leadership was thus being stressed on all sides as the critical ingredient that was required in the bid to advance the 36 backward peoples. It had taken great leaders, a Chandragupta Maurya, an Ashoka, an Akbar, to actualize the dream of Indian unity in the past, and they had done so in the great states and empires that they had established. It would take great leaders like Nehru and Patel to realize the newly desired unity of India, and the state would again be their major instrument. The 20th century liberal could do no better than to turn to statism. 22. Thus, as India headed toward its Nehruvian tryst with destiny and then to the Ambedkarite explosion, the alternative traditions represented by Phule or even by Gandhi were forgotten or set aside. The participation of women and Dalits in the peasant revolts was nearly forgotten. "We were making history" was the way the women of the Telangana movement talked about their involvement in the struggle. 23 But they were the ones most stranded or thrown back into traditional families after the revolt was crushed, and it has taken the rise of feminism even to record their contribution. Peasant revolts failed to shape the structure of post-independent India. Even though Congress leaders themselves have spoken in their name, it is rather the heirs of Chandragupta Maurya and Akbar who have taken power. But Telangana continues to be memorialized in song and left tradition as a symbol of revolt. They are going forward with torch in hand, the people of my village. Now they will conquer the darkness, the people of my village. Every hut asks, every field asks. How long will we go on being looted, O people of my village? Knowing that nothing here can be won without struggle, the people of my village are fighting their battle. Telangana will live again in every village of this country. Now they will become guerrillas. The people of my village. See, my friend, that morning which up to now was pale. The people of my village will fill it with red. If the longed-for revolution did not come, the struggles for it remained, their memory retained in popular tradition. To re-erupt not only in the calls to armed struggle that consciously identified with the communist-led peasant revolt, but also in unexpected guises in the themes of alternative socialism that are beginning to be put forward in the new social movements of the late 20th century. 2. 37. 38. From independence to the Naxalite revolt. What is the difference between you and us? An old Congress freedom fighter of KCJON always used to ask us, the leftist or the communist faction of the village. You are 12 annas, we are 4. He was referring to the old rupee of 16 annas, a typical Marathi way of saying it's a matter of degree. In fact, 4 anna socialism was an apt way of characterizing India's post-independence path of development. The Congress Party had come to power after leading one of the longest and most mass-based non-communist Third World independence movements. This was bound to give weight to a worker-peasant ideological discourse, to promises that independence would mean a new India and the creation of something like a socialist society. Not only had socialism exercised its magical influence over the minds of young freedom fighters, but even the anti-British bourgeoisie and its committed intellectuals were impressed with the achievements shown through planning and public control in a backward society like Russia. From the big industrialists with their Bombay Plan to the Congress to Ambedkar with his state socialism, a broad consensus developed around what was in fact a modified version of a state socialist model of development, a focus on heavy industrialization, planning, and a public sector commanding the heights of a mixed economy substantially integrated into the world capitalist economy. Even communists agreed on the basic aspects of what came to be known as the Nehru model, calling only for more nationalization, more thorough land reform, a more equal distribution of welfare. The argument was, as our KCJON freedom fighter would have it, only one of degree, 4 annas or 8 annas or 12 annas. There were good reasons why such seemingly antagonistic social-political forces could agree, having to do with the world ideological atmosphere in which common assumptions about development were shared by the bourgeois liberal model and its main alternative, the technocratic Marxism exemplified at the time in Soviet industrialization. In these assumptions, development was equivalent to industrialization, that is, the growth of heavy large-scale industries producing steel and machinery and using primarily non-renewable fossil fuel resources. Agriculture was considered to be fundamentally backward, and peasants, by nature of their rootage in the soil. Primitive development meant not only removing people from agriculture but extracting them from isolated far-flung villages to the modern collective life of the neighborhoods and factories of the cities. In both industry and agriculture, advanced production was thought to be the large-scale, centrally organized production in which thousands of laborers worked collectively, whether in urban factories or on mechanized farms. Both liberals and technocratic Marxists assumed a centralized state and bureaucracy and the superiority of the cities, where masses work together, over the countryside, where people live and work in small groups. Their common model also carried with it crucial assumptions about the social groups of the developing society, the industrial working class, primarily male and drawn from more advanced national and racial groups and, in India, from the middle and higher castes, is the advanced class, growing and playing a vanguard role due to its association with the most modern forces of production. The peasantry, with both men and women as toilers and made up of a variety of middle and low castes, was a backward and dying class. Women were also considered to be relatively backward due to their association. 39. With the isolated, low technology, and non-value producing domestic labor of the home. The quarrel between bourgeois liberals and technocratic Marxists was over who should spearhead or manage this development. Liberals placed their faith in capitalist entrepreneurs and private initiative. Without this, only state tyranny was said to exist. Marxists argued for an intelligentsia that dominated mass-based political parties and the state bureaucracy within a framework of social control. Without this, capitalist exploitation would predominate. In Third World countries, neo-Marxist views tended to dominate, not only because of objective necessities of development, but also because the leading classes/elites of the independence struggle had most often been those whose power was traditionally in the pre-colonial state machinery and as intellectuals claiming status due to their wisdom and purity. In India, Brahmins. Still, almost all societies were in fact a mixture of forms of ownership, with varying degrees of private capitalism and state management and control. Thus the development debate, though put in terms of plan and market, most often resolved itself into matters of degree: how much nationalism, how much regulation, how much the state was to invest and in which sector. It did not question the nature of the forces of production, the factories, mines, etc., to be run under private or state control, nor did it question the assumption that the centralized, intelligentsia-dominated state should do the investing, on the basis of the surplus it continued to extract from the people. 4 annas or 12. And of course the material basis for this development was the extraction of surplus from the peasantry and from the fields, forests, and mines that dotted the country, from the natural resources of the land. In the original European development of capitalism, primitive accumulation had been largely from colonies and conquered or looted Third World territories. European agriculture itself was transformed to the extent of forcing out enough of its producers to provide the labor in the new factories. After this, most Marxists forgot about the issue of the peasantry, and only Rosa Luxemburg was left to argue that an ongoing primitive accumulation, or the continued exploitation of non-capitalist sectors, was necessary for the very survival of capitalism. The Bolsheviks, catapulted into power in a still agriculturally based and backward society without colonies, seized consciously on their own peasantry as the source of primitive socialist accumulation, not only because growing factories needed the surpluses but because the small commodity-producing peasantry itself was, in spite of the official rhetoric of the Worker-Peasant Alliance, seen as the antithesis and even antagonist of the factory proletariat, needing not only leadership but control. The forcing of peasants into collective farms took place in a particularly brutal fashion in Stalin's Russia. In Mao's China and elsewhere the process was much less murderous, but there also first the revolution and then collectivization allowed both control over the peasantry and the extraction of agricultural surpluses. In India, with its greater democracy and the more drawn-out, independently organized role of the peasantry in the independence struggle, there was no talk of primitive socialist accumulation. Nevertheless, the planners and state managers saw the peasantry in the same terms as the Bolsheviks had, as backward, primitive, tradition-bound, and resistant to modern ideas and technologies. Quite naturally, the peasantry was resistant to its exploitation by modern industry and the state, but it was assumed that even for development in agriculture the necessary irrigation, road building, research, and distribution of improved seeds and fertilizers had to be done from above, by the state and modern scientists. Like the Bolsheviks, the Indian elite argued that the resistance came from rural vested interests who oppressed the rural poor, from the village dominant castes, the kulaks, the landlords. But the basic assumption was the same, that surplus had to be extracted from the peasantry and centralized in the hands of the bureaucracy for investment in industry and agriculture. The peasantry was 40. A tradition-bound, caste-ridden primordial force that had to be controlled. If collective farms were not possible, then other means could be sought: the price system, state control of trade and investment. Gandhian socialist collaboration, sharing the loot. Gandhi, the only major figure of India's independence struggle who offered a substantially different vision of development, was marginalized by independence. For that matter, the elements of paternalism and acceptance of hierarchy in his own worldview gave scope for acceding to statism. Francine Frankel cites without comment the characterization of Gandhi's unquestionably authoritarian ashrams as a model of socialism, and his statement that real socialism has been handed down to us by our ancestors who taught all land belongs to Gopal. Where then is the boundary line? Gopal literally means shepherd, it also means God. In modem language it means the state, i.e., the people. 1. Behind this easy identification of state and people was the Hindu paternalism that made it quite natural to assign duties to intellectuals, Brahmins, in guiding the social order, to state officials in protecting it, to businessmen in managing wealth accumulation for all. This helps to explain why Gandhians could be prominent in supporting the Forana socialist state and the industrialist model that it inevitably implied. 4. As Frankel has noted, not only were the ideological preferences of the first generation of nationalists, an unlikely blend of the religious morality preached by Mahatma Gandhi and the materialistic philosophy advanced by Marx, but in practical terms, during the Nehru years, the development strategy was the direct result of Gandhian socialist collaboration. 2. The Gandhians simply added, according to Frankel, two major modifications to the Soviet model: as much decentralization as possible, and the preservation of the village as the basic unit of social organization. 3. But decentralization to the Indian elite meant anything but actual autonomy for local or regional political units. Village-oriented development came to mean Khadi and village industries, KVIC, functioning essentially as agriculture extension services promoting silk cultivation or unking local crafts to a wider market, while small-scale industries served as ancillaries producing parts for large corporations in what was in reality a centralized production process thoroughly integrated into world capitalism. Lloyd and Suzanne Rudolph have described the class interests behind what Frankel has called the Gandhian Socialist collaboration. The Nehru settlement had been based on a coalition of urban and rural interests united behind an essentially urban-oriented industrialization strategy. Its senior partners were India's proportionately small but politically powerful administrative, managerial, and professional English-educated middle classes and private sector industrialists. Private sector industrialists welcomed the freedom from foreign competition and dependency that was enabled by the second and third five-year plans, import substitution and industrial self-reliance strategies. The English-educated middle classes manned the senior services, built and managed the public sector industries, and staffed the large firms in the modern private sector. The junior partners in the Nehru settlement were rural notabilities, mostly large landowners who survived intermediary abolition and blocked the passage or implementation of land ceilings legislation. They consented to the import substitution and industrial self-reliance strategies, middle-class control of central government, and the advantages that 41. Accrued to urban elites and organized workers on condition that they themselves control state governments. That control enabled them to allocate resources and monitor policy implementation for the agricultural sector and rural society in ways that protected their interests. 4. This description by the Rudolphs, as well as Frankel's analysis of development strategy, neglects an important series of identifications. The ruling elite was male, the urban interests were overwhelmingly Brahmin and Baniya by caste, while the rural elite were drawn from the very mixed upper non-Brahmin castes who had provided the political elite from the feudal period onward. In backward regions, peripheral states such as Assam, heavily tribal regions such as the South Bihar area known as Jharkhand or the Chhattisgarh part of Madhya Pradesh, government bureaucrats, merchants, and even a section of rural landowners were also outsiders representing what Marxists would call an alien nationality. The Rudolphs titled their most recent study of India's political economy In Pursuit of Lakshmi, with Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, symbolizing the Indian state. State power in fact was a road to wealth. It was the cow, Kamdanu, that provided endless milk. State planning and government programs were not simply means of development but ways of channelizing the surplus that nurtured a whole range of intermediary looters along the way. The rural oligarchy described by the Rudolphs was undergoing a transition from feudalism to capitalism, with a decline in tenancy and traditional landlordship, a rise in chemical-based agriculture in many areas, and some overall industrialization. But if they were not quite feudal landlords, neither were they adequately characterizable as capitalist farmers. At their core were the political bosses, around them a cluster of contractors, smugglers, agents, merchants, and large landowners. The concept of rent capitalism used by the Swedish sociologist Al Tomquist to describe a system in which political bosses profit from charging rent for the use of what are legally public resources 5 seems closer to describing the reality of the Indian countryside. At a popular level, rather than the term capitalist, the word looteru, looter, seemed better to describe the exploiters who used both private property and control of state power for accumulation. Pradhan Prasad describes the situation for Bihar. After independence, the rural sector in India received a fair share of public works. The contracts for these also began to flow into the rural sector. In the early years, such contracts were undertaken mostly by those from the rural middle classes who did not belong to the feudal aristocracy. Some middle-class contractors who gathered piementum in this period gave economic support to middle-caste Hindus, who constituted the bulk of the middle peasantry, in the bid for political power. This prompted the educated unemployed from the upper caste Hindus, the main constituents of the rural rich, not necessarily the big landowners, to go in for this activity. As the economic crisis deepened, there emerged a fierce competition in this sector. As time rolled on, the new rural rich enmeshed in the feudal tradition of might is right began to emerge as a powerful category with muscle power at their command. Public works programs, mainly related to the construction of roads, helped the growth of transport and a category of transport owners who were also drawn from the rural upper middle classes. As the going in the transport business was rough, arming of musclemen became a trend. Armed bodyguards gradually took the shape of armed militias, which were being increasingly used during elections for booth capturing. This category began to forge closer social links, such as through marriage, with the landed aristocracy who were in need of their muscle power to curb the rising economic 42 and political aspirations of the poor middle and poor peasantry. A new rural oligarchy, consisting of the traditional feudal elites, contractors, and transport owners, emerged, whose economic strength increased with their increasing share in the loot of public funds. 6. Bihar was a state of overall economic backwardness, minimal industry and urbanization, lack of a historical democratic movement of all non-Brahmin castes, and sharp caste distinctions. Yet even here, as Prasad has described in the case of booth capturing, the violence for which it is noted today was not so much semi-feudal but part of a new gangsterism created in the post-independence period. In Maharashtra, with Maratha Kunbis representing 1/3 of the total population, a dominant caste whose elite at least seemed securely in control of state power, 7. The industrial development of Bombay, and a history of peasant-based democratic anti-caste movements, the level of violence was much lower. Yet even here the sophistication of the elite only helped to conceal the exploitation of the working masses. The majority of Maratha Kunbis remained poor peasants, workers, and sometimes landless laborers. In spite of the prosperity and overall high average incomes provided by Bombay industry and an apparently efficient state administration, still heavily dominated by Brahmins at the top but with non-Brahmins coming in at the bottom, Maharashtrian agriculture stagnated. Discontent was first expressed in regional terms, with the backward Vidarbha/Marathwada/Konkan regions posed against the seemingly prosperous irrigated western Maharashtra. Yet even in western Maharashtra drought began to stalk the countryside, and the much-heralded cooperative sugar factories were becoming a means of accumulation of power and wealth for local politicians. Education societies, rum-producing auxiliary industries, and the huts of impoverished migrant cane cutters flourished under the factories, but by the late 1980s they were giving Maharashtrian peasants a lower average price for their cane, in spite of higher recovery rates in extracting sugar, than the privately owned capitalist factories in UP and Haryana. With bureaucrats and contractors present everywhere, loot was the name of the game in Maharashtra also, and a popular song by a Marxist peasant organizer satirized the Satbara, 7/12, the term for a land record, as the 7 bottles of whiskey and 12 chickens needed to bribe the state official. 8. The statistics of the development decades of the post-1950s tell an interesting story. There are, of course, tremendous variations within India's prosperous cash crop-producing regions, e.g., the wheat-growing belt of northwest India in the states of Punjab, Haryana and western UP, versus backward, drought-stricken regions, e.g., Orissa, areas of extremely high rural inequality, usually centered in the river deltas or coastal areas, e.g., Thanjavur district of Tamil Nadu, versus more egalitarian villages, usually in the hilly regions and often, though not always, tribal, e.g., the Himalayan foothills, the central tribal belt, areas where caste polarization was sharp, e.g., Thanjavur, or in a different way Punjab, compared to those where caste differences were minimal, or those, e.g., Maharashtra, where there was a fair amount of overlap between caste and economic status. But these axes of variation often did not coincide, and the centers of industrial development, Bombay, Calcutta, and, in a different way, the mine-based industrial area of South Bihar, were related to very different types of rural hinterlands. Thus one can go back to the overall statistics. These show a clear decline in tenancy. Area leased in was 35.7% of total land in 1950-51 and 9.25% in 1971-72, and a rise in agricultural laborers, from 19.7% of total workforce in 1951 to 24.9% in 1981. 43.9 But they do not show a growth in landlessness. In 1953-54 the proportion of rural households cultivating no land was 10.96%, while in 1971-2 it had risen to 27.41%, only 9% owned no land, and in 1981-82 it dropped to 23.7%. Land distribution statistics, see tables 2.1 and 2.2, show that up to 1985-86 the proportion of poor peasantry was maintaining itself, and that with a growing population remaining dependent on agriculture, the whole agrarian structure was in a sense pushed down. More and more holdings and a greater portion of the area operated was in marginal categories. The Gini coefficient ratio, the main measure of inequality, seems to have declined slightly overall with regard to assets of rural households since independence. 10. In contrast to conclusions of many scholars and simple assumptions of others that there was been a significant rise in rural proletarianization, the data seem rather to indicate that rural impoverishment was pushing people into wage labor, and the lack of non-agricultural jobs meant they were thrown back on the land to constitute a destitute wage labor force but not a true proletariat. This is the conclusion of Soviet scholars like Rastianikov, and while survey data do show a growth in agricultural laborer households, the percentage of those without land seems to be growing only minimally, see Table 2.3. If anything, the most significant and increasing differentiation seems to have been between industry and agriculture, and between the organized and unorganized sectors, where organized is defined in the Indian statistical data to include all public sector employees and private sector employees in establishments employing over 15 people, unorganized is a residual category and includes peasant cultivation, in contrast to most studies of the unorganized or informal sector today. This is shown by data on the changing shares of GNP and table caption estimated operational farm holdings and area operated. 1970 to 71, 1980 to 81, 1985 to 86. Table caption percentage of operational holding. Marginal, 0 to 1 hect, 50.6, 56.4, 58.1. Small, 1 to 2 hect, 19.1, 18.1, 18.3. Semi-medium, 2A 15.2, 14.0, 13.5. Hect. Medium, 4 to 10 hect, 11.2, 9.1, 8.1. Large, over 10 hect, 3.9, 2.4, 2.0. Percentage of area operated. Marginal, 0 to 1 hect, 9.0, 12.0, 13.2. 44. Small, 1 to 2 hect, 11.9, 14.1, 15.6. Semi-medium, 2 to 4, 18.5, 21.2, 22.3. Hect. Medium, 4 to 10 hect, 29.7, 29.6, 28.7. Large, over 10 hect, 30.9, 23.0, 20.2. Table caption source, Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy, Basic Statistics Relating to the Indian Economy, 1990, Table 12.5 to 1. Employment of the different sectors, see Tables 2.4 and 2.5, and on income of different categories of the workers. They show that the average landowning cultivating workers have lower incomes than even unorganized sector non-agricultural wage laborers. With a highly centralized capital-intensive industrial development, clearly only a minority of those expelled from impoverished villages could get secure employment. This gave rise to the organized-unorganized gap, while the increasing ability of the high caste-dominated middle classes to generate public employment and gain higher salaries within it intensified the gap. V. M. Dandecker, one of the few Indian economists to focus on the industry-agriculture differential, has stressed it as a major factor in poverty. For the 1970 to 71 to 1983 to 84 period, he argued, the agricultural sector is not only bearing the burden of the residual population but, in the past 8 years, has further suffered from a differential rise in prices. He went on to say, it will be noticed that the per capita NDP in the unorganized non-agricultural sector in 1970-71 was 1.8 times the same in the agricultural sectors and that the gap widened to 2.3 in 1980-81. In the organized sector, the per capita NDP in 1970-71 was already 4.2 times the same in the agricultural sector and the gap widened to 5.7 in 1980-81. Herein lies an explanation why, while food is available and at least half the population lives on a nutritionally inadequate diet, the per capita consumption of food grains does not increase. 12. Table caption Table 2.2. Table caption Distribution of rural households regarding land holding. Table caption Percentage of households Percentage area operated 1953 to 54 1970 to 71 1953 to 54 1970 to 71. Not operating land 28.2 27.5. 45. Small holding, 0 to 2.49 acres, 28.2 32.95.49.2. Medium, 2.5 to 9.9 acres, 28.0 29.4 28.6 37.5. Large 14.6 10.4 65.9 53.2. Table caption, 10 acres and above. Table caption source, Ranjit Sao, cited in Omvedt, The New Peasant Movement, Bulletin of Concerned Scholars, 1988, p. 20. Few Marxist theorists, either academicians or party activists, dealt with Dandecker's arguments or examined the industry-agriculture gap. But in various ways, Ranjit Sao, N. Krishnaji, and Maria Mies have all stressed that impoverishment and marginalization, and not proletarianization, marked the condition of the rural poor, while Mies, one of the prominent feminist theorists of a new model of world capitalist accumulation, argued that at the very bottom of its layers of exploited laborers were the rural poor women of the Third World, with studies focused concretely on the Andhra region of India. 13. Political hegemony and the opposition. Within this structure of exploitation, the hegemony of the Congress Party was maintained up until 1967 by organizing the web of local bosses into a hierarchy of power around the ideology of Forana socialism. Developmental programs, the local institutions of self-government known as Panchayat Raj, and all the schemes for scheduled castes and tribes, small farmers, marginal farmers, and later women became further tools of patronage, loot, and power. The Gandhians did not exactly staff this structure, but they helped to legitimate it among many sections of the masses. There was for some time little effective opposition except for some regional/national outbursts that petered out with the formation of linguistically based states in Andhra, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and later Punjab and Haryana. Kashmir, whose ruling Hindu prince had seceded to India with the condition that the state would be given autonomy, with only foreign policy, defence, currency, and transport and communications remaining with the centre, demands later to be repeated in the Punjab movement, was kept under control even after its popular leader Sheikh Abdullah was jailed by Nehru, and the region continued to be run by a Hindu Brahmin-dominated administration. The hill peoples of the northeast, the Nagas and Mizos, mounted struggles for independence but were too small to win. The areas were eventually consolidated as states with a good proportion of their ex-guerrillas bought off with patronage and local power. Politically, the various pre-independence trends solidified themselves as parties. The Socialists split off from Congress, taking with them sections of the trade union, peasants, and student wings. Two trends continued to exist among them: the Praja Socialist Party, PSP, which believed in an alliance with the Congress, and the Samayukta Socialist Party, SSP, which took anti-Congressism as a main plank. The Samayukta Socialists found a distinct ideological identity under the leadership of Ram Manohar Lohia, a Bihar Kayastha who tried to theorize the problems of caste, gender, and religious minorities in the Indian context and called for an alliance of Harijans, Shudras, Muslims, and women. This gave the Socialists, and later peasant-based parties drawing on a Lohiat orientation to the backward castes, a genuine political base in northern India from which they contested the Congress Party's combination of low and high castes. But for a long time it was insufficient by itself or in combination with other left or low caste parties in winning a majority to defeat the Congress, and Lohia sought to make up for this by calling for a grand alliance, right to left, of all anti-Congress parties. This was a political strategy that was to produce some Congress defeats but was to prove quite dangerous in helping to foster the growth of Hindu right-wing fundamentalists. The more pro-Congress Praja Socialists rejected this alliance with the right, but only at the cost of tending to get swallowed up by the equally socialist-sounding Congress. The Socialists as a whole stressed decentralization, village autonomy, and some resistance to heavy industrialization, but without enough force to distinguish themselves from the Congress, which could play almost any rhetoric that it wanted. With their pre-independence Hindu Mahasabha having proved inadequate politically, Hindu fundamentalists formed a new party after independence, the Jan San. Cadres of the Hindu right-wing Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh played a crucial role in giving it structure from the beginning, and with the gradual promulgation of the ideology of a Hindu nation, the party began to make slow but steady gains from a small early base. The Communists, after the crushing of the Telangana revolt and the 1948 uprisings pushed by B.T. Ranadive, sought to shake themselves out of their theoretical chaos with the help of 48. Stalin and the Soviet Party. A draft program and a statement of policy * published in 1951 rejected Ranadiv's theory of an intertwining of two stages of revolution and his notion that the entire bourgeoisie and rich peasantry were outside the People's Democratic Front. The Congress was to be opposed but as comprador, for carrying on the heritage of imperialism. and not being truly nationalist. A statement on tactics of the same period stated that neither only the Russian path nor the Chinese path but a path of Leninism applied to Indian conditions was called for. 14. This was later defined by P.S. Sundaraiah as to concentrate on regions and areas with industrial working class centers and around them in vast contiguous areas. The peasant movements have to be developed in depth, firstly as political base areas, then guerrilla areas which may develop into liberation areas. The working class in these centers should take the leading role in developing such areas. 15. The Communists went into the first general elections with the slogan of a false independence, which was believable only to a few. Quite quickly, however, the party came to be dominated by a characterization of the Congress government as representing a national bourgeoisie and by the ideas of a possible peaceful transition to socialism. This was perhaps a natural outcome of the existence of Foreign Socialism, in which the Congress government appropriated large sections of the communist program of nationalization, land reform, and planning. The two main trends in the party, the People's Democratic and National Democratic, were to split in 1964 into the Communist Party of India, Marxist, or CPI-M, and Communist Party of India or CPI, with the CPI-M more oriented to militant working class and agricultural laborer struggles and containing more cadres who believed in armed struggle. But neither had any different program of socialism. For both trends, revolutionary development was to be democratic, thus implying not a complete collectivization in agriculture but a more thorough land reform than the Congress carried out or promised, more nationalization, state control of trade, inclusion of the right to work as a constitutional right, the extension of existing industrial technology throughout the country, and a universal availability of green revolution technology for agricultural development. The democratic revolution was in fact a 12-ana socialism in Indian conditions. Both the main communist parties came to believe it could be achieved through parliamentary means of taking state power, the CPI in alliance with the national bourgeoisie in the Congress, the CPI-M, on its own. But a section within the CPI-M, who continued to believe that this democratic revolution could only be achieved through armed struggle, erupted out of the party in the 1967 crisis. This was the Naxalite revolt, and it burst out first in West Bengal, a state that seemed to fulfill many of the conditions of the old tactical line, a big and mobilized industrial center and a turbulent rural hinterland. In the context of economic crisis, drought, and food shortage in 1965–66, the political defeat of Congress in many states in the elections of 1967, and the coming to power of a CPI-M, dominated left-front government in West Bengal itself, a wave of revolt overtook the communist parties as well. A Mufassal revolutionary. The Naxalite revolt, named after the Naxalbari region of northern Bengal where it first broke out, bringing the spring thunder of Maoism to India, challenging established communist practice and throwing a fright into the ruling class, was in some ways the first new social movement of India, although under fairly orthodox Marxist-Leninist clothing. 16. On one hand, there was a clear crisis in agricultural development when drought and rising food prices brought mass upsurges in both rural and urban areas. As a study by John Rusa of the Circuits of Capital and Crisis puts it, the countryside saw increased incidences of looting of warehouses, seizure of harvests, struggle over the workers' share at the threshing floor, and the cities saw a rapid rise in strike activity. 17. 50. Accompanying this in Bengal, with its left heritage, was a greater exposure to Maoism and to the impact of the worldwide new left uprisings of the period. At a time when India was in economic and political crisis, when revolution was in the air and youth all over the world were stirring, in Bengal the entire line of the ruling big bourgeoisie of India seemed to hang in balance. As Ranabir Samadar wrote in the later post-Naxalite journal, in the wake of Marx, its fate was being challenged from all quarters, right and left, from masters above and masses below. Everywhere the peasants were up in arms for food and land and starting revolt against a semi-feudal countryside, which was already in the way of the first phase of a change towards capitalism in Indian agriculture. 18. Cham Mazumdar, at the time a district cadre of the CPI-M, disgusted with the elitist way in which Calcutta Babus manipulated the local rural struggles, 19 had been protesting the reformism of the CPI-M, and circulating his 6 documents. These stressed that the Chinese path was the path of liberation for India also, none of this wishy-washy, neither the Russian path nor the Chinese path, but both talk that workers and peasants must be organized into a secret party organization with the propagation of the politics of the agrarian revolution, that agrarian revolution had to be completed through armed struggle. In discussions with others, it was reported, Mazumdar refused to make such compromises as admitting the indispensability of mass organizations and mass movements, or the necessity of inter-party struggle inside the CPI-M. 20. The Naxalite revolt was thus getting nourished as an extremist pro-peasant militarism. In the late 1960s, as Samadar notes, anti-colonial liberation movements made the peasant seem a typical folk hero, and in India the new burst of revolutionary upsurges, Mista peasant revolts, found its true ideological expression in CM's writings. And, he added, they show a constant harping that the present CPI-M leadership is not comprehending the agrarian question in a revolutionary way. 21. It was an agrarian Marxism par excellence in which the peasant arrived as a political force in the arena. 22. To the CPI-M, whose leadership was symbolized by the sophisticated Bhadralo Kioya Basu, Chiru Mazumdar may have been a fussel revolutionary, in essence, a rural hick. In fact, he voiced quite well much of the antithesis of Forana socialism and anti-bureaucratic, anti-organizational impulse, centering on the exploited peasant, in which, since under capitalism the peasantry was thought to disappear, feudalism is the main contradiction. Naxalbari itself was a small semi-tribal area near the tea estates of Darjeeling district bordering on Nepal, where people were getting agitated on issues of the harvest and land. Partha Mukherjee describes how the major confrontation began, following the death of 2 women and a police constable the previous day. One such village meeting was scheduled to be held in Prosajayot, largely at the initiative of the womenfolk who reacted sharply to the death of 2 women the previous evening. At this juncture the SDO's police party was confronted by a babel of screaming women abusing them in unspeakable language. The overall impression one gets is that the police insisted on going ahead and the women insisted on their returning back, fearing that otherwise their menfolk would be arrested. 10 people, 7 of them women, were killed in the police firing that followed, but the response was a mass upsurge in which the whole area was declared a liberated zone from June through August 1967. The militancy of women, by the 1980s Mukherjee's description of then shouting at their oppressors as Babel would have been targeted as male chauvinism, thus played a significant part in the historic Indian revolt. 51. Whether the peasants were women and men, tribal or caste Hindu, and whether they were fighting for wages or a share of the harvest or actual land, was not very relevant to the now inflamed communist cadres. The issue, they insisted, was one of political power. The struggle of the Terai peasants is an armed struggle not for land but for state power. This is a fundamental question, insisted one of its leaders, Kanu Sanyal, in a famous early article. 23 subsequent debates after the initial crushing of the movement, mostly carried in the journal Frontier in 1971–73, were to pose the question of land versus political power and mass mobilization versus armed struggle. Later, more reasonable Marxist-Leninists would argue that both economic struggle and political struggle must be intertwined, that peasants after all were fighting for land. But for the early Naxalites, state power and the armed struggle had to be the center. There should be no diluting, no compromising of the fundamental question of political power. The CPI-ML was formed out of the vast conglomeration of militant youthful activists known as the All India Coordinating Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, nearly by fiat of Chiru Mazumdar. Officially founded at an underground meeting in Calcutta in 1969, it had its first open rally in 1970 and its first split in 1971. By 1972 the first phase of the Naxalite movement was over, crushed. As Samadar notes, the party CC never met again after its inaugural meet. The local units were given absolute freedom to operate, military activities overtook political activities, hit and run overshadowed even political coordination, party unit became the military unit, and the whole edifice broke down at the first strike of state violence and everyone took to one's own way. In a sense, the CPI-ML was an anti-party. 25. The cost of fire worship. To Samadar and to many of the pro-Moscow analysts of Naxalbari, this petty bourgeois anarchism was a characteristic of its peasant orientation. The peasantry was inevitably anarchistic, individualistic. But militarism? The same characteristics could be seen even magnified when the movement shifted to Calcutta. A cultural revolution was adopted with a 5-point program of a. Destroying schools, college examination halls, libraries, and lavatories, b. The breaking of idols of gods and goddesses, c. Attacking clubs, recreation halls, and civilians' trains, d. Annihilating small or middle traders, businessmen, merchants, and capitalists, and e. Annihilating general cadres of the revisionist parties. 26. This rather breathtaking program did have understandable points. The opposition to schools, for instance, could draw legitimacy from the national movement when Gandhi called on students to boycott British schools, while destroying gods and goddesses, and the students also smashed statues of such Bengal Renaissance heroes as Vidyasagar and Tagore, had its roots in disgust with tradition. But militarism had its roots, conversely, in a tradition itself, that of terrorism and Shakti, which was essentially upper caste and elitist. Peasant anarchism and lumpen Gundaism were two stereotyped categories to characterize a movement that assimilated vast energies and brought youth all over the country and outside of it to forsake their education and plunge into village poverty and challenge to the state. The Naxalite revolt at this level does make more sense as part of a worldwide new left upsurge. The rural orientation, the spirit of cultural revolution, the emphasis on building local people's power rather than trying to exert pressure on a distant Delhi seat of power, the disregarding of the urban proletariat, the organizational anarchism, the total refusal to see the 52. State sector as socialist, the distrust of state power itself all had not only new left characteristics but forecast some aspects of the new social movements to come. The Naxalite movement contrasted with these, however, in being enveloped both in Marxist-Leninist dogma, which also increased the sense of apocalypse, that the Indian Revolution would come by 1970, and militarism. Its anti-revisionism led to savage infighting with CPI-M cadres, which was quickly taken advantage of by police agents. In the process, the communist movement that had been carried on the wave of popular uprisings in Bengal after 1965 seemed to tear itself apart, and the savage repression that followed the Congress's political victory in 1971 brought the first chapter of Naxalism and the New Indian Revolt to a close. Criticizing this militarism of the Marxist tradition, a participant in the 1960s Bengal ferment later wrote, "In our country this fire worship was especially costly. We already had a rich tradition of democratic and peace movements within the people. But we also had an upper caste, elite male heroic sacrifice tradition of revolutionary violence. This had created a cynical culture of non-aggression as co-optation. Compare the level of despotism in China in the feudal colonial era. So our anti-colonial anti-feudal revolution could be much less bloody. But how did we of the Marxian tradition react? The majority tendency around Dange to Jyoti Basu did not have a program to extend the democracy of the people, particularly the toilers at the bottom, and their control over political institutions and resources. Rather they gave priority to expand the power of the party, even at the cost of compromising with the middle and upper classes, concentrating on the parliament. Thus they became reformist and co-opted. The other factions rightly grew angry with this reformist path. Led by B.T. Ranadive, Chiru Mazumdar, Siddaramaiah, etc., till today they tried to fight co-optation with the cleansing fire of violence. Imagining that we are in Russia of the Tsarist times or China of the 1930s under a warlord state, they put emphasis on army building as the key task. Instead of championing and extending the democratic powers the people had, they wanted to break down this hypocrisy. These attempts to copy Russian/Chinese paths were so pathetic, so costly. This militarized reading led us to give the vote boycott slogan from 1966 through 1977. We helped the despotism to unleash the savage massacre of 71 to 76 in Bengal. Tens of thousands arrested, mass organizations beaten up all around, killer squads operating freely. It is good that the people did not listen to our boycott call, and defeated the Congress, creating a much better democracy for themselves and saving us also from such agony of prisons and underground existence. 27. 44 Historical background. This was the reaction of at least some of the Naxalbari generation, and subsequent generations, to the trauma of the events. The aftermath of the Naxalite volcano saw some activists in total physical or mental breakdown, while a whole section grew allergic to any kind of organization and to the very idea of party. They tried to maintain their social action but admitted only the idea of friends circles. Another trend slowly worked its way from Naxalite extremism to more orthodox Marxism under the name of combining economic and political struggle, or combining mass organization and armed struggle, and ended up with some similarity to the revisionist parties they had rejected. Some remained faithful for long years to the commitment to armed revolution, some simply dropped out and returned to jobs, even high ones in the establishment, lending a red color, or at least a rosy glow, to certain sections of the IAS. But for very many of the Indian circles of political activists, the commitment and dedication 53 of the Naxalites, mixed though it was with fanaticism, continued to glow in such statements as that of Nagabhushan Patnaik, for his Vizagapathan conspiracy case trial in November 1970. We are not fatalists, nor are we dreamers. We are dialecticians. That is why we see today the luminescence and imperativeness of the Indian Revolution, which cannot be equated by any force on earth, however powerful. In the international context also we see, as pointed out by Chairman, that the present era is one during which imperialism headed by US imperialism and modem revisionism headed by Soviet revisionist renegade clique are fast heading to total collapse, and world revolution heading to total victory. 28. The combination of poetry and claim to a scientific certitude that sounds strangely archaic 20 years later is typical. Later movements would found their own poetry and claim a different science, but the Naxalite revolt of the late 1960s cleared the ground for new initiatives. Part 2. Emergence of the new movements, 1972 to 1985. The anti-caste movement. One day I cursed that motherfucker God. We do not want a little place in the Brahmin alley. We want the rule of the whole country. Change of heart, liberal education will not end our state of exploitation. When we gather a revolutionary mass, rouse the people, out of the struggle of this giant mass will come the tidal wave of revolution. We will build the organization of the workers, Dalits, landless, poor peasants throughout all city factories, in all villages. We will hit back against all injustice perpetrated on Dalits. We will well and truly destroy the caste envious system that thrives on people's misery, which exploits the people, and liberate the Dalits. The present legal system and state have turned all our dreams into dust. To eradicate the injustice against Dalits, they themselves must become rulers. This is the people's democracy. Sympathizers and members of the Dalit Panthers, be ready for the FML struggle of Dalits. Dalit Panther Manifesto, 1973. The year 1972 proved to be a turning point. It was the year of formation of major and pioneer organizations of nearly all the new social movements and of regional national organizations as well. The Jharkhand Muddy Morcha, the All Assam Students' Union, the Self-Employed Women's Association, SUA, and such farmers' organizations as the Zamindari Union of Punjab, the Tamil Nadu Agriculturalists Association, and the Kejit Samaj of Gujarat were all founded in that year. In addition, the Anandpur Sahib Resolution, demanding autonomy for Punjab, was drafted in 1972, and India's most famous environmental movement, Chipko, began at that time. But of all the new organizations, the one that most immediately caught the imagination of youth and progressive intellectuals throughout India was that of the Dalit Panthers, the organization of Exunthushable, or Dalit, literally downtrodden, youth of Maharashtra, which represented the first wave of a new anti-caste movement. Drawn from young employees and slum dwellers, holding marches, demonstrations, and rallies to announce their rejection of all establishments and their readiness to fight back against atrocities, the Panthers burst into prominence in 1972 in Bombay and Pune, the major cities of Maharashtra state and the capitalist centre of India. With their language of exploitation and revolution, with their spearheading of the Dalit claim to be the true proletariat, the Panthers seemed almost an urban reincarnation of the Naxalite revolt. As with the Naxalites, in fact, the question of political power represented one of their major thrusts. But rather than armed struggle against the state or capture of power at the local level, the Panther Project aimed at the symbolic heights of Brahmanical Hinduism. They represented a cultural revolt premised on the full-scale rejection of the caste system, its religious ideology and cultural symbolism. At the same time, they brought forward the earliest contemporary challenges to traditional Marxism in the form of the necessity for class and caste analysis, class and caste struggle. Retrospectively, it is striking how much of the Panther Revolt was at a symbolic level, dealing with symbolic issues, dependent on media and communications networks. The Panther founders were, almost without exception, young poets and writers. Their previous meetings and discussions had centered on the homes, office cubicles, public libraries, and tea houses where prominent Dalit writers and critics held audience, the name for their new organization. 55. Had been planted in a discussion of Negro literature at a Dalit literary conference earlier that year. And it was the controversy aroused by the publication of a collection of their articles and poems in a socialist magazine, Sadhana, that hurled them not only into prominence among Marathi progressive intellectual circles, but into the vanguard of an erupting Dalit movement. 1. The symbolic nature of the initial revolt by no means made it secondary. The Sadhana controversy had real, material forces behind it, though not of the type familiarly depicted in traditional socialist theory. The most scandalous of the articles was one by Raja Dhale, and it centered on 2 points. One was Dhale's bitter and profane comparison of a 50 rupee fine for molesting a Dalit woman with the 300 rupees levied for insults to the national flag, and the other was his written reiteration of comments made earlier at a publication ceremony of the collected poems, Golpatha, by one of the most talented Dalit writers, Namdev Dhasal. The Golpatha poems centered on Bombay's red light district, and a well-known doyen of Marathi literature, Durgabai Bhagwat, had remarked at the ceremony that since prostitutes performed a necessary function for society, they should be treated with respect. Hale responded with a hilariously applauded attack, which he repeated in Sadhana, that Bhagwat Bai wants to keep prostitutes as prostitutes but give them honor. If she thinks this is the way to uplift the downtrodden, why doesn't she take up the occupation herself? Middle-class outrage over this led to demands for the banning of the magazine issue. A defense march, rapidly organized by the Dalit youth, saw the unfolding of a red-on-black panther flag and the spontaneous adoption, for they had wanted to get away from conventional organizational names, of a new name, Dalit Panther. Early the next year the Panthers adopted a hard-hitting, eloquent manifesto proclaiming their alliance with all the exploited and oppressed and calling for revolution. The manifesto stressed economic and political oppression. But the themes reflected in Golpatha and the Sadhana controversy have to be understood against the background of the material life faced by these youth. Most were the first educated generation of their families, with parents who were workers or poor peasant laborers, coming out of poverty yet with the heritage and pride of Ambedkar's movement, which gave them aspirations raised and then dashed by urban life and the co-optation and fragmentation of the Dalit movement after his death. The Bombay setting was probably crucial in producing the Panthers. Seething slums existed in close proximity to the middle-class homes of liberal sympathizers, the bungalow of the chief minister on which they marched, the newspaper offices they went to for getting publicity. Behind this was the reality of rural life, where drought was producing floods of refugees to the cities and increasing violence and tension among castes and classes. Hunger and unemployment were hard realities, but caste discrimination was not simply a social or cultural issue but rather the framework for their experience of hunger and unemployment. They saw in their villages their fathers laboring for low wages, mothers and sisters forming liaisons or simply used by caste Hindu men, their whole families living on the edge of, outside in popular terminology, the village and forced to use separate wells. They experienced discrimination in schools, the inability to enter the houses of caste Hindu friends, the village paddle throwing a mat at them for sitting on the floor, and middle-class supervisors in their offices implying that they had only gotten jobs due to governmental favoritism. Increasingly, violence was the imagery through which they saw this life. The burning to death of Dalit laborers in villages like Kilvanmani, the tearing out of eyes of assertive men, the rape and molestation of women all expressed the horror of what was happening to their people. 56. After 25 years of independence. Durgabai Bhagwat's argument, in its historical and cultural context, was nothing but the reiteration of the Gandhian attitude of keeping the social structure intact but uplifting the downtrodden, prostitutes or untouchables. Let Shudras continue to be Shudras, let people follow their traditional occupations, that is, keep the caste structure intact, but give respect to all occupations within it. What the youth heard of this was keep in your place, and what they responded with, in one voice, was no longer. This initial Dalit revolt, like so many that were to follow it, centered around issues of women and sexuality, and later feminists were to point out the male chauvinism involved in this linkage of community honor with the defense of women. But the Panther response was at least partly liberatory, for it involved an identification with those stigmatized, a refusal to accept the Brahmanic and patriarchal dichotomy of purity and pollution. Their poems showed a full-scale attack not only on economic and political oppression but also on the symbols of Brahmanic cultural/symbolic superiority. One day I cursed that motherfucker God, Keshav Meshram. No. 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 A triple rejection. To your economic, social, political, mental, religious, moral, and cultural pollution. You ever-living, ever-luminous suns. Your very touch brings a contagious disease. V.L. Kalkar, 2. At the same time the Dalit Panther revolt very quickly took on political overtones. The assertion of the goal of political power, a central theme in their manifesto, had been inherited from the earlier Dalit movement of Ambedkar, who had always taken the issue of power and the initiative of the state as central to the liberation of the lowest sections of society. His constant exhortation that we must become a ruling community was part of the collective consciousness of the Mahar Neo-Buddhists of Maharashtra. But Ambedkar's last effort at founding a political party capable of organizing the poor for liberation, the Republican Party, had foundered in personality-based splits. Of its contending factional leaders, many joined Congress, others allied with it, reaping sufficient personal rewards in the process. By the 1970s this new generation with its heritage of aspiration were conscious of their powerlessness and disgusted with the leadership that had left them in it. A proposal was put to the Panther youth that they work for the unity of the existing Republican Party factions and function as its youth wing. They rejected this on the grounds that the leaders, each one revolving in some sphere or another of Congress patronage, were incapable of coming together, that they had sold out completely. Then came a parliamentary by-election in the constituency of Central Bombay in 1974, a constituency that had been since the early 1920s the main centre of both Dalit and working class organising in Bombay, a historical stronghold both of the Communists and of Ambedkar and his movement. In an atmosphere of growing revolt against the Congress Party throughout India, the Communists put up the daughter of their oldest leader, S.D. Dange, and the Congress formed an alliance with the Shiv Sena on the one hand and the Republican Party factions on the other to sponsor their candidate. They came to ask for Panther support. 57. The Panthers refused and instead boycotted the election, which resulted in a communist victory. But, in rejecting Congress co-optation, what they faced in return was confrontation with the Shiv Sena, the rabid, gangster-linked organization that had been growing since 1968 on a theme of Maharashtra for the Maharashtrians, anti-South Indian, anti-Muslim, anti-communist. In contrast to the Panthers, the Sena chose symbols and rhetoric compatible with Hindu revivalism. It was later to take up militant Hinduism or Hindutva as its main ideology. though it appealed to a class very similar in economic background to the Dalits and with an almost equal inclination to militancy. Poor non-Brahmin or other backward class youth, known as OBCs in political government terminology, and Dalit youth confronted each other in the form of the Sena Tiger and the Panther. Massive rioting occurred in Worli, the largest working-class tenement area in central Bombay. The electoral defeat of the Congress and the rioting seemed to symbolize the potentials of revolutionary development and anarchy in the tumultuous pre-emergency period. Who is your father? Ambedkar or Marx? But there was no revolution. Instead, events in India marched through a rising crescendo of protest against Indira Gandhi's authoritarian brand of populism in a movement led by both left and right-wing forces to an emergency imposed by Gandhi herself using populist rhetoric to crush her opponents of both the right and left. The pre-emergency period showed apparent promise. There were united demonstrations of agricultural laborers and workers under the leadership of the mainstream left parties, and there were broad middle-class protest movements such as the Gujarat movement and Bihar movement generally under socialist leadership with both right and left participation. The Bihar movement, led by the veteran socialist Jayaprakash Narayan, even had slogans of total revolution and people's power, and involved large sections of the rural and urban working masses. Yet this mass movement failed, and part of the reason had to do with the kind of conflict symbolized by the Worli riots, the severe split throughout almost all of India in this period within the oppressed majority of toiling people between the Dalits, ex-untouchables, on the one hand, and the other low castes non-Brahmins or OBCs, on the other. Jyotiba Phule had begun a tradition of alternate socialism in India with a call for revolutionary unity of the Shudras and anti-Shudras, non-Brahmins and Dalits. Ambedkar had also worked for such an alliance and had worked consistently, first to bring Kunbis into his independent Labour Party, then to ally with various political forces representing Shudra interests, peasant organizations, non-Brahmin-based political parties. By the end of his life he was extremely pessimistic about such an alliance, and he saw the ability of the Hindu social order to isolate the untouchables from the Shudras as a crucial reason for its success. It is obvious that these three classes Dalits, Shudras, and tribals are naturally allies. There is every ground for them to combine for the destruction of the Hindu social order. But they have not. The result is that there is nobody to join the untouchable in his struggle. He is completely isolated. Not only is he isolated, he is opposed by the very classes who ought to be his natural allies. 3. The alliance had been effectively stymied by the early 1940s, and by the 1970s it indeed seemed to be in tatters. It was sidetracked not simply by the hierarchy of traditional Hinduism and conflicts of interests between caste Hindus and Dalits, peasants, and agricultural laborers, but also by the for-ana-socialist strategy of the 58 Congress, exemplified in Indira Gandhi's authoritarian populism. After 1967, Congress had, in a sense, given up its middle caste peasant base, especially in the north, to the opposition, with the compensation of having strong support among the rural poor, the weaker sections, Harijans, Adivasis, Muslims, women. Even though Congress village leaders usually represented the direct exploiters of these sections, they did so in many cases with enough concessions to maintain their power. We had the spectacle of a state Congress committee president urging the farmers of KCJ on to pay higher wages, or the agricultural laborers will bum down your houses. Nobody took this too seriously, but the rhetoric was not insignificant and the concessions were often highly visible, such as the building of a Buddhist community center. The Dalit-OBC split was thus replicated in a Congress opposition political polarization in which the Congress drew its main support base from Dalits and others, while the socialists and right-wing opposition sought OBC support. The communists mainstream and Naxalite alike by and large fell victim to this strategy, taking landlords and rich farmers as the main enemies of agricultural laborers and poor peasants, and the middle castes as the main enemies of Dalits. In fact, as tables 3.1 and 3.2 on rural class caste structure show, there was considerable overlap, with a significant proportion of Dalits, though lower than that of caste Hindus, others in the tables, as cultivators, while agricultural laborers included a good number of other low and middle castes. If anything, data on both rural economic structure and employment, see Table 3.3, show the dividing line between the upper castes and the rest to be stronger than that between all caste Hindus and Dalits and tribals. Nevertheless, communists also found themselves falling into the rhetoric of posing caste Hindu versus Dalit, even land-holding peasant versus agricultural laborer. By the early 1970s they found themselves in a dilemma, on the one hand with a support base and rhetoric that allowed Congress to be seen as progressive and a natural ally, on the other with their anti-system instincts that gave them an urge to be with the peasant and middle caste, urban middle-class opposition movement that was developing under the leadership of Jayaprakash Narayan. There was no logical consistency in their theory, except to oppose both tendencies, Congress-led and opposition-led, which the Naxalites tried to do without much success. Thus it was almost inevitable that the communists themselves should split at the time of emergency, with the CPI-M going into opposition and the CPI, and some other small parties, giving support to the emergency and to Indira Gandhi as representing a progressive national bourgeoisie facing right reaction. In this whole political process the Panthers, like the Naxalites, represented a kind of revolutionary romantic thrust outside of both, and, like the Naxalites, they were torn apart before they could even engage in organization building. The Anti-Caste Movement 53. Table caption definitions: farmers, those cultivating mainly with hired laborers; cultivators, mainly cultivating owned or rented land; upper castes, those who use sacred thread by 60. Custom, middle castes, those from whom Brahmins take water by tradition; lower castes, other castes who were not scheduled. But, unlike the Naxalites, this was not done through direct repression, and the Panthers were not after all engaged in armed struggle. Much of the Panther Elah had been built up in dialogue and clash with the Brahmanic elite, its figureheads and its symbols. Now they seemed unable to move beyond this. They found themselves the center of radical attention in a way for which they were unprepared. Whereas in the past the Congress had co-opted and destroyed the Republican Party founded by Ambedkar, now it seemed to many that it was the intellectuals and activists of the left who were doing in the Panthers. The first indication was the split between the organization's two best-known leaders, Raja Gail and Namdev Dhasal. In this Gail was taken as representing an Ambedkarite position and Dhasal a Marxist trend, but later activists charged the literary establishment, the Maharashtra Times and the Socialist Sadhana, with playing up the differences between the two, while the communists were accused of seeking to infiltrate the Panthers through the patronage of Dhasal. 4. There was no really considered debate between Marxism and Ambedkarism. Themes of class versus caste, the economic versus the social, ranged through all the Dalit demonstrations and discussions of the period. But generally arguments seemed to take place in a stereotypical fashion, in which Dalits, and many socialists, rejected the economic interpretation of history by arguing for the centrality of cultural, social, and religious factors. Superficially, the Marxist position was by far the most reasonable, since its spokesman never remained at the level of traditional Marxism but spoke of combining caste and class struggle and uniting all the oppressed. The Ambedkarites could have argued that Ambedkar himself had put forward the first-class caste line, but instead their position seemed almost casteist to Zabab Khan. Ambedkar lava Marx? Was the popular challenge hurled at leftist Dalit youth by anti-communists, who is your father Ambedkar or Marx? But it was more than simply caste attraction that helped to explain why, in the end, the Ambedkarite position easily won out in the Panther split. The fear of Brahmanic co-optedon had real grounding. The pressures held out by socialist and communist organizations were more subtle, but no less real, than that represented by the Congress. The Dalit Panther Manifesto, for one thing, had been written by a young Brahmin Naxalite, though most Dalits in subsequent years continued to express support for its broad positions. The very real fear of the Panthers was of the control by Brahmin leftists of supportive organizations, platforms, money for campaigns, even the media. Their deep-seated suspicion was that they were now given only hypocritical support by communists who had always seen Ambedkar as pro-British, had always refused to recognize the reality of caste, and only took a combinatory class-caste position because a pure Marxist one would have gotten them nowhere. As a thoughtful Ambedkarite intellectual later wrote, from the viewpoint of using the growing power of the Panthers for their political self-interest, the communists were trying to take control of the Panthers. On their intellectual front, they tried to show the flaws of Ambedkar and give the Panthers a Marxist baptism. But, since the Panthers would have rejected them if they had openly opposed Ambedkarism, there was a forceful proclaiming of the need to fight class struggle and caste struggle together. 5. Gaquid went on to complain that the Ambedkarites were unable to give an Ambedkarite economic ideology that would be an alternative to the ideology put forward by the Marxist trend. But behind this long-standing failure was Ambedkar's own assumptions of both liberal and traditional socialist economic positions related to private property and nationalization. 6. On the other hand, the Marxist left at the time was not really in a position to teach the Panthers much about economic struggle and class alliance, when their own political positions were so close to those of the Congress itself. Their notions of differentiation of agriculture under capitalism inclined them to accept the idea that middle caste or OBC rich farmers were the worst enemies of Dalits and to rhetorically pose the contradiction as Savarna/Dalit or caste Hindus versus Dalits. To this they simply added the need for a working class alliance, leadership of the working class party, and so forth. The Naxalites with their anti-feudalism tried to make their own contribution that of militancy, armed struggle, smash the state. We don't compromise like your own petty bourgeois leadership, but Maharashtrian Dalits did not at the time need militancy so much as a strategy for a broad, united mass movement that could identify its real enemy. That the left, with all its articulation and dedication, did not give. 65. The Dalit-Panther left interaction thus began the process in which the left picked up issues raised by movements and tried to divert them to a class struggle of their own understanding without examining their own presuppositions. For their part, Dalits, whether as Panthers or otherwise, gradually became confirmed in their autonomous tendencies, in their conviction that they were the true proletariat and that, however slowly, they were moving toward an understanding of the situation. In the meantime, the Panther organization fell apart, then regrouped. At a conference called in Nagpur in late 1974, the THIRD group took control, rejecting the manifesto, expelling Dhasal, beating up a couple of the leftist Dalits and their upper caste Naxalite friends. The Dhasal activists did not even try to attend, they failed in building an alternate organization. THIRD's Panther faction itself lasted only about a year, until its leader declared it dissolved and announced the formation of a new organization called Mass Movement. This was in the middle of the emergency, and his opponents charged that he had done so out of fear of repression. In 1976, the younger section of the THIRD group, led by Aaron Campbell and Ramdas Athavale, took up the cause of rebuilding. They called themselves the Bharatiya Dalit Panther, making a claim to all India status, on the grounds that units were getting built up all over the country. The reconstructed Dalit Panthers also had a strong cultural focus. Their demands included a number of issues regarding the educational system, extending facilities to Dalit converts to Buddhism, and a nominal demand for nationalization of basic industries that put them in the radical camp. But the really operative issue became the demand to rename Marathwada University in Aurangabad, where some of the greatest educational work of the Dalit movement had been done, after Ambedkar. Panther units were also getting built up in city slums and small towns and even in some villages, taking up issues such as slum clearance, fighting for housing land, holding numerous cultural and political programs and rallies, but it is striking that once again a symbolic issue was dominating the movement. The leftist charge of no economic program, by which they meant the Panthers were not organizing the rural poor on wage issues or fighting for land, was to this extent valid. But the Panthers were themselves a symbol. The assertion of Dalits in slums and villages was a growing reality throughout India, and in Maharashtra this militancy was expressed by calling themselves Dalit Panthers. In the beginning itself, the Panthers had only an expressive link with the masses of men and women in the slums of Bombay, but this expressive link was powerful because it represented the fury, growing readiness to fight repression, and sometimes nihilism of the lower class mass. "We didn't know what was in the manifesto," a slum activist later declared. "We knew only one thing: if someone puts his hand on your sister, cut it off." The militancy continued, but it was never really channeled. On one hand, fighting atrocities against the caste Hindus, the paddles was carried on, a necessary but negative task. On the other, at the broad political level, the Panther-like earlier Dalit leadership continually fell victim to Congress blandishments and Congress progressive rhetoric. Both Tahsil and Gail supported Indira Gandhi during the emergency, and even the reorganized Panthers gradually came to be a kind of political reserve army of the Congress. Athawale ended in 1990 as a social welfare minister in a Congress government. Through this remained the stark failure not only to bring caste Hindu toilers into the organization but even to break the caste barrier among Dalits. The Panthers, like Ambedkar's earlier organizations, remained overwhelmingly a party of one Dalit caste, the Mahars of Maharashtra, now known as Buddhists due to their 66. Massive conversion. But with all these limitations, the Panther explosion of the early 1970s made important contributions to Indian socialist politics and theory. The biggest achievement was to enlarge the framework of discussion for revolutionary movements. Henceforth, in some way or another, class and caste, economic and social issues would have to be discussed, not simply by left parties but by all movements. Opposition to Brahmanism, targeting of the mythical Brahmin lawgiver Manu as a source of oppression, identification of such submerged figures as Shambhuk, Ekalavya, and Ravana, the non-Aryans, Dalits, tribals, demons of the epics, would become a common vocabulary for the women's movement and for most sections of the environmental and peasant movements also. Insistence on their own autonomy, suspicion of political parties, a rejection of outsiders who only spoke in the name of the oppressed would be common for all movements. Most important to the new Dalit explosion, perhaps, was the kind of self-confidence and hope expressed in poems like Comrade, quoted at the beginning of this book, and in the early poem of Namdev Tahsil from the Golpatha collection. Turning their backs to the sun, they journeyed through centuries. Now, we must refuse to be pilgrims of darkness. That one, our Father, carrying the darkness is now bent. Now we must lift that burden from his back. Our blood was spilled for this glorious city. And what we got was the right to eat stones. Now we must explode that building which kisses the sky. After 1,000 years we were blessed with a sunflower-giving fakir. Now, we must, like sunflowers, turn our faces to the Sunday 7. Bihar, the caste war becomes a class war. One state of India where the effort to combine caste struggle and class struggle appeared to be taking shape, where the new men and women bomb of the Dalit revolt not only turned their face to the sun but also picked up the gun, was Bihar the most tumultuous, violence-pervaded state in India. Here, in fact, the class war of the Naxalites became a caste war as those who survived the first repression settled in among landless labourers and built a base in Bhajapur district in the first half of the 1970s. Historically, before independence the Dalit movements had bypassed Bihar. Ad-Dharm and Adi Hindu movements had been launched in Punjab and western UP in the 1920s and 1930s in which Dalits claimed to be original, Adi, inhabitants, and in Bengal the biggest Dalit caste organized as the Namashudras. But in eastern UP and Bihar, marked much more by landlordism and within this the domination of the twice-born upper castes. 67. Brahmins, Bomahars, and Rajputs, even the Shudra peasant castes, Kurmis, Koaris, and Yadavas, were cruelly subordinated, and there had been little of a broad anti-caste movement. Landlord power had been challenged by an early militant peasant movement, the Kisan Sabha, which had socialist and communist cadres and a charismatic leader, Swami Sahajanand, one of numerous indigenous peasant leaders who had used the robes of a sadhu in the goal of transforming society. But this had a large portion of upper caste tenants, and its left activists pursued only class issues. At the same time the Triveni San, based on the Kurmis, Yadavs, and Koaris, fought on caste issues, but they did so from a Sanskritizing perspective, fighting for the right to wear the sacred thread, for instance, that contrasted with the anti-Brahmanism of the South Indian movements and divorced them more strongly from Dalits. In the end it was the Congress that captured much of the Dalit base in the 1930s, under Jajavan Ram, a capitalist protégé who appealed to them as Dalits to oppose Ambedkar and as agricultural labourers to oppose the Kisan Sabha. With this history, Bihar remained a state with unreconstructed landlordism, sharecropping, patriarchy, extremely low wages, and social oppression. The Naxalite challenge developed in the central districts where some agricultural development was producing an objective base to challenge the bonds of exploitation they called semi-feudalism. Its first mass leader was Jagdish Mahto, a Koari teacher who had read Ambedkar before he discovered Marx and started a paper in the town of Ara called Harijanistan, Dalit land, even leading a march of Dalits on this demand. This was similar to innumerable assertions throughout India at the time, but Bihar contradictions drove Mahto in a more violent direction. Beaten up after supporting the CPI in the 1967 elections, he turned to Naxalism and began to organize murders of landlords and their gangster henchmen in the area around his native village. The issues on which Dalits were stirring were not only those of their abominably low wages, but also social honor, and especially honor defined in terms of the unrestricted and arrogant access of the upper castes to Dalit women. In 1971, before he was killed, Mahto told a fellow teacher, "Brother, I know that I am going to die one of these days. But I will die partly satisfied. For one change that our movement has brought about is that landlords now do not dare to touch the women of the poor." 8. The awakening of the Dalits of Bihar was harsher than for those of Maharashtra, who had had a long and powerful social movement behind them. As described by Arun Sinha, a left-wing journalist, this man has risen from the grave, he seems to have gone berserk and is frenziedly chopping the branches of feudalism. His desire is to see the 2,500-year-old tree felled here and now. So far he has only been humiliated, whipped and slain, denied the status of a man, his wife treated as a prostitute. Then one day somebody brought him news of Naxalbari and things began to change. The Harijan died, the Koari was burnt, the new man who rose from the flames felt that he was neither a Harijan nor a Koari but a man. 9. This upsurge produced what Vinod Mishra of the Liberation Group of CPI, ML, was to call the Flaming Fields of Bihar. Massive struggles arose and faced police repression, private gangsterism, and the formation, after the emergency, of caste-based landlord armies known as the Bhumi Sena, of the Kurmis, Lorik Sena, of the Rajputs, and others. Against these the agricultural labourers fought with their Lai Sena. Bihar became a centre of the atrocities against Harijans that were becoming notorious throughout India and that leftists were insisting represented only class conflict in the guise of caste. In fact, Dalits were prominent among 68. Those killed, but there were also members of other low castes. The killers often included the backward caste Kurmis and others, though most were Rajputs and Bhumihars. Caste contradictions were also in part class contradictions between small peasants and labourers, since large numbers of the low middle castes who found themselves posed against the Dalit upsurge were poor and middle peasants. The Naxalites, in fact, were facing ideological dilemmas, for in spite of their attachment to class they found themselves mobilizing a caste-based upsurge with a good deal of social content, while the organizations that called themselves peasant associations were actually fighting on the wage issues of agricultural laborers. But whether among Dalits or among the upper caste youth and intellectuals drawn into defense of the rural poor, a scientific ideology was perhaps less important than the call to struggle. As Sinha put it, the new man found out new gods in Lenin, Mao, and Charu Mazumdar. It was not difficult to follow the new oracles. The line of Charu Mazumdar meant killing a Havildar Singh or a Dayalulrai, while one thing which Lenin and Mao wanted to establish was a society where all men will be equal. Pajapar's new man need not go into the details. He had grasped the quintessence of Marxism. 10. By 1980 the Naxalites were turning to mass organizing and were stepping up efforts to unite with middle peasants and middle castes. Two main groups, the Liberation and Party Unity, began to spread in the central districts of Patna, Jehanabad and others. Party Unity formed an open front, the Mazдар Kisan Sangram Samiti, MKSS, with the help of an ex-socialist mass leader, Dr. Vinayan. The Liberation Group mounted a series of demonstrations in Patna district in 1981, ranging in number from 1,000 to 35,000, climaxing with the massive demonstration of their newly formed Bihar Pradesh Kisan Sabha, BPKS, taking the name of the pre-independence mass organization, on February 21. The two organizations fought the landlord gangs and sometimes each other, with mutual accusations of compromising or taking former gang leaders in underground armies. But there was no denying that they were growing. By 1983 the Liberation Group moved to its next stage of forming a mass political front, the Indian People's Front, EPF, which stood for elections in 1985. The Party Unity Group in turn forced the formal surrender of the Kermis Bhumi Sena to the MKSS, which in part was necessitated by the withdrawal of support by the Kermi poor peasants, for whom this caste army was becoming an unbearable burden, harassing their women, taking liquor and food. Thus one IPF sympathizer could argue that because both sides included members of different castes, it has now become impossible to assert the naive argument of a caste war in Patna district. What we see instead is the nucleus of a class-based political formation. 11. But Bihar was providing a new challenge to the semi-feudal theories of the Naxalites. They had won a firm base, but the thrust on social and wage issues was a long way from the projected agrarian revolution. Taking state power was finding its interpretation not so much in fighting the police or military but in battling it out with the armed gangs of the rural oligarchy and in establishing the power of the marginalized to assert their rights as human beings. It was also veering to parliamentary participation. The 1970s shape of the movement, which often posed agricultural laborers against peasants and Dalits against middle castes, was a result not of Marxist-Leninist ideology but of the social structuring of the conflicts of that period, and some of the hard questions of waging a class war, in particular what one observer called the challenge of the Smichka, the old Russian term for worker-peasant alliance, which in India meant agricultural laborers and peasants, Dalits and middle castes, were just beginning to be confronted in the 1980s. 12. 69. Summing up the Bihar achievements, Dev Nathan, an activist theoretician of another CPI-ML group, wrote, "In the course of the protracted anti-feudal struggle, landlords have been forced, after many bitter battles, to accept and come to some kind of terms with the agricultural laborers and the Dalit castes. As a result of this struggle wages have gone up to some extent, though inequalities in wages paid to men and women remain and have never even been an issue taken up by the movement. Some government lands have been seized by the landless, in some instances fishing rights have been secured in village ponds, and blatant day-to-day sexual attacks on Dalit and other low-caste women by men of landlord families have considerably lessened." Then, noting that the middle castes were over 50% of the population and contained the bulk of the peasantry and a good proportion of agricultural laborers, he went on to caution that the class mobilized in the course of this struggle has been more or less confined to the Dalit castes. The middle, backward, castes have not been drawn into the movement in large numbers. That is particularly true with regard to the middle peasantry. 13. But in the turmoil of the 1970s, Naxalite achievements among the Bihar rural poor could capture the imagination of educated youths of all castes throughout India. Never mind that Dev Nathan could caution that support for armed resistance in social-economic struggles is very different from support for an emancipatory war against the state. Never mind that EPF leaders themselves could admit the limitations of their Bihar movement and argue by the mid-1980s that the majority of Indian people after all were still attached to parliamentary politics. 14 Dalits were fighting a 1,000-year-old battle against their exploiters, as a Dalit trade union activist in Maharashtra put it, justifying his excitement about the Bihar and Andhra Naxalites. Let the party leaders worry about strategy, someone has to take revenge. Karnataka, throw the Brahmins into the gutter along with the Jita. a quieter locale of the varied but nationwide upsurge that took place among Dalits in the 1970s, but one that posed very similar issues to those posed by Maharashtra and Bihar, was Karnataka. That Karnataka should have early vigorous Dalit organizing was, on the face of it, surprising, for it was one of the more prosperous and relatively quieter states of the Indian Union. The core of the South Indian state was the former princely state of Mysore, hailed by Gandhi himself as the closest thing to Ramraj in India because of the reformist traditions of its Hindu ruler. These reforms had included various concessions, such as reservations in public service for non-Brahmins and Dalits, strong support for Gandhi's village reconstruction and Harijan work. Upper caste reformers wandered into untouchable quarters to hold religious programs, clean up children, preach against drunkenness, and occasionally support a temple entry effort, and a major drive for government-sponsored industrialization. It was the ideal example of a Forana socialism, and a relatively prosperous rural economy in which even Dalits held some land to begin with helped it maintain itself. Nevertheless, crisis began to arise even in the kingdom of Rama. Metaphorically speaking, Shambuk, the mythical Dalit youth killed by Rama for the sin of trying to gain Brahmanical esoteric powers, rose in rebellion. Even the mild form of assertion promoted by Congress and Gandhian Harijan propaganda would have an effect that was to erupt in 1973. At that time the Chief Minister, Devraj Urs, a reformist congressman, was carrying out his 70 own version of Indira Gandhi's populist programs with partial land reforms, relevant primarily in the still landlord-dominated coastal districts, complete with land tribunals, increased reservations for middle castes, and the incorporation of increasing numbers of Dalits and the smaller backward castes in positions of power. In spite of this progressive orientation, riots broke loose throughout the state in 1973 when the Dalit minister Basavalingappa referred to upper caste-dominated Kannada literature as Bhuza or cat-leafed. Caste Hindu students attacked Dalit hostels and students, and the Dalits retaliated and began a poster war that proclaimed "Throw the Brahmins into the gutter along with the Jita," and "Down with the literature produced by the high castes, the Lingayats, the Fakaligas, and Brahmins." 15. The result was that URS forced Basavalingappa to resign, and Dalits moved to autonomous organizing. By 1974 local organizations were established in several districts, and a final statewide meeting at Bhadravati formed the United Dalit Sangharsh Samiti, Dalit Committee for Struggle or DSS. Of all the Dalit organizations in India, the DSS was perhaps the most successful in building a formal democratic organization with units in most of the districts of the state, with the ability to unite the major Dalit castes. In Karnataka these were the Madagas and Holias, and differing ideological strands. These were identified as Loyat, Ambedkarite, and Marxist, though what these represented in practice was not always clear. Loyaism was primarily the idea of the unity of Dalits, backward castes, and minorities and connected the DSS with Socialists and the Janata Party. Ambedkarism involved an emotional attachment to autonomy and a militancy in self-assertion. Marxism meant a focus on the economic issues of agricultural wage laborers that posed them primarily against non-Brahmin rich peasants or landlords. In spite of their differences, these trends coexisted in the DSS, which politically supported a broad left alliance, though Marxist Dalits might complain of the emotional attachment to Ambedkar and a whispering campaign against Marxism. 16. Perhaps the fact that Karnataka lacked Bombay's combination of the overbearing presence of sophisticated bourgeois Brahmin elite life and festering, nihilism breeding slums helped its Dalits to maintain more balance. In any case, between 1974 and 1985, the DSS took up many local village struggles on wage and land issues and on women's issues, making, for example, a heroic effort to oppose the dedication of girls to the goddess Yellamma in North Karnataka, the site of India's most famous Devadasi cult. At the same time they held training camps and broader meetings and began to think through their relation with the middle non-Brahmin castes and left groups in a series of study camps and seminars on issues ranging from the question of reservations to that of alliance with the farmers' movement. In the process, they became the single largest left group in Karnataka with a wider following than the CPI and CPI-M, according to a Dalit Marxist activist, 17 building effective alliances with the peasants' Rayat-e-San, with women's organizations, and with civil liberties groups. Karnataka and the Bhusa controversy also fostered a militant but extremist anti-caste ideological tendency, represented by the journal Dalit Voice, established in 1981. Its founder, Rajsekhar Shetty, was a radical journalist who had lost a job in 1979 as reporter in the Indian Express due to a confrontation with the high caste managerial and editorial staff. Rajsekhar himself was from a non-Dalit low caste and later dropped the surname Shetty as being caste indicative. He began by identifying himself ideologically with the class-caste struggle trend, and as late as 1984 he could write that Marxism is nobody's monopoly. We 71 are also Marxists. But even then class was dropping out of his scheme of things. In the same booklet he asserted, caste is the principal contradiction in India, an artificial division of Indian society into rich and poor, exploiter and exploited, may be made for limited purposes in cities, but India lives in its villages where people are divided on caste lines. 18. Dalit Voice began to attack all Brahmins as Nazis and to depict the left movement as simply Brahmo-communist. Eventually it moved to a racially oriented cultural nationalism of the non-Aryan theory that identified Dalits as blacks and Dravidians, and Brahmins as Aryans. Though Rajsekhar was associated with some Bangalore-based Dalit organizations, these remained small and middle-class based. The journal's strength was not in its links with the Karnataka mass movement but in its militant writing and ideological fervor, which was winning it readers all over India and abroad. With all of his limitations, Rajsekhar was making some apt criticisms of Marxist positions, attacking arguments that Shudra-rich peasants, or OBCs, were the main enemy, and that the solution to every problem was nationalization. Dalits are bomb Marxists, he asserted, arguing that they must read and translate Mao's on contradictions. Because we have not understood the law of contradictions, we get confused and therefore come to the wrong conclusion. Rajsekhar argued that Brahmanism was the principal contradiction. As Dalits, we become the natural leaders of the Indian Revolution and therefore it is our responsibility not to commit any mistakes. We have to convince the OBCs that fighting Brahmanism is as much their duty as freeing themselves from Shudra slavery. The enemies of OBCs are not Dalits. Similarly, every Dalit organization is pointing out that Dalits are the victims of Brahmanism. Hence, the contradiction between Dalits and OBCs is non-antagonistic. 19. The question was not only of a Dalit Shudra, OBC, alliance. Dalits, according to Rajsekhar, must lead the OBCs. But, in Maharashtra in 1978–79 mass region-wide attacks on Dalits in which the middle castes were the main perpetrators seemed to bring atrocities on Harijans to a new level and show the ferocity that a non-antagonistic contradiction could produce. Marathwada is burning. In late July 1978, after much pressure by Dalit groups, the Maharashtra State Assembly passed a resolution to rename the Marathwada University after Dr. Ambedkar. The result was a wave of rioting throughout the region. Its justification was Marathwada, regional pride, the claim that a regional name must be kept for the university, and it was legitimized by a Marathwada Citizens Committee made up of leading high caste intellectuals, many of them former freedom fighters. Protest strikes in Aurangabad against changing the name of the university were followed by what were in effect mass pogroms against Dalits affecting some 1,200 of 9,000 villages in the region, rendering about 5,000 people homeless and forcing 2,000 more to flee their villages. 20 beatings and rapes of women occurred, and one local activist, Pokaram Campbell, was burned to death. It was a shock to intellectuals throughout a state that had prided itself on a progressive image and that had depicted Marathwada itself as the land of saints for being the home of most of the Bhakta saints who had expressed the medieval reform Hindu tradition. 72. And the main attackers were the middle castes, the Maratha Kunbai peasants. In the context of atrocities against Dalits in Bihar in which OBCs were often involved, and of the growth of the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, it seemed one more evidence, the decisive evidence because of the mass nature of the rioting, that the Main contradiction had changed, that a unity of Shudras and Atishudras, or Dalits, and non-Brahmins, was no longer possible. It was also argued that most of the rioting had taken place in the areas of greatest agricultural development, where caste tension had as its basis the rising wage demands of agricultural laborers opposing rich farmers. 21. But the Marathwada riots were also not so simple. The history of the region showed unresolved caste tensions exacerbated by a freedom struggle that had strongly divided caste Hindus and Dalits. During colonial rule, Marathwada had been part of the feudalistic, unreformed Muslim state of Hyderabad, and its Congress-led independence movement was dominated ideologically by the Hindu nationalist Arya Samaj. These considered Muslims as enemies, while on the other hand many Dalits were attracted by the promises of the Muslim ruler, the Nizam, especially when he offered them government-held wastelands for cultivation. The critical last days of colonial rule saw Dalits first exposed to Muslim armed fundamentalists who tried forcibly to convert them, and then to vicious reactions from caste Hindus who turned their hatred of Muslim gangsters into attacks on Dalits in the villages. Thus the independence struggle itself increased caste confrontation, in contrast to nearby Telangana where communist leadership united Dalits and the middle caste peasantry, and this heritage of tension remained. Dalits fought in Marathwada to retain possession of lands for cultivation, caste Hindus reacted violently. Dalits getting education, reservations in jobs, building new houses in the villages provoked burning resentment from other low and middle castes in this backward and impoverished region. This resentment was fueled by propaganda that depicted reservations for Dalits as the main cause of the unemployment of the middle caste youth, and by interpretation of Marathwada regional identity in Hinduistic terms. As one Dalit activist noted, the intellectuals of the Citizens' Action Committee hailed the Hindu saints of the region and some monuments such as the fort at Devagiri, though this was always known as Dalit Abbot to the Muslims, but disregarded the world-famous Buddhist temples and caves at Ajunta and Ellora, the Sikh center at Nand, and smaller Muslim monuments. 22. In any event, Dalits throughout the state reacted with fury to the attacks, and the cause of renaming the university mobilized hundreds of thousands in 1979, climaxing in a long march on Aurangabad organized by very factionalized committees that included the Dalit Panthers, smaller Dalit organizations, the Republican Party factions, socialist individuals and groups, and the communist parties. Men, women, and children poured into the campaign, holding marches and satyagrahas, going to jail, and singing new songs of struggle such as Vilas Gogaray's Marathwada is Burning. One Pokaram Campbell, sweating to fill his stomach. He became the enemy of the village. Jai Bhim was on his lips. Accosted in the fields, bound with a rope. 73. His hands and feet branded, then thrown in the fire. He burned fiercely, the son of Bhim. We see all this with open eyes. Still we live our lives. By our own hands feeding the fire that bums the coips. We the people of Bombay and Pune. How hollow is our pose. We gossip about revolution but lead the lives of eunuchs. Oh, kill, smash, cut, break whatever comes in our way. Marathwada is burning, Marathwada is burning. The caste Hindu majority, on the other hand, dug in its heels on the issue, and the university is still not renamed. The strategies of class caste struggle. Marathwada, nevertheless, was to be the last widespread violent confrontation between Dalits and middle castes in India, and there were at least two anti-caste leaders of the time who reasserted with vigour, though in very different ways, the theme of a caste alliance. One was Kanchi Ram, who was to become for a time the most powerful Dalit leader in India and who deliberately stayed out of the agitation for the renaming of the university. A Punjabi Kamar, the leather-working caste, who had been employed in a Pune defence laboratory, Kanchi Ram had resigned his job in 1964 following a dispute over caste issues. This incident and his discovery of Ambedkar led him to dedicate his life to the movement, but he found the Republican Party, for which he worked for 7 years, too co-opted and ineffectual, and the later Dalit Panthers too emotional, to suit him. He had his own ideas about how to organize. The main theme, as with Rajshekar, was to take Brahmanism as the main contradiction and to build an alliance of Dalits, minorities, and backward castes. This meant not falling in with the leadership of political parties, left or right. The alliance of the oppressed and exploited must be independent. Kanchi Ram planned to build it by first organizing government employees to create resources for later agitational and political work, and in 1976 he formed the Backward and Minority Communities Employees Federation, BAMSEF. In 1978 a growing BAMSEF was holding its convention in Nagpur, but Kanchi Ram refused to take part in the agitation to rename Marathwada University, arguing that upper castes were using Dalit emotions on the issue. Who led the long march? He inquired in his journal. His answer: the Pune Brahmin, the Socialists, were using Dalits to fight the Delhi Brahmin, the Congress Party. We claim that BAMSEF should become the brain bank of the oppressed and exploited society. In that case it must lead, not be led. In any case it must not be misled. BAMSEF, therefore, must not be deterred by the momentary displeasure of our own people. 74. This is more so today, when we are convinced that Ambedkarism is being destroyed in the name of Ambedkar, especially when our own people have taken to stooging in a big way. 23. If this was similar to the line of Rajshekhar, Kanchi Ram was no intellectual but a hard-working and persevering organizer, touring India's villages and small towns under arduous conditions, mobilizing bicycle campaigns, and building up a solid and well-financed organization. His first major offshoot of BAMSEF was organized on September 24, 1982, as the Dalit Shoshet Sangharsh Samitai, better known in its short form as DS4. In the same year it put up candidates for elections in Haryana. With its most solid base among the Kamars of North India, the single biggest Dalit caste in the country, campaigns were carried out everywhere, and Kanchi Ram's organizations became successful in involving minorities and backward castes as well as Dalits. He ignored economic questions entirely and focused on building up a caste alliance as expressed by the slogan Brahmin, Bania, Thakur Cor, Baki Sad DS4, Brahmins, Banias and Thakurs are thieves, all the rest are with us. The goal? To take political power, Kanchi Ram's one-point program. Why should we make alliances with any party? We ourselves represent 85% of the population, we are the majority, was the way his Delhi office secretary put it. DS4, later transformed into the Bahujan Samaj Party, went on to become the most successful of Dalit-based political parties, with its strongest base in northwest India, where it came to play a major role in challenging Congress hold among the lower castes, but with some networks and support throughout the country. Very different from Kanchi Ram was Sharad Patel of Maharashtra, Maratha Kunbai by caste, and an activist of the communist tradition who forcefully put forward the necessity of combining class and caste struggle. In contrast to Kanchi Ram, he was a vigorous participant in the movement to rename Marathwada University. But like Kanchi Ram and Rajshekhar, Patel argued that caste struggle required an alliance of Dalits and Shudras against Brahmanism. Patel had been a district organizer of the CPI-M, working in Dhule district of Maharashtra mainly among tribals. He had had disputes with the party leadership from the beginning, and in the 1970s he took time out from organizing to learn Sanskrit in Baroda, engage in a study of ancient Indian texts, and write a two-volume historical work entitled Dasasudra Slavery. Published in both Marathi and English, this was an interpretation of ancient Indian society that argued that caste, first Vama and then Jati, was the major material reality and unit of exploitation. Patel interpreted this to mean that Marxism, the theory of class struggle, was insufficient to analyze Indian society and so must be combined with the thought of Phule and Ambedkar, who had produced a theory of caste struggle. Since British colonialism had brought classes into existence, the current reality was a mixed class caste, one that therefore required a theory of Marxism Phule Ambedkarism. Patel was not the first to use such a hybrid. A Nagpur group had formed an organization in 1970 called Phule Ambedkar Marx or FWAMA, but he gave it a vigorous theoretical and organizational articulation. By 1978 he had broken with the CPI-M, to form his own political party, the Satyashodak Communist Party, named after Jyotiba Phule's Satyashodak Samaj. His mass base remained that of tribals in 2 talukas of Dhule district, but he won a wide audience throughout Maharashtra, and his series of popular lectures in villages and towns throughout the state on characters from the India epics, Sita, Draupadi, Kama, Vijaya, etc., played a role in shaping a rural historical materialist consciousness. 75. Regarding the strategy of an anti-caste movement, Patil argued not only that the correlation between jati and occupation meant that caste remained a major material base of exploitation in the post-independence era, but also that an alliance of Dalits and OBCs, especially the peasant castes, was crucial. Charging that those who thought the fundamental contradiction was now between Dalits and Shudra-rich farmers were falling prey to the propaganda of the Brahmanical caste class establishment, he argued that the way to the correct resolution of the basic conflict in Indian society was a political economy that could link the economic exploitation of peasants, Dalits, and Adivasis with the caste system. Deficit financing and inflation have doubled in a year, and the resulting precipitate and disproportionate fall in the prices of agricultural produce is already bringing vast masses of the peasant castes/classes into a national conflict with the present Indian state. The kernel of the struggle is caste annihilation. The new political economy will steer the impending struggles of the restive peasant castes/classes clear of caste war with the ST/SC and towards lasting unity with the latter masses, which alone is the guarantee of the destruction of this age-old order and thus pave the way for the Indian socialist revolution. 24. Thus, by the end of the 1970s, from the vantage point of both the left, Sharad Patil, and the Dalit movement, Kanchi Ram, efforts to argue for and organize an autonomous alliance of Dalits and the middle caste Shudra peasantry were gaining new force. The Mandal Commission and the reservation issue. While Dalits were mobilizing to fight their immediate oppressors and debating the possibility of taking some of them as allies in a broader anti-caste struggle against Brahmanism and Tor, as Sharad Patil would put it, the democratic revolution, a major government report was submitted to Parliament in 1980 that was to create some of the objective conditions for such an alliance. This was the report of the Mandal Commission, which recommended reservations, quotas, in government service for socially and economically backward classes, more popularly known as OBCs or just BCS, that is, the vast Shudra category. What was at stake in the reservation issue was not a small matter. Reservations already existed, by constitutional right, for Dalits, scheduled castes in official terminology, and tribals, scheduled tribes, according to their proportion in the population, roughly 15.5% and 7%. What the Mandal Commission proposed was additional reservations for the OBCs, which it estimated at 52% of the total Indian population. However, only 27% of jobs could be reserved, since total reservations, according to a Supreme Court decisions, should not exceed 50%. Even so, this was a significant jump. Further, even though employment in government service could benefit only a minority of any caste and thus could not solve the basic problem of poverty, still it would substantially shatter the monopoly that upper castes continued to hold. The Mandal Commission had estimated that the 25.5% forward castes, mainly the 3 upper caste groups of Brahmin, Rajputs, and Vaishya status, or those that Kanchi Ram had called the Brahmin Bania Thakur combine, plus a few smaller upper castes, plus the estimated upper sections of religious minorities, held 69% of all government jobs and 90% of Class I positions. Backward castes, though comprising 52% of the population, were lower in all categories than the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. See Table 3.3, p. 55. Independent estimates confirmed this caste monopoly, 25 and a threat to it. 76. Clearly had tremendous implications. It is not surprising, then, that there was substantial resistance to extending reservations, and that opinion on the issue overwhelmingly followed caste lines. Reservations had been a common demand of Dalits and non-Brahmins before independence and had been implemented by British regimes and some princely states in South and West India. But elite opinion, mobilized in the Congress, opposed them. At the time of independence, only a strong Dalit movement and the physical presence of Ambedkar in chairing the committee writing the Indian constitution had made reservations statutory for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. For the rest, the Indian elite tried to ignore the issue. One of the scholars of the backward classes notes Nehru's extraordinary reticence about using the word caste 26, and the constitutional clause under which reservations were justified for Shudras did not talk of castes at all but of backward classes, making it necessary for all subsequent commissions to justify the inclusion of various castes by data showing them to be socially and educationally backward. The fact that the census did not take caste data after 1941, the inherent ambiguities in pinpoint specific castes, left ample ground for challenging any data on these issues. The newly independent Indian government made no move to implement reservations for the backward and instead struck down some of the programs that had existed in the southern states. The first Planning Commission estimated the backward as only about 20% of the total population. A subsequent Backward Classes Commission estimated 32% as backward classes, but was marked by strong controversy and the eventual resignation of its Gandhian Brahmin chairman, Kaka Kalokar. With Kalokar's last letter protesting the very principles of reservation, this gave the government an excuse to do nothing. Then in 1962, the Supreme Court struck down more state-level reservation programs with the order that the criteria for reserving posts should be economic and not in terms of caste. Renowned sociologists like M. N. Srinivas, a Karnataka Brahmin, joined their voices to what Galantar calls the campaign for economic criteria, stressing the harmfulness of politically dealing with caste, and coming near to saying that it was class instead that was the major Indian reality, contrary to much of their sociological work. Thus in the 1960s, the avowed ideal of creating a classless and casteless society in India became interpreted in terms of ignoring caste rather than finding ways of abolishing it. The upper castes were, in effect, doing a concerted public relations campaign on the reservation issue, and once having stalled the extension of reservations to the Shudra castes, they then tried to keep these same castes in their fold with the propaganda that reservations were for Dalits, that they were the source of unemployment of the caste Hindus, and that the government was unnecessarily pampering the Dalits, they were Dalit Brahmins, sons-in-law of the government, and so on. A large part of the Dalit middle caste tension in the 1970s was due to the success of this strategy, to the anger fueled in the minds of also poor, disdained low and middle castes that Dalits were being favored by reservations. But the issue of backward caste reservations would not go away. In 1972 two Congress state governments appointed new commissions, the Baxi Commission in Gujarat, which 78 recommended 10% reservations for backward classes along with 14% for scheduled tribes and 7% for scheduled castes, and the Havanur Commission in Karnataka, which recommended reservations for nearly all non-Brahmins. The storm that was beginning to rise against these was stalled by the emergency, but then the restoration of democracy brought to power at the centre the Janata Party with its substantial component of backward caste, peasant-based North Indian political formations with their Loyat heritage of promising reservations for Shudras as well as Dalits. In 1977 this government appointed a new Backward Classes Commission at the national level, this time chaired by a backward caste man B. P. Mandal, a Yadav from Bihar. At about the same time in the turbulent state of Bihar the new chief minister, Karpuri Thakur, a tailor by caste, announced the extension of reservations, with 25% of government jobs for BCS plus the 24% that existed for SCS and STS. Widespread rioting followed as upper castes sought to maintain their power against the threat of the once despised Shudra castes. Then in 1981 the Gujarat government announced the implementation of the reservations of the Baxi Commission. Massive attacks on Dalits began, with agitations initiated by a medical students' strike accompanied by garlanding of Gandhi's statues and emotional propaganda about the effects of being operated on by incompetent Dalit doctors. The strike turned into gangster-type attacks on Dalits in the cities and dominant caste onslaughts in the villages of North Gujarat. The working class was split, Dalit workers went on strike one day, and on the next caste Hindu workers struck in protest, and this was in the very heart of the labour union founded by Gandhi himself. In fact, the reservation riots were striking at the very moral heart of Gandhian Gujarat. It is noteworthy that of all the Gandhian social workers of the state, the only one to stand up solidly for Dalits was Ella Bhatt, the socialist labor leader who had founded the Self-Employed Women's Association, SUA. The riots were a massive refutation of Gandhian paternalism, and they were followed by the formation of the Gujarat Dalit Panthers and large-scale conversion to Buddhism. Gujarat Dalits began rejecting their Harijan identity, and Rajsekar's Dalit voice congratulated Gujarat Dalits on winning the caste war. Initially, though, it hardly appeared a victory. Progressives were depressed by the evidence of another large-scale conflagration involving caste conflict among the poor. Reservations seemed stalled. The Mandal Commission submitted its report in 1980, but by that time a Congress government was back in power, and it stalled, shelving the recommendations of the report. After attempts to launch agitations had fizzled out, Kanchi Ram's oppressed Indian lamented that nowhere, not even in the capital, the strength, tactics, and statesmanship of the leaders of the backwards could make any efforts to impress authorities or inspire the masses. 27. Yet the issue had been raised again, and it is striking that the recommendations of the Mandal Commission justified reservations not simply for economic gain or social status, but in terms of the necessity of political power, just as the Dalit Panthers, the Bihar Naxalites, Kanchi Ram's Bahujan Samaj Party had all argued, in different forms, for the centrality of power. According to the Commission, in a democratic setup every individual and community have a legitimate right and aspiration to participate in ruling this country. Any situation which results in a near denial of this right to nearly 52% of the country's population needs to be urgently rectified. 28. India shall become Dalitistan. 79. The Gujarat riots illustrated a great irony. Though the issue was the extension of reservations to backward castes, it was Dalits who were attacked, with the backward sometimes even participating in attacks. The middle castes were, for the most part, still unconscious of the fact that their own rights were involved, whereas Dalits were steadily getting more politicized and militant, aware that if the upper castes won on the issue of backward reservations they would try to end the ST and SC reservations as well. They had at first few political and intellectual allies. In Gujarat as elsewhere, the overwhelming weight of progressive and left opinion was against caste-based reservations. By the 1970s no one could attack reservations for Dalits and maintain a progressive image, but the backward castes were said to represent, after all, the rich peasants and other wealthy oppressors of Dalits. Arun Sinha, the Naxalite sympathizing journalist of Bihar, reflected this in a sarcastic description of a backward caste march said to comprise the same groups who were in the landlords' armies attacking Dalits in the rural areas. Backward caste reservations, he charged, were a ruling class ploy for advancing class interests in the name of caste. 29. In Bengal the Left Front government refused to cooperate with the Mandal Commission, saying that there was no issue of caste in Bengal, only economic backwardness. In Gujarat the Gandhian scholar I.P. Desai, famous for his studies of tribals, argued for economic criteria and became the advisor of a new backward caste commission set up by the chief minister in the aftermath of the riots. Ruth Glass, writing in Frontier and Monthly Review, reflected the consensus of the left establishment that reservations had done nothing even for Dalits themselves except give birth to a small, co-opted middle class. The institution of protective discrimination has not brought the downtrodden peoples of India closer together, nor has it reduced the disparities between them. Quite the reverse. It is essentially a conservative and divisive institution. 30. Glass thus saw Gujarat as divided and degraded not by casteism but by the efforts to overcome caste. Yet, in spite of the left intellectuals, reservations and the Mandal Commission report were factors that operated slowly and steadily over time to reunite Dalits and the Shudra castes, particularly as the poor caste Hindus got it into their heads that reservations were their issue. Mobilization demonstrations, one-day satyagraha campaigns, rallies, local conferences, even gate meetings in front of factories began to be held from the late 1970s on the issue. The backward castes were slowly getting detached from the upper castes, and in spite of intellectual protests on one hand and violence on the other, reservations were inexorably getting extended. Some of the complications of this process could be seen in a second phase of the anti-reservation riots in Gujarat in February-May 1985. The Rane Commission, appointed by Chief Minister Solanki after the first riots, had recommended increasing reservations for the backward castes, from the 10% of the Baxi Commission to 28% to be sure. The Rane Commission followed the advice of its intellectual advisers in recommending that these be given on an economic, not caste, basis, but Solanki simply ignored this latter clause and proposed to implement the Rane Commission quota with the Baxi Commission list of castes. Again there was extended and vicious rioting, but this time the backward castes remained aloof and, in the end, even turned against the upper castes in the form of attacks by the police, who were heavily backward caste, on high caste urban areas and on a popular Brahmin-controlled newspaper. 31 This new backward-forward split was followed by what may be described as an engineered diversion of the issue into Hindu-Muslim rioting. The elite was attempting to maintain its hold over a fractured Hindu community by emphasizing religious differences. 80. Nevertheless, the broad trend since independence had been of the slow extension, in the face of upper caste resistance and rioting, of both the numbers of castes to get reservations and the percentage of jobs to be reserved for them. At the same time, bridges were getting built to the left, in spite of its traditional resistance to dealing with caste. Some Marxists, mostly from the ranks of the Naxalites, were beginning to defend reservations. Struggle against casteism simply means standing by the side of the oppressed castes in their bid to end caste oppression, and this is the watershed between progress and reaction on this burning question, and this struggle must have as its demand overdoing the compensations for the accumulated age-old effects of Vamashrama. 32. Gradually the debates of a decade on class and caste were having an effect, and a broad anti-caste unity was slowly becoming a reality. At an inequality eradication conference in 1985 in Maharashtra, a socialist platform to bring together issues of Dalits, tribals, women, and related concerns, Dalit Panther leader Aaron Campbell could say, "We don't want Dalitistan as a separate country. We are 85%, we are the majority, India shall become Dalitistan." Conclusion. The anti-caste movement had been nurtured in the 19th century with Jyotiba Phule's Satyashodhak movement and organized with vigor after 1917, both in 74 emergence of the new movements, 1972–85. The form of non-Brahmin parties and movements in West and South India and in Dalit movements scattered throughout the country, but merging under the leadership of B.R. Ambedkar in the 1940s. In the 1970s, after the failure of the independent Indian state to eradicate caste hierarchies and untouchability, or even to mitigate very much the oppressions of caste for millions throughout the country, it rose again, spearheaded by the birth of the Dalit Panthers. This time it took shape first as a Dalit movement, in which organizations of ex-untouchables, expressing their identity as Dalit or downtrodden, fought their immediate village oppressors on one hand and Brahmanism on the other, forcefully rejecting Hindu gods, myths, and values. The 1970s saw Dalits posed against caste Hindus as a whole, and very often against the Shudra middle and low castes out of whose ranks, except for North India, came the rich farmers and political leaders at the village and even state level. But Dalit leaders themselves began to argue that their main contradiction was with Brahmanism, which should be fought in alliance with low and middle non-Brahmin castes, along with peasants and workers generally. They projected a broad anti-caste movement. From 1980 this alliance began to take shape in processes of unity with the left and the new farmers' movement. One major form was in struggles to implement reservations in public service to other backward castes. The Dalit and anti-caste movement emerged on a firm ideology of autonomy, hostile to upper caste leadership even when embodied in progressive political parties. The main exception here were the Dalit-based Naxalite movements in Bihar and Andhra, but these were not considered as Dalit movements by the organizers, and Dalits have also been ambivalent about accepting them as such. The Dalits' symbolic rejection of compromise with Hindu society was embodied in their refusal of the Harijan identity imposed by Gandhi, a rejection that succeeded in becoming hegemonic by the late 1980s. expressed in journalistic and state-level political decisions to use the term Dalit rather than Harijan, in spite of the fact that most upper-caste progressives, including communists, continued for a long time to use the 81 Gandhian term. Theoretically, the movement brought forward the question of a combined analysis of caste and class. As a result of the movements, the debates, and the caste-shaped violence of the 1970s, Marxist class analysis would never be the same again, and the slogan "Will the Green Revolution turn into a red one?" was replaced by that of "Will the caste war turn into a class war?" As Marxist writers insisted that the caste war was already in reality a class war under different forms, Dalits and their theorists rejected this form-content approach to argue that a caste war by itself was progressive. However, the class-caste debates often ended with a sterile additive analysis rather than a genuine synthesis. One problem is that while Dalits claimed that their movement was against the system as such, not just for reforms, they did not economically conceptualize the system in a different way. They did not challenge orthodox left economic theories. Thus, in spite of other aspects of economic liberalism, Ambedkar himself had argued for state socialism, including the model of industrialization, large-scale agriculture, and public planning. Mondal's report, in turn, reiterated the need to change exploitative relations of production, but simply characterized this in terms of land reforms without dealing with exploitation in industry or in the relation between agriculture and industry. Kanchi Ram's organizations tended to avoid economic issues altogether or else reproduced leftist analysis in changed language attacking Brahmins/Baniyas/Kshatriyas as equivalent to bureaucracy/capitalism/feudalism. Dalit activists also raised no questions about the traditional organizational forms of party and state. One major consequence of this was the neglect of one important base of upper caste, especially Brahmin, power and wealth, the state machinery itself. Nevertheless, the movement embodied two crucial contributions. First, in focusing on the question of identity, it raised the possibility and the necessity of creating alternate symbols of community for the Indian subcontinent as a whole, not Rama but Shambuk, Ravana, and the Rakshasas were heroes, not Arjun but Ekalavya. This helped in showing the way to other social movements to move toward a broad rethinking of the nature of India itself. Finally, Dalits and low castes set their sights on state power, rejecting benefits handed down paternalistically from above, insisting that the downtrodden, marginalized, and excluded must themselves become a part of the ruling class. Some put this in terms of parliamentary power, some in terms of access to the state bureaucracy, some in terms of armed struggle and smashing the state, but the underlying drive was common: an insistence on power, on challenging the heights, on laying claim to all that the promises of modernity could offer, a refusal to stay any longer outside the village, or in any way outside the best of what not only Indian but world society had to offer. Dalits, the most marginalized section of one of the poorest countries in the world, laid claim to the heritage of the ages and insisted on their right to be part of the process of carrying it forward. 482. The Women's Movement. For a mouthful of water I wander the land. The year 1973, a tribal village in Dhule district of northern Maharashtra. Here, activists associated with a new Marxist organization in the state called Magawa had been working for 2 years. Women's participation in struggles to win land and wages had been enthusiastic, and for the first time they decided to organize a women's shivir or training camp. As one activist described their experience, "We expected 25 women but 125 came. We sat and discussed many things. The issue of drunkenness came up. One by one the women stood up and talked about their husbands drinking, about wife beating. It hurts the family, it hurts the organization. Drunken men don't organize." Finally one woman said, "My village is only a few miles away. I know where all the liquor shops are. Why don't we go there and destroy all their liquor?" We activists were astounded. After all, it was nighttime. But the women wanted action. So we marched to the village, stormed the huts of the liquor sellers, poured the liquor on the ground. The women were wildly enthusiastic and marched back in triumph. Magao means follow after, search out critically, and the group leaders, who had written in 1971 in the first issue of their magazine that we will examine everything, even Marxism itself, under a microscope, were ready from this experience at least to begin to think about the coming new ideas of women's liberation. Several months later their magazine published what was the first Women's Liberation special issue in India, its cover a collage of a middle-class housewife, a beauty queen, a nightclub singer, a group of poor peasant women, and a militant demonstration, together expressing the varied facets of women's oppression in India. The new women's movement in India had its beginnings in 1972–73, the same time as the Dalit movement and pioneering organizations of other new movements. It had the same dialectic of a rural and toiling people's base and the interaction of middle-class urban intellectuals, a dialectic with new energies, new themes, new forms of struggle. The rural base was crucial. In Maharashtra, which was to become a center of much of the new activity, these were years of drought, and poor peasant women were at the forefront of anti-drought struggles everywhere. They were even, it was said, the initiators of road-blocking actions that were later to become so prominent as a form of protest in peasant movements. The experience of drought and the struggles against it were so crucial to women's consciousness that they became themes of many of the later songs of the women's movement, songs that marked the hunger of those who fed others, that described wandering through parched fields in search of work, that described the toil and thirst of the women who helped build dams. What shall I say of the heat's ferocity? Like a stone crusher it shatters me. I bind my feet with rags. 83. Woman, I'm building a dam. The sugarcane waves in your teeming fields. For a mouthful of water I wander the land. 1. Yet the struggles of rural women did not immediately give birth to a new movement on women's oppression. There was no simple, one-way process. There were links, but there was also a strong alienation between rural toilers and the upper middle class. The links were complex, mediated by political organizations, different experiences, prejudices, and misconceptions. Rural and toiling women's struggles occurred in many places, but they did not always yield a feminist articulation. For example, tribal women had been at the forefront of the Naxalite revolt itself, the first to charge the police, but women's issues played no ideological role in the formulation of the anti-feudal revolution. Similarly, 1972–74 was a period that saw the emergence of the Chipko movement in the Himalayan foothills, when peasants hugged trees to prevent loggers from cutting them down. Women were prominent in the actions of this most famous Indian environmental movement, and Chipko itself was later to be publicized as a women's movement, but only in the 1980s. At the time it was not thought of in this way, and no communication existed between the Himalayan peasant women and the networks of women activists that were forming in cities like Bombay or Delhi. Communists, who had the most militant working class organizing and were most sensitive generally to issues of exploitation, might have been ones to provide such linkages, but they did not do so. Take the example of the CPI-M. In 1968, women and children had been the main victims of the Kilvanmani atrocity when landlords and their henchmen burned down huts of Dalit agricultural labourers in Tanjavur district of Kerala, a major crisis for a militant agricultural labourer movement in this rice-growing delta region and a symbol to all of India of increasing caste conflict and atrocities. 6 years later the first state conference of the Democratic Women's Association was held in Kilvanmani itself. Yet no specifically women's issue was taken up. It was a period when, throughout West Bengal, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu, CPI-M, women were leading their Democratic Women's Association through conferences, demonstrations, and hunger strikes that rallied large numbers of women to oppose rising prices. In Bombay, socialist and communist women united in a new women's anti-price rise front with the latna or rolling pin as its symbol and held thali, empty plate, marches in which women beat their steel plates eerily and rhythmically. 2. Again, these women's anti-price rise movements involved little mention of other women's issues. The Democratic Women's Association stressed only the demand for work and for equal wages, and in its 1974 West Bengal conference, the resolution on the International Women's Year clarified that women's emancipation could be fully established only under socialism, and the struggle for equality must be linked to the struggle for a new socialist order. 3. Marxist preconceptions made CPI-M activists wary of bourgeois feminism and led them to focus on work issues, narrowly interpreted as wage work, along with an insistence that women must join the broader struggle for socialism. Socialist women also tended to accept this line, although their organizational heritage from the freedom movement period had more of an element of personal life radicalism in it, and even anti-family strains coming out here and there in old Gandhians. The Self-Employed Women's Association, SUA, in Ahmedabad. 84. Working Women's Organization linked to the Gandhian-led trade union in Gujarat, was itself founded in 1972 and was at the forefront of organizing women petty vendors of all types. But it did not give birth to organizing on other issues of women's oppression. Working women themselves were very often strongly feminist, even anti-men. They suffered under a multitude of oppressions, but the non-class issues of their lives were not automatically articulated by their left organizers. At the same time, there were reasons why the new women's movement would remain dependent on the traditional left, even while it emerged with a challenge to it. This dependence had a material and structural base. All the new social movements were, like the women's movement, organized around a dialectic of a mainly rural poor peasant or working class base and middle class intellectuals who provided articulation and leadership. But there were differences. Poor toiling women were not, like Dalits or members of oppressed nationalities, a separate community that could simply affirm its existence. They were caught up themselves in different castes, classes, and communities. This meant that their exploitation was, in the words of later feminists, both specific and simultaneous. For that is, they were exploited both as women and as Dalits, tribals, peasants, and workers. At the same time, the women middle class, upper caste, urban who articulated the exploitation of women and the need for liberation were much further removed from the actual lives of the rural poor than was the case with Dalit or peasant movement intellectuals. The poets, writers, and young employees who founded the Dalit Panthers and led similar organizations throughout the country were not themselves workers or poor peasants, but they were normally the first educated generation. Their parents had been poor, and even if they themselves were caught up in alienating processes and institutions, they were close enough to the edge of poverty to know they were being alienated. This was not true in the women's movement. Not only were rural poor peasant women often voiceless themselves, but the educated or half-educated cadre springing directly from their ranks was missing. Women's education was, to begin with, less than that of men, see Table 4.2, p. 90, it was the boy from the Dalit or poor peasant family who was likely to get educated, more rarely his sister. If she did get educated, she was quickly married off, and once married was buried in her in-laws' home just as effectively as her uneducated sister. Young unmarried girls and new daughters-in-law simply did not wander the village as boys of their age did. They were unable to go out of the home for meetings. The reason, of course, had to do with the sexual terrorism faced by women. I am a girl studying in 9th standard in the rural areas. I have to travel by bus every day to go to school. Some loud-mouthed boys always make bad remarks seeing me alone at the bus stand. The conductor deliberately touches me when giving the ticket. A man as old as my father nudges me and touches my foot when I sit. The driver stares at me through the mirror. When I get out of the bus, the rickshaw drivers honk their horns. The older boys in my class whistle. The teacher is good, but I don't even dare to look at him. My father is an agricultural laborer. If I told him this, he would make me leave school. He wouldn't even keep me at home. He would get me married. I want to study so much. I want to grow up. But from reading what comes in the papers every day, I feel so afraid. You please do something so that girls can get protection. 5. This was a letter from a 14-year-old girl in a developed part of rural India, but it told the story of how a conventional patriarchal society put pressures on women everywhere. They. 85. Result was that it was women activists of an older generation or of a much higher socio-economic status who ended up articulating the issues of women's liberation. They themselves were of course oppressed, they had from the beginning a strong identification with the problems of working women, but nevertheless there was a gap, and it had its consequences in the limitations of their perceptions and programs. It was a gap that could be seen even in the new women's liberation songs. They often sang of going to the women of this country, much in the way the high caste Nehru had written of his discovery of India, of coming to the women from outside. They exhorted women to join the struggles of the toilers as if they were talking to non-toiling women. Many of the songs written by male organizers had much more of a bottom perspective. Whether it was a socialist organizer writing in the national movement days, "We are working women, we are peasant women, the world of looters will fall at our feet," a Marxist orphan poet describing peasant women's life, "My field in the hills, how long do I go on weeding it," or one of the new Dalit writers like Dayapawar writing of water and building dams. These poets wrote more instinctively of the hard life of rural women, of the burning sun and barren soil, and their songs more quickly became ours to the women. The fact was that the women's movement remained dependent on the left or on mass movements and on their male organizers because they were usually closer to the lives of rural and urban working women. The traditional left, at least, was for a long time resistant to the challenge of feminism. Nevertheless, feminist themes were beginning to come through. This is the challenge of women's liberation. With the women's liberation movement growing in the West and with new ideas spreading, the narrowly defined work focus of traditional Marxist organizing was coming under challenge, both from within and from without. CPI-M, senior women leaders like Godutai Parulkar could write major articles on women but were likely to get challenged for dogmatism by the equally senior Durga Bhagwat, drawing themes from feminism. 6. In groups like Magawa, with its openness to much of new left thinking, male activists might continue to maintain the traditional insistence that only working-class women were exploited, but women in the group now had arguments to challenge them with. In Naxalite circles, this process was aided by the Maoist language of contradictions and by a sensitivity to cultural or superstructural issues. In Hyderabad, this resulted in girls connected with the Naxalite movement organizing themselves into the Progressive Organization of Women, or POW. The resemblance to NOW and the militancy of the English acronym was probably not accidental. POW activists became involved both in working with slum women on anti-price rise issues and in organizing Hyderabad college girls against harassment. Their manifesto, published in 1974, began with a kind of traditional juxtaposition. To people who talk of Sita and Savritai we talk of harsh, depressing reality, but their analysis of this reality included not only poverty but feudal culture and male supremacy and gave equal weight to the ideology of oppression, economic dependence, and household drudgery as pillars of the oppression of women. While it treated cultural and family factors as superstructural, it also argued that all women, not only working women, were oppressed. 7. Its representative could claim in a Bombay meeting, while stressing the fight for socialism in Marxist-Leninist terms, that a separate organization for women was necessary because we have to accept that there is a contradiction between 86 men and women. This was a new note. It drew from the turmoil of the times, when the liberation themes of the Western women's movement could intermingle with the image, drawn from Asian and African national liberation struggles, of women with guns, women leaving their homes and domestic responsibilities to fight for their people, an image that gave courage to young women to defy conventional family restrictions and brave the dangers of the gangsters outside the home. But it also drew sustenance from the rawer lives of working class and rural women. There is a story that once, when CPI-M, women organizers were talking to a crowd of Delhi working class women, in beginning with the familiar "Some people say that women's liberation means fighting men," but they were interrupted with a round of applause before they were able to follow with their disclaimer that we are not against men. It is clear that lower-class women, while inclined to side with their men in the end, were also quite ready, at times, to fight them and to express their non-antagonistic contradictions in quite strong language. In homes and on the roads, men were quite often experienced and dealt with by these women as immediate oppressors from whom they wanted some relief. In the early 1970s, this sense of a need for liberation and of a patriarchal power to be fought was beginning to be articulated on the left. Finally, important national-level legitimacy was provided when the Official Status of Women Commission, headed by Veena Mazumdar, issued its report in 1974. Towards Equality was in many ways a remarkable document. It was dryly written, there was little mention of the atrocities, dowry deaths, rapes, violence that were to become a central preoccupation of the new movement, and women's work was treated mainly in terms of wage labor, neglecting along with the Marxist left the question of unpaid domestic work or subsistence agricultural work. But its elaborate and official documentation of women's low and even declining status was to provide powerful legitimacy to women's organizing, and there was even a debate, in the section of political representation, on whether reservations should be recommended for women in parliamentary bodies. This was rejected by the majority, but 30% reservation was strongly recommended by a few, the very proportion that would be implemented 15 years later. 8. It was on this background that the organizing of 1975, International Women's Year, took place, dominated by traditional left assumptions about women's work and the relation of the women's movement to the broader movement for socialism, but fueled by the energies of a rising assertion of rural and urban toiling women, and with the dissenting and subordinate themes of a new feminism finding a place. The United Women's Liberation Struggle Conference, organized by a coalition in Pune in October, brought 700 women agricultural laborers, hamals or porters, tribals, teachers, students, bank employees, and professors together for 2 days to pass resolutions on issues ranging from clean drinking water and latrine facilities to devadasis, dowry, housework, and a common civil code. It stressed the organizing of agricultural laborers and demanding employment for women. Every woman should be able to participate in social production. And it featured the first songs of the new women's liberation movement, songs with a feminist touch but written by a young male activist, Madhav Chavan. This is the call of women's liberation that reaches the skies. Reactionaries, exploiters, take heed that times are changing. In Trivandrum, the CPI-M dominated School of Social Sciences organized a conference on 87 Women in December. In discussion groups, activists and academicians saw resolutions pushed through the groups and passed in final plenaries. Its focus was also on work. Emancipation depends on participation in social production, therefore, the right to work should be incorporated in the Constitution and guaranteed for all citizens. The right to work would be a common theme of the left for all movements throughout this period. For women it had the unrecognized difficulty of implying that their unpaid work was not really work and that subsistence production was not social. Its conclusion was that crucial to the emancipation of women and of all oppressed mankind is the struggle to liquidate landlordism, monopoly capitalism, and all other forms of exploitation and their replacement by a democratic society leading to socialism. 9. For both conferences, the focus on rural women was diffracted through particular interpretations. For the Pune Conference it meant organizing agricultural laborers, for the Trivandrum Conference, abolishing landlordism. This reflected the rural class analysis of the dominating organizers. Neither gave consideration to the fact that demands for work and wages were, even in Marxist terms, within the framework of capitalism, nor that peasant women had no claim to land, nor that agricultural laborers had no rights even to the huts they lived in, that is, ownership of the means of production, property rights for women, and political power were issues beyond their frame of reference. Similarly, neither reflected issues such as drunkenness, which had so concerned the tribal women in Shahada. When some women at Trivandrum argued for an anti-alcohol movement, party activists rejected it on the grounds that it would split the working class. Nevertheless, there were some new critical notes. The Pune Conference, for instance, had a resolution that men should help with housework, reflecting a feminist thrust rather than the traditional left idea of socializing housework. This resulted in some mocking items in the press. 10 When women objected, the journalists, none of whom were women, replied with the complaint that their reporters were not allowed in the meeting hall. This turning over of the entire meeting to women was a new step. The Trivandrum Conference's heavy-handed control and Marxist dogmatism also could not escape criticism from young, feminist-minded journalists. Criticizing a statement that focus on women alone is a diversionary tactic and the insistence that women's problems cannot be seen in isolation from the problems of the entire exploited class, Olga Tellis wrote, all this sounds like an industrialized version of the biblical creation of Eve from Adam's rib, where Eve had no identity except as part of Adam. Other reports were headlined Marxist dogmas, and even the Left Economic and Political Weekly reported the meeting as Marxist cobwebs, with a call for a broader approach. 11. Internally, 5 left dissidents submitted a statement that urged greater attention to the family system and the relation of production to reproduction, stressed the need for women to organize separately as women, argued that women's struggle against their own oppression in the home, community, and workplace is itself a struggle for revolutionary transformation of society, and critiqued indirectly the subordination of women's organizations to the party. 12. While ferment was developing in left circles, a thrust from anti-caste movements was providing militancy and a strong cultural focus. Janvedena, People's Sufferings, a daylight dated monthly from the district town of Nand in Maharashtra, had a special issue leading off with "Women hold up half the sky" and editorialized that it is essential to change today's oppressive marriage system from the roots. In Aurangabad, another Dalit movement center, young women formed a Mahila Samta Sainik Dal, League of Women Soldiers for Equality. 88. Named after an early Ambedkarite organization, with a polemical manifesto that rejected Pativrata, condemned as phony the male attack on feminism of saying freedom does not mean free sex, called Buddha the first to free women from slavery, and concluded with a salute to Angela Davis and the vow that we are battling for equality with men in the liberation war for human liberation called for by Dr. Ambedkar. 13. Both the Mahila Samta Sainik Dal and Janvedena were short-lived. And the Dalit movement did not show any special imagination in helping their women to organize independently, but the undeniable similarity of the critiques of caste and the family and the Dalit challenge to Brahmanic culture were helping women sharpen their challenge to patriarchy in India. The new women's movement developing after 1975 did so in a new atmosphere of cultural radicalism that had been absent for most of the pre-independence movement women leaders, who had tended to insist on their own Hindu roots and to idealize the Vedic period. Instead, for the new movement, Rama, favorite god of Hindu orthodoxy, would symbolize the patriarchal male ready to cast his wife into the flames rather than accept a dishonor to his name. Instead of idealizing Sita's loyalty to her husband, as generations of middle and upper-class women activists had done, a broad section ranging over both feminist and leftist circles was coming to question both Rama and religion itself. Let us examine the whole question. Autonomous women's groups, 1977–80. Today we no longer say give us more jobs, more rights, consider us your equals or even allow us to compete with you better. But rather let us examine the whole question, all the questions. Let us take nothing for granted. Let us not only redefine ourselves, our role, our image, but also the kind of society we want to live in. Mainishi Editorial Collective, January 1979. This conclusion to the opening editorial of the new feminist magazine Mainishi summed up the spirit of the late 1970s. The internal critique became a full-fledged one as small groups of Marxist women separated themselves and began to analyze women's oppression on their own. The period 1977–80 was the one in which the autonomous women's movement was born, and it produced the most vital theoretical initiatives of this section of the new women's movement. During discussions after the Pune and Trivandrum conferences, 3 differing concepts of strategies for organizing women were put forward. Some stressed the force of rural women, others felt a beginning made among women students could produce cadres for later mass organizing. The more traditionally Marxist-influenced talked of the revolutionary centrality of factory workers, of proletarian women. These were to become most influential among the autonomous feminist circles. The groups that sprang up at the time were also varied in thrust, some of it shown in their names. The Purogamistri Sangatana, Progressive Women's Organization, formed in 1976 in Pune, remained a kind of coalition effort. The Srimati Sangatana, Women's Liberation Organization, in Bombay included women connected mainly with the Magawa Group and the Lion Party of Maharashtra. The Socialist Women's Group, also sometimes called the Feminist Network, formed in 1978 in Bombay, was at once more autonomous and more Trotskyist in its orientation and was made up of mainly non-Marathi speakers. The Stree Sangharsh, Women's Struggle, 1979, was a short-lived feminist group in Delhi. The Stree Shakti Sangatana, Women Power Organization, formed in 1978 in Hyderabad, was a much longer-lived organization that included some old members of the POW, which had dissolved during emergency repression, and some new women. These organizations kept some relation and work with the urban working class, with 89 textile workers and young chemical factory workers in Bombay, and with the strongly unionized Dalit municipal workers in Pune, but the rural connection came to be lost as their contradictions with the left parties intensified. Like earlier party women leaders, the older generation they argued against and defined themselves in opposition to, these young feminists were from middle class or even upper class and upper caste background. In the expansive lawn-flanked bungalows of South Delhi, in the high-rises of Bombay, 10th floor Marxism was how some activists taunted the intellectual Marxists of that period. They met and debated. Some maintained their membership of left groups. Some left, but all began to find new meaning in women's collectives. All continued to see society through traditional Marxist spectacles even when they began to add the women question. They saw proletarian women as the most revolutionary. They had a somewhat unreal picture of rural areas that saw nothing but marauding landlords persecuting landless laborers. They developed a romanticization of Dalits and tribals that substituted for any real analysis of the caste system. Within this framework, they rebelled, asserting patriarchy as an additional fact of society, and began to focus on the problem of violence, to re-examine the nature of work, and to assert autonomy and collectivity as organizing principles against the party bureaucracies. It was the Bombay middle-class feminists who, for at least a short time, played a leading theoretical role in the new women's movement. Work. The issue of housework had been a subject for amusement in the comment on the Pune Conference resolutions, and men's help with housework became as much an issue in urban left circles in India as in the West. On this background, feminists began to challenge the traditional notion, traditional not only to left activists but to the masses of women themselves, that work meant wage labor only. Long theoretical manuscripts began to be circulated in Bombay dealing with the role of reproduction, questioning whether housework generated surplus value, questioning the idea that women had to participate in social production to become a part of a revolutionary movement. The Bombay Delhi groups included women with Western connections, part of an international left, and some of the theoretical level was fairly high. Two trends developed. The more Trotskyist Socialist Women's Group put forward a fairly conventional picture of women's labor under capitalism, one that ignored the continuing existence of the peasantry, reproducing the analysis of domestic labor current in Western Marxist circles as if only the bourgeoisie and proletarians existed. In capitalist society, the family is totally atomized. It has the appearance of being a private sphere separate from social production. As a result, the functions of reproduction and the rearing of children, the maintenance of labor power in general, cooking, cleaning, etc., are relegated exclusively to the private sphere of the family. 14. The other trend drew on ideas of subsistence production being put forward by a group of German feminists. One of these, Maria Mies, had herself lived and worked in India, and Chaya Datar, an ex-Magawa activist and a leading organizer of the 1975 Pune Conference, spent a period in Holland at the Institute for International Studies where Mies was heading up a women's studies program. After returning, Datar began to develop these ideas for India. 90. Arguing that domestic labor was not simply reproduction but as subsistence production was the fundamental basis of all forms of capital accumulation. This theme, which stressed the marginalization of rural women and the housewifeization of the middle class rather than proletarianization as the main form of exploitation, fit the Indian reality much better and had a wide appeal. A Hindi songbook published at the time illustrated the theme with a picture of a woman cooking at the base, on her back the factory worker, on his back the capitalist. The peasant was still missing in the imagery, but there were other women and men, outside the initial groups of feminists, ready to take up the theme. Violence. From the dowry deaths that had sprung into consciousness in 1975 to the emergence of the rape issue in 1980 to the ongoing realities of wife-beating and harassment that were coming out in group discussions and public exposures, violence against women became a focus in India as much as elsewhere. In the socialist/radical/liberal feminist division that they took for granted, most Indian women activists identified themselves from the beginning with the socialist feminist trend, which gave impetus for a work focus. But there was always a lurking sympathy for Western radical feminists precisely because of the problem of violence. The element of truth in this extreme form lies in the protest against the sexual subjugation of women by rape and many other more subtle forms of violence which are at the root of other forms of women's oppression and explain why even economically independent women, not only keep and support their husbands but also bow to the traditional role and sexual division of labor in the house. So wrote Gabrielle Dietrich in summing up a theoretical workshop in 1978. She added, "When we tried to define the overriding characteristic of women's oppression, our attention was more drawn to the aspect of physical subjugation and coercion than we had been aware of before." 15. But few women were ready to go so far as to see violence at the root of patriarchal subjugation. The fact was that with no formal Marxist categories like reproduction available to handle violence, the practical preoccupation with it did not lead to a new theorization of violence in the same way that a theorization of subsistence production was beginning. Instead, while Marxist categories reigned at the mental level, in practice many urban women activists became preoccupied with violence in the family, with the tendency in practice to think of men as the enemy. All men are potential rapists was a sentiment that also began to be heard in Bombay in the early 1980s, and the practical definitions of patriarchy and women's exploitation used in the urban-based groups began to be used in the sense of the exploitation of women by men. 16. Party. Trivandrum dissidents had raised the question of the party's control over mass organizations and their habit of treating them simply as fronts to create party presence and party membership. In subsequent years it was on this question of autonomy that feminists of all kinds insisted most strongly. Against bureaucracy and hierarchy they began to proclaim non-structured, democratically functioning small group collectives as the ideal form of organization. They argued that the problem of the relationship of family/society and domestic labor/wage labor found its organizational parallel in the relationship between political struggle and social relations. 91. Revolution is not mere seizure of state power, though it is also that. Revolution is the process of changing the social relations in society, revolutionizing them, abolishing the hierarchical structures and ideas between classes, sexes, groups, individuals. Thus revolutionary politics is not confined to the questions of the party, the state. Revolutionary politics also relates to questions of the relations in society, their direction of change, and a struggle to change these. 17. These formulations were cautious, with also allowing a retention of much traditional left organizational ideas. But many women began to go farther. Chaya Dater, for instance, came to critique heavily the assumption that the women's movement must be part of the mainstream, that is, come under left party leadership in order to be revolutionary, and to assert the meaning of autonomy as autonomy from the state, autonomy from the party, and autonomy from the class. She wrote, "Feminism is contributing to revolutionize Marxism, and thus aspires to be another Kopmichan revolution, which will change not only androcentrism in the present theory but also change the entire theoretical perspective about human relationships and also about the relationship of human beings with the universe, with nature." 18. With all the limitations of the debates of these years, the ignoring of caste, the tendency to reject all religion and traditional culture rather than look for alternatives, the ignoring of political power, the ignoring of the issue of sexuality, the tendency instead to see simply the oppression of women by men. The theoretical creativity was undeniable. A new feminist challenge was taking its place in the framework of Indian political and social life. Expansion and stagnation, 1980–85. In 1980, first the Mathura rape case, then the Maya Tyagi rape case, then the Ramiza B case in Hyderabad grabbed headlines everywhere. Mathura, a 15-year-old tribal girl raped by policemen after being called to the station at night, the police let off by a district court, convicted by the Bombay court, then let off again by the Supreme Court on the grounds that with no wounds on her body the girl must not have resisted, a typical case of the victimization of women and police atrocities brought out years after the event by 4 progressive lawyers. It led to demonstrations all over the country demanding justice for Mathura. Maya, an upper-caste Hindu raped and shamed by police in a northern India town. The resulting furor saw demonstrations and walkouts in the Indian Parliament. Ramiza, a Muslim woman raped by Hyderabad police, her husband killed. The result was rioting throughout the city and burning of police stations. Only a few years before rape had seemed too extreme to talk about, now it was a national-level issue. 93. The rape issue, the rising consciousness of atrocities against women in this period, led to an expansion of organization as well. Feminists, while doubtful of the way rape was often taken as an issue of community honor, organized themselves in Bombay as the Forum Against Rape, later to become the Forum Against Atrocities on Women, FAOW, and held a national conference in December, the first of a series in which autonomous feminist groups played a major role. Organizations were formed, one after another, in many other major cities. 2 important new women's centers were established to provide help and genuine feminist counseling to women in distress: the Women's Center in Bombay and Saheli in Delhi. Even more than the feminists, perhaps, party women expanded their activities. The CPI-M finally decided to go national with an All India Democratic Women's Association. Up to this time their Delhi work had gone on under the name of the Working Women's Coordinating Committee, while some states had the Toiling Women's Association and others had Democratic Women's Groups. The official change represented a party-debated shift from the position that only working-class women are oppressed. The CPI, of course, already had its national women's organization, the National Federation of Indian Women, NFTW, as did the Socialists. One of the Naxalite groups formed an official women's front with the Nari Mati Santha, Women's Liberation Organization, of Assam, also in 1981. All of these expanded their activities geographically. United fronts also began to be formed. In Maharashtra, a coordinating committee had been discussed after the Pune conference, with a good deal of debate about whether it should be called a coordinating or simply a communications committee. It was finally formed as the latter, the Srimati Andolan Sampark Samiti, after a second state conference of many organizations in 1979. In Delhi, various party wings came together with feminist groups in the Dehejvarahai Chetna Manch, or Anti-Dowry Consciousness Raising Forum. In both platforms the national organizations, that is, the big party-linked women's organizations, tended to dominate, often trying to exclude the feminists. In Maharashtra, the feminists and smaller rural-based groups fought this and won an executive that included representation from every women's organization and not just the big party-linked ones. The Sampark Samiti survived as a platform of troubled unity. In Delhi, though, this could not be done, and in the politically overheated atmosphere of the capital, without links to small-town and rural organizations, a much wider gap developed between feminists and party women. Women involved in non-party mass organizations were also beginning to organize. In 1980 in the tribal area of Dhule district, women of the Shramik Sangatana formed their own Shramik Srimati Sangatana, Toiling Women's Liberation Organization, quite spontaneously after a Muslim woman of the town came to them for help over a harassment case. This ended a long debate in which the male activists of the organization, connected with the New Left Magawa group, had been continuously arguing that there was no need for a separate women's organization because the Shramik Sangatana itself takes up women's issues and you don't really want to have rich farmer women in the organization, only working women are really oppressed. In their rally, the Adivasi women themselves proclaimed that all women are exploited and should organize as women, and even if a rich farmer's wife comes to us, we'll help her. These women had been exposed to feminist debates and to Bombay Pun women since 1975, but there were no middle-class feminists to coach them at this time. It was on their own initiative that they began to form small teams of activists, going from village to take up cases of beatings and harassments, often confronting the tribal men themselves. 94. This was heartening. So was the formation, also in 1980, of a tribal and working-class women's organization, the Chhattisgarh Mahila Muddy Morcha, associated with a radical mine workers and regional nationalist organization in Madhya Pradesh. Women from this group attended the Bombay Organized National Conference at the end of the year, though they were the only working class women present. Another important step was the formation of independent organizations of slum women in the major cities of the south. Spearheading these were Penuramai Yaksam, the Movement for Women's Rights, founded in 1979 in Madras and in 1984 in Madurai, and Women's Voice, working among Bangalore slum women in association with a mainly Dalit organization from the same period. But with all this organizational expansion, problems were also emerging. Many of the mass-based independent organizations proved to have only a sporadic existence. At the same time, 95. The creativity of the early years of feminism seemed to be damming up. A 1981 National Women's Studies Conference, also held in Bombay, saw an impressive turnout and a largely attended debate on Marxism and feminism, yet this seemed to be a last mutual exchange. Positions were hardening, and party women and autonomous feminists stopped talking to each other, and only went on talking about each other, with accusations of bourgeois feminism, on one hand, and bureaucracy and neglect of women's issues, on the other. As the party women began to organize and publish, they crystallized themselves ideologically around traditional positions such as Engels's interpretation of private property and the family, and some began to accuse the feminists not only of being bourgeois but of even having links with international conspiracies to alienate people from the left parties. The feminists, in turn, not only proclaimed their own autonomy, but also began to think of themselves as apart from the left. A way developed of posing the issue itself are relations with the left that suggested their alienation. But while Marxists and feminists were clarifying themselves as different ideological trends in the women's movement, in the field of action it was often hard to discern such differences. Both focused on the same issues: atrocities, rape cases, and both organized mainly in reaction to these, defensively. For all their proclamation of working-class leadership, the parties did not formulate a policy and program that could lead the women's movement. For instance, they never effectively led a movement for equal wages, and issues of property and political power continued to be ignored. In practice, working-class leadership simply seemed to mean increasing the party base among women. In turn, the autonomous feminist groups could not link their concern for democracy and anti-hierarchy with a true mass orientation. They began to critique party women for only making speeches as if they did nothing else, and with the argument that speech-making itself was simply imposing ideas upon the masses, while group discussions were inherently democratic. This obviously involved unrealistic ideas about organizing and group processes. And in spite of the concerns for democracy, many seemed unconsciously to assume that they were a theoretical vanguard. Indeed, a trend was developing in which the independent feminists developed university and academic links and considerably more sophistication than party women activists, often leading more comfortable lives, and with the inpouring of foreign funding and the rise of NGOs began to have their main links with the masses through such funding. The availability of money both for rural developmental work by voluntary agencies and for organizing conferences and seminars on feminist issues was a powerful temptation. It provided resources for organizing and exchange of ideas, but in a way that institutionalized a different kind of hierarchy between those at the top of such organizations and the people. Such funding could produce impressive-looking activities but normally failed totally to mobilize mass activities. The alternative of working with the mass organizations of the established left parties or building up mass organizations of their own seemed impossible to most feminists, and there were at the time few independent mass organizations. A deep alienation from politics was developing as quarrels began to mark many of the common meetings. As a Delhi feminist later wrote, working with the entrenched and hierarchical organizations of the orthodox left, and finding their own voices increasingly drowned by the cacophony of competing center and right parties, Indian feminists discovered the ironic process whereby an agitation gained numerical strength by being joined by political blocs, but at the same time found itself constrained intellectually, morally, and strategically by them. 1996. But this sense of helplessness felt by many feminists, their feeling that their ideas were ignored, came at least partly because they could not explain them in language convincing to common women, and they could not prove the power of their ideas by bringing in sufficient women to mass programs. From the point of view of party women, there was no reason they should turn over our women to the whims of a few upper-middle-class intellectuals. From the point of view of the feminists, a numbers game was being played. Not all feminists felt so constrained. Chaya Datar, for instance, had suffered through an attack by party women after some of her statements about sexual freedom during a Srimati Yatra, Women's Liberation Campaign tour, were blown up by a right-wing reporter in a local paper, but she later remarked, "Why do we worry so much about our relations with the left parties? There's a whole world outside of them." And the flamboyant Madhu Kishwar, editor of Mainashi along with Ruth Vanita, had started out the journal's career with a quarrel with both Marxists and feminists, first over the issue of who would control the journal, then in a determination to orient its writing to simple, concrete descriptions of women's lives. And 98. The need for organizing, rather than theoretical abstractions. In turn, the feminists expressed a feeling of betrayal. At their 1985 Second National Conference, again in Bombay, its discussion on the media evaluated Mainashi as autocratically run. Today most feminists feel ambivalent towards Mainashi. While we are glad of its success, we are unhappy about its editorial policy, which is incompatible with feminist principles. Internationally considered the voice of the Indian women's movement, Mainashi is not closely associated with women's groups. It often uses its editorial power to attack other feminist activists. 20. In turn, Madhu began to proclaim that she was not a feminist, that the term was a needless imposition of Western categories, and that Mainashi's success was precisely because it was not based on feminist principles. In the year of the Nairobi World Women's Conference, this was an unfortunate symbol of the situation of the Indian women's movement. As vigorous and assertive as it was, it had not been able to produce an effective national organization or even a united alliance, but was caught in its own processes of sectarianism. Let us go into politics, let us take the lead in struggle. Yet there were ongoing sources of creativity, often from the same rural and toiling women who had provided a motor force for the original upsurge in 1973–75, acting again outside the establishment of either the party women's wings or the urban feminist groups. Political power, for instance, was ignored by both trends, by the feminists because they felt alienated from the whole world of politics, by the party women because they considered it to be the province of the party and not of the mass organizations. Yet the idea of women campaigning to reverse their millennia-long exclusion from power never really went away. In 1974 it was expressed by some on the Status of Women Commission. In 1975 a leading woman politician of Maharashtra had organized a meeting to demand 50% reservation for women. 21 In 1978, village women in Ahmednagar who had been to the Pune Women's Conference 3 years earlier got the idea of organizing a women's panel to fight Gram Panchayat or village council elections. They eventually joined with a dissident youth group of the village to assert themselves. 22 In 1982–83 V. M. Dandekar, the prominent and often eccentric economist of Pune, began to hold a series of seminars for rural women in his Indian School of Political Economy at Lonavala, a kind of vacation spot in the western mountain range where the village women could enjoy unexpected luxury, tea 5 times a day, for several days of discussion. Dan Decker had the idea that village governance should be simply turned over to women, and his shivirs were managed by 2 young feminists who quite enthusiastically promoted this. Satara district decided to organize an all-woman panel to fight her village council election. Usha had been exposed to both feminist and Marxist ideas for several years, but the idea of women fighting the election was hers alone. The Indalai election was noteworthy for the savage reaction of the Congress local bosses, who took a woman's panel not only as a political threat but as an insult to their manhood. "What, your wife is running for election? Why don't you put on bangles?" they told the husbands of the candidates, using a common, and male chauvinist, Marathi insult. The panel lost, but a precedent had been set, and the women remained enthusiastic, if still politically unrepresented. The issue of property rights also began to be taken up on the initiative of rural and urban toiling women, see Table 4.3, p. 92. In the late 1970s, the Chhatra Yuva Sangharsh Vahini, Student Youth Struggle League, a youth organization founded by the socialist leader Jayaprakash Narayan, began to work among the poor in Bihar. They were socialists, they were Gandhians, they wanted total revolution but through non-violent means. Their group included many young women, and with new ideas of women's liberation floating around, they made various attempts to give them scope. In shivirs, for instance, it was the men who did the cooking and other work, women were totally excused. Work among Dalit landless laborers focused on the demand that those laboring on the lands of a huge religious estate or math should be given lands. Demonstrations and campaigns were organized. Women took part also, though highly repressed even among this most proletarianized Bihari section. They also organized for demonstrations on wider cases of atrocities, such as protesting the Maya Taiji case. Going out of the home began to radicalize the women also, and when in 1983 a meeting was held to discuss what to do with land now likely to be won, and when as usual the formula of giving it to landless laborers first was decided on, the women protested. Giving land to landless laborers, they objected, meant giving it to families. Only landless widows were classified as a separate group to get land, and this meant giving it to the family heads, who were invariably men. Women would continue to be left out. Not only that, if you give our men land, they'll become more egotistic and beat us more. "Give us land," began to be a discernible cry. And, in a momentous decision, the activists and landless laborers of Sangharsh Vahini voted to give the first land won in the names of 101 women only. Even though there was foot-dragging among cotters and open opposition from some landless laborers, and even though officials often refused to turn over land to women on the grounds that they would have no incentive to stay with their husbands, the decision was a historic one whose effects began to reverberate through the women's movement. Property rights were an issue, and it was possible to win them. About the same time, Sharad Patel of Maharashtra's Satyashodak Communist Party added the goal of ending women's slavery to his program of ending caste as central to the democratic revolution. This was due not only to the influence of outside women's liberationists. Patel saw almost all feminists as Brahmanic in any case, but also to pressure from the tribal women in his organization who were raising the main issue that concerned them, that of land. Nazubai Gavit, a tribal woman leader, reported that during a discussion of land distribution, the organization, its base mainly in 2 tribal talukas of Dhule, was then engaged in a struggle of occupying government forest lands and then seeking to legalize this. She had passed a note saying that women who were part of the fight should also be part of the list to be included in the distribution of its benefits. With this, the Satyashodak Communist Party and its Women's Front decided to take up the fight for land as the main point of their movement. But Patel did so in his own way, with the slogan, "Apply the Hindu Code Bill to tribal women." This had its difficulties. It ignored the fact that Hindu women to whom the law already applied in fact could not get it implemented. Tribal women often did not like to be identified as Hindu, and in the end the feminist lawyer with whom Patel worked filed the petition saying that the Indian Inheritance Act of 1925, a law for non-Hindus, should be applied to the women. 23 For the tribal women themselves, there was only a vague understanding of the technicalities of the slogan, and they most frequently spoke only of getting rights to land. Nevertheless, the slogan, and debate over it, of apply the Hindu Code Bill to tribal women got into women's forums throughout the state and at least succeeded in stirring up more thinking on property rights. About the same time that rural women were raising the question of land rights, urban toiling women began to raise that of housing, as they became dominant forces in a gathering series of struggles against eviction of slum dwellers in the 1980s. The Madurai Women's Organization, Penyur Rimai Yaksam, organized women's committees in a struggle for house sites that began in 1981, resulting in finally winning these in the names of women themselves. 24. Sexuality was another issue that was, outside of small group discussions, avoided by feminist activists. It was one of the most sensitive in terms of ideological challenges to Indian patriarchal society, and Dalits in their own way were bringing up the issue. One of the first Marathi books on extramarital relations was edited by a Dalit writer himself, Dalit not because of being born in one of the untouchable castes, but for being the product of such an illegitimate relation. Yet it could not, in the long run, be avoided because it was affecting rural women involved in organizing as much, if not more, than their urban middle-class sisters. The latter were very often choosing new relationships, but in the relative anonymity of city life they could have some freedom to do so. Rural women activists, including those from agricultural laborer or poor peasant families, had a public gaze fixed on them everywhere. Scandal often dogged their public life. Jealous husbands then tried to limit their involvement in the movement. Behind this working of the scandal factor was a remorseless social logic. Women who went out of the home, who became organizers, were exposed not simply to dangers but also to temptation. They were likely to form companionships, new relations with men and women they worked with, and these were again 102. Often much more attractive than those with men they may have been handed over to before they could even understand what sex and companionship meant. Husbands were jealous, they had reason to be. The issues of man-woman relations were complex, in spite of the continuing tendency of urban feminists to see them simply in terms of male violence against women. For example, when one of the Naxalite organizations working in Bihar split in the early 1980s, the fact that the marriage of a leading couple had broken up and both were forming new relations was a subject of political controversy. Why did it happen? We grew apart naturally, we were working apart. I've been away from home for years on end and my wife has always remained loyal, growled the patriarchal old Bihari leader of the group, and this time he got the reply, "You've treated her like a feudal baron, that's why." But this defiance was possible not only because of feminist ideas but because the activists were ready for a split, and in the whole process it was the woman who was slandered from top to bottom of the activist circles. In another case, Shramik Sangatana, the most powerful tribal organization in Maharashtra, experienced two major internal cases in the 1980–85 period. One was that of the molestation of a tribal woman by an unmarried non-tribal activist, the other that of an affair between two tribal activists, the man already having a wife. Two wives did not go against tribal norms, but they did challenge the combination of bourgeois and women's liberationist values held by the activists. We're against polygamy. What about the injustice to the first wife? While the fact that the two staunchly denied that anything was going on for nearly 2 years heightened tension considerably. Neither case was handled well, the first reverberating throughout the state. The notion of personal as political was making it necessary for activists to take a stand on such issues, but not necessarily giving the basis for a satisfactory resolution of them. The years from 1980 to 1985 also saw a new growth of rural Mahila Mandate or village women's organizations. In their original phase, as part of village development programs in the 1960s, they had involved mainly rich peasant and upper caste housewives meeting for ceremonious occasions or for religious singing, sometimes using a sewing machine or other gentile developmental work. The Mahila Mandals of the 1980s were different. Now there were various new government welfare schemes being offered, and masses of poor women, often abandoned by their husbands, desperately searching for work or some kind of social and economic support. These provided a constituency for an emerging spontaneous rural leadership, energetic and entrepreneurial women, sometimes from richer families but in many cases also from poorer and low-caste families. Conclusion. Yet, with all of this, the mid-1980s saw a troubling impasse. In spite of all the furor over rape cases and dowry deaths, the cases of atrocities against women continued to rise, and the demonstrations and court fights by women's groups most often proved futile. It was almost impossible to get convictions. The economic ravages of uneven development continued to push more and more women into the unorganized sector. Mines in Dhanbad announced the retrenchment of 10,000 women workers due to modernization, promising in compensation jobs to one more educated son of every family, while SAIL, the huge public sector steel conglomerate, announced on the eve of the Indian delegation's departure for the Nairobi Women's Conference that 13,000 women would lose their jobs. Women's wages as agricultural laborers continued to be one-half to two-thirds those of men, regardless of the 103 slogan "Equal pay for equal work" shouted at almost every rural demonstration. Amniocentesis, that most modern and scientific attack on women through female feticide, was appearing not only in cities but in district towns throughout the country. India, with its caste-linked patriarchal, patrilocal 98 emergence of the new movements, 1972–85. Kinship system, was one of the most patriarchal countries in the world, and as the tables in the appendix show, there seemed to be little change in women's access to education, property, power, and income relative to men over the decades. The growing forces of religious fundamentalism in the 1980s also threatened women's interests. In 1984–85 a huge debate broke out on the issue of Muslim women's rights, taking a form that practically drowned the voice of feminists and Marxists alike. Muslims, fearing the imposition of Hindu domination, rallied around their own religious traditionalists over the demand for maintaining separate personal laws that allowed daughters only half the share of men in inheritance and made it possible for men to divorce their wives legally by simply saying talaq 3 times. Hindu fundamentalist organizations, on the other hand, trumpeted the demand for a common civil code, using a major slogan of the women's movement as a propaganda point to show the backwardness and cruelty of Muslims. Those concerned with secularism or simply the issue of justice for women, and laws or no laws, Hindu men also were abandoning their wives without even bothering to say anything, seemed to be able to mobilize very little in contrast to the huge demonstrations of the fundamentalists. Then, in November 1984, came the assassination of Indira Gandhi and the election of her son Rajiv following massive pogroms against Sikhs in Delhi and some other North Indian cities, riots involving the most brutal murders of men and rapes of women. For all of its creativity and new thinking, for all the rising assertion of women at the grassroots level, the new women's movement seemed unable to build a mass power to confront the forces of patriarchy and exploitation. Though still limited in its social power, however, the 1975–85 International Decade of Women had seen the growth of a new women's liberation movement and the emergence of a self-defined feminist trend that had made many important theoretical and practical challenges to traditional Marxism. The concept of patriarchy had been brought to the fore. For many this was left undefined and simply viewed as an oppressive and exploitative structure alongside that of class. This trend verged into the ultimately unsatisfactory additive approach of class and caste and gender/patriarchy. But some went beyond this to reject the definition that made class the economic factor and patriarchy simply a cultural part of the superstructure. Women like Chaya Datar, for instance, drawing on a broader European theoretical trend that itself had roots in Indian experiences, made attempts to redefine exploitation. The knotty issue of housework or domestic labor in fact was forcing some new thinking on the whole issue of work. Party theoreticians found themselves in the uncomfortable position of having to refute ideas that not only continued to emerge from bourgeois feminists but also proved to have a wide appeal. When Suhas Paranjape, a young theorist of the Magawa group, wrote a Marathi rendition of Capital, it became a major left publishing event in Maharashtra, but party leaders who attended the book's publishing ceremony were horrified at an appendix on housework and surplus value, urging its withdrawal. But the demon would not go back into the bottle. In rethinking the issue of work and its 104 relation to capitalism and exploitation, the women's movement was going beyond the Dalit movement in its theoretical challenge to Marxism. At the same time, the concept of patriarchy helped in a critique of the major religious traditions. Finally, while the early organizations of the new women's movement, in contrast to the anti-caste movement, tended to avoid the issues of political power, and thus the strategies of building a mass movement, the issues raised regarding political organization, democratic functioning, and the nature of revolution itself were to become important for all the new movements. In fact, because of the particular position of women in being a part of all oppressed sections, the women's movement was only in part a separate movement, in part also it was acting as a force for renewal of all the varied movements. 105. The farmers' movement. We don't want alms but the payment for our sweat. In 1972, with 4 years of intensive agricultural labor agitation in Thanjavur district coming to an end, smallholders elsewhere in the state unleashed one of the most militant agitations seen for some time in India. In protest against high electricity rates and forcible collection of loan arrears from peasants, and demanding higher prices for their produce, they blocked roads, organized processions of peasant women, and mobilized a 48-hour blockade of government offices with 30,000 bullock carts in the district town of Coimbatore. In the statewide agitation that followed this on June 30, 14 people were killed in 7 separate incidences of police firing. 1. The agitations were organized by the Tamilaga Vyavasaigal Sangam, Tamil Nadu Agriculturalists Association, which had existed in Coimbatore from 1966 as an independent, non-party farmers' organization but became formally statewide only after the 1972 agitation. In the same year, Gujarati peasants marched in a newly formed Kejit Samaj to the state capital to protest land ceilings and agitated the following year against crop levy. Meanwhile, in the heart of Green Revolution Punjab, militant struggles took place between 1972 and 1974 under the newly formed Zamindara Union on issues of cotton prices, cuts in power supply, and electricity rates. The agitations included militant clashes with police who tried to collect bills in a month-long dharna or sit-in at the Electricity Board Centre. 2. These events heralded a new era of peasant movements in India, one that harked back to and used slogans of the old pre-independence dream of a peasant revolution sung of by socialist and communist organizers alike. Eatapetwu Sarran, Eatapetwu Ladhamahan, now let us ignite the fields, now let us ignite a great battle. However, these were not sharecroppers or poor peasants fighting landlords, they were independent commodity producers. Peasants caught up in the throes of market production, dependent on the state and capital for their inputs of fertilizer, pesticide, seeds, electricity, and water, and for the purchase of their products. So different was the situation from the traditional understanding of the peasantry that most scholars and left commentators have refused to call it a peasant movement at all, but instead have described it as a farmers' movement, though there is no terminology for the distinction, presumably that between subsistence peasants and commercially oriented farmers, in any Indian language. With this in mind, there is no harm in using the terms interchangeably. The 1972 events also gave birth to new organizations of struggle, the non-party, all-peasant organizations that emerged during the 1970s and by the 1980s were the bearers of one of the most powerful social movements of the decade. Like the anti-caste movement, the women's movement, and the environmental movement, the new peasant or farmers' movement raised crucial issues of exploitation and the direction of revolutionary change, and with a capability of mobilizing in the hundreds of thousands, it was one of the few to have a direct influence on political events. Yet none of the new movements has had a more difficult relationship with Marxism, none has been more ignored by the theorists of new social movements and alternatives in India. 106. Simmering discontent. What lay behind this upsurge was a seething discontent among the very middle and rich peasantry that was supposed to be a beneficiary of the Green Revolution. Punjab, considered the richest part of India, can be taken as an example. In spite of increased production, 1974-75 statistics showed that of land-holding households, 31% of those with under 1 hectare, 24% of those with between 1 to 2 hectares, 19% of those with 2 to 3 hectares, and 11% of those with 3 to 5 hectares were below the poverty line. Although the study insisted that there was no situation of destitution and misery, for essential food items, e.g., cereals, salt and spices, pulses, vegetables and fruit, they are not much behind higher classes of farmers. 3. It was clear that this was relative prosperity only by Indian standards, where real poverty, in the backward and often tribal areas, meant not only no meat and milk but also no vegetables and insufficient calories. Punjabi poor peasants and agricultural labourers had their vegetables, but not much else. They were equally involved in the market economy, spending nearly as much per acre on fertilizers, manures, and biochemical inputs, getting a slightly higher percentage of their income from non-farm activities than did the larger farmers. 4. Another study showed that for all classes of land holding, even those above 25 acres, the value of family labor outweighed that of hired labor in 1968 to 70. 5. Thus, the issues that moved the big farmers, the prices of crops, zonal restrictions that kept prices down, debt, access to electricity and fertilizers, and the bureaucratic procedures that lay behind all of these were also issues for the small peasants. What this meant in concrete terms was described in an anonymous 1981 article in Frontier. There was not a single village where the murmuring of simmering discontent, frustration, anger, and often utter resignation was not observed among the once robust Punjabi farmers. Everywhere and each time the discussion with a peasant would bring out inevitable stories of corruption among colluding officials, police, politicians, big landlords, rich men, bank managers, private traders, all those brokers of the degenerating social structure. 6. These were the same peasants who were in conflict with their Dalit agricultural laborers, who used migrants brought in from Bihar and eastern UP working cheaply and often in semi-bonded conditions. They were also the peasants whose fathers had fought British colonial rule, often in armed organizations such as the Ghadar Party, and who had struggled earlier against merchants and money lenders. Now they found themselves in new relations of exploitation and conflict. We were also told how the FCI inspector made immense amounts of money in one cropping season by rejecting the grains on some plea of quality and then in the dark hours accepting the same grains or even worse at the usual market price, only after the farmers had made the inspector happy by bribing him at some fixed rate per quintal. "Why don't you protest?" we asked. With a sarcastic smile the farmer replied, "We made lots of protest. We have even beaten some of these corrupt officials. But what happened? Some of us got arrested and there were long-drawn court cases. The whole problem is that even the higher UPS in the whole chain of officials are involved in this racket. Look at the level of contradictions. We farmers produce the basic needs of the country. We also supply cheap labor to urban industry. We only give, but we do not get anything." 7. 107. This description was pointing to a new economic nexus, exploitative relations between government officials and the peasantry, and a process of extraction of surplus from the peasantry. Naxalites would also identify bureaucratic capitalism as an enemy, and the later ecological analysis of Vandana Shiva's Punjab book, The Violence of the Green Revolution, would see the conflict between the peasantry and the state involving indebtedness, the provision of high-priced high-technology inputs, the licensing and regulation of production and of the movement of produce as a part of the total web of exploitation and ecological destruction following from the new scientific agriculture. 8. But in the 1970s the peasant-state relation did not fit into the framework of Marxist class analysis, and when in 1974–75 THPJP movement pinpointed corruption as a major enemy, it was taken as a non-class issue. But to the peasantry, the situation was very material, and in the 1970s peasants began to organize against it. In doing so they gave birth to new forms of struggle. They initiated on a wide scale the road blocking and railway blocking that later came to be known as Rasta Roko. They took the Girao, which workers or women demonstrating against price rise, had used as a technique by which a few dozen or few hundred could surround managers, owners, or officials, and turned it into a mass siege of government buildings with tractors and bullock carts. They took up the bond or civic strike that political parties had always used, but whereas union-backed bonds normally relied for their effectiveness on the degree to which transport workers joined and right-wing organizations relied on a combination of influence and terrorism of shopkeepers, the peasants shut down public transportation by the sheer force of their numbers, being practically the only mass movement that could threaten a chuck-a-jam, not a single wheel should turn. They initiated Gavbandi, the closing off of villages to officials or politicians, on the one hand, and brought peasants in their masses into the cities for indefinite occupations of public places on the other hand. The latter came to be called Kisan Panchayat, thus ranging from Delanking to a new version of the cities surround the countryside. Throughout the 1970s and early 1980s the movement had hundreds killed not in clashes with landlords or their armed mercenaries, not in faked encounters staged by police hunting down militants at night, but in police firing on open, mass, and unarmed demonstrators. All of this indicated an underlying socio-economic process in which an unequal, caste-bound, but still cultivating peasantry with some community traditions was not being differentiated into agricultural laborers and capitalist farmers engaged in class struggle against each other, but rather was pulled, with all their hierarchy and inequalities, into a new kind of capitalist enslavement to the market and the state. The focus on officials, on the state, on the cities itself pointed to a new location of the main enemy. The forms of struggle, sporadic efforts at Delanking interspersed with assaults on the power centers pointed to the social relations of production that existed between the peasantry and the cities and states, or between agriculture and industry. Peasants were resisting their exploitation and getting precious little appreciation for this from Marxist intellectuals. A big show of tractors and trolleys. Although the peasant movement itself borrowed terms of struggle from the left, proclaimed itself as against exploitation, called for a Kisan Raj and worker-peasant unity, it was in turn stamped as reactionary, described as a rich farmers or even landlords movement. This was true from the very beginning, when a study of agrarian radicalism could ignore the 108 movement apparently on the grounds that only a landless, labor-based movement on wage issues could be radical. 9 When the one study that did describe the beginnings of the Tamil Nadu organization admitted that the vast majority of the peasants involved were poor but that the movement itself, however militant, was conservative and a deceleration in the process of social change because the small cultivator was conservative in ideology. 10 When the only article that took note of the Punjab movement described it as aimed at protecting the economic interests of the emerging rural bourgeoisie and, again while admitting broad poor peasant support, argued that a big show of tractors and trolleys at a demonstration was indicative of the class character of the agitation. 11 All of these left and progressive analyses shared the assumption of the first report in an international journal that talked of the coming of age of the Kulak class as a formidable political force. 12 From this time through the late 1980s, when Naxalite publications were still using the Russian term kulak and the English term farmer to describe a movement they refused to baptize with the word peasant, where American scholars coined such terms as bullock capitalists, the gap between the way the peasant movement saw itself and the way it was seen by the left intellectuals seemed absolute. The fact is that while a traditional Marxist framework could to some extent handle the other movements by using concepts of nationality or even caste and gender alongside of or supplementary to a class analysis, the peasant movement directly challenged the class framework itself. It based itself on and theorized the exploitation of the peasantry as a whole, but a Marxist framework that took private property in the means of production as the only factor for getting to the heart of exploitation and contradiction was simply incapable of seeing the peasantry as a whole, though it had no such difficulty with the working class, which is arguably equally hierarchized and fragmented in terms of income, place in the production process, nationality, community, and gender. Peasants under feudalism could be conceived of as a group, in spite of differences of size and land holding, because the primary property holders were the landlords, or so it could be argued, and all categories of peasants were dependent tenants. But under capitalism, the Marxist framework nearly forced its proponents to view the rural community through ideological spectacles that identified the main divisions as agricultural laborers, poor, middle, and rich peasants, and landlords or capitalist farmers. Class analysis was then the exercise of identifying the numbers in each category and their mutual relation, and class struggle meant organizing the rural poor against landlords or capitalist farmers on issues of land or wages. The relationship of peasants as a group with supervillage exploiters, the state, the buyers of their produce, those who taxed them, and the struggles they organized against this, however militant and involving however many deaths, fell outside the scope of class analysis and class struggle as it was understood. Similarly, an organization including all sizes of peasants was, inevitably, a multi-class organization, and since such an organization had to have a leadership of one or another class, if it was not that of the proletariat, which by another logical leap was exerted through a communist party, then it was inevitably that of landlords or rich farmers. This followed from the same law that defined the necessity of the differentiation of agriculture under capitalism. The peasantry as a whole did not exist, and the middle peasantry was a vanishing, politically impotent class incapable of leading anything, even itself. Added to this remorseless logic was the special character of the Indian situation, marked by foreign socialism. Since the middle 1960s, the Congress Party itself, and the bureaucrats and intelligentsia associated with it, had been quite articulate in distinguishing the rural 109 poor and weaker sections from their village exploiters, in trying to mark the latter as the main enemy. They not only fostered the political strategy of building an electoral bloc made up of the lowest and highest castes, they also headed an intellectual offensive that charged middle and rich peasants with being the main beneficiaries of the Green Revolution. Seeing rich peasants as part of a ruling bloc and middle peasants or family farmers as on the exploiting side of the lines of class struggle was a major shift from classical Marxism itself. But in spite of the sanctity of the notion of the worker-peasant alliance within the communist movement, in spite of Marx's own writings on the peasantry against capitalism, this thesis of a fundamental polarization was taken up by Marxist intellectuals for reasons that have to be attributed to their own class/caste background. As salary-paid urban employees, they found it easy to see petty commodity producers as exploiters of agricultural laborers, and as upper castes they found it easy to see non-Brahmin dominant caste peasants as the main perpetrators of atrocities on Dalits. One indication of this inbuilt bias is the fact that while the demand for higher crop prices has provoked innumerable studies on the effects of higher terms of trade for agriculture on living standards in the unorganized sector, there has been almost no research on the overall economic effects of the constant increases in pay of professors and government employees. This double standard was not to go unnoticed by intellectuals of the farmers' movement, when in the late 1980s professors' strikes were occurring all over India. An article in the Shetkari Sanghotana-connected weekly Gyanba attacked the suggestion, by a college professor, that peasants should take up profitable auxiliary occupations like raising rabbits rather than try to get higher prices. Why tell this to us? Let the professors raise rabbits in their backyards instead of shouting themselves hoarse for higher pay. If, from the point of view of the traditional left and especially the intellectuals of traditional socialism, the new peasant movement was doomed before it took off, this did not prevent it from taking off. Its audience was a different one, the millions of rural poor scattered throughout the villages of India. And if the left refused to recognize the movement as one of class struggle, the movement reciprocated by denying the concept of class altogether. The 1970s, a decade of transition. Overall, the decade of the 1970s can be seen as one in which most activists of the Marxist left threw themselves into the effort to organize agricultural laborer and poor peasant struggles, and while these struggles and their organizations stagnated, or even fizzled out, a very differently focused agrarian revolution was gathering strength. Thus Marshall Bowden's study of agrarian radicalism in Tamil Nadu, noted above, showed the subsiding of its second wave by 1972, with mild tenancy reform and some wage gains, but little way to go ahead. 13 nationwide land grab movements led by the CPI and CPI-M, in 1970–71 also had little overall impact. Some land was occupied, another wave of land sealing legislation resulted, but after this the struggles ceased. Similarly, while both communist parties gave some attention to agricultural laborer unions, the CPI's was organized nationally in 1968, that of the CPI-M. Somewhat later these also did not emerge as a movement, though they continued to exert pressure for higher wages. Demonstrations at Taluka offices and at district offices and then marches on state government centers to present a charter of demands constituted the struggles organized by the mainstream left. This was done with agricultural labor unions on such demands as a national minimum wage law for agriculture, and with the party-led Kisan Savas on the same issues on which the new peasant 110 organizations agitated. But charters of demands and demonstrations did not make a movement, and both the Kisan Savas and the agricultural laborer unions connected with the parties proved comparatively ineffectual bodies. This stagnation of agricultural laborer-focused organizing could be seen in Maharashtra, a highly industrialized state with a strong bureaucracy and relative capitalist development in agriculture, but without the overall prosperity that existed in northwest India. In the 1971–72 period, the Lion Party, a state-based communist party with roots in the rural non-Brahmin masses, began attempts to organize the rural poor. Its strategy was based on a proposal to use unions of village workers, kotwals, general village servants, once a hereditary caste profession, now secularized and unionized, and road and construction workers as entry cadres to form general agricultural laborer associations among the low castes from which they were drawn. They also seized the opportunity of the drought-based upsurge in the rural areas in the early 1970s. Laborers on government relief works were mobilized in massive numbers, holding in 1971 a major statewide conference of agricultural laborers and poor peasants, and undertaking agitations culminating in a 1.5 million strong strike in 1973. These efforts led to the formation of an agricultural laborer union, the Maharashtra Shet Majur Parishad, in 1975. But with all its promising start, this did not grow. Nor did organizing attempts of the CPI, the CPI-M, or the Socialists develop into a movement. A similar fate came to the most promising pocket-based organization, the Shramik Sangatana. In contrast to the LNP's strategy of a statewide spread, the Magawa Group, in helping to build the Shramik Sangatana, concentrated middle-class cadres in an area thought to be promising and attempted an all-around, struggle-oriented organization. Originally formed in 1972 out of a spontaneous Adivasi-based upsurge in Shahada, the most proletarianized region of Dhule district. The Shramik Sangatana organized militant struggles to regain land lost by the tribals to big farmers. Then wage issues were taken up, and not only higher wages but even arrears were won, significant sums in back pay for the years when the legally declared minimum wages were not implemented. In addition, the Sangatana not only mobilized on women's issues, but also participated in anti-caste agitations and took some initiative in bringing together other tribal-based organizations in the Dhule Thana district tribal belt to fight to win control of forest lands for cultivation. Yet even this, the apparently most vigorous of new organizations, stagnated after 1980, caught up in political splits, disputes about scandal cases involving activists, and some unresolved problems, the question of Adivasi identity versus agricultural laborer/class identity of its members, and the question of how the movement was to go ahead once the tribals had won a minimum of decent treatment from the caste Hindu rich farmers and some gains in wages. Naxalite organizing efforts in the state, aside from those in tribal border regions of Andhra Pradesh, also petered out. An organization in Nand district never got beyond a few villages, while a sister unit in Nasik district allied itself with the farmers' movement briefly in 1980 and then went into opposition, charging that the Shetkari Sangatana and its leaders were landlords. Another group tried, in Ahmednagar district, an annihilation campaign that involved helping the mass of peasants to organize an attack that resulted in the murder of a particularly hated village boss. But this, once again, failed to be the spark that set off the prairie fire. It was, in a way, smothered by the left itself as the various communist parties joined to provide legal aid for the peasants and, in the process, prove that the system was not really against them. 111. In all of India, it is striking that one area where agricultural laborer organizing really took off in the late 1970s and 1980s was Bihar, where Naxalites built a strong movement based on Dalit laborers and organized around issues of wages and izzat. But, as has been seen, this was not conceived of as an agricultural laborer organization, and the Naxalites continued to view the land struggle as central, even when they could not do much on it. ACPI, ML, Liberation admission in a 1988 document that our persistent effort to direct every struggle against the landlords and towards land seizure often turned into a futile search for big landlords and large-scale concentration of land. 14 was typical of many Marxist self-critiques of the period over the failure to lead land struggles. Was this simply out of fear of challenging the rural power structure, or were there more objective reasons behind this failure in the lack of excess land of big holders on a sufficient scale to satisfy the land hunger of the rural poor? Some have suggested the latter, 15, but the issue was never confronted. In any event, the main gains in land for the landless campaigns continued to be won by encroaching on, and then fighting to maintain and legalize, wastelands and forest lands. Thus, the 1970s saw a gradual decline in the viability of a poor peasant/agricultural laborer-based movement, concurrent with the rise of militant agitations based on the issues of market-dependent, bureaucratically oppressed peasantry and a decline in mobilization of anti-price rise movements concurrent with the rise in the agitations for higher crop prices, on the one hand, and continuing wage struggles by workers, on the other. Peasants, laborers, and Dalits. At the same time, the period saw a gradual maturation of the farmers' movement. In the beginning, the various accusations of leftists about the anti-Dalit, anti-agricultural laborer nature of the peasant organizations had a solid base. Peasants, as well as the industrial working class, were after all of mixed character. The caste Hindus among them were ready to assert their superiority to Dalits and resent lower caste assertion. Those of dominant peasant caste were inclined to adopt the village ruler model. Hirers of wage labor, even small peasants, had objective interests in contradictions with the sellers of it, and so on. In the face of considerable objective contradictions pervading the villages, the peasants involved in the new movements were, as Marxists charged, trying to assert their hegemony over the village. The questions remained: how antagonistic were these contradictions? Was there an objective basis for unity? Was it desirable and possible? And could a socialistic hegemony be asserted? Non-party peasant organizations focusing struggles against the state were a new phenomenon, but this did not immediately become clear. There were a large number of self-defined peasant organizations in the field. As Alexander's studies of South India show, these were of at least 3 different types: the new non-party ones, those that arose as defensive organizations of landowners against agricultural laborers, primarily the Marastars associations of Tanjavur district, which was highly inegalitarian in its social structure and saw the strongest agricultural laborer organizing, and party-linked organizations, including not only those of the left but also peasant organizations floated by right-wing parties such as Swatantra and the Jansan/BJP. 16. Not so surprisingly, many organizations had anti-labor clauses, and even local units connected with the left party Kisan Savas might fight agricultural laborers. Youth of big farmer families might attack Dalits or put on the badges of farmers' organizations. But the trend during the decade was for the independent non-party organizations to move toward a pro. 112. Agricultural laborer position, to assert the need for peasant-worker unity and to develop an ideology that asserted broad populist values and the image of a society that, whether or not it used the term socialist, claimed to be one of egalitarianism and welfare equivalent to the Marxist version of socialism. The complex character of the 1970s movements can be seen in the Kanyahiwala agitation of 1979. In this, mainly Jat peasants from the Jat belt of Northwest India, Haryana, UP, Rajasthan, were mobilized on a massive scale with a broad platform of demands, with rallies of up to 200,000 and 70,000 offering satyagraha at one point in Delhi. But the focal issue was opposition to government efforts to give 120 acres of common land of Kanyahiwala village near Delhi to Dalits for cultivation. This agitation clearly reflected the tension between Jat peasants and Kamar, the main Dalit caste, agricultural labourers throughout the whole of the northwest. It was also clear that calling for the commons to remain under village control meant, practically, under the control of the dominant Jats. Yet, while most left critiques simply condemned the agitation as representing the self-interest of a Kulak elite, and it has to be added that Jat relations with the Delhi upper castes were equally hostile, one commentator did notice that as mobilization was growing to include large sections of the peasantry cutting across caste and religion, its focus was shifting to an attack on the capitalists who owned vast tracts of land, profited from the low prices of agricultural produce, and got overwhelming concessions from the state. The top 20 big houses were held responsible for the misery of poor peasants. It appears that the Kanyahiwala agitation, which was triggered by anti-Harijan and anti-land reform feelings, has a potential of becoming a broad-based peasant front against industrial capital. 17. The issue of the village commons of government-held wastelands or forest lands generally was not itself a simple one. The environmental movement later was to become a big voice for keeping the commons as a commons, rather than allowing it to be split into plots for individual peasants, on the grounds that in fact it was the village poor who got most out of the commons, while giving it in individual plots invariably left other sections of the rural poor still landless. 18. The contradiction here was not simply one of caste Hindu big farmers against landless Dalits, but one of alternative socio-economic organization at the village level, of collective versus individual control. It was the mixture of the two issues that made for the complications. The official policy of the independent farmers' organizations regarding agricultural laborers showed a clear change. Under the initiative of Maharashtra's Shetkari Sangatana and its leader Sharad Joshi, in the 1980s nearly all organizations began to include demands for higher minimum wages for laborers. This was linked to the argument that this higher wage cost be made a part of the calculation of the cost of production by the Agricultural Price Commission. This gave a clear linkage of wages with crop prices, and a material basis for agricultural laborer-peasant unity. At the same time there was some development of positive assessments of the peasant movement by both Marxist and Dalit organizations. In contrast to institutionally based Marxist intellectuals, party activists and theorists had a tendency to support it, as shown in the 1979 reports of the Kisan Savas of both the CPI and CPI-M. In 1982 the CPI's Andhra Peasant Organization held a seminar on capitalism in agriculture in Hyderabad, with most papers giving a positive assessment, arguing that in fact small farmers, with holdings less than 10 acres, 113, controlled the largest share of the marketed surplus and were the ones to benefit most from enhanced support prices since they were forced to enter the market more immediately after harvest. Agricultural laborers were also said to benefit indirectly via the rise in wage rates and wage bill and through higher investment in farm business. 19. And the theoretical leader of the Kisan Sabha, Indradeep Sinha, concluded firmly that the whole agrarian economy is in the grip of a deep structural crisis, the crisis of small peasant farming, which is being crushed under the juggernaut of the crisis-ridden capitalist path in India. Hence, the small peasantry is fighting to preserve its existence. This is exemplified by the countrywide peasant upsurge, unprecedented in tempo and sweep in the post-independence period. The big industrial and commercial bourgeoisie headed by the monopolists and the multinationals are seeking to disrupt, divide, and crush this peasant upsurge. Radical-minded intellectuals have to choose as to whether they will side with the peasantry or with the monopolies. There is no middle course. 20. Similarly, Dalits who were originally very suspicious of the movement were also rethinking their policy of alliances, just as they were moving to build a broad anti-caste front with the OBCs. Karnataka's Dalit Sangharsh Samiti held a seminar on the issue of the farmers' movement, and in November 1983 its journal Panchama published a special issue. Articles took varying positions, but the editorial expressed a hope of alliance, though rather cautiously. From the point of view of the Dalits, the editorial said, it is the castes which exploit them which are united under the Rajatuzsan. It suggested that once the farmers' movement transcended their economism and act genuinely for a social and cultural transition of the country, and for the eradication of casteism, the two progressive movements, the farmers and the Dalits, would come together to achieve common aims. 21. While these renewed hopes for a reconstructed peasant-worker alliance were being put forward, a leading Naxalite spokesman, Vinod Mishra of the Liberation Group, assessed the rising farmers' movement more positively as representing a new type of crisis caused by the saturation of the strategy of green revolution and overproduction, though he still saw the issue as one of competition between movements and ways of organizing. Mishra forecast a battle for supremacy between the East and West winds within the peasant movement, blowing sharply from Bihar and Maharashtra. In sharp contrast to the farmers' movement in Maharashtra, the peasant struggle in Bihar has in its forefront the agrarian laborers. But even as the latter lays the highest stress on thoroughgoing land reforms, it does also strive to incorporate the issues arising out of the crisis of the Green Revolution, issues that affect large segments of the middle and upper middle peasants. The outcome of this battle between the two winds has not yet been decided. 22. The peasants' armies go forth. The armies of the peasants will go forth. The shackles will fall from their wrists. With unity we will sing the new song of freedom. Now let us ignite the fields. 114. Now let us ignite a great battle. We dedicate our lives to the liberation of the peasants. Song of the Independence Struggle. The emergency, with its pro-agricultural laborer rhetoric and anti-peasant bias, called a halt to the first round of peasant struggles. The end of emergency, with the government that in places drew its electoral support from the middle and low-caste peasantry, released a new wave of agitations. In Tamil Nadu in particular, the TAA went on the warpath in 1977–78, again on issues of writing off loans and reduction of electricity rates. Roads were blocked, bridges destroyed, goods of farmers confiscated by cooperative societies taken back. The chief minister labelled it a Naxalite pattern of agitation, and there were at least 6 killed in police firing. 23 agitations in various parts of North India were reported by the CPI's Kisan Sabha, including struggles of potato growers in UP24, and in December 1978 the peasant spokesman inside the Janata Party, Sharan Singh, made an attempt to ride the waves of the movement by organising a 2 million strong rally in Delhi on his birthday, described by an observer as the occasion in which the peasant is standing up as a class. 25. It was in 1980, however, that the peasantry really exploded, as new movements arose in Maharashtra and Karnataka. In July there was a militant agitation of peasants in the Malaprabha irrigation project area of North Karnataka against the imposition of a betterment levy, exorbitant water taxes and irrigation cesses. This coincided partly with anti-price rise movements in towns, and there was heavy police repression resulting in 5 deaths. The agitation was led by a local coordination committee including left party leaders, but by August non-party Rayatisans were active in many districts, including Belgaum, Bijapur and Billari, and Shimoga. When the Malaprabha committee met with the latter groups to draft a common set of demands, it was described as the end of leftist domination and a shift to an ideology of ruralism in which there was clear enunciation of principles for determining agricultural prices. 26. In fact, neither this nor the original Farmers' Committee had included a mention of agricultural laborers, and the main difference in demands was the dropping of the emphasis on ending private marketing through state takeover of trade and monopoly purchase schemes. But clearly a new trend was making itself felt. In November the farmers' movement hit Maharashtra. It began with a stir on onions in which the leadership was taken up by a retired UN official, from the Universal Postal Union, who had taken up farming with 24 acres of dry land about 30 miles from Punsharid Joshi. In 1980 the movement burst into nearby Nasik district, the main centre of onion production in India as a whole, with 30% of the total crop produced there, with weeks of agitation that included Rasta Roko, Rail Roko, Satyagrahas, and 2 killed in police firing. Maharashtra, a state that had had little rural militancy, was electrified. In Vidarbha there were clashes between police and cotton producers. In Mersana district of Gujarat, cotton-growing peasants formed a new organization, and in Tamil Nadu a bond at the end of December left 8 dead. In the process Sharad Joshi began putting forward his theory that the primary contradiction in the country was between Bharat, primarily the villages but also including the unorganized urban sector, refugees from Bharat in the cities, and India, the westernized industrial bureaucratic elite, inheritors of colonial exploitation. The issue was one of exploitation, in which surplus was being extracted from the peasantry via the market mechanism and unequal exchange. The key to fighting this exploitation was the demand for higher prices for their crops, that is, 115. Remunerative prices. As he told journalist Olga Tellis in a 1980 interview. Before independence it was the British government which took their raw materials for a song, processed the raw materials in London and Manchester, and then sold the finished product at enormous profit. Today, Pune, Calcutta, and Bombay are the London and Manchester. And our current rulers have replaced the British in grabbing the wealth of the country. I do not believe in sophisticated terms like class struggle. You may call this whatever you like. But I call this the struggle between Bharat and India, the fight for liberation by Bharat from India. 27. The left and opposition parties, though partly caught by surprise, attempted to respond to the new movement by drawing up charters of demands that included the price issue along with efforts to inject a proletarian leadership by the injection of demands for nationalization of trade in food grains, some emphasis on agricultural laborers, and attempts to sideline the rich peasants by various ways, e.g., demanding forgiveness of debts for small peasants only. They organized marches to state capitals such as Nagpur and Bangalore that were planned to climax with the opening of legislative assembly sessions in December and that united the Communists, Janata Party Socialists, and Congress dissidents. A nationwide meeting of opposition party leaders planned a similar long march to Delhi that was scheduled to converge on the capital on March 15, 1981. 28. But, these left and opposition party marches did not draw much spontaneous response from the peasantry, although party cadres were mobilized and held many discussions about class and caste issues on the way, and although workers in the cities provided food and in some cases joined the final demonstrations. Politicians also more or less ignored them and did their serious negotiating with the independent peasant organizations. There was a growing recognition that a new force was coming into existence beyond the claims of the parties. As Raj Krishna of the Planning Commission said, I think the Assam movement and the farmers' agitation in Nasik are going to set the trend for the future. As days go by, politicians will be thrown into the dustbin by the people. 29. But Indira Gandhi and many of the state-level governments took a hard line, describing these as rich farmer movements and attempting to appeal to a rural poor/Dalit base against them. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MGR accused Narayan Swami Naidu of trying to bring back the golden days of feudalism, while Gandhi chose a meeting of police officials to make hard-hitting charges of obstructionism against the movement. 30 negotiations between Sharad Joshi and Agricultural Minister Rao Birendra Singh got nowhere, and 1981 saw a resurgence of struggle. There was a March meeting of H.S. Rudrappa of Karnataka, Joshi and Naidu at Hassan in Karnataka. Following this, another statewide agitation was held in April that resulted in police firing, leaving 3 dead in Hassan district. In Maharashtra, a stir on milk and rice prices sponsored by the Shetkari Sangatana on November 10 saw clashes in Nasik, Ahmednagar, Dhule, Jalgaon, and Aurangabad districts, leaving 4 dead. 31. In early 1982 the Shetkari Sangatana held its first official conference in a small Taluka town in Nasik, with 18,000 delegates representing half the districts in Maharashtra and a concluding rally of 1 lakh. The 1 lakh or 100,000 figure was to become the defining level for major farmers' agitation rallies. Many of the leaders, with a focus on elections, argued for caution, but Joshi took a militant line, asserting that the structure of the Sangatana should be kept amorphous on the grounds of a need for flexibility and secrecy. 116. We shall use guerrilla tactics and ensure that all our agitations can be launched at 48-hour notice. The conference closed with the warning, "Let the rulers of India be warned, the age of the peasant has arrived." 32. The geography of Bharat. The farmers' movement, or new peasant movement, was a product of the commercialization of agriculture, but it did not arise in the most inequalitarian regions of capitalist agriculture. Coastal Andhra and Kerala saw little of the movement, and in Tamil Nadu it was not the extremely hierarchical delta region of Tanjavur but the upland, commercialized Coimbatore that was the heart of the movement. In Maharashtra it began in Nasik, a poorer and drier part of western Maharashtra, and gained its main base in the eastern cotton-growing region of Vidarbha and in dry, relatively backward Marathwada, the western sugarcane belt, focus of political economic power of rural Maharashtra, always evaded the hold of Shetkari Sangatana. Northeastern India backward and semi-feudal was left outside its purview, while it swept the northwest, Punjab, Haryana, then western UP. But the northwest, though a centre of Green Revolution development, was not highly inegalitarian by Indian standards, although the gap between peasants and agricultural labourers was strong and nearly coincided with the caste gap between primarily caste Hindu Jats and primarily Dalit Kamars. Among peasants as a whole there was relatively less inequality. This was, then, a movement of peasant smallholders, of those peasants who worked on their own land, though some also hired labour and some hired themselves out as labourers. It was a new social movement, given birth to by the realities of uneven status-directed capitalist development in India, and with an ideology and thrust that pointed to a different kind of liberation. It was defined by several characteristics: regional variations and nationality, community identities. Although there were efforts from the beginning at coordination and all-India organization building, the new farmers' organizations were formed independently within the different linguistic states or nationalities of India, and they bore the stamp of different regional national traditions and self-consciously defined themselves in relation to these. All the new social movements in some sense had both an all-India and a regional national thrust, but this operated in different ways. The women's movement was slower to define itself in relation to vernacular traditions, and the Dalit movement and anti-caste movements arose in ways that were determined by local traditions but still saw themselves as an all-India movement. In contrast, the farmers' movement had an all-India thrust and took the country as a whole as the most meaningful frame of action, but it was very consciously organized in terms of regional national peasant communities. Their innovative discourse, to use a popular academic term, was not only at the all-India and English language level imposing the new contradiction of Bharat versus India, but also functioned at the vernacular level in relating to regional traditions. These traditions could be constraining as well as democratic. For example, the Bharatiya Kisan Union, BKU, in western UP, and indeed the whole Jat-based upsurge in the northwest, were organized through the Kap Panchayats, clan councils, of the Jat peasants. These allowed strong mobilization and a powerful projection of a peasant community, but they also helped to maintain the anti-Dalit and patriarchal character of the caste panchayats. The BKU was able to expand beyond a single caste in drawing Muslims, Gujar caste peasants. 117. And to some extent the artisan castes into its movement, but it found it difficult to cross the Dalit caste Hindu barrier. 33. In contrast, in Maharashtra where caste panchayats were irrelevant to the broad Maratha Kunbai caste cluster and where there was a greater overlap of caste and economic categories, the Shetkari Sangatana developed with a more purely scientific rhetoric of surplus and exploitation, on the one hand, and a strong appeal to the democratic traditions of the Marathi peasantry, on the other, above all invoking the images of Shivaji and Phule. Shivaji was depicted as a peasant king in self-conscious opposition to the fundamentalists' projection of him as the founder of a Hindu Raj with frequent reiteration of the rhetoric of guerrilla warfare-based militarism popular among the Maharashtrian peasantry. Phule was appealed to for his analysis of peasant exploitation, and the Shetkari Sangatana adopted his mythical invocation of Bali Raja as the symbol of a primordial egalitarian peasant warrior Marathi identity. An analysis of these regionally based identities of the farmers' organizations on peasant communities should note that although their names incorporated the regional words for peasant, Kisan, Shetkari, Rayatu, they often defined themselves in a much broader form. Thus, for example, Nanjundaswamy of Karnataka argued that the Rayatu was a village movement and not simply a peasant movement, while Joshi's projection of Bharat sought to encompass the urban unorganized sector and exclude the rural oligarchy, and even Shetkari was defined in Sangatana terminology to include artisans and agricultural laborers, indeed all those dependent economically on agriculture, as well as cultivators. Conversely, some of the nationality movements arising in peripheral or internally colonized regions of India like Jharkhand, the South Bihar mainly tribal belt, very clearly had a peasant base and expressed some of the peasant community opposition to external state bureaucratic exploitation that was expressed in the farmers' movement on a broader scale. The opposition of Jharkhandi/Daku, for instance, in the South Bihar region had some similarities to the Bharat India distinction in its theses of exploitation. In other words, while within the spectrum of nationality movements, Punjab, Assam, Jharkhand, Kashmir, etc., there was a gradation of demands ranging from full independence to regional autonomy, so there was also a very thin line between these and the farmers' movements, which were also based on a peasantry perceived as a community, theorized a process of surplus extraction to an outside or urban center, organized for autonomy, and politically supported a decentralized state structure. Some Naxalite groups theorized this similarity by seeing the farmers' organizations as representing the national bourgeoisies of their states. Mass base. The mass base of the new peasant organizations also reflected the structure of local peasant communities. By and large it has been broad, centered on the Shudra middle castes, including many of the groups classed as OBCs, not but tending to exclude Dalits. In Maharashtra, the Shetkari Sangatana draws only on the dominant Maratha Kunbis, but also includes the very broad range of other backward castes, artisans, herding castes like Danjars, and so on. Dalits are also members, but in low proportion. Gujarat's Kejit Samaj and Kisan San are centered on the Patida community, though its leadership includes some of the Brahmin and Bania upper castes, while many Koli, OBC, cultivators are included. The Tamil Nadu organization was described as drawing its members from the Goundars, Naidus, Reddiyar, Tawar, Vaniyars, and Nada, while Muslims, Chetiyars, Palais, Brahmins, and Mutalayars who don't usually do agriculture were said not to be in it, and Harijans were also underrepresented. 34 In Karnataka, the Rayatasan is 118. Said to be based mainly on Lingayats and Fakaligas, with its internal politics often reflecting the competition of these two dominant caste clusters, though it made alliances with Dalits. In BKU the base was clearly the Jat peasantry, but with an inclusion of other broad categories of caste Hindu and Muslim peasants and artisans. In all cases, it must be noted, the organizations take pride in overcoming religious divisions, and their claim to include Hindus and Muslims, or Hindus and Sikhs in the case of Punjab, is not unfounded. 35. Autonomous character. The autonomous character of the new peasant movement was expressed with each organization's firm assertion of their independent, non-party character. Members of political parties might be part of these organizations, those who were usually from the Congress, the BJP, or the Janata Party/Janata Dal, or from regional parties, since communists usually associated themselves with their own party-linked peasant organizations, but their leaders were firm in rejecting a direct political link. As with other new movements, this was in part a result of a growing and general distrust of politicians and a disillusionment with established politics. Parties, whether of the left or right, were seen more and more as simply trying to use the movements. They were characterized variously as all being Brahmanic/upper caste, patriarchal, or representatives of India exploiting Bharat. But there was also the failure of both left and right parties to evolve as political formations that could articulate the themes of the movements. In the case of the peasant movement, neither the 4-Anna socialism of the Congress nor the 12-Anna socialism, democratic revolution, of the communist parties nor the Hindu nation ideology of the right suited its needs. The socialists and their political formations, Janata Dal, Janata Party, came closest with their invocation of political decentralization, Gandhism, and village-focused development, but this was not linked to an analysis of exploitation, and it was simply given the reformist, even statist, and authoritarian practice of these parties not taken seriously. Forms of struggle. The forms of struggle were also distinct from both the armed struggle orientation of the Naxalite left, and of the guerrilla-based or national liberation fronts of various types in the peripheral regions/nationalities of India, and from the reformist practice of the mainstream left parties. Techniques such as satyagrahas, rastarakas, mass rallies, and fasting might become generalized enough to be used in a variety of movements, but where the mainstream political parties generally oriented these to trying to affect parliamentary decisions, the farmers' organizations were more often oriented to direct action that expressed independence rather than making demands of the state. Thus, for example, Nanjan Daswamy might say, another political right we have been asserting, not demanding, is concerning the relationship between the people as sovereign and the so-called Bahasahibs, the bureaucrats and salaried servants. We now make them take the permission of the villagers, before entering the village. 36 Or, while the government talked of debt relief, Kars Mafi, programs, implying a forgiveness of something owed by the peasant to the state, Sharad Joshi was to use the term Kars Mukti, liberation from debt, claiming that peasants were declaring themselves liberated from their debts and were simply not going to pay back the loans. This was militancy of a particular type, embodied in language as well as in the actions of the movement, which included both efforts at pressuring the state and a rather different practice of locally based, sometimes spontaneous self-assertion by villagers. Struggles, in particular the mass occupation of public spaces in the cities that began to occur after 1984, also involved an important demonstration effect that was 119. Important in overcoming traditional and imposed social divisions. For instance, as Dipankar Gupta has written of a 1988 campaign of the UP BKU, less than a year before the BKU chose Meerut as its site of agitation, the city had been engulfed by one of the worst communal carnages in recent memory. The brutality of the carnage left a pall of gloom over the city and the atmosphere was surcharged with mutual suspicion and hostility. The peasants of the BKU changed all this. They opened Meerut up to its residents again by publicly avowing in their thousands to uphold communal harmony. 37 Indeed, the mass intermixing of people in the huge rallies, city occupations, and long-distance non-ticket train travel was a crucial experience for all participants. Vision of social transformation. Finally, the farmers' movement involved a new vision of social transformation. Peasants, like all exploited sections, had dual tendencies in their actions and thinking. They struggled for survival and then for what they understood as a better life within the framework of the system, and they rejected it and made efforts to formulate an alternative system. More specifically, their attitude toward green revolution agricultural technology was ambivalent. They sought more inputs, more technology, and were part of the thrust toward consumerism in growing in Indian society, but at the same time they recognized the destructive effects of the new seeds and inputs and looked for alternatives, a dualism embodied in the Punjab BKU's demand for the implementation of the Pepsi-Cola multinational project because it promised diversification of agriculture, and in the campaign of the Karnataka Rayathasan to uproot large-scale plantations of eucalyptus. But while the first tendency led to integration into the world capitalist system, the second gave impetus for an alternative that was clearly different in direction from the traditional Marxist developmental path. Sunil Sahasrabudhe calls this Gandhian anti-developmentalism. An important feature of the peasant movement is that none of its demands are for development in the rural areas. They have neither asked for easier terms of credit nor for opening of hospitals and schools. In fact, the movement presents an entirely new concept of development. When the peasant gets the extra money, which is his due, he will invest it in the manner which he deems fit. It will be up to him to decide whether to build roads and canals, establish schools and hospitals, develop research laboratories, carry out research on the farm or do whatever else he may think necessary and useful. Let not anyone else try to determine what he should do with his money. His money has always been spent by someone else and the result is there for everyone to see. Eradication of the poverty of the rural people, not through development, but by giving them fair returns for their produce is the strongest and most radical argument for decentralization. Let not the professional social scientist worry about the effects of such decentralization on the nation-state. The peasant movement is thus committed to eradicate the poverty of the rural people by undoing development in theory and in practice. This may give some idea of what one means when one says that the peasant movement today exhibits signs of transcending modernity in continuity with the Gandhian ideology. 38. In opposing state-controlled capitalist development as basically exploitative, movement ideologists were putting forward a vision of transformation that was also radically different from that presented by Marxists in India, with the partial exception of Naxalite arguments for people's power at the local level. When Marxists appealed to poor peasants and agricultural laborers with the argument that the village would be transformed into a socialist. 120. Utopia through land to the tiller followed by collectivization, they assumed the same type of industrialized agriculture, based on chemical inputs and where possible mechanization, characteristic of modern capitalism. The role of the state in controlling trade and marketing and of the bureaucracy that would manage collective institutions continued to be taken for granted. It was also taken for granted that ultimately the rural citizen of tomorrow would be something like a wage-paid factory worker. In contrast, peasant movement leaders not only challenged collectivization and were ready to argue that it involved atrocities against peasants, but also argued against proletarianization itself. Thus, when Nanjan Daswamy stated that every day a cultivator is becoming a landless laborer, it is exactly this phenomenon we want eliminated: cultivators becoming landless. 39. Or when Joshi stated that we say everybody should become a property holder and expressed support for the landless getting control of government lands on the grounds that then they'll become part of our movement, what was implied was that all should become petty commodity producers, or partial subsistence producers, rather than the universal wage laborers of actually existing socialism. In other words, the generalization of property rather than the abolition of property was the issue. This was not always clearly formulated, and at other points there were arguments for keeping aspects of common property of the village, but the resistance to any kind of state control or ownership was clear. It was not without reason that exponents of a traditional left point of view saw in this an ideology of ruralism that was quite alien to what they understood of proletarian principles. A Marxist has to recognize reality. But was this ideology of the peasant movement basically Gandhian? Its most articulate exponent said no. Argued Sharad Joshi. I make it a point to say that this is an independent system of thought, comparable only with the Marxist system of thought. We share with Marxism the materialist approach, FMD out errors in Marx where he was not materialist. We also accept the importance of capital accumulation as a generating force. We find his analysis of surplus value incorrect, and therefore we find ourselves in a position to explain Marxism's failure, i.e. why the revolution did not take place in the industrialized countries, why workers have never acted as a class as such. The two reactions to the Industrial Revolution up to now are the communist and the Gandhian, both are intellectually inadequate. We are definitely making up for the errors in their logic. 40. If audacious, this was part of the style of the man who emerged as one of the major charismatic leaders of the period, making the transition from Geneva to the dry land of Maharashtrian farms, claiming his knowledge of agriculture out of having his own feet in the dirt, putting time and energy into long and arduous rural campaigns, able to talk of Preobrazhensky and Rosa Luxemburg in one breath and in another to evoke the image of the peasant woman driven by poverty and drought to give birth to her child while breaking stones on a government relief project. It was consistent with Joshi's style that he would occasionally identify himself with Marxism, but in the provocative form of "sometimes I think I'm the only Marxist in India," charging that others refused to recognize a material reality that had made notions like the labor theory of value and the leadership of the working class simply outmoded. It was a style that infuriated a good section of political activists in India and made him a hero to a major part of the Indian masses. 121. Sharad Joshi's ideological contribution is associated mainly with his Bharat India division and with the price issue as a one-point program for the peasant movement. But one-point program is misleading in the sense that a large number of other issues were taken up by Shetkan Sangatana. In fact, the insistence on a one-point program had a dual polemical and ideological purpose. On one hand, against the left and other movements, it made the claim that giving fair prices for agricultural produce was the main way to remove poverty, but on the other hand, within the movement itself, it posed itself against the tendency to argue for more and cheaper inputs, more fertilizer subsidies, higher investment in agriculture, and so forth, and insisted instead that the issue was exploitation and that peasants did not need anything from the government, that they only sought justice and a fair return for their labor. The central slogan of Shetkari Sangatana is exactly this: Pinako, have Gamal Adam, that is, we don't want alms but recompense for our sweat. We're not asking for anything, only that you stop exploiting us. As Joshi distinguished himself from Devi Lai, and all the politicians who attempted to use the peasant movement, Devi Lai also attaches a lot of importance to the proportion of budgetary allocation for the rural areas and the agricultural sector. In our opinion, that is not an important issue at all. Agriculture is the source of all wealth. So what is plowed back into agriculture couldn't be that important. What is plowed away is far more important. 41. Capital accumulation and exploitation were thus central in Shetkari Sangatana theory and rhetoric. But with Sharad Joshi distinguished himself from conventional historical materialism on several counts. One was in stressing that capital accumulation had taken place primarily from agriculture, by extracting both the surplus labor of the peasant and the produce of the land. This centrality continued, he argued, even into the modern era with provision of cheap raw materials and cheap food for factory production and urban populations. The second was his argument that the basis of such accumulation was not so much property ownership as force and violence. The first point led to a fascination with Rosa Luxemburg's notion of primitive capitalist accumulation and its ramifications, the second to a characterization of the main exploiters as looters. The Marathi terms lutaru, lut are basically the same, or as bullies and gangsters, dadas and gundas, rather than as capitalists or the wealthy. Joshi's theory argued, in effect, that the main capital accumulation took place outside the realm of commodity production and exchange, in which surplus value reigned and labor power selling workers engaged in class struggle with property-owning capitalists. It rather involved a wider looting system in which accumulation was from the surplus of the peasantry and the wealth of the land and organized mainly by force and violence. This looting system, according to Joshi in a somewhat casual borrowing from Marxist stage theory, had gone through various stages in the course of history, from pure robbery to slavery, the extraction of surplus by feudal lords, and now the state-backed looting of the market economy. Since class continued to be defined in the conventional sense as based on private property, the farmers' movement was not a class struggle, and here the inequality of the village community was admitted, but it was an economistic struggle. Its aim was to stop the looting form of capital accumulation. That resulted in uneven development, with the centralization of capital in industrialized metropolises, on the one hand, and mass rural poverty, on the other. Rather than ask for concessions, cheaper inputs, more investment in agriculture, the entire course of development should be reversed. But while this involved a projection of a possible non-exploitative, non-looting, accumulation of capital that would be balanced and decentralized, with a 122. Village-centered agro-industrial economy, Joshi also strongly distinguished himself from the Gandhians. His claim was to have a scientific and materialistic analysis of peasant exploitation as well as a substantial appreciation of modern technology. The Gandhians in contrast were seen as romantic, anti-technology, idealistic, and reformist. In stressing non-violence as part of the movement, he claimed an appreciation for Gandhian methods of struggle, but insisted that his attachment to non-violence was on the basis of its practicality, not on principle. In fact, a hard-headed approach to movement strategy, which took seriously the realities of conflict with the state, was also one of his points of pride, and it is striking that this nonviolent movement was full of militaristic language, from Raniti, rules of the battlefield, to Senapati, general, to Fauj, army, and similar terms. Gandhism in any case had taken a different incarnation in Maharashtra, where a peasant leader of the 1942 Quit India movement would insist that sabotage, robbing trains, and physical punishment of traitors were all part of Gandhian nonviolence, but the nonviolence of the farmers' movement was also compatible with Mahendra Singh Tikait, the later Jat leader, having with him a constant armed guard. Clearly, new forms of struggle were being generated. Bharat declares war on India. By the mid-1980s, Punjab on the one hand and the farmers' movement on the other were at the centre of a developing confrontation over prices and the provision of food grain that came to a head in 1984 and, according to Marxist theorist John Rusa, marks a critical turning point in the cycles of post-World War II class struggles in India. 42 But it was the kind of class struggle not admitted as such by the vast majority of Indian Marxists or even by movement leaders like Sharad Joshi, who was rejecting such notions as class and substituting instead economistic struggle. From 1981 onward, two major all-India trends, the farmers' movement, as a main representative of the new social movements, and rising religious fundamentalism seemed both to be centering in Punjab. In this premier state of the Green Revolution, the late 1970s saw an upsurge of protest but also a religious interpretation given to it by Bhindranwale and other Sikh fundamentalists. The Akali Dal tried to take hold of this with a Dharmyut or holy war agitation that actually embodied more economic, farmers' movement, demands than religious ones. It was the central government, Rusa has argued, that played up the more fundamentalist leaders outside the Akali Dal's main force in an effort to stamp all Punjabi farmers as Khalistanis and terrorists. Nevertheless, the Akali Dal was getting some precedence over the Pure Farmers Organization, the BKU, an indication of the continuing problem the movement would have with politics and religious/community identities. At the same time, the farmers' movement itself, BOM on a regional linguistic basis, was making serious attempts to establish an all-India centre and coordination. Narayan Swami Naidu of Tamil Nadu had taken the initiative to organise an all-India Kisan Samlan at Hyderabad on December 12, 1980. This was attended by representatives of many states, in particular the Zamindari Union of Punjab, the Rayatasan of Karnataka, the Kisan Sangharsh Samiti of Haryana, and Naidu's own organisation. Shetkari Sangatana, then involved in struggle, had no representation. This meeting resulted in the formation of an all-India body called the Bharatiya Kisan Union, BKU. The Punjab organisation changed its name to BKU, the others kept their names, interpreting them as the equivalent in regional languages. The BKU adopted a flag, with green border and white centre and a peasant. 123. Holding a plough. This first effort quickly came to grief. In May 1982 Naidu organized a political party, the Peasants' and Toilers' Party, without consulting others in the organization. In a May 29 BKU meeting at Kanha, Punjab, he was expelled by the northern majority. But this resulted in two BKUs, the BKU-N, and BKU-M, after Bhupinder Singh Mann of the Punjab. At this point Sharad Joshi intervened, arguing for a federal structure rather than a unitary one, with membership open to state units which would retain their autonomy. They should be non-political, independent of political parties, and accept non-violence as the form of protest. This was accepted at a meeting of all groups in Wardha, Maharashtra, in October 1982, when the Interstate Coordinating Committee was set up. The movement now set its sights for an assault on Delhi. An initial agitation, planned for the Asiad Games in 1983, could not be organized due to the lack of a base around Delhi at the time. Then Chandigarh was selected for an agitation in 1984 with a planned food grain embargo. This quite fit Joshi's orientation to battlefield strategy. An embargo here had every prospect of really hurting the Indian ruling class, with Punjab at the time contributing 60% of food grains brought to market, the main source of food for the cities. In February 1984, the Shetkari Sangatana held its second conference at Parbani, in the dry region of Marathwada, the locale marking a significant jump east from its original western Maharashtra base. This was concluded with the usual huge rally and a continuing tone of militancy. Declaring 1984 as the year of independence of the peasantry, Joshi announced an all-around program designed to delink Bharat from India. Peasants would simply withdraw from the market. They would grow grain only for themselves, convert food grain land to vegetables, fruit and trees, revert to the practice of keeping part of their lands fallow, and for at least 1 year would not purchase tractors, power tillers, diesel engines, or synthetic cloth. As Joshi argued in an interview, the list of goods to be boycotted has been very carefully composed. We have singled out highly capital-intensive industries which derive a large part of their revenues from the farmers. Thus we intend to use the enormous power of the farmer both as a producer and a consumer, and also in this election year as a voter. 43. The business magazine that published the account of this Bharat-India war commented that the strategy was a much stiffer challenge than that posed by Bhindranwale's reactionary zealots. 44. The Punjab agitation was planned, with as its first step a Gheraw of the state capital at Chandigarh. Peasants from Maharashtra and elsewhere joined their Punjabi brothers. There were not too many women on this occasion, to make it a massive event, nearly 40,000 peasants with tractors and bullock carts occupying Chandigarh. An account of the event illustrated its spirit of unity and tolerance as a main sign that there is still hope in spite of growing religious fundamentalism and violence in the state. It is in Chandigarh where the ultimate proof that Punjab is still not burning manifests itself. It is in the form of a massive 40,000 strong farmers' rally under the banner of the Bharatiya Kisan Union. A rally which has created a city within a city, with numbered and well-ordered kothis, a daily supply of fresh vegetables, eggs and milk from the villages. There is Akhand path and a langar on the golf course, and all entrances to the Punjab Raj Bhavan have been blocked. The farmers, mainly Sikhs of course, but with batches of Hindu supporters from 124. Haryana, are exemplary in their non-violent conduct, but utterly determined to stay on in the state capital until the government negotiates on their demands. 45. This Chandigarh Gheraw was followed by a week-long boycott of rural market towns in May that was a complete success and was joined by the wings of the Communist parties and the Akali Dal. The BKU also announced a banning of officials trying to recover loans from the villages, which was described as a situation tantamount to a parallel government being run by the union in the villages. 46. Then, in an effort to grab the initiative, the Akali Dal announced that its volunteers would block the movement of all grain out of the Punjab with effect from June 3. The day after this announcement, the Central Reserve Police Force took up, for the first time, positions in buildings surrounding the Golden Temple, the central holy place of Sikhs, where fundamentalists had been holed up for some time. Firing started on June 1. On June 3 the army began firing again, and the actual invasion took place on June 4. According to government figures, 493 civilians and terrorists were killed, a low estimate by most counts. Gurudwaras, Sikh temples, in the countryside were also besieged, and some 6,500 Sikh men, women and even children were thrown into jail. This massive reign of terror, which included the promulgation of various draconian ordinances, led, after an ominous lull, to the murder of Indira Gandhi in November by 2 Sikh bodyguards, one a Dalit Sikh, and from there to massive pogroms against Sikhs in Delhi and other North Indian cities. It accomplished what the entire period of earlier Khalistani propaganda and agitation for the Anandpur Sahib resolution had never done, the beginnings of a real alienation between Hindus and Sikhs in the Punjab and the permanent communalization of the situation. The hope felt by journalist Baljit Malik in April and embodied in the farmers' movement was buried. And the peasants were decisively defeated. As Rusa notes, the reason for the Indian government's state terrorism, with all its attendant mendacity and hypocrisy, is the crushing of the Punjabi farmers' movement. The Punjabi farmers have been soundly defeated. Without any organizational power and without any increase in procurement prices, they have been forced to make ends meet by concentrating on increasing their production. Thus, despite all the commotion about communalism and terrorism, both 1985 and 1986 yielded record-breaking harvests. Before 1985 the government was having problems procuring enough wheat and rice from Punjab's farmers. After 1985 the government was procuring more than it could handle. 47. Through all the subsequent years of Khalistani guerrilla activities, the Indian state continued to procure grain from the Punjab. But while it remained an important state for grain procurement, gradually the neighbouring states of Haryana and western UP became major producers in wheat, with the farmers' movement in the region so weakened and divided that it could do little to use its blockading power in this area. Not simply Punjab, but the farmers' movement of India had suffered a defeat in this major cycle of class struggle and their first big confrontation with the state. Conclusion. In the years between 1972 and 1985 the new peasant movement emerged with one of the strongest challenges to the Indian state. In the process, it also posed new questions to the 125. Traditional Marxist theory of social change. It challenged Marxist economic analysis in two ways. First, in asserting the unity of the peasantry and the role of the exploitation of peasant labor in capital accumulation, it directly challenged the notion of class. This was in contrast to the Dalit and women's movements, which had generally simply posed caste and patriarchy as additive to class. Marxism has generally used the term/concept of class in two ways. 1. Which we might call the general concept of class, defined in terms of exploitation, those who produce the surplus as against those who appropriate it, and the specific concept of class as defined in terms of property, or owners versus non-owners of the means of production. What the challenge of the peasant movement, in practice, and as formulated often aggressively by Sharad Joshi, laid bare was the fact that the two definitions did not identify coinciding groups, that is, that some owners of the means of production could be exploited, while some non-owners could be appropriators of surplus. In different ways, the questions raised by statist societies were similar. Marxists were faced with the dilemma of either changing and vastly broadening their concept of class, or admitting that class as defined in terms of private property did not explain all cases of exploitation and often not even the most important cases. The fact that most Marxists ignored the issue and did neither did not change the gravity of the challenge. The attack on the notions of class and surplus value was put forward most clearly by Maharashtra's Shetkari Sangatana leader Sharad Joshi and was linked with a general argument that the primary basis of capital accumulation was the exploitation of peasant production, including peasant labor and natural resources, outside the realm of capitalist production and commodity exchange and mediated mainly by force, not the ownership of property. Because of this externality to the realm of property-defined classes, the struggle of the peasantry against exploitation was seen as an economistic one but not as a class struggle. Second, and more indirectly, the anti-state and decentralist thrust of the movement, the aim of retaining the accumulated surplus at the village level, challenged the traditional Marxist notion of industrialization and large-scale urban-based collective production as progressive. In this it coincided with the critique of the environmental/green movement, though it did not articulate the need for an alternative development as clearly as the environmental movement was to do. It did stress much more the role of exploitation of human labor in the current destructive development. Ideologies of the farmers' movement thus provided a clear challenge to a Marxism that limited its analysis only to capital-labor struggles as defined within a realm of commodity exchange. They looked to a wider arena of capital accumulation and economic exploitation taking into account factors other than class defined in the narrow sense, and in many ways their thrust coincided with that of the developing environmental movements. At the same time, there was an incompleteness in the theories put forward. For instance, the nature of the wider looting system was not linked to an analysis of the development of capitalism as such, nor were projected visions of a new village-oriented industrialization linked to analyses of the development of the forces of production. These were linked to a failure in the end to really deal with the role of local inequalities, e.g., inequalities within the village, between laborers and peasants, between castes, in relation to the wider system, and a failure to make a theoretical articulation with the environmentalist critique of industrialization. Finally, although the movement was very strongly oriented to developing as a mass movement. 126. Putting pressure on the state as well as reconstructing and promoting the autonomy of village society, though it was apparently one of the most successful in doing so, with its huge mobilizations and the resultant expressed fears of the Indian elite that the rich farmers' lobby was becoming a dominant political force. In the end the political sphere remained as much of a problem for it as for the other new movements. 6. 127. The environmental movement. O brothers and sisters, run and seek shelter, a dust storm draws near. A storm FDLS the earth, a mist overhangs the sky. Our land drifts away. Afterwards you will not find the pathway. Our land was filled with darkness. Song of the Birsa Munda Revolt 1. Jharkhand, the first Red-Green movement. In the tumultuous 1972–75 period a united movement of mine workers, tribals and low-caste peasants arose in the hilly districts of South Bihar and adjoining districts. This area was the centre of India's coal and iron mines and much of its steel industry, but more than almost anywhere else in the country this industrialization was visibly a parasitical enclave, grabbing the land of the local population, and destroying much of the rest through deforestation and pollution, sucking the life of the native communities to turn their men into unskilled workers and their women into prostitutes sent all over India. This Jharkhand or forest area was thus quite visibly a symbol of the way in which the realm of capitalist production and accumulation was extracting resources and exploiting labor drawn from outside the realm of commodity exchange, destroying natural resources and dominating and marginalizing whole communities in the process. It showed, in particular, the community aspect of this process of accumulation and destruction. Nirmal Sengupta, arguing for the continuity of tribe and peasant, has noted that Jharkhand presents essentially the same dichotomy but in a more vivid form between industry and agriculture common to every part of the country. Here, though, the India Bharat contradiction protested by the new peasant movement was accentuated by the fact that the industrialists, managers, merchants, moneylenders, contractors, and even skilled workers in mines and factories were outsiders: North Biharis, Bengalis, Maharashtrians, Punjabis, and these viewed the locals as backward Adivasis. The local people included several communities classified as tribes. The biggest of these were the huge million-strong agricultural communities of the Mundas, Hos, and Santals, speaking a language distantly related to those of Southeast Asia, as well as Dalits, artisans, and caste Hindu peasants. But, as Sengupta has argued, the tribal/non-tribal distinction was in many ways artificial. The non-tribals were also groups that had become drawn into the caste Hindu fold only a few centuries before and in that sense had been detribalized. In the 19th and 20th centuries, major communities like the Mahatos went through varying processes of self-identification as tribal or as peasant/Kshatriya communities linked to the Kurmi Kunbai groups elsewhere. As for the Munda-speaking group, their earliest modem organization, the Adivasi Mahasabha, evolved into a political platform, the Jharkhand Party, which included both tribals and non-tribals. The source of unity was regional-national, those clearly classed as tribal. 128. Those ambiguously tribal, and those, Dalits and others, not considered tribal at all were now coming together again as Jharkhandis, inhabitants of the forest region of Jharkhand. Their new upsurge began with the formation of the Jharkhand Muddy Morcha, Jharkhand Liberation Front, in 1972, almost a direct result of events following the nationalization of coal mines in 1971 when due to the prospect of a rise in wages and benefits for government workers nearly 50,000 local miners lost their jobs and were replaced by North Biharis. The tribals were joined by a militant organization of mine workers under A.K. Roy and by Mahato community leader Bano Bihari Mato. Their long-standing demand for a separate Jharkhand state began to take on socialist overtones, proclaiming a Jharkhand without exploitation. By 1974, on Jharkhand Day, the struggle could field a huge demonstration of workers and peasants with red and green flags flying and slogans of Jharkhand Lokhand, the forest land shall become a red land. This was worker-peasant unity enough to gladden the hearts of any Marxist, particularly the Naxalite trends who thrilled to the fact that the tribals nearly always brought their bows and arrows to demonstrations. Articles in Frontier hailed the fusion of the fight against national exploitation with that against class exploitation and urged that the vast working class in the Jharkhand region be integrated with the movement. 4. But things were not so simple. For one, the majority of the working class, being outsiders to the region, speaking a different language, considering themselves of higher caste and with a lifestyle at least superficially higher than that of the local peasantry, remained aloof from the movement. As Sengupta admitted, the Jharkhand struggle is also directed against another oppressed class, the most numerous section of the peasantry not merely grudges the organized working class, but actually holds that class responsible for its own wretched existence. 5. To A.K. Roy, the miners' leader, this was because the organized working class did in fact share in the exploitation of the Jharkhandi peasantry. Roy, himself a Bengali Brahmin who had founded his mine workers' union on the one-point program of physically fighting back against the gangster mafia who held the entire mines area in thrall, took up the notion of internal colonialism for this reason. Roy argued that there were three geosocial regions in India, the egalitarian and non-state hill regions, the river valleys, which were the centers of the feudal agrarian regimes, and the capitalist and colonial coastal enclaves. Inequality began from the feudal period and was structured by caste. The first ingredient of internal colonialism is the caste system, which broadly determined the division of labor within the country and was now reinforced by capitalism and turned into racism. 6. This perspective combined the theoretical thrusts of the anti-caste and peasant movements, though Roy placed propertied peasants along with organized employees and gentlefolk on the other side of the internal colonial divide. He also excoriated left organizations for being dominated by middle-class intellectuals. Tell me, how many tribals, low castes, minority communities, or women, are in any key position in the communist parties? 7. And took up the language of the anti-caste movement to call for a new Dalit revolution. The Jharkhand movement in practice was bringing forward many of the new movement issues, from the peasant-worker alliance to the problems of caste and gender and even those of environmentalism. For instance, a kind of people's development attempt arose in the early 1970s, when the most popular of the new tribal leaders, Shibu Soren, took up the task of organizing an all-around movement in the rural areas of Dhanbad district. Beginning with the forcible harvesting of crops in a land grab movement focused against outsider moneylender. 129. Landlords, it moved to get involved in issues of self-initiated development. As a report described the vision of the Jharkhand Muddy Morcha for dynamizing the rural economy. The local water resources would be tapped to provide irrigation. Tribal peasants would take to high-yielding variety seeds and chemical fertilizers. Local resources would also be tapped to provide increasing quantity of organic manure. Each village would have a grain bank. Village disputes would be settled in the village itself to avoid litigious expenses and to foster horizontal solidarity. Each village would run a night school. The status of women would be elevated through ban on child marriage, polygamy, wife-beating and indiscriminate divorce. They would be imparted special skills in sewing and knitting. The movement would ultimately aim at the creation of an autonomous state of Jharkhand comprising parts of Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, and West Bengal. The Jharkhandi would be a producer irrespective of caste, tribe, or religion. 8. What kind of mixture was this? Feminists would be quick to see the problems involved in trying to force the petty bourgeois morality of the nuclear family and turn the toiling Adivasi women, with their historical agricultural and forestry skills, into seamstresses, and they queried, will feminist standards survive in Jharkhand? 9. But throughout the 1970s there was little appreciation of the effort at alternative development, and no critiques of introducing fertilizers and HYVs through the help of non-tribal agricultural experts. In any case, this popular developmental effort faded away, with its leader Shibu Soren temporarily won over by Indira Gandhi during the emergency and drawn into direct government-sponsored developmental programs. It was replaced by a more direct clash of Adivasi peasants with the Indian form of developmentalism. This was the militant resistance to two large dams in the area, both part of the Subamerika multipurpose project Koil Karo, in the Ranchi area, where tribals mobilized to prevent trucks or any construction machinery from reaching the site, and the Ika Dam in Singhbum district, where there was near guerrilla warfare, leading to police combing operations in which at least 20 died in 1978–79. 10. In Singhbum a militant struggle also began to be organized against the Forest Corporation, which after being set up in 1975 had undertaken a program of commercial forestry involving the planting of teak, sometimes chopping down mixed local forests to do so. Teak is a tree native to western India, but in the Jharkhand region it was a commercial interloper, particularly in contrast to the native sal, the all-around tree so important to tribal economic and ritual life. Tribals undertook a campaign of uprooting teak, particularly destroying nurseries, which again led to clashes and loss of life. During the same period one of the Naxalite groups, the Santosh Ranaled CPI-ML, was organizing the rural poor in one of the eastern parts of the district where there were non-tribal landowners. While the CPI-ML is trying to organize laborers and poor peasants on the wage issue as part of the general agrarian program of the party, noted a PUCL report, the Jharkhand Muddy Morcha is fighting for a separate Jharkhand state. The CPI-ML supports the demand. The Naxalites considered wages and occupation of land the main issue and did not, according to the report, give much importance to the struggle of Sal versus Sag. To the Adivasis this symbolized both their identity and their mode of life. Sal is ours, teak. 130. Belongs to the exploiters, but to Rana, the CPI-ML leader, an economy dependent on forests and sal trees was a primitive one from which the Adivasis had to be uplifted. 11. Had the Marxists looked deeper, they might have seen the dilemmas of development and the broader meaning of agrarian revolution. They might also have seen internal contradictions in the current developmental/anti-developmental thrust, in which the uprooting of teak was named as jungle Kato, cut the forest, as tribals took land for cultivation. But while Marxist youth were involved in the Jharkhand movement from the beginning, as radical students, workers, trade union activists, and hard-working activist supporters, what Jharkhand meant to them was simply the class and nation debate. Here, local journals like Shailapatra and Jharkhand Varta, as well as a major book on the Jharkhand and the national question by Sitaram Sastry, helped forward the debate on the nationality question, on one hand, and combated the notion of tribals as primitive, on the other. But other issues, which could not be so easily theorized in traditional Marxist language, were neglected. A.K. Roy made an alternative attempt at conceptualization, but no one took him and his Marxist Coordination Committee very seriously at the intellectual level. In turn, Roy attacked the Marxists. The paradox of the situation in India is here the revolutionary philosophy is in the hands of the reactionary class while the reactionary philosophy has kept the revolutionary class submerged. All the unproductive people are the champion of revolutionary thesis and moving in the country with foolproof blueprints of revolution in their pockets but with nobody to read and hence perhaps no revolution, while the productive downtrodden, the Harijans and Adivasis meekly tail behind the ruling class. 12. There was in the end little merger of Marxism with the Jharkhandi nationality movement. Most of the non-party Marxist intellectual activists left, the Naxalite organizing stagnated. The Jharkhandis rejected the red-green combination for green only, and their own politics evolved through splits and compromises with the ruling Congress Party. For a time in the early 1980s the militancy of the movement died away. But they also moved to foster their own organic intellectuals in 1980, the same year as a brutal police firing at Gwa in Singhbum district killed dozens in a major atrocity case. The Department of Tribal and Regional Languages at Ranchi University was formed, bringing together the U.S. trained Ram Dayal Munda, the middle caste B.P. Keshari, a woman tribal professor, Rose Kirk Etta, and others who collectively built a center for a Jharkhandi cultural revival. Chipko, what do the forests bear? Soil, water, and clean air. A peasants' movement, a women's movement, an ecology movement. The Chipko movement of the Himalayan foothill regions of THIRD-WORLDISM and Uttar Pradesh was all of these, as well as the most famous of India's new social movements in recent times. What was it really? In fact, it contained in itself varying trends and facets, and the academic intellectual debates about its significance in part reflected these internal ideological streams. The area, as its historian Ramchandra Guha, himself a participant in the Chipko debates, has noted, had a history of peasant resistance to British-imposed commercialization. While these were not theorized at the time as ecological, they did represent the peasantry's subsistence-oriented attitudes to the forests and opposition to the devastations that commercial forestry 131 wrought on their lives, and they did reflect the relative egalitarianism, both in terms of caste and gender, of Himalayan peasant communities. 13 independence came but did not change the mode of development, and pressure on the Himalayan forests intensified with increased felling of trees, road building, and planting of pine for commercial wood. One of the European women disciples of Gandhi, Myra Ben, described how the relationship between development and destruction had led her to settle in the area. I became very realistically aware of the terrible floods which poured down from the Ganga catchment area, and I had taken care to have all the buildings constructed above the flood high mark. Within a year or two I witnessed a shocking flood. As the swirling waters increased, there came first bushes and boughs and great logs of wood, then in the turmoil of more and more water came whole trees, cattle of all sizes, and from time to time a human being clinging to the remnants of his hut. The sight of these disastrous floods led me each summer to investigate the area north of Pushaloke whence they came. Merciless deforestation as well as cultivation of profitable pines in place of broadleaf trees was clearly the cause. This in turn led me to hand over charge of Pushaloke to the government staff and to undertake a community project in the valley of the Bhai Langana. Here I built a little center. 14. By 1960s environmental pressures of the type pinpointed by Myra Ben were building up, and it was a disastrous 1970 flood of the Alananda River that woke people to take action on the problems. The whole region was dominated by the Gandhian trend in the national movement, and Gandhian workers in the area had built up a series of Gram Swarajya Sanghs, village self-rule leagues, that sought to develop alternative technology to use forest products to provide local employment. It was one of these, Chandi Prasad Batf's Das Haoli Gram Swarajya Sangh, that became the main organizing base of the early Chipko movement. The struggle developed when the Forest Department refused permission to fell ash trees to be converted into agricultural implements in the village of Mandal and then turned around and allotted the same patch to a sports manufacturer. In protest, the people turned to tree hugging, placing their bodies before the trees to prevent their felling. From this it got the name Chipko, and the struggle became generalized in the region, with women being often more deeply involved than the men, who had less immediate interests in a forest economy because they were the migrant laborers to the plains, and even taking the major role in some cases, notably in the village of Reni in 1974. 15. Then Sundar Lal Bahuguna, working in the Bhagirati Valley, took the initiative, and with his prophetic style, pediatras, and theorizing in radical Gandhian fashion on the relationship between humans and forests, projected the issue on a national and even an international level as an ecological one. As he later wrote, during the period of 6 years, Chipko movement has developed into a powerful, mass-based ecological movement for permanent economy against the traditional short-sighted and destructive economy. The main contention of this movement is that the main gift of the Himalayas to the nation is water, and its function is to produce, maintain, and improve soil structure. Hence felling of green trees for commercial purposes should be stopped forthwith for at least 10 to 15 years, until green coverage of at least 60% area is restored as professed in the National Forest Policy of 1952. 16. 132. Bahuguna was an ecological radical who on the one hand was often voicing women's concerns. His wife Bimla Ben had been in the ashram of Sarla Ben, another of the Gandhian forerunners in the area, and he himself was inspired by Myra Ben to settle in the villages, and on the other came to almost reject an agricultural economy altogether on the grounds that it took more land to feed people with grain than with tree products. He also rejected Bat's alternative technology orientation, which focused on using resources for local development projects. Today I see clearly that establishing sawmills in the hills is to join the project to destroy Mother Earth. 17. These trends in the movement gave rise to ideological academic debates that are still going on. One has related to how much Chipko was in fact a women's movement. Vandana Shiva has projected it powerfully as such, Ramchandra Guha has denied it. Part of the issue here certainly rests on the definition of what a women's movement actually is. Certainly studies have outlined differing gender interests in the forest economy, have shown the developing conflicts between male-dominated gram panchayats that were interested in commercial development of the forests and the women's Mahila Mandals, which were more concerned about provision of food and fodder and very naturally came to voice a subsistence and ecological orientation. They also experienced and protested the effects of commercialism on men and the family. The men will sell the fruits and purchase liquor or tobacco. 18. It is also clear that there was a Gandhian heritage in the organization of women in the area, provided by the ashrams established by the various women pioneers. 19. The debate over the feminist character of the movement has converged with another one, over the differing ideological trends within it. It is not accidental that Shiva was associated with Bahuguna, and in an article traced the development of the struggle from its early days to the focus on providing supplies of water, fodder, and other products not only for the local inhabitants but for the Gangetic Plains as a whole as one from an economic to an ecological perspective. Guha considers this unfair to Bhat, and in a reply to Shiva and Bandhopadhyaya entitled Will the Real Chipko Please Stand Up, tends to favor a third tendency, represented by the Uttarakhand Sangharsh Vahini working in the Kumaon area on issues that included an anti-alcohol campaign and a demand for a separate state of Uttarakhand. Influenced as much by Marxism as by Gandhism, it believes that the human-nature relationship must not be viewed in isolation from existing relationships within humans. Subscribing neither to the appropriate technology vision of Bhat nor to the deep ecology of Bahuguna. The USV sees social and economic redistribution as logically prior to ecological harmony. 20. The USV was obviously trying to find ways of combining class struggle with ecological concerns. But Guha provides little other information on its overall theory or practice. The organization became a part of the Indian People's Front when it was organized in 1984, and there is little evidence that it succeeded, if it tried, in projecting any serious ecological orientation into the overall politics of the IPF. The controlling party behind the IPF, the Liberation Group, wrote only in its later political organizational report that in the recent past the area has witnessed powerful movements by democratic forces on the questions of development of the area, against liquor lobby, for ecological balance etc. These movements have only gone to consolidate the demand for Uttarakhand. We should support the demand for a separate state. However, the primary duty should be developing class organizations and the mass political front, i.e., the IPF. 21. What did class organizations mean? Later Marxist studies of the Chipko movement have 133. Continued to see the development of an ecological perspective as a kind of imposition over the class movement of a peasantry said to be oriented to issues of survival. Ecology is placed in opposition to the economic. Marxism was almost coming to mean a negation of ecological issues. However, there is sufficient evidence that at least some sections of the peasantry were evolving an ecological ideology as one of a broad, popular, and ultimately political struggle. Shiva describes the confrontation in 1977 in the village of Adwani, with Bahuguna fasting, women gathering together, axemen coming and going. We have come to teach you forestry, the women told the officials of the department. You foolish women, how can you know the value of the forest? They produce profit and resin and timber. And the women sang back to them the song of the movement. What do the forests bear? Soil, water, and pure air. Soil, water, and pure air sustain the earth and all she bears. 22. Kerala fish workers struggle. Harvesting the sea, reaping destruction. At the other end of the subcontinent, in the southwestern coastal state of Kerala, now communist-governed, with the heritage of both class and caste struggle against one of the most hierarchical societies of traditional India, a movement arose based on traditional fishing communities caught in the throes of destructive development, a movement that was to bring liberation theology, Christians and Marxists into confrontation and dialogue as it developed almost beyond the visions of both into a popular ecology struggle. As their climactic 1984 agitation was described in the leading newspaper of South India, The Hindu. The current agitation, in its organization, style, and discipline, has all the trappings of a mass movement usually organized by communist parties. Campaign marches by priests and nuns through the fishermen's villages, Kumar meetings, street plays, rallies, sit-ins and rail and road blocks were organized so systematically that the tempo of the agitation always remained at a very high level of placard-holding attention. But, more than that, the response it evoked made the authorities sit up. The rally leaders, whether men or women, had rehearsed their roles to perfection. They would read out slogans from a piece of paper for the other participants to repeat. They knew how to block traffic on the road or on the rail track, come rain or sun. Unlike the demonstrations commonly seen in the state capital, the rally participants were not brought in trucks and unloaded at vantage points. Neither were there hirelings. Such a response could not have been built overnight. It spoke of a systematic tutoring over a pretty long period. That the agitation has a political orientation is beyond doubt, judging by the tenor of the statements being made by the leaders, particularly some of the priests and nuns who visualize a socialist society free from oppression. 23. Who were these priests and nuns? How did a struggle of fish workers? The movement adopted this terminology quite early to avoid the male chauvinism of fishermen, fit into class struggle as the Marxists of Kerala conceived it. What kind of socialism did they want? The fact was that the movement was upsetting not only to the establishment, including the church establishment in Kerala, but also to the dominant communists, for its new themes and the 134. Assertion of autonomy. As an article in one of the liberation theology journals asserted, it is of considerable significance that a people's movement had arisen which does not owe its origins to any political party, and that too in a state like Kerala where there is little free political space. 24. The struggle, which was said to involve 800,000 fish workers and 120,000 households over the entire continental shelf of Kerala, actually grew out of a 1953 development project for the transfer of technology from that progressive European state of Norway. The technology to be transferred was that of trawling sweeping the bottom of the sea with mechanized boats, which promised both to increase the fish catch and to transform a traditional artisan sector into a modern industry. But restrictions had been imposed on trawling in Norway itself after fish workers' protests, which, of course, those who were absorbed into the transferred technology did not learn about until later, and the same technology was leading to widespread upheavals in other countries also, notably in Indonesia in the 1970s, to the point where even the military dictatorship was forced to undertake a phased ban there in 1980. 25. In Kerala, as fish workers' leaders later protested, the huge increase in mechanized boats and indiscriminate fishing during the spawning season with trawls that destroyed young fish also caused considerable damage even to the aquatic ecosystem. In fact, Kerala marine fish production was declining from 4 lakh tons in 1973 to 2.68 in 1980 to 81. 26. The movement against this arose among fishing communities that were, by many counts, conservative and traditional, whether Hindu or Christian. But from the 1960s, priests, nuns, and some lay Christians began to go to work among the poor communities. Tom Kochari, later to become a leader of the movement, began simply with working among a particularly low-status, barber caste, fishing community, getting involved with efforts to form cooperatives. Women also were active, often working with local prayer groups but getting involved in organizing quite early, the women themselves handled the marketing of the fish in the community's traditional division of labor and became mobilized early in discussions and agitations. A women's organization was to develop out of this process after 1985. Struggles of fish workers were spontaneously breaking out in many places. One took place in Goa in 1973, and in Tamil Nadu in 1976. 19 fishermen were killed in a clash over the issue of mechanized trawlers. Kachari got into his first struggle also after the emergency with a fast over a local issue of boats seized for debt, but gradually the fish workers were organizing a network of cooperatives, welfare organizations, and marketing networks, on the one hand, and a trade union, on the other. The communist parties were not much interested in their cause. As a woman activist, Nalini Nayak, reported, the reaction in the CPI-M study circles she participated in was that artisan fisheries are a backward and dying sector. Instead, the fish workers organized autonomously as the Kerala Swatantram Matsya Thizilali Federation and then helped form an All India Union, the National Fish Workers Federation, formed in 1978. The agitation of the fishing communities against mechanized trawling in Kerala fought both Congress-controlled and CPI-M dominated state governments. It arose in the late 1970s, resulted in a law banning mechanized trawlers in 1980, and then fought numerous 135 impingements of this. Throughout there was both confrontation and cooperation with the left. Critical collaboration was the term used by one of the fasting nuns in 1984, and, as Kachari put it, we are certainly not Marxist. We may follow the leftist ideology, but that does not make us Marxist. For one thing, the movement was itself struggling with organizational issues, relations of unions with the cooperatives, centralized versus decentralized structures, and putting forward a different notion of politics, which liberation theologist Kaplan called politics from below, whereas traditional politics aims at gaining power over the people and control over the state apparatus. Here it is the people who seek to exercise, though within limits, power over the parties and the government. 27. Also, the movement was being pushed from the involvement of women, both the fishing community market women themselves and the young nuns and activists, in its struggles, and from the very real confrontation of the community with ecological devastation into gender and ecological issues that did not fit very well into the Marxist perspective existing in Kerala. For that matter, even the current perspectives of liberation theology did not appear to help them very much. As noted by Gabrielle Dietrich, a feminist with a long association with the movement, there remains the predicament that liberation theology as it developed in Latin America, has itself been closely linked up with Marxist ideology and thus with a fairly exclusive focus on economistic perspectives and class, while a feminist perspective, environmental awareness, and critique of science and technology has not really been integrated. The leftist perspective on progress has been deeply akin to the capitalist faith in unlimited growth. 28. It appears then, that the feminism, democratizing impulse, and ecological perspective that were to become prominent in the Kerala fish workers movement came from the people themselves. And they were part of a diffuse but widespread development of a mass-based Indian environmentalism that was rising out of popular experience with drought, deforestation, and ecological devastation in the 1970s and 1980s. Drought, deforestation, desertification. What was producing this growing ecological perspective was not the theorizing of middle-class environmentalists, but the experience of ordinary working people. Kerala fishing communities, for instance, had traditionally mythologized the sea as a goddess and had woven a whole set of ritual restrictions, especially regarding the chastity of women, around this notion. Now, however, their perceptions of the sea were changing from, as Dietrich puts it, as an infinitely powerful and resourceful force of nature to an understanding that the sea can be raped and can be destroyed by technological intervention and forces of the market. 29. This was happening in a context where the growing environmental devastation of modern development was having an impact all around them. Sardines and prawns were once the food of the poor. It was possible for a hardy peasant to feast occasionally on a stew of tender cashew. There was an abundance of seasonal fruit, mango and jackfruit and pineapple and varieties of plums and berries. In our unique spreading out of homesteads, where even the very poor had a little plot of land around their huts, there was at one time hardly anyone who did not grow something or other. Root tubers needed no tending, and pomegranate and guava and custard apple grew wild along the hedges. We could fish with our upper cloth in streams and within yards of home. I am not 136. Becoming sentimental and mushy, but only trying to communicate through certain tangibles the tragedy of a people who have let their sumptuous life endowments be irreparably damaged. The prawns and sardines and cashews are exported. 2. 3 generations forgot the taste of export quality prawns. Prawns do sell in the home market, but these are the sick brothers of the ones shipped out, often infected with salmonella and less than edible. And yet the prices are astronomical. 30. This was O. V. Vijayan, writing in this case of the linkage of Gulf money with degradation in Kerala, but similar descriptions could be made of the degenerating resources throughout India. The environmental movements thus first developed in India as a movement of the rural poor. They were fish workers toiling on the waves of a sea that itself was getting transformed before their eyes. They were herders, forced to roam farther and farther so that their sheep or cattle could scratch out fodder from withering grass and shrinking forests, often coming into conflict with local peasants or tribals in the process. They were artisans, who could no longer find the fibers to make their baskets or mats. They were women who had to climb miles up and down hills to get water for their cooking, who had to roam through the forests to get fuel. And they were peasants struggling to survive drought, trying to scratch out a living on lands whose topsoil was getting blown away or that were being degraded by waterlogging and an overload of fertilizers or being threatened with total disappearance by irrigation projects trumpeted as providing water to flood the fields of others. Environmental movements were peasant movements as much as the new farmers' movement, but with a different focus: immediate survival in the face of a threat to their traditional way of life. Whereas the farmers' movements arose as those of peasants in the Green Revolution areas, the supposed beneficiaries of development who found themselves facing new forms of oppression and exploitation, the environmental movements were those of peasants, and other artisanal groups: herdsmen, craftsmen, traditional fish workers, who were in immediate terms more clearly the victims of development. Originally with the NIMBY, not in my backyard, focus, aimed simply at demanding new land to replace that to be flooded by a development project or at halting, in their own area, the encroachments of progress, they came to have an ecological perspective that challenged the very notion of modernization and formulated, in the Indian context, an alternative development or people's development. In contrast to the farmers' movement, this environmentally oriented peasant movement became the darling of a section of the middle class that itself was being repulsed by the visible degradation of life even in the cities, and which theorized the movement in its own way, for instance, accepting the dichotomy between tribals and peasants that Nirmal Sengupta had criticized, and then depicting tribals as the main victims of development and caste Hindu peasants as very often the cash crop, hungry perpetrators of the onslaught. But while the interaction of the rural poor and middle-class environmentalists was to have its problematic features, it remained true that the new ecology/environmental movements that arose in India did so as on a localized basis, but very much as mass movements. Asterisk. There are reasons, it might be added, why environmentalism and generally a green perspective more naturally has a peasant than a proletarian base, and why, therefore, the debate about whether Chipko was a peasant or an environmental or a women's movement was in a sense irrelevant. The industrial working class and urban unorganized workers are also affected by environmental degradation, pollution, health. 137. Hazards on the job, accidents, and so on, and they were also through this period organizing in various ways to fight this. But the main effect of these circumstances on their lives is at the level of consumption. Immediate economic and survival interests impel them to maintain their jobs even when these are destructive to life itself. Similarly, for the salaried middle classes, the growing degradation of life is felt mainly at the level of consumption. In contrast, environmental destruction destroys the conditions of production of peasants, fish workers, hunters, and gatherers, it affects their production process itself, not merely the quality of their daily lives. In the long run, of course, both sections of toilers and middle-class employees are faced with the need to change and develop both production processes and lifestyles if there is to be a sustainable development. Nevertheless, the immediate incidence of environmental devastation does affect them in different ways. They also, of course, affect peasant communities in ways mediated by class, caste, and gender, that is, economically better off peasants, males, and specific castes objectively have better chances of surviving and apparently improving their condition in the production processes and competition of a commercialized economy, and thus more of an interest in developing such an economy. Nevertheless, while many Marxists, and intellectuals in the environmental movement, were pointing to cash crop growing rich peasants as a major force interested in promoting destructive capitalist development, the fact remains that even commercial farmers are affected by environmental degradation more directly than the wage-paid working class. By the early 1980s, this diffuse but pervasive environmental destruction began to have a wide impact throughout India, and the hitherto silent struggles of the rural poor against drought, and being evicted for irrigation and development projects began to get a new hearing from the press, media, and other sections of intellectuals. The localized struggles began to take on a national scope as part of a movement, environmentalism. Anti-dam movements began to gather force. The earlier protests over the Subamerica dams in the Jharkhand area were not seen as environmental movements, but other cases were becoming too numerous to be ignored. The demands of evictees, those who were about to be flooded out of lands and livelihoods by the dams, were being linked, on one hand, to the realization that the victims of past projects were among the most wretched of the displaced of India, that they had never really gotten justice, that the welfare of some was built on the misery of others, and on the other to a growing consciousness that the projects were not really providing welfare at all, but were part of a process of simply plundering forests and natural resources. A turning point was the protest over Silent Valley, a proposed medium-sized dam in Kerala that would have flooded an irreplaceable natural forest. This emerged as mainly a middle-class environmental movement, gaining wide publicity and coming into conflict not only with the central government but with the communist-led state government still concerned about development. In central India, however, opposition developed to the Bhagalpattanam and Inchampally irrigation projects, which had a different character. On one hand, it was expressed by an old Gandhian leader of the area, leprosy worker Baba Amte, who began to align himself with Bahuguna as an opponent to all dam projects and who sought to win his way first through letters to Indira Gandhi. On the other hand, the tribals in the area were being organized under Naxalite leadership, with the threat of a more violent oppositional movement arising. Both cases managed to produce victories. The Silent Valley project was finally given up, and the central India dams were stalled. 138. Then two important anti-project movements arose in the hitherto quiet northeastern state of Orissa. One of these, in the partly tribal Gandharmadhan Hills, rose in opposition to the devastation of the hills by the roads and mine construction of an aluminium mining project for the public sector Balco company. The other, which was just emerging by 1985, developed in a relatively rich, cash crop coastal area, Baliapal, which the Indian government wanted to take over for the development of a missile testing range. Here local peasants, agricultural laborers, fishermen, and others barricaded the roads, formed committees, and made it clear that the missile range would be built only over their dead bodies. Both movements developed on the basis of local all-party committees, including Naxalite-inclined activists and local leaders connected with the established political parties, very often the opposition socialists. The year 1982 was also the year that the government brought a new forest bill for parliamentary approval. In essence, this continued the century-long process begun by the colonial state of taking over more and more forest and land control and depriving the local communities, including peasants, but especially tribals, of any rights. This time, however, a broad national opposition arose to the bill. Finally, it was probably the pervading drought of the early 1980s affecting practically all of India outside the Gangetic Plains that brought home the reality of environmental degradation to so many. By the mid-1980s, recurrent drought was producing localized peasant struggles in many areas, and some of these began to develop broader perspectives of going beyond drought relief to drought eradication. New voices of experts were emerging to articulate the growing devastation of the land itself and its linkage with deforestation and the technologies of green revolution development. As one of these, B.B. Vora, a former government expert, wrote in 1984. Out of a total land area of 266 million hectares, as many as 175 million hectares suffered from degradation, caused for the most part by soil erosion, but also by waterlogging and excessive salinity. This means that, on the average, at least 2 out of every 3 acres of land in India is today in poor health. At least half the sick lands, i.e., 1/3 of the total, are almost completely unproductive. It should be obvious even to a superficial observer that there is no earthly chance of eradicating poverty, or even surviving as a self-respecting nation, so long as such a state of affairs persists. Describing the most serious threat as posed by deforestation, Vora went on to call for a massive government expenditure in response, linked to a cut in defense expenditure. 31 In fact, this illustrated the typical planner's faith in the possibility of remedying through governmental machinery what this machinery had itself been responsible for inducing. Nevertheless, it was becoming clear that a new kind of crisis and contradiction was enveloping India and its people. The consumption of the rich. The decisive rise of middle-class environmentalism began at the end of the 1970s. The first organizational expression it took was in the people's science movements. These did not give central importance to environmental issues in the beginning and were definitely not green, yet the impulse was clear. The forerunner and inspirer for many was the Kerala 139. Shastriya Sahitya Parishad, Kerala Science Literature Conference, or KSSP, working since 1964 as a strong, mass-based organization of science teachers and professionals carrying on village campaigns and producing a wide variety of popular science literature. It had been the KSSP that had given the strongest opposition to the Silent Valley project in Kerala, even though the KSSP was loosely linked to the CPI-M, which was supporting the project. The organization held a well-attended Trivandrum conference in 1979, and in October of the same year many of the Maharashtrians who had participated joined with Gandhians, other scientists, and mass organization activists in a meeting at Anandwan, the centre of Baba Amti in eastern Maharashtra, to debate the formation of a similar group. Activists at the Anandwan meeting debated how much the organization should be oriented toward workers and peasants, and hence mass movement focused, how much to middle-class issues, how much it should deal with social science, and hence an analysis of the exploitative structures of society, or simply with natural science, presumably more neutral, in the minds of all those present. Then a February 1980 solar eclipse saw a jump in popularity of the idea of people's science as activists hastily distributed cellophane spectacles through which to view the eclipse, and in April the mainly CPI-M activists who were controlling the work of Shramik Sangatana in Dhule district held a successful science fair in one of the predominant tribal villages. The Lok Vignan Sangatana, LVS, was founded on June 15 of that year, with the KSSP as its model, and primarily a natural science focus, a dominance of CPI-M oriented activists, and a major thrust against popular superstition. A quite different trend emerged out of science-minded activists working in Kanpur, UP on the one hand and Madras on the other. A mixture of Naxalite-influenced young intellectuals and old Gandhians founded a Patriotic People's Science and Technology, PPST, group at a meeting in June 1980. In the first issue of their bulletin, which came out in December, the Kanpur group summarized their debate as centering around the issue of the relation of science and technology to imperialism, a rather different focus of concern from that in Maharashtra. There was a broad agreement, they noted, that modern science and technology is an instrument of exploitation, but there were still differences as to whether freed of imperialist stranglehold modern S&T can be harnessed to serve the interests of the people. This was broadly the position taken for granted by the LVS and KSSP, or whether modem S&T cannot, even in the absence of an imperialist stranglehold, be a genuine means of social development as it owes its existence solely to the needs of imperialism. 32. The group concluded that there was a need to evolve a people-oriented science and technology through the study and repudiation of colonial science and technology. The rather conventional Marxist position of the LVS, that modern science was inherently beneficial and only needed to be freed from the monopoly power of exploiters, was summed up in its most popular song, "Wake Up, Man! The sun of knowledge has been eclipsed, all is in darkness." In today's atomic age, have they no shame to keep a monopoly of knowledge? Let the light of science shine in every house and light the torch of consciousness. The eclipse is over, the eclipse is over. An October 1982 Vidyan Yatra organized as a massive campaign to bring science to the people, with programs in every district of the state featured anti-superstition campaigns. 140 dramatic performances in which activists first disguised themselves as godmen and miracle workers, then exposed the miracles, and concluded with a fire-walking ceremony in which local youth were invited to take part, a number of slide shows, and propaganda against the nuclear bomb with a feature on Hiroshima. In both cases agriculture, drought, and development-related issues began to be expressed. The Maharashtra Vidyan Yatra also included programs dealing with issues of irrigation and drought, while the Madras PPST group, in its study of colonial S&T, was led to look at traditional, pre-British, technology, particularly as it related to agriculture and the preservation of environmental resources. In Sangli district of Maharashtra, encounters and confrontation with the local peasantry, just getting mobilized on anti-drought issues, began to force at least some LVS activists to transcend their original assumptions that a beneficial store of knowledge called science existed, which they only had to make available to a backward and superstition-ridden people. When a local Vidyan Yatra was organized in 1984, not only did a debate develop among outside activists and the peasants, the outsiders insisted the area was always drought-prone. Old peasants of the area claimed that it used to be full of trees and one couldn't get across the river during the rainy season, but the science activists found that they had little actually to tell the peasants about the ways of removing drought. While these encounters and debates were going on, it was the citizens' reports on the Indian environment that were to provide a major intellectual articulation of environmental concerns, with impressive coverage and wide popularity. The moving spirit behind these was Anil Agrawal, who had attended the 1972 Stockholm Conference on Environmental Issues, the same one at which Indira Gandhi had voiced Third World suspicions about the anti-developmental thrust of environmentalism with the often-quoted statement "poverty is the biggest polluter," and returned to India to found the Centre for Science and Environment, CSE, in Delhi. The first Citizens' Report, in 1979, was produced with impressive input of material from groups and individuals working all over the country, and with sections ranging from land to dams to industry. With subsidized cheap editions and a Hindi translation, it had a major impact. The second was even more thorough, and it included a final section on politics of environment in which Agrawal and others took up broader issues of analysis. Their main thrust was a critique of industrialization, a condemnation of imperialism, and a focus on consumerism as the main enemy. According to Agrawal, one lesson is, therefore, clear: the main cause of environmental destruction in the world is the demand for natural resources generated by the consumption of the rich, whether they are rich nations or rich individuals and groups within nations, and it is their wastes that mainly contribute to the global pollution load. These trends raise serious doubts about the sustainability of the Western industrialization model based on global management of resources for the consumption of a few. The growth of science and technology has indeed been humankind's most magnificent achievement, but definitely not the ends to which this knowledge has been used. He went on to draw an eloquent picture of the environmentally destructive aspects of the consumption of the rich in India. A resident of Delhi who uses shirts made of cotton which has been produced in a field in Maharashtra heavily sprayed with pesticides leading to multiple resistance in mosquitoes, electricity from a dam in the Himalayas that has destroyed forests and blocked migration of 141 fish, paper produced in Madhya Pradesh by a factory that has polluted the local river and logged forests in an ever-widening circle, disrupting the life of tribals, cereals from Punjab where food is produced using a technology that drains soil fertility. 33. This helped to pinpoint the main enemy in the way modernization was destroying the environment, reducing diversity, rendering nature and natural resources subject to urban/industrial needs and a cash nexus. But it had its problems. It did not really take a position on the issue of science and technology. It had a tendency to adopt the traditional Marxist avoidance of the peasantry and define the groups most affected by environmental destruction only as artisans, nomads, tribals, fisherfolk, and women from almost all landless, marginal, and small farm households. 34. Why not men from small farm households? And it neglected the role of exploitation and production as determinant factors. It also tended to look to state action to remedy the problems that it accused state policy of causing. Nevertheless, in spite of the consumerist ideology, Indian environmentalism was clearly developing with a critique of imperialism and with a strong base in popular movements of the toiling people. People's science, patriotic science, and seeking truth. The different trends in the people's science movement and their implications for the overall development of the ecology movement in India became clear with a debate that emerged over the 1981 publication of a statement on scientific temper from the intellectuals of the prestigious Nehru Centre in Delhi. The statement itself reflected the forerunner socialism of the Nehru model, secular, oriented to development and the relief of social economic inequalities in India, but with the assumption both that the elite in charge of planning was capable of doing so, and that the technology itself was inherently beneficial. We have all the technology available right now within the country to give water, food, shelter, and basic health care to our millions. And yet we are not. Something has gone wrong. The logic of planning and the logic of our socio-economic structure are at variance. 35. Sharing the same assumption of the beneficence of technology, the traditional Marxist critique of this put forward by Rajendra Prasad in the CPI-M dominated journal Social Scientist, attacked it only for the lack of a class perspective, arguing that if the toiling masses themselves had access to the science and technology which the ruling classes controlled, all would be well. 36. The emerging environmentalist, alternate development trend, however, took a different tack. The Neo-Gandhian Ashish Nandi, linked to the largely NGO-based intellectuals associated with Lokayan in Delhi, published an article entitled Humanistic Temper in which he characterized modern science and technology itself as colonial, destructive, and evading any responsibility to the masses. But it was the Madras group of PPST that took the harshest line, linking the issue both to imperialism and to the growing popular movements. Can it be just coincidence that such a profound defense is being trotted out precisely at a time when the entire UPSTEM-inspired, city-centered, high-technology developmental path is increasingly coming under the fire of farmers' agitations, environmental movements, tribal movements, etc.? It went on to criticize the statement as a repulsive exercise in cynicism and hypocrisy since those defending the 142 institutions of modern science and technology were the people managing them. Attacking the claim that science and its temper were responsible for the material advances of the West, while India's backwardness was due to the lack of these, the PPST group asserted that instead, from the very moment of its forced entry into the Third World, modern Western science has been far from being a liberating and revolutionary force as far as the people of the Third World are concerned. It has since then been playing an increasingly greater role in the plunder and destruction of the Third World economies and cultures. 37. This was not to claim that all was flawless in tradition, or that Indians should not learn from people the world over, the group went on to say, but the major task should be to take what was most effective from local/national traditions. As a survey of environmental trends by Ramchandra Guha noted, in contrast to the conventional Marxist-style critiques, these scholars are challenging not merely political economic structures such as capitalism, but the very foundations of modern civilization. 38. But Guha's attempt to find a middle way between the more conventional critique and what he described as the civilizational approach floundered on some of his own traditional Marxist assumptions. Casting the PPST group and the Ashish Nandi Alvarez Locayan group into one category allowed him to criticize the whole trend by accusing it of believing in hierarchy, and his major critique of the PPST tendency simply took over the pervading notion that a large section of the peasantry was becoming an enemy class. Thus Guha argued that while the alternative science advocates used concepts of oppression, power, and exploitation derived from Marxism, they were selective in doing so and ignored the division of India into castes and classes, citing as the main example of their ambivalence to socialism the fact that they extended support to the farmers' movement around remunerative agricultural prices. 39. It was not the elite neo-Gandhians of the Ashish Nandi type, but the activists associated with the PPST tendency in Kanpur who gave this support. It was expressed by people like Sunil Sahasrabudhe and by others grouped around the early 1980s Hindu journal Mazдар Kisan Nidhi, who tried to link an environmental critique with the peasant movement and theorized the split described by Sharad Joshi as between Bharat and India as one between Paschim Krut or westernized and Bajkrut or boycotted India. The PPST tendency did idealize the society of traditional India, however, in arguing that the main barrier to a genuine scientific and sustainable development was not the traditional values of the village but rather imperialistically determined modern science and technology, it was focusing its challenge against imperialism. A third trend in the developing people's science movement was less articulated at the national, English language level, but had strong roots in the anti-caste tradition of Maharashtra. In Bombay from 1979 to 80, a group of young activists and workers calling themselves the Kranti Phule Sanskritic Manch, drawing inspiration from the tradition of Jyotiba Phule, began to perform street plays and hold celebrations attacking the Brahmanic values of neo-Hindu festivals, exposing Modem Godman who used the name of science itself to rally crowds, and calling for a movement for alternative culture. It was they who argued, against the dominant tendency of the Lokvidnian Sangatana in the state, that a science movement should include the social sciences as well as natural sciences, and it was they who associated themselves with the peasants of drought-stricken southern Maharashtra in seeking a solution to the ongoing onslaughts of drought. This Satyashodak or truth-seeking tendency thus brought Marxist and anti-caste tendencies together with an environmentalist perspective to challenge. 143. Traditional notions of organizing the rural poor by seeing the struggle against drought and deforestation as part of their class struggle. Conclusion: peasants, Marxists, and Gandhians in the environmental movement. The environmental movement arose because the people of India, in both the cities and the villages, of all castes and classes and genders, were affected by the ecological destruction of world capitalism. But they were affected in different ways, and their responses were different. The first expression of Indian environmentalism was as diverse localized movements, of peasants, tribal and non-tribal, and other sections of the rural poor fighting the specificities of their own situation. In fact, the environmental movement and the farmers' movement could be seen as two major wings of a broad peasant movement in India that arose against the exploitation and destruction resulting from the incorporation of the peasantry into the world capitalist system. Generally left intellectuals have argued that the farmers' movement has been based on cash-cropping rich and middle peasants, belonging to upper and middle castes, representing a specific exploiting class category. In contrast, they have seen the environmental movement as based on subsistence-oriented poor peasants, usually tribals and Dalits. But this was a misrepresentation of both movements. The farmers' movement involved a wide range of castes and economic categories and expressed not simply a desire to be incorporated on better terms in the market economy but also a protest against it that included various types of delinking activities. The environmental movement, in turn, was based not simply on tribal subsistence peasants. In Baliapal, for instance, there was a wide range of caste Hindu peasants, laborers, and fish workers fighting the takeover of their land in a productive market economy. In the Chipko region itself, the peasants actually involved in the movement were upper caste Hindus, Brahmins and Rajputs, while the low castes in the area, the traditionally landless service castes, frequently became dependent on the Services of Green Revolution government technocrats when they did get land. A similar movement in Karnataka, the Apiko movement, was based on cultivating Brahmin castes. Both movements had their economistic aspects, fighting for survival or for better terms within the system, and both had a thrust to challenging the system as inherently destructive and posing an alternative model of development. If we are to understand the difference, we can look at two factors. There was some geographical differentiation that was reflected in the social base of the movements. If one considers India as divided into three basic types of agroecological zones: the highly inegalitarian but productive coastal deltas and river valleys, the relatively more egalitarian plateaus and grasslands, and the most egalitarian hilly and mountainous areas, the farmers' movement arose primarily, not entirely, in the second region, while the environmental movement arose primarily, not entirely, in the third region. This did give it frequently more of a tribal component and a more egalitarian community base to movements, but this was only a relative difference. Similarly, farmers' movements were less likely to arise in more polarized regions, and when they did, e.g., in South Gujarat, they were both relatively weaker and more based on rural upper castes. A second important difference was while they were more localized in terms of their mass base, those adversely affected by developmental projects, developing peasant-based environmental struggles in India flowed into a stream of growing ecological consciousness that was rising around the world and having a major impact on sensitized sections of the 144 urban upper middle classes. Peasants, nomads, and fish workers struggling locally, then, were joined with significant numbers of these middle-class intellectual activists. The environmental movement was thus articulated as a movement on a national scale, not through the federation or united actions of local or regional mass organizations, but through the ideological and networking activities of these intellectuals. The first articulation of the local movements as a single movement challenging the modern industrial system itself was by Gandhians. They were prominent as activists in many of the localized movements, and they drew on Gandhi to formulate an Indian version of deep ecology. But along with Gandhi, they idealized pre-British caste feudal Hindu society and values, and they tended to neglect the aspects of exploitation and surplus extraction in the process of development. In theorizing consumerism as the main aspect of environmental destruction, they had a tendency to idealize subsistence-oriented tribals in contrast to the cash crop-oriented caste Hindu peasants, presenting only the former as the victims of development, the latter as almost its progenitors. They also had a leaning to reformism, appealing to political leaders like Indira Gandhi or to the bureaucracy at various levels. In contrast, Marxists came into the environmental movement with a strong ideological orientation to the exploited masses and to liberation through struggle. But at the same time, their tendency to see subsistence production or petty commodity production as non-proletarian and to ignore the issues raised about the nature of technology, the forces of production, meant that environmental movements, as such, were seen as non-class and thus non-political movements. To Marxists, an opposition to large-scale industrial development was anti-working. 148 Emergence of the new movements, 1972–85. Class, and they often argued that those raising issues of alternative development were opposing progress from a traditionalist perspective and aimed at going back to the Stone Age. They took up ecological struggles or local struggles of resistance to developmental projects only as a means of gaining mass support and with the intention of giving them a political thrust against the capitalist state. For example, an important 1990 review article in Frontier on Naxalism in the 90s urged that such problems as environmental issues and remunerative prices could only be solved by breaking with the imperialist system. It asserted that the questions of ecology, deforestation, big dams, trawler fishing and so on, are seen by the people involved in them as basically ways of protecting their means of livelihood from the depredations of imperialism and comprador capitalists. Only in a system where exchange value and profit do not dominate and determine accumulation can environmental destruction be prevented. 40 This urged an unequivocal stand against the project, but it identified that stand with a struggle for socialism under leadership of the party. But environmental activists could no longer see struggle against private property as sufficient. The argument that exchange value and profit were the sole factors behind ecologically destructive production simply ignored the issues raised by the critique of industrialism and was increasingly sounding simply invalid as the ecological problems and overall crisis of the state socialist societies were more and more revealed. Marxists, then, became involved in environmental struggles and in debates with the movement activists, but they remained in a sense external to the development of the 145 movements. The mainstream Marxists associated mainly with the CPI-M, got involved in people's science organizations in a big way, came to sponsor nationwide science marches, but continued to insist that the problem was primarily to bring scientific knowledge and a scientific outlook to the masses. To them, large-scale irrigation and power projects and even defense testing sites were necessary for the development of a powerful, modern India. Even the Naxalites, more oriented to struggle against the state and to seeing public sector as comprador, could not conceptualize an entirely different developmental path and simply sought to establish their unique politics in terms of militancy. Through most of the 1980s, the Marxist tendency could not offer any convincing alternative to the Gandhians in the environmental movement. As a consequence, the slogans of alternative development that were formulated lacked a serious linkage to the organization of politically effective mass struggles to achieve such a development. The environmental movement developed as one that raised very serious questions about the destructiveness of the existing system. It also questioned proposed Marxist alternatives of working class control and, like the farmers' movement, challenged some of the economic fundamentals. But it failed to develop a conscious and organized challenge at the level of political organizing, and even at the cultural and community level, the tendency to idealize pre-British society failed to deal with the problems of exploitation and inequality in Hindu caste society. At the same time, more than the other social movements and more concretely even than Marxists themselves, in spite of slogans, the environmental movement was raising the question of imperialism. At an international level, in spite of the localism involved in much environmental ideology, and in spite of the fact that movements in advanced capitalist countries often had a very myopic, not to say chauvinistic, vision, environmental activists were coming into conflict with bodies such as the World Bank and concerning themselves with GATT and the trade issues involved. In India also the rise of environmentalism meant increased attention to problems of the international economy, particularly when it was so obvious that the energy use and consumption patterns of the North were a threat to ecological balance much more than the steady encroachment on forests and land by impoverished peasants. Environmentalists began to target imperialism, and strikingly, the 1975–85 decade ended with the December 1984 the release of poisonous gases in an explosion at a Union Carbide fertilizer plant at Bhopal that killed thousands and left many times that number crippled and incapacitated for life. It inaugurated an era of struggle, repression, and betrayal, factionalized struggle by the victims organized by one after another group of non-party activists, and repression and betrayal by Union Carbide and by the Indian state and its governing party, attacking and jailing organizers as CIA agents, telling them lies about the extent of damage, forcing on them the most meager settlements. Bhopal was the major disaster that revealed for the whole world the murderous nature of the multinational companies and of the capitalist development that was the major ideological base of post-independence Third World regimes. 146. The final class war has not yet come. Red Flag Song sung by tribal women, 1971. Part 3. Responses, System and Anti-System, 1975–1985. 7. 150. The Marxist Vision and the Working Class. What was the working class doing during this period? In one sense, the answer is easy. It was stepping up its fight against capital through the medium of what I have been describing as the new social movements. Capitalist development in India, the subordination and organization of India's production in the worldwide capitalist system, had been taking place through the process described as Forana socialism, a state-controlled and planned industrialization. On the one hand, this had meant a reconstitution of the ruling class, the Brahmins, Banias, and political overlords of the traditional society becoming bureaucrats, managers, industrialists, and political bosses, controlling the countryside as sugar barons, contractors, heads of cooperatives and local political institutions. On the other hand, the Dat and Shudra toilers were reconstituted as workers, peasants, and agricultural laborers in new hierarchies and divisions, ranging from the nationalized mines, public sector factories, and multinational industries to the transformed, by drought, deforestation, or the new green revolution trinity of hybrid seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, fields on which they worked as toiling peasants caught in a cash economy, daily or semi-bonded laborers, unorganized sector wage workers roaming the countryside and towns, and unpaid toiling women hauling water and fuel and doing the heavy tasks of housework. Traditional Marxist theory did not comprehend the new forms of exploitation. The traditional left parties were unable to organize their struggle. They struggled anyway in the form of new movements that asserted the need to destroy Brahmanism as an ideology, to fight the caste bonds that limited them to living and working in specific ways, and to displace the Brahmins and other high castes from their control of the bureaucracy. They also struggled for the recognition of their unpaid domestic labor, against the atrocities that had the effect of binding them to the home or to narrow spheres of work, against sexual repression. They struggled against their exploitation as peasant producers, for higher prices for their products, for freedom from debt, for access to inputs for agricultural production, and against the ongoing corruption of and harassment by the bureaucracy. They also struggled against the depredation of nature that was destroying their very basis of life and production, beginning the fight against development itself, in its experienced form, and articulating the need for an alternative development. Whether they identified themselves and were identified as Dalits, OBCs, Adivasis, women, and peasants, they were in all these cases fighting the way in which capital was subordinating their labor and their lives. They were also fighting as sections of the Indian working class. But, though India's Marxists did have available to them terminology Kashtakari, Shramik that named all these sections as laborers of one kind or another, they were not ready to see the working class in such a broad sense. Dalits asserted that they were the true proletariat, women that their labor was the foundation of all exploitation, peasants that all they wanted was the return for their sweat. But to the Indian Marxists, wage workers continued to be the real proletariat, and factory workers the vanguard. Still, Marxists as intellectuals and as Communist Party members responded to the new movements in somewhat different ways. 151. Marxism of the intelligentsia. Peter Waterman, a former communist organizer and New Labour Internationalist theorist activist, one of the many Europeans intermittently associated with India, had commented in one of his articles about two phenomena that puzzled me considerably in India. The first was the extent to which openly avowed Marxists were to be found employed, in senior positions, within organizations which would not grant them even low ones and which usually they would not even desire to enter in other capitalist countries. Alongside what one Indian friend entitles the Indian Administrative Service, Marxist-Leninist, there appears to exist a parallel phenomenon in other state agencies and even in capitalist companies. The second feature was that a large part of political discourse takes place within a Marxist universe of discourse. 1. This was, in fact, an aspect of foreign socialism. But this considerable implantation of Marxism among the Indian intelligentsia had as its consequence not simply a leftward shift of discourse, but also a hegemony, at the theoretical level, of a Brahmin, male, bureaucratically based elite over Marxism in India. An article in 1974 by an influential, and largely pro-Congress, Marxist academic argued that a major aspect of the failure of Marxism in India up to that time was at the theoretical level, in the failure adequately to politicize the masses. Writing in the period of the pre-emergency upsurge, Bipin Chandra argued that the Marxists are not even in a position to make a bid for power. They stand paralyzed now that the bird of revolution stares them in the face. They suddenly find themselves facing two choices: they can either ignoring the semi-fascist threat, cheer, usually from the sidelines, the spontaneous right-wing-led petty bourgeois populist movements, or rely on the Congress, the main party of the bourgeoisie, to save the day for democracy, even if it does so by becoming more and more authoritarian. 2. By petty bourgeois populist movements Chandra meant, of course, the first upsurge of the new movements and the student and middle-class linked movements of Bihar and Gujarat, and by right-wing leadership he meant the opposition combine. The two choices he mentioned were in a sense to be followed by the two main wings of the communist movement, the CPI-M, which was to ally with the forces opposed to Congress, and the CPI, which was finally to give its support to the emergency as the inevitable action of a progressive national bourgeoisie fighting right reaction. Chandra's point that the basic failure of Indian Marxists lies in their inability to emerge as the standard bearers of an alternative social system, an alternative political leadership, however small. 3 made one important assumption: it accepted the model of the vanguard party that already possessed the alternative. Throughout his article it was taken for granted that Indian Marxists possessed the correct theory, that their main failure was to educate the masses, to politicize them, to teach them Marxism. Though he spoke in terms of making them their own leaders, this remained in the framework of the belief that the theory to guide them was, in its fundamentals, complete. Marxism was a completed theory of revolution. They 152 intellectuals of India were its bearers. Their need was to make connection with the masses. This was the fundamental viewpoint of the teacher, reflected in so much of the thinking of the Indian communist movement and even its songs. The lamp of class struggle. The view of Leninism. Telling the secret of poverty. And of its abolition. The working class shall be the leader. Now it will gain class consciousness. Wandering we hold high. The red flag, the red flag. 4. Chandra also made the other pervasive assumption of the Marxist intellectuals of his time: the basic classes to whom they were to go were consistently identified as the urban worker, the agricultural laborer, the poor peasant. In a footnote he went even further, criticizing the reformism of the communist parties on the basis that the reforms they fight for benefit not the basic exploited rural classes and the vast mass of the unorganized urban proletariat but the middle and rich peasants and the strata of organized white-collar and factory workers. 5. Criticizing organized workers was not a theme that could be easily maintained even for academic Marxists, but in the new era of capitalist development in India, in an almost axiomatic way, middle and rich peasants became the new villains of the intellectual left. The famous mode of production in agriculture debate that raged through the 1970s filled innumerable pages in the major left weeklies and party journals, and won international laurels had the crystallization of this notion as one of its major effects. It was not simply, as Waterman referred to it sarcastically, how many modes of production can dance on the head of a social formation. The debate had its very real roots in the Naxalite upsurge of the late 1960s, in the expressed fear, or hope, that the Green Revolution will turn into a red one, and in an intellectual effort to comprehend and hegemonize the process. There were two striking features of the debate. One is that both sides assumed that capitalism in agriculture meant the differentiation of the peasantry into agricultural laborers and poor peasants, on the one hand, and rich peasants/capitalist farmers on the other. The implication for action was in defining where the main contradiction was, where mass movements should be directed, who was the enemy, who was the main enemy, who were potential allies, and so forth. For the proponents of semi-feudalism, the main enemy continued to be the landlord, and the state, and the middle rich peasants were allies. For the proponents of capitalism, rich peasants and capitalist farmers, now to be known as kulaks, were the main enemy and middle peasants an untrustworthy and vanishing ally. In spite of some interventions on the role of international capital or on the colonial mode of production, the possibility that capitalism meant not just a transformation of the village but a new relation between the village and the state, a new relation to the world system, and that it could include non-wage workers was ignored by most of the Marxists who took part in the debate. 6. 153. The second striking fact about the debate is that while almost everyone conceded that the proponents of capitalism had won in theory, in practice the 2 decades following it saw an upsurge of rural movements led first by the semi-feudal losers of the debate, i.e. Naxalite movements in Bihar and Andhra, and second by forces articulating forms of peasant subordination to capital that had been totally ignored, i.e., the environmental and farmers' movements. Nevertheless, Indian Marxist intellectuals, and a good many party activists, held firmly to their theoretical foundations and continued to ignore the issues raised by these movements or to declare them inadmissible, as movements of non-exploited and even exploiting rural sections. There were some breakthrough attempts, aside from the theorists arising from the movements themselves. In March-April 1981 a month-long workshop was held in Delhi on trade unions and the labouring poor, organized by Peter Waterman and an Indian colleague who had himself come out of the Naxalite movement, Arvind Das. This was to be part of a longer research project focusing on people's movements in the Dhanbad, Jharkhand, region. Their approach, which they described as a workers' autonomy tendency, built in part on the theoretical perspective that had been put forward by Harry Cleaver in one of the mode of production debate articles. Cleaver had argued for analyzing the agrarian structure in terms of an increasingly internationalized struggle of capital and labor, in which labor meant not only wage labor but also the unwaged, in which the waged/unwaged division and the imposition of various forms of unwaged work was seen as a part of the actions of capital. From the peasant's point of view, the structure of work may not be changed, its form may still be feudal, tribal, or whatnot when capital comes in. But the structure of exploitation has changed. The peasant is now exploited by capital just as capital is exploiting the village. Moreover, as the flow of goods and information grows through the market, the link between the peasant and the rest of the working class grows too, not only by the degree of exploitation but through the peasant's awareness of the mass of wealth capital is accumulating at the expense of workers everywhere. As Marx emphasized so often, the accumulation of wealth is the accumulation of the working class, of its poverty and of its struggle. The various parts of this struggle have to be linked consciously, as well as economically and politically. 7. Citing this, Waterman, Das, and their colleague Fernando Rojas went on to argue for an approach that could integrate the industrial proletariat with the housewife, the rural poor, tribals and Dalits and students and intellectuals, dealing with gender, caste, urban/rural, and manual/mental labor contradictions. The new approach begins with a new understanding of work. Work is labor for capital, the source of profit, and the means of capitalist control. Work is not only waged labor, it is also the unwaged labor of the unemployed, who have to reproduce themselves, of the housewife, laboring to reproduce the labor power of her husband and that of the next generation of laborers, of the peasant laboring for the capitalist market, of scholars and students, qualifying themselves for the labor market. 8. But although the workshop involved a wide number of movement-involved activist intellectuals, this perspective made little dent on the dominant Marxist framework. Even its 154 main Indian exponent, Arvind Das, went on to emphasize the process of the working class creating itself only within the dominant framework, in which the poor peasant or agricultural laborer could be admitted to the fold but certainly not the middle and rich peasant, in which rural struggles could be admissible, or revolutionary, only if rural actors defined themselves as workers and not as peasants, in which the middle backward castes continued to be seen as enemies of Dalits. With the mode of production debate behind them, having firmly established the generally capitalist character of Indian society, the dominant Marxist intellectual analysis saw this society as ruled by a power block including the various sections of the bourgeoisie, the bureaucracy, landlords, and rich peasants. Exploited classes were said to include workers, artisans, poor peasants, and agricultural laborers, while middle peasants were thrown in with white-collar employees and various sections of the urban petty bourgeoisie as intermediate classes. 9. The urban intelligentsia could thus be seen, as an intermediate class, as playing a generally progressive role, but the peasant movement, far from being a struggle of one section of laboring people against a new form of capitalist subordination, was classed instead, due to its presumed rich peasant leadership, among struggles within the ruling class, as a conflict between its industrial and agrarian sections. This notion of the agrarian bourgeoisie, often estimated as including peasants with holdings over 10 acres, as a part of the ruling bloc enabled its proponents to bring together the farmers' movement itself with the regional forces and parties, Akali Dal, the DMK and the BKD group in the north, and the broader nationality-based movements, as part of the conflict of the rural bourgeoisie with the centralized and centralizing industrial bourgeoisie. Along with this, the Dalit movement, OBCs were not mentioned, represented a class struggle in caste form of the agricultural laborers against their rural rich peasant exploiters, while the women's movement and environmental movements, where the latter was not interpreted as a tribal-based poor peasant struggle, were effectively ignored. This interpretation, crystallized by the early 1970s, continued practically unfazed by any challenges up through the 1980s. And, it may be added, it left the Marxist intelligentsia in a mood of unrelieved pessimism as they saw the increasing predominance of what was, according to their analysis, the interruling class struggles of rich farmers versus the industrial bourgeoisie, of rich backward castes against the upper castes, and of non-class environmental movements. The pessimism of the intellectuals would not have been of much consequence but for the fact that even more than the parties, it fashioned the thinking of the Marxist activists who debated with the activists of the new movements. For the communist parties which, as Bipin Chandra had lamented, had never been movers of events in India were becoming even less so, throughout the decades after 1967. The mainstream communists. ****. The CPI-M had developed as the more militant and radical of the two mainstream parties. But the Naxalite revolt had sucked away some of its more militant cadres, especially in the rural areas, and the 1972 Congress electoral victory. 155. In West Bengal resulted in a regime that wreaked repression and havoc upon both CPI-M and the Naxals. The party slowly moderated its activities, swinging to a policy of what some sardonically called Stalinism in words and social democracy in deeds. In 1975 P. Sundaraya, a veteran of the Andhra Telangana uprising, resigned from his position as General Secretary, protesting against the party's alliance with Hindu rightists to oppose the Congress, against not taking the agrarian revolution seriously by building up the unity of agricultural labourers and middle peasants for a strong movement, and for not taking seriously preparing for a revolutionary insurrectional struggle of workers and peasants by developing the party base in the rural geographical areas outlying the big industrial centers. The tactical line, he wrote, has been put in cold storage for all practical purposes. 10 Sundaraya also criticized the policy of building all India unions under the leadership of the party in every field regardless of the actual strength of the party, and indirectly protested the dominance of the West Bengal and Kerala units, where the party had its electoral base. Sundaraya's criticism had no impact following the emergency. The party regained electoral control of West Bengal in the 1977 election and then, after the Jalandhar, 1978, Party Congress, accepted the proposal of Kerala's Namboodirupad to build up its strength in the Hindi belt, which surrounded not the industrial centres but the political capital, Delhi. The party's central office was shifted to Delhi, and the policy was adopted of building up not only separate trade unions but mass organizations of every type under party leadership rather than working, where the party was a minority or there were many competing political groups, within one broad mass organization. This meant, in effect, building the party as one that could have a strong impact on a parliamentary democratic system where numbers and mobilizing ability counted, a machine with 1 to 3 states and vast numbers of people mobilized in front organizations under its control. In the party congresses following this, Vijayawada in 1982, Calcutta in 1984, Trivandrum in 1988, there was no debate on the tactical line of revolution, rather, discussion and disputes primarily concerned evaluation of the existing political parties, Congress, right-wing, regional, the Janata, and the degree to which the party should make adjustments even with the BJP to oppose the Congress. The West Bengal unit consistently tended to favour some adjustment with the BJP, the Kerala leadership opposed it. In other words, politics came to mean in effect party fronts and parliamentary politics, control or share in control of the government. This meant a significant difference from the new social movements, all of which had an inherent suspicion of parties and formulated their relationship to politics in a different way. The women's movement and much of the environmental movement tended to avoid politics, to stress social change from the base, but the farmers' movement also, which operated as a strategically concerned mass movement, saw its role as primarily a pressure group, and in regard to parliamentary politics, shared the Naxalite critique that no matter who got elected, it would make little difference. Thus Sharad Joshi saw direct involvement in politics as a way of leading the movement into disaster and argued for a political strategy of acting to maintain a balance of power among the existing big parties. This normally meant supporting the anti-Congress opposition. The Dalit movement had the longest tradition of direct political action, but even here the new organizations tended to see themselves more as pressure groups or as extra-parliamentary revolutionary organizations, with even Kanchi Ram ready to say, "We want balance of power to ensure that neither the Congress nor the National Front gets an absolute majority. There must be a coalition government at the center and we must ensure 156. For ourselves a balancing act." 11. The fact was that the movements were involved in struggles in very different ways from the parties. Issues such as remunerative prices, renaming Marathwada University, getting the Mandal Commission implemented, stopping Silent Valley or the Narmada dams were taken up in determined seriousness as long-term uncompromising projects of the movements, to be pushed whatever government was in power. While these had all the problems of single-issue politics, they meant greater agitational seriousness. In contrast, while the communist parties had their central slogans, especially land to the tiller and right to work, with which they sought to embody the democratic revolution, these did not provide the basis around which to organize long-term struggle. Instead, the parties held demonstrations, marches, and rallies and presented petitions and charters of demands, but they did all this with a view to influencing legislators or political coalitions and electoral activity. Slogans of land or work may have appeared again and again in the demonstrations and demands, but the idea was less to get them implemented than to make them a part of the political consciousness of the masses who would presumably join, follow, and elect a communist party to work toward a socialist system within which alone such goals could be achieved. The movements in contrast worried less about the nature of the system than about the achievement of the goals. At the same time, the parties were much more open to the themes of the new social movements than were the Marxist intellectuals. This was especially true with regard to the farmers' movement, where strategic concerns for worker-peasant unity might actually take precedence over abstract evaluations of the growth of capitalism in agriculture. The CPI with fair enthusiasm, and the CPI-M, with more debate, backed the Mandal Commission and popular science campaigns and endorsed demands for remunerative prices and debt relief. Women's issues were taken up enthusiastically, and the party went far ahead of the conscious feminist groups in mobilizing working-class women to fight atrocities, in the process gaining some new cadres. Marxist intellectuals might complain about joining in with petty bourgeois populist movements. Movement activists might complain that the parties came only to increase their political base among the movement, or that they came only as leaders without mobilizing, in the inimitable words of Sharad Joshi, as generals without tanks, but at least they were there, they were part of a broad front. But while the parties accepted the broad issues of the movements, they did so only partially, adding, for example, that debt relief should only be for poor peasants or that economic criteria should be added to or substituted for caste-based reservations. They did so with strong attacks on the leadership of the movements. The primary sin of the new social movements, in the eyes of the parties, was that they had non-communist leadership. The immediate goal of the parties, in working on the issues of the movements, then, was to build up their front organizations and eventually their parties. In the 1982 Vijayawada Congress, the CPI-M adopted a resolution on mass fronts which criticized their previous sectarianism, but sectarianism here was defined as having a narrow conceptualization of the base of the mass fronts, for instance, the women's organization should be defined as democratic, including middle-class women, rather than just as a working women's coordination. There was no questioning that the main effort should be to bring a significant section of the mass under direct party leadership. 12. Thus, Qualified support for movement issues was invariably linked with a strong attacks on 157. Their leadership. Dalit leadership was petty bourgeois, the farmers' movement leadership was landlord or kulak, but the most notorious attack in the mid-1980s was unleashed against the women's movement and the Christian radicals involved in tribal and environmental organizations, in an extension of the party's tendency to see the imperialist invisible hand in all agitations. This came in the form of an article by one of the CPI-M's young, Delhi-bred cotters, Prakash Karat, which criticized new action groups working among the masses as CIA-inspired and part of a new strategy of imperialism. The article named the Lokayan group and New Christian Radicals, stressing their dependence on foreign funding, and identified the autonomy demanded by the new feminists as well as organizations like the Jharkhand Muddy Morcha and Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha as being anti-party. Describing the new feminism as imported, it focused on Chaya Datar as the bearer of an international feminist conspiracy. Datar, it noted, is a product of the Institute for Social Studies, The Hague, which is a key intellectual center for the action group's philosophy and bourgeois feminism. Datar had indeed studied at the ISS, whose women's studies heads, Maria Mies of West Germany and Kumari Jayawardene of Sri Lanka, were indeed trying to build up an international feminism. It should be apparent, the article went on, that this feminism can conveniently serve the interests of the imperialist agencies and even the advanced sections of the bourgeoisie in India. Even worse, the new trends were attempting autonomous theorizing, for these new revolutionary theorists have made a startling new discovery, that it is possible to develop a new revolutionary ideology and movement, renouncing the working class ideology and organization, which can be a credible alternative to the ruling class ideology and structure. 13. The very heavy-handedness of this attack might have fully discredited it were it not for the fact that it was pointing to a real problem, that sections of the new movements were in fact falling into dependence on funding. It is striking, though, that the article directly attacked those sections of the new movements, Christian radicals and middle-class feminists, who were, at the time, the most amenable to party influence. Activists in the Dalit and farmers' movements, who were much less immersed in broad left circles, took little notice of the controversy. The discussion of action groups, the small funded organizations working among various sections of the rural poor or providing services for such work, overlooked one fact. This was that the theoretical tendency of the middle-class intellectuals who worked in these movements was that of Marxist intellectuals, not of the parties, that is, it invariably identified capitalism as the main factor in the agrarian sector, and middle and rich peasants, in class terms, and backward castes, in caste terms, as the enemies of the rural poor they were attempting to organizing. Activists who took over the framework of Marxism and began to criticize the parties for revisionism, whether they were the Christian radicals running the Indian Social Institute in Bangalore, or well-heeled activist groups such as the Young India Project in Andhra, or Bombay middle-class youth working among tribals in the Thana belt in Maharashtra, invariably took this line. Within such groups, the tendency was to combine work with the rural poor or unorganized sector with bureaucratic links and access to middle-class influence, media contacts, and funding. The Naxalites. Organizations and parties coming out of the Naxalite rebellion had a different relation to the new social movements. By the mid-1980s, two group-ups were clearly dominant. One was the People's War Group, PWG, functioning in the backward and forested regions of Andhra, holding fast to an armed struggle line, and organizing Dalits, low castes, and tribals on issues 158. Such as opposing bonded labor, making gains in wages and small land occupations, and fighting the dominance of the rural oligarchy. They maintained a general Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy on issues of women's rights. Although Hyderabad had been the home of one early near-feminist organization, the POW, and although the Stree Shakti Sangatana worked there through much of the 1980s as one of the significant urban feminist organizations, the PWG seems to have taken little note of feminism as a trend. Issues of environment were also ignored in Andhra, as were caste issues for a long time. Kancha Ilaya, an activist of a related group, had to fight his own democratic rights organization to take up the issue in the late 1980s. The farmers' movement was definitely taken note of, but while the PWG's own publication, The Vanguard, argued for a broad structure of petty commodity production in the agrarian sector, its best-known associated intellectual, K. Balagopal, attacked the movement strongly. These farmers have two faces, one a democratic face that holds up traffic demonstrating en masse for remunerative prices or the Agricultural Costs Commission, and the other the ugly face of atrocities on Harijans as our caste-struck press calls them. A reality that has not yet percolated the consciousness of observers is that the farmers who rode their tractors behind Sharad Joshi into Chandigarh are merely the other face of the Bhumi Sena landlords of Bihar. They are part of the same class for itself that is taking shape across the land. 14. Balagopal made a careful distinction between middle and rich peasants and this rural oligarchy, which Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy required, since peasants were allies in the anti-feudal struggle, but then saw the latter as pulling along the former in a process of class creation in which the farmers' movement was playing a major role. In any case, there were no stable farmers' organization in Andhra, a state with a higher than average inegalitarian rural class structure, though there were agitations. The second major group with a claim to national impact was the Vinod Mishra-led Liberation Group of CPI-ML, named after its major organ. The biggest organization working in Bihar, and still claiming to be the true organizational heirs of Cham Mazumdar, this party changed its line significantly over the years. In 1981 it formed an open peasant front, the Bihar Pradesh Kisan Sabha, and in 1983 it made another bold initiative in establishing the Indian People's Front as a mass political organization. Members of different Marxist-Leninist groups, non-mainstream Marxists, and some social movement organizations were invited, and many attended. Most of these later dropped away, and IPF did not emerge as a real united front, but it did begin to function effectively as a mass front of the party. It had the problems of such a mass front, for instance, that its conferences, held after underground party conferences, invariably duplicated, though in a diluted form, party resolutions and positions, while the party conferences talked of the EPF but the EPF conferences never mentioned the party. 15. The IPF was an impressive effort in many ways, and its effort to pose itself as a national political alternative embodied a positive assessment of the new movements that was in contrast to the CPI-M's tendency to denounce any alternative as a threat to Marxism itself. Indeed, its 1988 political organizational report gave a very positive view. Then there is a whole range of old as well as new social movements and also sectional struggles, some of which are rooted in the specific Indian history while some are global in character, which are not easily amenable to the ex-Featurite classification, underscore the long-standing inability of the dominant Indian left to grasp the significance of such movements has pushed the latter under the influence. 159. And leadership of various reformist and rightist forces. The Dalit movement, the farmers' movement, the women's movement, the health movement, the science and environment campaign, the professionals' struggles are some major examples. The alternative that India needs must draw its forces from all these popular assertions. It must provide an alternative not only to the dominant economic and political structure but to the entire process of development and to the cultural ethos. This was very strongly put, and the report even went on to note that while the old parties are beginning to disintegrate, a whole new range of political formations are forcefully asserting themselves, stating we ourselves belong to this category of newcomers. 16. From the point of view of the new movements, this was promising. But there appears to have been two trends working in the CPI-ML, liberation/IPF, one more oriented to the new social movements and alternative politics, the other to traditional working class party politics. It is quite possible that this involved a conflict between the party and the mass organization. There was a similar contradiction developing at the time in the Party Unity/Mazda Kisan Sangram Samitai group, also based in Bihar. The dilemmas were reflected in the 1988 convention of EPF, which adopted a postscript to its earlier manifesto. This is worth quoting at length. The postscript began with a recognition of the new contradictions that were ravaging Indian society. The net result of such a distorted and lopsided process of development has been a duplication of the global North-South in India. In other words, we have two Indias: an elitist India all set to step into the 21st century and a commoner's India lagging way behind, pockets of plenty and advance amid an ocean of poverty and backwardness. Theories of India vs. Bharat or internal colonialism may be based on somewhat simplistic generalization, but the great imbalance between industry and agriculture, between urban India and the countryside, between the centre and the states, between advanced and backward regions, between the majority religious and linguistic community and minorities, between a group of big and developed nationalities and their small and neglected counterparts is there for everybody to see. 17. But, the original version of the postscript, as presented at the conference, had gone beyond this to give a definition of the sought-for alternative itself in terms of the new movements. Such an alternative is already in the making, its roots going deeper in the multifarious struggles and creative efforts of our people. With each passing day the battle for alternative is certainly spreading wider and gaining in strength. It gains in strength with every victory scored by the toiling peasantry and agricultural laborers in their struggle for land and wages, for tenancy rights and agricultural inputs. Or for that matter with every mobilization of the farmers for remunerative prices and for a harmonious balance between industry and agriculture. It gains in strength with every major industrial action by the workers and employees. Similarly, when students struggle for academic freedom and the youth against unemployment, when women get organized against male domination and Dalits against caste oppression, when civil libertarians protest against state encroachment on human rights, when cultural activists join hands to resist decadence and degeneration, and scientists start spreading scientific knowledge and environmental awareness, they all advance the cause of the alternative. 160. Of course, this still was carrying implicit distinctions between toiling peasants fighting for land and farmers for remunerative prices. It referred to caste oppression and not exploitation, to male domination and not patriarchy. Still, it was eloquently written and powerful in its appeal, and it went on to talk of alternative development itself in a new way. This concept of alternative stands in sharp contrast to the slogan of political alternative advanced from time to time by various opposition parties and their endless exercises in alignment and realignment to provide the same. Instead, a new developmental model must be put forward, and from this, the enforcement of a pro-people developmental model therefore calls for the establishment of people's political power, which would end by dealing a final blow to the Congress political current that had been dominating Indian society. 18. Remarkably, this whole section was dropped in the final version, which instead stated that manifold popular strivings for an alternative path of development and an alternative social order are yet to crystallize into a nationwide mass political movement. It laid stress on seeking a political alternative. The point is to pursue the long-drawn quest for an alternative system through the immediate political agenda and to move from this to a broad anti-Congress front. 19. This was a major shift of emphasis. In revising the postscript, EPF moved from a powerfully written attempt to root the alternative in the upsurge of the new social movements, formulating at the same time the notion that an alternate developmental model would be the main counter to Congress politics, to a stress on the need to work in the conventional political sphere. The IPF's forceful assertion of itself in the 1989-90 parliamentary and assembly elections was justified by the traditional left rhetoric of identifying right and left errors. In this case, IPF attacked the anti-political attitude of many of the new movement activists, and the super-political extremism of those who rejected everything but the politics of the gun. By the time of the elections, this politicization of EPF was earned through when its pamphlet left out even the mention of alternative and instead strengthened the independent assertion of the Indian left. An earlier English-language organ, Voice of Alternative, was replaced by People's Front. IPF was being projected, in other words, not as a political platform of a new alternative or as one of many new political formations, but as the re-emerged vanguard of the Indian left. For the Naxalites as well, the shift from their wilder militancy and ruralism to the working class and the political arena seemed inevitably to go along with a downgrading of concern for a real alternative politics and a closing off of interest in the new movements. The industrial working class. In June 1987, a small collection of communist activists in Maharashtra, including two Naxalite organizations and the post-traditional communist Shramik Mutti Dal, held 3 days of discussion with Sharad Joshi, later to be known as the NTM or non-traditional Marxist discussions. Joshi had proposed 3 points for focusing the debate. 1. The working class has been increasingly caught in economism and is not a vanguard of a broad revolutionary movement. 2. All history is not the history of class struggles. Here both sides shared the conventional definition of class. Joshi did not deny class action so much as argue that this did not count across community/national barriers. Rather than class struggles, there were fights between systems, tribes, castes, regions, nations, patriarchal versus matriarchal societies, etc., and 3. Parochial movements, by which he meant caste/communal/linguistic divisions, referring in particular to the growing religious. 161. Fundamentalism worrying almost everyone on the left, were overwhelming economistic movements, the term he used to refer to struggles against exploitation. The Marxists in addition proposed a session on the economic theories of the farmers' movement itself, leading into a wide debate on surplus value and the meaning of capital, which Joshi was insisting included not only embodied labor but in addition what he called the R in the heart of C, resources, the produce of the land. The concern about economism was in fact worrying Communist Party activists of all types during this period, and privately if not publicly complaints about the indifference of industrial workers, particularly the highly paid employees of multinationals and public sector industries, were quite common. In the NTM debates themselves, few of the activists present were actually ready to defend industrial workers as the vanguard of revolution, and many seemed to share the notion that the most highly paid workers were a labor aristocracy that was basically not even ready to fight decisively. Yet even defined in the narrowest sense of industrial worker, the working class during this period was waging some important battles, and if not ready to act as a vanguard, it was at least showing important signs of unity with other sections of laborers and with the social movements themselves. But this was at times in spite of their Marxist leadership. Joshi had opened the debate on economism by outlining the series of popular working class leaders in the history of Bombay industry, S.A. Dange, the original communist leader, George Fernandez, the fiery socialist who rose to prominence in the 1960s, R.G. Mehta, a professional unionist, and Data Cement. What does this mean? He asked. In fact, the sequence illustrated the problematics of working class politics, rather than a simple trend toward incorporation into the system. If R.G. Mehta representing a professionalization of working class struggles, Cement represented something quite different, an anti-political militancy. He had risen to prominence in the post-emergency period as the leader of a new wave of militancy among Bombay workers. In fact, he had been jailed during the emergency itself for strike action, in spite of being a Congress member at the time. He was conventionally political to begin with, unconcerned with socialism or broader issues, but known for his militancy, his refusal to compromise or to concede anything to companies on arguments of ability to pay. Capitalist balance sheets, he charged, were simply lies. Political parties were rejected as having destroyed workers' struggles by using them for narrow electoral purposes. With an original base in the big engineering, heavy industry, firms, Cement was in 1982 pulled into the volatile textile industry, the historic center of the Bombay working class, the original base of the bourgeoisie, milked for profits, still impoverished but undergoing the throes of modernization with trends to retrenchment of workers and adoption of sophisticated machinery going on all over India. In the 1980s, with nearly 250,000 workers earning half or less of what other factory workers were making, the industry was still functioning as a refuge for the flood of migrants from drought-prone areas of western Maharashtra. The majority of workers still lived in crowded slums or as bachelors in communal rooms with their families surviving in the villages, and a very large section, maybe 1/4, were non-formalized or badly workers. The latter may have worked every day, but they had none of the benefits of permanent employees. Instead, they had to appear every day at the factory gates, like a casual laborer petitioning for work. Workers in this industry, the most politically conscious of any section of Bombay workers. 162. Turned to the militantly non-political cement for good reason. Their grievances against the tyrannous work organization, low pay, and their continual subordination through legal repression to a Congress party-controlled union had been growing for a long time, and the red flag unions by the early 1980s, as a result indeed of their political links, had shown themselves incapable of dealing with these. Cement, at first reluctant himself to get involved in this seething industry, was dragged into leadership of the strike. In the process, he was to some extent radicalized, changing his own flag from the Congress green white tan saffron to a new red bordered flag with a black smokestack from which a worker's fist arose. The strike dragged on for 18 months, a major event at least in the working class life of Maharashtra. It included ongoing actions, marches, JCDL bureaus, demonstrations, in Bombay, and attempts at worker-peasant unity as the largest section of workers returned to their village homes to survive. Workers themselves showed great solidarity across caste and religious lines, as well as rejecting political sectarianism. To non-traditional Marxist activist Bharat Patankar, it meant a new breakthrough in struggle methods. The term strike historically has meant bonds, marches, picketing, etc., in the cities and idleness for the majority of workers who have gone back to their villages. In a country like India where almost all sections of workers are still maintaining relations with the agrarian sector, the traditional method of struggle could not take workers beyond the limitations of trade union conflicts. In recent years, however, struggles of mine workers in Dhanbad and Chhattisgarh have broken new ground by working to build ongoing relations with the concerns of poor tribal peasants. By creating a conscious struggle in the countryside, the textile strike in Bombay definitely meant a historic breakthrough in the Indian working class movement. Throughout the period of the strike, the textile workers were a shining example of non-sectarian practice, and this in an atmosphere of extreme sectarianism exhibited by almost all communist parties and groups. By allowing each and every group ready to help in furthering the struggle to participate in the movement, they denied the establishment of a monopoly over the workers and their movement by a single leadership. 20. But in the end, the turning point represented by the textile strike was one of a failure of an alternative politics in which the industrial working class was to have a major role in building a united movement. This was not simply because the strike was defeated. 21 For although the workers were in the end forced back into the factories and into the hold of the Congress-led union, they were unshaken in their loyalty to cement, electing him to the Lok Sabha in a period of a Congress sweep, and pushing the formation of a new party, the Kamgar Agadi, Workers' Front. Proposals were made at the time that the textile workers and the Agadi take the lead in formulating a new national textile policy and organizing a movement around it. This could have been a base for a unified worker-peasant thrust. Cotton-growing peasants in Maharashtra under Sharad Joshi were already opposing synthetics in a campaign in which wearing natural fibers was a sign of identity of a member of Shetkari Sangatana, while those in Karnataka were organizing under the Rayata San to uproot the tree plantations used to supply the state's biggest synthetic textile factory. But this opportunity was lost. Part of the problem was Samant's own economism, though he had formed the Kamgar Agadi, and though it remained after this a part of the left democratic opposition, he still saw its function in mainly economistic terms, arguing, "I learned from the strike and from my experience as a trade unionist that the Indian working class must get involved in politics, because only in that way can they pressurize their 163 demands." 22. This in a sense was the same kind of single-issue, one-point program, politics shown by all social movements. A different kind of failure lay with the left, which failed to articulate any real worker-peasant unity or unity of working-class demands with other social issues. The major communist and socialist-led unions gave only lukewarm support to the strike, distrusting Samant's leadership and hoping up to the end that workers would realize their mistake and come back to the red flag unions. There were practically no solidarity actions by other sections of the unionized workers or in the bastion of left front strength, West Bengal. The only relatively large party that did throw its forces into the strike was Maharashtra's Lion Party, but LNP's attempts to organize rural actions and worker-rural poor unity were marked by their own analysis of class differentiation in the countryside, which saw rich farmers as the main enemy and the Shetkari Sangatana as a force to be opposed, not to unite with. In fact, it was LNP that convinced Samant not to attend the first conference of Shetkari Sangatana in early 1982. LNP could thus give no program for building ongoing worker-peasant unity. The one worker-linked peasant organization that emerged from the strike Muddy Sangharsh in Sangli district, which Patankar and local left peasant activists had helped to form, stressed anti-drought activity, which none of the other left forces involved considered an aspect of class struggle at the time. In the end, then, the strike did represent a failure of vanguardship, whether of the workers themselves in relation to other forces or of the Marxist organizations claiming to be the structured vanguard. Samant and his Kamgar Agadi became immersed in electoral politics, and no organizing on issues, whether of the national textile policy or anything else, emerged. Yet in spite of demoralization, workers' enthusiasm for united action and their non-sectarianism remained. In early 1987, when Shetkari Sangatana was organizing its forces for a Gheraw of the Chief Minister's Bombay residence on the issue of cotton prices, some days after 30,000 had been arrested and 11 people killed in firings on the widespread rural agitations, Samant and Joshi appeared together in a rally that workers of the Kamgar Agadi in the Curry Road office, in the heart of the textile area, celebrated with posters hailing worker-peasant unity. And when an LNP cadre arrived in the office, he was violently harangued, "What are you people doing saying that Dada Samant is running after Sharad Joshi? If you want to say this, don't say it behind our backs, come to Shivaji Park, the site of mass rallies, and say it openly, if you dare. And stop this rich peasant poor peasant talk and say just one thing, are they fighting the state or not?" Thus the failure to build a broad unity occurred in the face of the workers' urge for it. Samant's economism led to his ignoring the problems of synthetics and cotton-growing peasants and failure to move toward an overall textile policy. Joshi's reluctance to go beyond his one-point program meant no real concern for taking initiatives regarding alliance with workers' struggles. Traditional Marxist tendency to see all exploitation in terms of wage labor meant neglecting the new movement. Issues of environment and petty commodity producers and inability to provide a theoretical and political articulation of unity. Movements remained oriented to single-issue struggles, and after the defeat of the textile strike no working-class movement could catch the imagination of politically conscious activists throughout the country. Post-traditional communists. In basic ways, all the communist trends, whether CPI or CPI-M, or the various CPI-ML. 164. Formations shared basic assumptions about the revolution and about 170 responses, system and anti-system, 1975–85. The party that would lead it. But in the post-emergency period, a change began to develop from within the wide circles of communist-identified activists themselves. In eastern India, many of the youth associated with the Naxalite upsurge continued working, in Calcutta, among the tribals of South Bihar, and elsewhere, but as unorganized clusters, so repelled by the murderous infighting of the Naxalite upsurge period that they rejected all party organization as domineering. In spite of a total lack of a women's liberation trend in Bengal at the time, many of these activists became drawn to the concepts of feminism. In Kanpur, UP, a group known as the Nagarik Adhikar Morcha, Citizens' Rights Front, emerged, first promoting workers' committees and then turning to support of the farmers' movement and a broad association with the Neo-Gandhian critique of development. Their Hindi publications covered many of the debates of the period. In Maharashtra, the Shramik Muddy Dal, Workers' Liberation League, was formed in 1980 out of some ex-Magawa activists, some collections of Bombay workers who had been involved in cultural activities and scattered Marxist activists. In contrast to the old Magawa group, they had much more of a working class base and carried on their discussions and writings from the beginning in Marathi itself. They also had a viewpoint that clearly identified issues such as caste and patriarchy as crucial contradictions that could not wait until after the revolution, and as they worked first in the Bombay textile strike and in rural organizing for this, and then began to develop a base from 1983 among drought-affected peasants in southern Maharashtra, they also developed an ecological perspective. In contrast to the Kanpur group, their identification of Indian society as dominated by capitalism led them to characterize the Shetkari Sangatana as serving the interests of capitalist farmers, but their assessment of the other new social movements was positive. These movements are not considering the productive forces and means of production as abstract, ahistorical, non-class, and non-gender things given by the bourgeois society which can simply be separated from their private property form and used by the proletariat and other toiling masses. Instead they take them as historically specific forms in which the system is internalized. That is why these movements are challenging the validity of the existence of some of the means of production, and the relation of these to nature and the industrial science and technology which takes nature as an enemy to be overpowered. 23. So wrote SMD activist Bharat Patankar, in an article arguing that just as Marx had redefined politics after experiencing the Paris Commune so that revolution could no longer mean just taking over state power but creating a new kind of state, so also the left today had to redefine politics. In a subsequent article he specified this: now, revolution means the beginning of a struggle to implement a new strategy regarding the relationship between men and women and between people of different castes and nationalities. It means alternative ways of organizing and managing the production processes, alternate concepts of agriculture and of agriculture/industry/ecology, and alternative health care. 24. The Bengali post-traditional communists were to remain unorganized, the Kanpur Nagarikadhikar Morcha group was to wither away. SMD survived, partly because its structure was non-democratic centralist and thus flexible enough to allow for contending views, but as a small formation with some base in peasants and laborers in southern Maharashtra, tribals in 165. Dhule district, peasants and workers in Belgaum, and workers in Bombay hardly enough, it seemed at the time, to voice a competing politics to the big communist parties. Perhaps theirs were the voices of the future. But it was clear that on the whole, the Indian left was not able to take any initiative in building a broad revolutionary or democratic alliance of the exploited people struggling, often quite militantly and resolutely, in the single-issue focused new movements. Though these movements were, by the mid-1980s, giving broad challenges to the Indian state, they in turn were unable to transcend their frameworks to give a real shape to overall political developments. It was on this background that in the period from 1967 to 1985, the ongoing crisis of India's Congress-dominated political system was seen to be coming under the onslaught, not of a broad revolutionary movement, but rather of the politics of ethnicity, nationality, and religious fundamentalism. 8. 166. The crisis of traditional politics. Almost everywhere where killings took place, there was first a mob attack with iron rods rendering the victims unconscious, after which kerosene, petrol, and other combustible fuels were used to bum the bodies. In case of trucks, the attempt was to set them ablaze through piercing the fuel tanks, burning both the truck and the driver. In the case of shops and buildings, there was a greater use of charred rags and combustible chemicals in powder form. Taking Delhi and Bhopal together, the extent to which chemical warfare has been waged on one's own people is terribly frightening. All this called for a massive supply of fuel of all kinds in large parts of the city. There is clear evidence that this was planned and coordinated. So was identifying the location of colonies, households, shops, and establishments. This too was systematically carried out. There was evidence of men on scooters locating the places, followed by mobs who carried out the killings and the arson, in many areas supervised by higher UPS moving in ambassador cars from one place to another. The brutal killings were much more in the poorer colonies, where women were on the whole spared but were forced to witness in full the torturous methods: pulling out of limbs and eyes, tearing off hair, beards being set on fire, piercing of bowels and kidneys with sharp weapons through which their menfolk were put to death. It is quite clear that all this could not have been accomplished but for there being a large measure of advance planning. 1. So political scientist and intellectual activist Rajni Kothari has described the Delhi riots on November 1 to 3, 1983, when following the assassination of Indira Gandhi thousands of Sikh men were murdered, usually burned to death, uncounted women raped, millions of rupees worth of property destroyed. The rampage was prepared for by the persistent propagandizing that depicted Sikhs as anti-national and terrorists. It was carried out by mobs under the active direction of Congress politicians, and it was given sanction by the new Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi's son Rajiv, with the notorious remark, "When a big tree falls, the ground shakes." The police stood by and let it happen. And even after the Holocaust, the political role of the police was stark. As Kothari notes, while Indira Gandhi's body was guarded in state, to be shown on television in an elaborate cremation ceremony, the police disappeared from the colonies and neighborhoods of the Sikhs. The contrast was so shameful, so abominable. On the one side lay one body, deliberated uncremated for 3 days, only to be accorded a royal cremation with Vedic mantras, chandan, and ghee. On the other side there was no one even to lift the bodies of several hundreds for 2 and at places, 3 days. 2. The Delhi riots represented the zenith of the Congress system in India. The ground that was shaking was in reality more than that under the feet of masses of innocent citizens being tortured, raped, murdered, and humiliated. It was the very moral and political basis of the party that had ruled India for so long. Not now in the far-flung villages or tribal hills, but in the capital of India itself was written the record of atrocities that could not be denied. It is also striking that after the Delhi riots, just as in response to the Bhopal explosion, the traditional opposition political parties also remained inactive and deadened. Socialists and communists did little by way of rehabilitation work, in spite of their tradition of activity in religious riots, nor did Hindu organizations feel concerned to demonstrate in action the 167. Validity of their assertions that Sikhism is really a part of Hinduism, though their cadres were active in collections and relief work after floods and similar natural disasters. The only effective help was that organized by voluntary groups, civil liberties organizations, women's movement activists, health activists, and ordinary citizens. The initiative of the small Manishi group in holding a meeting in their middle-class Delhi neighborhood and bringing in Sant Long Gaul from the Punjab to meet the family of a Hindu who had lost his life protecting his Sikh neighbors was one of many such efforts. But they seemed, altogether, only small straws in the winds of turmoil sweeping over India. The old order was cracking at the base, but no clear alternative was emerging to replace it. Disintegration of the Congress. India is Indira and Indira is India, proclaimed Congress President D.K. Baruah during the traumatic emergency period. Though dramatically overstated, it nevertheless expressed the way politics for a long period came to have a personalized focus. For the ruling elite, this centralization around a personality cult and power from the top was an effort to replace a system of patronage rule that was breaking down. For the opposition parties attacking it came to be a substitute for the posing of a genuine political alternative. The breakdown of the old Congress system can be dated to the elections of 1967, the first election, according to P.B. Mayer, in which the political sophistication of the Indian masses made itself felt in a decisive way. 3 people, that is, could no longer be manipulated as simple vote banks of local patrons. It was even becoming harder and harder to coerce local Dalits and labourers into voting as the village bosses wanted them to vote. Even women, in spite of beliefs that they simply followed their husbands' directions, were showing a distinctly different voting pattern from men. The people of India were thinking, they were voting in groups, communities, and castes, but often with a collective strategy, of maximizing a temporary gain, a road, a promise of an oil-pressing machine, whatever, or even preventing a main enemy from getting elected. Votes could still be bought, but this had to be done with more sophistication, and increasingly this meant modem techniques of impressing the electorate, so that elections came by the 1980s to be gaudy, blaring festivals of bright posters, electrically lit boards, huge cutouts of election symbols, noisy vans with audio and then video cassettes blaring out propaganda, advertising agencies, and pollsters. Economic crisis and increasing insecurity of their lives was throwing ordinary citizens into bewilderment, but they were not facing the future with a simple clinging to traditional solutions. What has seemed evident to me ever since my initial fieldwork in the late 1960s is that these changes in the economic structure were directly reflected in an extraordinary growth of political consciousness and the emergence of a class-like politics. 4. Indira Gandhi's strategy of rule was to maintain, even heighten, the traditional Congress rhetoric glorification of a strong, centralized nation combined with semi-socialistic appeals to the poor and marginalized, but to substitute a party machine based on personal loyalty for the structure of elite patronage that was beginning to crumble. This allowed her to force some reforms and some co-optation of representatives of low-caste groups on local oligarchs who no longer had a secure base to resist power from above. It also meant the predominance of personal cliques and factionalism in the party, and Delhi made decisions about state and even local politics, from who would get party tickets to who would be chief minister. Thus, growing political consciousness among the masses went along with a growing personalized power in Delhi * to the point where the sophisticated Asian businessman's journal, Far. 168. Eastern Economic Review, increasingly featured articles about India titled Empress of India, Where Do You Go From Here, Mrs. Gandhi, and Will Mrs. Gandhi Become a Dictator? 5. And a new fluidity among the local oligarchy and an increasing breakdown of the old norms of political competition. The intervening years, since 1973 to 74, have witnessed a marked erosion of restraint, mounting disorientation and incomprehension, and increasingly aggressive, short-sighted, and often brutish behavior among politicians at all levels within the soft parties in the broad center of the right-left spectrum. Norms, values, and constraints have been increasingly abandoned, and except in a few cases, new structures and reformulated norms have not been developed to take their place. 6. Normlessness, repression, efforts at co-optation, political and economic crisis all intensified in the 1972 to 1975 period in spite of the impressive Congress electoral victories in the preceding elections. The opposition tried to find a way to crystallize popular discontent. The left hoped that class-like politics would become a true class politics, that a broad worker-peasant front under proper party leadership would emerge out of the tradition-bound and caste-defined society of rural India to move toward a revolutionary democratic/socialist transformation. This did not happen. But in the pre-emergency years it did seem, for a time, as if there were an emerging class politics of the traditional type. Agricultural laborers, peasants, workers, frustrated middle classes were all on the move. True, they were acting in unexpected ways, and even in the 1972 to 75 period, the emergence of the new social movements could be seen: Dalits fighting caste oppression, women fighting patriarchy, peasants fighting the state or environmental destruction. But as yet such movements were not recognized as a new social political force, and they made no impression on the national political scene or on the thinking of the left. Peasants, women, Dalits had as yet built no networks or organs of communication of their own. As a result, the political parties continued to dominate the opposition. Thus, while communists and socialists were active in protest demonstrations or strikes like the massive railway strike of 1974, the spectrum-spanning coalition of the Hinduist right, the socialists, and the peasant-based political parties came forward with mass protest movements in the states of Bihar and Gujarat. Jayaprakash Narayan, who was figurehead of this coalition and emerged as the leader of the mass upsurge of 1973 to 74, was a product of Gandhian socialism, an old freedom fighter who had turned away from politics but now returned to try to build a political alternative to the Congress, increasingly seen in the garb of dictatorship. His slogans were radical total revolution, people's power, and they voiced the idea of a village-oriented decentralized development opposed to both capitalism and statism. But there was little content or compelling program for the people's committees that were supposed to be set up. In spite of non-party slogans, party politics was very much there. In June 1975, faced with rising mass movements that combined rural discontent with militant student and middle-class movements that had forced the dissolution of the Bihar and Gujarat assemblies, and then with a court decision convicting her of two, among many, charges of electoral corruption, Indira Gandhi shocked the nation by imposing an internal emergency, arresting tens of thousands of political opponents throughout the country and announcing a renewed 20-point program of rural-oriented social reform. Justifying her action, she referred to the deep-seated and widespread conspiracy which has been brewing ever since I-169 began to introduce certain progressive measures of benefit to the common man and women in India and described the forces of disintegration and communal passions, threatening our unity and new programs challenging law and order throughout the country. 7. The 20 points promised such things: American Samoa higher agricultural wages for the rural poor and raised the exemption limit for income tax. The imposition of emergency, while coming as a shock, nevertheless confirmed the feeling among radicals throughout the country that they were living in an era of repression and revolution, that fascism could indeed be seen as a prelude to revolution, that now the terrible face of the ruling class was exposed, all blinkers were off, and they could get down to battle. Indian democracy long dead, now buried was how Ranjit Guha referred to it. 8. But for the Indian masses, little in fact was really exposed: the continuation of Congress progressive rhetoric, small reform measures imposed in the rural areas, and the fact that the most visible repression was against some notorious black marketeers and smugglers meant that confusion continued regarding the nature of the enemy. It continued for the communists too, sections of whom were even supporting the emergency, seeing the political opposition as genuinely more right-wing. Probably an even greater shock for the radicals came when the emergency was just as suddenly ended. Guha had ended his article noting explosive and countrywide expressions of discontent and hoping that the corpse, however, might rise from its grave and walk our parched plains and dusty streets again. 9. But there was no explosion, only a declaration of elections and a sudden disintegration of the Congress political machinery. A surprised opposition, with masses of cadres freed from jails, met to take stock and hastily cobbled together a political party representing the coalition that had led the movement against Indira Gandhi. They called it the Janata Party, and the new wave of electorally expressed discontent brought it to Delhi as the ruling party. Frustration of class politics, 1977 to 1985. The emergency was not a qualitative change nor a turning point. The Janata Party regime that succeeded it proved to be only another episode in the ongoing crisis of the ruling elite. By conventional terms, the grand opposition it embodied was anyway too incompatible to survive, and anti-caste-oriented socialists and Brahmin-dominated Jansan sections of the party clashed in many areas. But Janata included a wide variety of cranky leaders vying to hold center stage, from the flamboyant socialist George Fernandez to the young Turk Chandrasekhar to the man who actually became Prime Minister, Morarji Desai, a fattest vegetarian who attained some notoriety for his urine therapy but was otherwise a typical right-wing Gandhian with connections with many large industrial houses. Sharan Singh, a Western UP Jat political veteran, and Jajavan Ram of Bihar represented peasants and Dalits respectively in the coalition, but neither had come out of the movements. Ram was the Congress capitalist Prat Pound G6 who had led the Harijan movement in opposition to Ambedkar from the 1930s onward. Sharan Singh had been a builder of the backward caste-based Lokdal in the north with a strong peasant rhetoric, but aside from holding a 2 million-strong rally on his birthday to celebrate Kisan power in Delhi, he did little to relate to the actual movement. As Sharad Joshi put it, in a press discussion, I told him I would make him the leader of India's peasants, but he preferred to be Prime Minister. He did in fact become Prime Minister for 2 short months that only heralded the final breakup of the Janata experiment. The Janata Party government could not last, it had no real centre to hold it together in a way that the authoritarianism/populism combination of Indira Gandhi could hold at least some 170 sections of the Congress together. It provided no real political alternative aside from banning Coca-Cola and throwing out IBM, and appointing the Mondal Commission to push forward the question of reservations for backward castes. Its policies remained little different in fact from those of the Congress. Political decentralization meant simply more state-financed programs for backward regions, more of a stress on public investment in agriculture. Foreign socialism went its way relatively unscathed. Political turmoil continued, but the long-awaited class politics still failed to emerge. Instead, it was Indira Gandhi who made a political comeback, seeking to focus mass discontent by roundly attacking atrocities on Dalits committed by the landlords and rich peasants fostered by Janata, dramatizing her sympathy by riding an elephant to the scene of one village massacre in Bihar. By the end of 1978 many were seeing her return as inevitable. Politically she took a hard line, letting discontented regional bosses go out of the party and reconstructing it around herself, this time with the unashamed name of Congress, Indira. Some of the popular discontent did in fact focus around her, it had no other political adept. At the same time, Indira Gandhi was shifting away from the secular socialist rhetoric of Congress. First, 1980, and a huge IMF loan in 1981, marked the beginning of liberalization and a prolonged, halting, but definite shift away from a state-directed economy. Second, as violent unrest was mounting in the peripheral regions of India, with ethnic national movements growing in both the northwest, Punjab, and northeast, Assam, Gandhi began to lay even more stress than before on national integration, on keeping the nation strong and on attacking movements as imperialist-inspired, locating the foreign hand behind all opposition. With the Hindu rightists regrouping themselves, once the Janata had split, as the Bharatiya Janata Party, she sought to meet their challenge by herself taking over some of the Hindu rhetoric with an increasing use of Hindu symbols and a growing association, at the personal level, with numerous of the godmen floating around the Indian scene. The elections held at the beginning of 1980 resulted in a massive Congress victory. But they also saw a successful boycott by the growing Assam movement, and an increasing challenge from fundamentalists, whom Congress had fostered to begin with, in the Punjab. The year 1980 marked the beginning of a new era of identity politics in India. Internationally, the period was one in which new fundamentalist and ethnic forces were rising on a world scale, in which the forces of liberation were taking a disturbing garb. Three important events in 1979–80 symbolized these developments. In Latin America, a revolution occurred after 2 decades of unrelieved dictatorial control in the small country of Nicaragua, but hopes for a wave sweeping Central America were belied when reactionary forces consolidated themselves, with considerable U.S. help, in the neighboring countries and headed off a guerrilla victory in El Salvador at the cost of 50,000 killed in massacres and disappearances and nearly 400,000 forced to flee the country. In Iran, the Shah was overthrown, ending a dictatorial regime that claimed a history of millennia, not decades, but what replaced it was not the leftist guerrillas who had fought and been tortured in the Shah's jails nor the peasants and workers who established short-lived popular councils, but a fanatic fundamentalist preacher named Ayatollah Khomeini. In Poland, a working-class movement arose to challenge a supposedly workers' state, with leftists involved and calling for new forms of socialist democracy, but with the unsettling influence of the Catholic Church dominant and headed by a pro-American worker named Lech Walesa. Iran marked the rise of Islamic fundamentalism. Nicaragua, El Salvador marked the success of the United States in holding back the challenge to imperialism in its 171 backyard of Central America, and Poland marked the beginning of the crisis in the communist world and the worldwide discrediting of communist parties. In this context, Marxist intellectuals have tended to view the development of Indian politics with stark pessimism, as a process dominated by inter-ruling class conflicts and the growth of fundamentalism. Javed Alam's articulation of this is striking. The decade of the 1980s in Indian politics has so far been one of violent sectarian upheavals which have, relatively speaking, pushed the growth of democratic forces into the background. Never after 1947 have so many people died or been allowed to be killed in the name of religion, caste, and community. The inherited social identities of our society have been the source of passions and frenzy that have gripped the minds of our people. The very definition of what constitutes a danger to national unity has got tied up with these identities. In this sense, the 1980s stand in contrast to the 1970s. The 1970s too were years of struggle, turbulence, and crises. But, whether in Gujarat or Bihar or later in the All India JP movement, they were essentially secular and wholly social in nature. The agitators then were the same men and women who are ready to kill each other now, but then they were showing their discontent and exasperation with the performance of the economy, the management of the polity and the corroding influence of corruption in society. In spite of the fact that bourgeois formations provided the leadership, the movements had an all-people's character. Inherited structures or ideologies, whether of caste or community, did not divide the people. 10. Alam saw a decline from the 1960s, an era of left-led class movements, to the 1970s, when the movements were led by bourgeois forces, to the 1980s, when they were replaced by communal struggles. But his pessimism was in part due to classifying all movements, including the anti-caste movement, over issues such as reservations, the farmers' movement, and ethnic-based struggles for autonomy as equally regressive. This was a serious misreading of the situation. But it is necessary to examine exactly what was going on with the ethnic nationality movements. Internal colonialism. As the center increasingly concentrated power and resources and increasingly defined itself as Hindu, turmoil in the peripheral states and regions of India increasingly resulted in demands for autonomy or even independence from a situation getting defined as colonial, and frequently took on strong anti-Hindu overtones as well. In the Northeast, the decade-long independence movements of the Nagas and Mizos had been stalled with a combination of repression and co-optation that poured huge amounts of central funds into the tribal-based hill states even as their considerable natural resources were channeled Delhi-ward. But in the 1970s dissatisfaction began to arise in Assam itself, the river valley-centered area. As a peripheral region brought into the caste Hindu society only relatively late, with a less dense population practicing a less intensive agriculture in the rich soil of the Brahmaputra, the Assamese had experienced cultural and economic domination by Bengalis since the 19th century. Population pressure among the much more numerous and more feudalized Bengali peasants had brought waves of migration, a gradual spread and encroachment into what seemed to be unused lands in the Assamese valleys. After independence, this continued with migration from impoverished Bangladesh, and a growing fear and resentment against these foreigners developed among the Assamese. This was fueled by the cultural domination of Bengalis and by the feeling that their state was subjected. 172. To internal colonialism by Delhi itself, with oil refineries located outside the state or controlled by non-Assamese within Assam. Assamese also spoke of the way in which mainstream Indians ignored them or treated them as semi-Mongolian aliens. Though very much a part of India, the Assamese have always been treated as second-class citizens, and this narrow corridor has served only to carry away raw materials to feed industries in the rest of the country, while Assam's own requirements of those industrial products have to be bought back at exorbitant rates. The Assamese have watched helplessly and without protest while this colonial exploitation started by the British imperialist continued today. 11. Thus when a student organization, the All Assam Students Union, AASU, founded in 1972 primarily on a language issue, came forward to lead the broad Assamese unrest, it talked also of unemployment and oil refineries. But the drive that gained it most popularity was that for the removal of the Bengali-speaking foreigners, turning into a massive agitation in 1979–80 preceding the expected elections. This could focus the discontent of peasants and educated middle class alike. At the same time, while the Assam movement itself was initially presented as simply a desire to maintain the integrity of the Indian borders against infiltration, there was a strong ideological trend arguing for a separate identity for the entire northeast region that had, it was said, never been conquered by either Hindus or Muslims. This trend had its roots in some of the tribal organizing of the 1930s and was later to emerge, in armed struggle form, with the United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, however, the Assam movement proclaimed its acceptance of the Indian state and took the form of mass satyagrahas punctuated by violent clashes with Bengali peasants. The Indian state countered the movement with repression and with an effort to build its political base among the Bengali minority. The BJP gave it enthusiastic support as it saw the chance of diverting Assam nationalist emotion to a defense of Hindus against Muslims, since the Bengali migrants were primarily Muslims. The left was ambivalent. The CPI, CPI-M, and most of the Naxalite groups opposed the movement, partly because they had their base primarily among the same Bengali poor peasants, and partly because they could see little class base to the movement, not even a full-fledged nationality question, only a petty bourgeois chauvinism. What is the character of the movement? Queried the major Bengali left academic expert on Assam. Though it has the appearance of an Assamiya national movement, its content is undemocratic and rabidly anti-left. Its methods are double-faced and proto-fascist. 12 While this reflected the CPI-M position, debates in the Naxalite-oriented frontier had no clear outcome. As a result of this failure to recognize any validity of the economic grievances of the Assamese and to give an alternative direction to them, the student leadership of AASU took center stage, the first in a series of non-party student formations. Later Sikh students and Jharkhandi students sought to play a similar role, spearheading militant nationality issues. The basic problem seems not to have been the characterization of the leadership, after all. Communists had dealt in united fronts with petty bourgeois leadership on any number of issues, but of the peasant base of the movement, Utsa Patnaik, even while recognizing the validity of rural and peripheral area grievances, nevertheless saw the movement in terms of as intellectuals articulating the predominantly agrarian and petty producer consciousness that represents a typical right-wing radicalism. 13 The attitude of the main communist parties and progressive intellectuals toward the Assam question seems compounded by their 173 negative characterizations both of the peasantry and of challenges to the Indian centralizing state. The result was that the Assam movement did come under the hegemony of the upper caste petty bourgeois students of the AASU, who proved able to do little else than manage an inept corruption when they did come to power in the 1984 elections and found themselves in facing as a result not only a reincarnation of their movement in the form of the armed ULFA demands for independence but also, at the opposite end, radical demands for further partitioning of Assam by equally mobilized Plains tribal groups. But if Assam was a mess, developments in Punjab were even worse. Here was a state that was India's breadbasket, a main provider of surplus food grains, located in the strategic northwest close to Delhi and sharing a border with India's closest enemy, Pakistan. Traumas unleashed by the Green Revolution had given birth, as has been seen, to one of the first organizational expressions of the farmers' movement, but the same year, 1972, also saw the drafting of a resolution that was to become, at least for a time, a kind of theoretical and symbolic basis of a religiously linked Punjabi movement for autonomy. This was the Anandpur Sahib resolution of the Akali Dal, which, along with religious demands, made its major thrust in a call for political autonomy, let only defense, foreign affairs, currency, and communications remain with the central government, but otherwise give all powers to the states. Such demands were not unprecedented, e.g., Kashmir had agreed to join the Indian Union with its proponents putting forward such a concept of autonomy as a precondition, and they were only the most radical expression of an increasing demand for decentralization and the need to give more power to the states that was to be taken up in the coming decade by left and democratic parties. But the resistance to internal colonialism developing in Punjab also did not get expressed in the form of a broad, left mass upsurge. It took a religious separatist form. Punjabi peasants were primarily Jat Sikhs, urban merchants were largely Hindu, state bureaucrats were normally Hindu or Sikhs inclined to Hindu syncretist sects like the Nirankaris, one of the reasons for the murderous infighting and tensions that broke out in the late 1970s between the Nirankaris and the lower-class fundamentalist Nihang Sikhs. Sikhism itself had arisen largely among Hindus as a protest movement against Brahmanism, and it retained the language of opposition to Brahmanbania domination and a strong assertion of equalitarian. For a long time there had continued a fluidity of identity in which Hindu/Sikh represented a choice for many Punjabi families. But increasingly Sikhism was asserted as a separatist force that required an independent, religiously defined state, Khalistan. The Khalistan demand was brought forward by a lower-class itinerant preacher, Sant Jamal Bhindranwale, who initially won popularity in the rural areas and especially among women and children for his puritanical moralism that won men away from the drink and commercialism that was rising on the backs of Green Revolution cash inflow, turning them into solid, well-earning family heads. 14 But Bhindranwale was also helped by the Congress in the late 1970s as a counter to their political opponents in the Akali Dal, and turned instead into an Indian version of Khomeini, a popular and dangerous religious fanatic, whose martyrdom in the Golden Temple only solidified his appeal. An April 1986 resolution of the Damdani Taksal, the organization created by Bhindranwale, illustrated the complex trends in the Punjabi movement. 174. If the hard-earned income of the people, or the natural resources of any nation or region are forcibly plundered, the goods produced by them are paid at arbitrarily determined prices while the goods bought by them are sold at high prices, and in order to carry this process of economic exploitation to a logical conclusion, the human rights of the people or of a nation are crushed, then those are the indices of slavery of that nation or region or people. Today, the Sikhs are shackled by the chains of slavery. This type of slavery is thrust upon the states and 80% of India's population of poor people and minorities. To smash these chains of slavery, Sikhs, on a large scale, by resorting to reasoning and by using force and by carrying along with them these 80% people of India, have to defeat the communal Brahmanbania combine that controls the Delhi Durbar. This is the only way of establishing the hegemony of Sikh politics in this country. In this way, under the hegemony of Sikh worldview and politics, a militant organization of the workers, the poor, the backward people and the minorities, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, and Dalits, etc., has to be established. 15. The mass movements represented by the Akali Dal's Satyagrahas or Dharam Yudh Morcha campaigns and the economistic organizing of the farmers' movement both gave way, after Operation Blue Star, to a cycle of terrorism in which guerrilla strikes and murders by underground Khalistani groups were matched by police repression and torture by the state. In the process, the left in Punjab also became identified not with the people, but with the state. As in the case of Assam, support for India's national integrity took precedence. Rather strikingly, this was happening even at a time when the CPI-M was tending to support demands for more powers to the states and to try to make alliances with regional parties. These policy-based expressions of support seemed to be untranslated into any movements. Instead, the main activity of the two major communist parties was to oppose Punjabi demands. And where the Assam movement had been seen as petty bourgeois not only for its student leadership but for the peasantry at its base, the class basis of the Punjabi upsurge, whether that of the Khalistanis, the BKU, or the Akali Dal, could be, because Punjab was an agriculturally developed state, characterized as capitalist farmer. Thus Utsa Patnaik's description of the movement as based on a section of the powerful capitalist landlords of Punjab, whose thirst for primitive accumulation remains unsatiated and who wish to manipulate directly the levers of state power for their own enrichment, 16, was even harsher than for Assam. As a result of this negative outlook and putting the unity of India so much at the centre, party cadres of the CPI and CPI-M, as well as Naxalites, were among those who died heroically in the Punjab, but, tragically, they died as victims of Punjabi terrorists rather than as activists standing with the people against the state. Civil liberties organizations, the Fanners movement, Dalit journals like Dalit Voice, many women activists, and some of the Naxalite organizations protested against state repression in the Punjab, but the major communist organizations kept their silence. Yet the issues raised by the Punjab and Assam movements, the increasing centralization of power and wealth, the extraction of surplus that they characterized as internal colonialism, the domination of the Brahmanbania combine, were similar to those of the new movements. In neither case, and this was true also of Kashmir, where by the end of the 1980s demands for azadi or freedom were to become overwhelming. Did movements originate with demands for independence or the building of a separate nation-state? Rather, they began with issues involving autonomy and resistance to extraction of economic surpluses, and only when these failed to win gains did the movements verge into demands for independence. That 175. Increasingly in the 1980s came to be hegemonized by religious fundamentalists. The common denominator among Punjab, Assam, and Kashmir and the assertions of autonomy in Jharkhand, Gorkhaland, the growth of regional forces in Andhra and elsewhere was not simply identity politics but the drive by the inhabitants of a geographically delimited area to control its economic and political life in a situation where they were increasingly coming under the domination and exploitation of a centralized state-industrial machine of capital accumulation. And it was in the context of a growing world vacuum of anti-systemic movements when the traditional left was failing to offer a real leadership that forces of religious fundamentalism grew to fill the gap. The Hindu juggernaut. The rise of Hindu fundamentalism in the 1980s has to be distinguished not only from the new social movements, but even from other fundamentalist trends growing among Sikhs, Muslims, and smaller minorities, if only for the basic reason that while minority fundamentalisms generally were identified with local/regional resistance to the centralized state, Hindu fundamentalism was irrevocably linked with the high caste Brahmin Bania combine controlling Delhi itself. Hindu and minority fundamentalisms fattened and fed on each other in an intertwined development, but they had different social bases. Much of the basic theme of Hindu fundamentalism had been laid down in the pre-independence formulations of the RSS, the Hindu Mahasabha, and their progenitors, the identification of Indian history and culture with Hindu history and culture, the assertion of the core of that Hindu culture as being the Brahmanic, Vedic Aryan traditions, the characterization of Islam as the main enemy and of the Christian Europeans as a secondary enemy, the interpretation of Hinduism in masculine, aggressive, militaristic, and statist terms. While efforts at Hindu nation building included attempts to define Buddhism, Sikhism, and all dissenting sects as part of Hinduism and to forget caste, significantly it was terms such as this, rather than abolishing caste, that were used to incorporate the low castes, Dalits, and tribals. The mainstream in which they were to be incorporated continued to be dominated by the traditional Brahmin Hindu priests, the high castes, and the feudal aristocrats. Rama, who became the main symbol of this aggressive reformulated Hinduism, was a god with a North Indian, high caste, and even feudalistic social base. The epic built around him, the Ramayana, expressed traditional patriarchal and hierarchical values in the relations of Rama and Lakshman, Rama and Sita, Rama and Hanuman. Still there were counterpoints, and India itself contained many varying traditions of Ramayana stories emphasizing, for instance, Sita's defiance and rejection of Rama or the heroism of Ravana, and these themes were often picked up by the new social movements or by earlier anti-caste movements. But the new fundamentalists ignored these counter-traditions or even the more pacific interpretations of Rama worship and instead emphasized an armed, muscular Rama, killing the infidel. The main organizational promoter of the new fundamentalism was the Vishva Hindu Parishad, an organization that had been in existence since 1964, but took off in the 1980s. The sparking event was the conversion of 200 Dalit families in the small Tamil village of Meenakshipuram to Islam in 1981. Their motives were quite clear: ongoing conflict with caste Hindu Thavars nearby and a sense that they could get protection in Islam, not so different, after all, from the millennia of history of conversions in India. But the VHP spearheaded a wave of hysteria on the issue, centering around the slogans of Gulf money. It 176. Initiated a reconversion campaign and started a series of Janjagran or Popular Awakening Yatras, massive processions through cities and villages. The Yatra idea had been used in the past by popular movements and the left parties, but the VHP, and later the BJP, made it a powerful weapon of mobilization that aroused Hindu fanaticism and left a trail of Hindu-Muslim rioting in which Muslims were primarily victims. The VHP followed this up by beginning the Ramjan Mabhumi campaign, declared for the liberation of the birthplace of Rama at Ayodhya, a town in UP, also with the Muslim name of Faizabad Hira Mosque, named after the Muslim conqueror Babar. The Babur Masjid had been built over what was by tradition a temple of Rama. The VHP demanded the demolition of the mosque and the rebuilding of the temple. They proposed to carry out the task themselves whether or not the state and the law approved. The claim for the temple site was justified as the restoration of justice to Hindus whose temples had supposedly been systematically demolished through the centuries of Muslim rule, and it was projected as only the first. Claims were also made to temples of Krishna, at Mathura, and Shiva, at Banaras, both also on sites of mosques, and indeed India, at thousands of mosque sites. Fanaticized members of the VHP or other Hindu organizations laid claims to territory, among which, for example, was the thesis that the Taj Mahal was a Hindu temple. What was going on was a systematic campaign to wipe out the centuries of Muslim visible presence in India. Hindu organizations proliferated. On one hand, the VHP in 1984 formed the Dharma Sansad, a presumed religious parliament, composed of the various swamis, sadhus, and priestly orders. At the other extreme, unemployed and lower-class youth became foot soldiers in militaristic organizations such as the Bajrang Dal, Shiv Senas, Arya Veer Dal, and others, often armed with trishalls or tridents, the traditional symbol of Shiva, not to mention sticks and knives. Also in 1984, seeing the blowing of the wind, the Shiv Sena of Maharashtrian, which had started as a Sons of the Soil party claiming priority in jobs for Marathi speakers, swung to the Hindu cause with a call for a Hindu United Front. Later, after it was able to capture the Bombay Municipal Corporation and so gain tremendously increased access to funding, it openly identified Hindutva as its ideology, and with this and its newly acquired power began to spread throughout Maharashtrian towns and villages. There were few non-Marathi targets in villages, but there were non-Hindu ones, notably Dalits and Muslims, and organizations like the Shiv Sena needed such targets. Such organizations joined their Hindu rightist ideology with linkage to gangsterism and big capital. At the same time, upper caste intellectuals led an ideological onslaught of the new Hinduism, with increased emphasis on the media, hammering home the themes that secularism or pseudo-secularism was only a policy of people alienated from their own society and at variance with reality, that true secularism could only be based on a rootage in Hinduism, and that Hinduism itself was uniquely pluralistic, tolerant, and capable of providing the value base for a modern society. Hindu nationalists were also not ready to tie themselves to only one political party, in spite of the close relations between the BJP and the RSS, the godfather of the new Hinduism. The role of the liberal Vajpayee and the adoption of Gandhian socialism as an official ideology of the BJP after 1980 enraged many, and the increasing Hindu rhetoric of Indira Gandhi, her association with Godmen and Swamis, her consultation of astrologers, was much more in tune with the trend of Hindu revivalism. In the 1984 elections even the RSS surreptitiously supported the Congress and Indira's son Rajiv. 177. By the late 1980s the trend was clear. As an India Today article put it, the Hindu juggernaut has arrived. The majority appears to have devil op at a minority complex. And within the confines of this mass psyche, it is embarked upon a religious unification, a zeal marked by religious purgation, Harijan and tribal uplift aimed at persuading lower caste Hindus who have strayed into Christianity or Islam to re-enter Hinduhood, xenophobia, the formation of multifarious Shiv Senas with trishul-wielding acolytes banded into self-defense groups, public works and educational projects, and militant demands for ending what are seen as the special privileges enjoyed by the religious minorities. 17. But what was the social base of all of this? The most common Marxist analysis, shared in fact with liberal modernization theory, has been to see pre-capitalist traditions, most normally embodied in the peasantry or artisan groups, as the source of backward, semi-feudal religious fundamentalism. In the terms of Javed Alam, communal and caste movements are thus linked with traditional structures in a retarded capitalist development. 18. Characterization of the rich peasantry as a rising member of the ruling bloc has also led many Marxists to see this section as the base of fundamentalism, or at least to argue, with Achin Vinayak, that the new feature of the situation is the adoption of a Hindu identity by intermediate castes representing in class terms the agrarian bourgeoisie and the rural and urban petty bourgeoisie. 19. Reality shows a contrary picture. Rather than being a product of a traditional peasant community, contemporary fundamentalism has been linked with urban elites and the processes of modernization, the insecurities and dilemmas resulting from incorporation into the world economy. It has spread from the cities to the countryside and from upper to lower castes, and not only to rich peasants and other backward castes, but to all sections vulnerable to its warped offering of a new security and new identity, including the very poorest sections and Dalits and Adivasis. Its twin has been rampant consumerism fascinated by Western models. Its indigenous gods have often been only the other face of Rambo, and its preferred means have been video cassettes and motorcycles. Not semi-feudalism or retarded capitalism, but the specific and unexpected, to traditional Marxists, contradictions of a state-sponsored developing capitalism have been at the root of its growth. The economics of consumerism and fundamentalism. There was an increasing polarization in Indian society. By 1975, as Francine Frankel had written, the clear outlines of an enclave pattern were emerging that threatened to harden into a permanent separation between a small high-productivity sector, both in industry and agriculture, and a vast agricultural hinterland in which the majority of the workforce struggled with primitive techniques to meet their subsistence requirements. 20. By the late 1980s, even CPI-M theorists were admitting an industry-agriculture contradiction, with Prabhat Patnaik arguing that the critical turning point perhaps was the decision of the government in its desperation to control the 1974 inflationary upsurge to keep crop procurement prices pegged in that year. The need to reverse the decision never arose. This strategy therefore began as a happenstance. Nevertheless, it has now acquired a status where to describe it as a strategy of squeezing the agricultural workforce in order to sustain capitalist industrialization without severe inflationary pressures would not be an overstatement. 21. Thus, the reality of the role of the extraction of surplus from agriculture via the price. 178. Mechanism as a part of economic development in India was admitted. While analyzing it as a policy matter, not a result of capitalist processes in and of themselves. The enclave economy was by the mid-1980s producing a rising upper middle class, largely urban, largely upper caste, with its base in growingly prosperous public sector employment and monopoly industry, a vigorous black market, and a rising entrepreneurial sector linked with these, and building its connection with money pouring in from the Gulf and from relatives in the United States. It was joining the world's yuppies, and by the later 1980s the term was coming into use even in India. Color televisions, computers, Bajaj scooters and Hondas and Lunas for the women of the family, refrigerators, pressure cookers and mixers to ease the work of the housewife, videos to film the weddings of the children, designer jeans and the new ethnic look fashioned in expensive boutique versions of traditional bright peasant and nomad dresses, cities transformed by new hotels and expensive vegetarian restaurants and even fast food places, along with gaudy new temples, large ones vying for heights with mosques and small ones crowding even the hawkers off the walking spaces of city streets, and above all the Maruti car, the once despised project of Indira Gandhi's youngest son Sanjay, mocked at for independence and failure to be completed during the emergency, but now turned into the prized status symbol of the rising upper middle class. Refrigerator production rose from 150,000 in 1975 to a projected 900,000 in 1990, motor scooters and motorbikes from 172,000 to 2 million, television sets from 100,000 to 4 million, and automobiles from 46,000 in 1985 to 500,000 in 1990. 22. The other side of the picture was unprecedented drought sweeping through such states as Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and many others. The poor lined up for hours in cities with empty pots waiting for water. Nomads driven out of ravaged Saurashtra wandered into Dhule, eating up the remnants of the forests in the Satpura foothills and getting into fights with local tribals. Farmers left their parched lands to break stones on government work projects. Refugees from an impoverished agriculture crowded city slums. In more advanced states such as Maharashtra, the government grown sophisticated in its response since the drought of 1972-73 provided villages with water tankers and peasants and labourers with work, but in the backward tribal districts such as Kalahandi in Orissa, people migrated thousands of miles or simply starved and sold their daughters to survive. Floods ravaged the north and east, and salination affected irrigated lands. Dam and irrigation projects displaced more and more people with little place for them to go. The rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer was a long-standing theme of left ideology. But while there was certainly a growing polarization related to the unbalanced and destructive development of the capitalist world economy, it did not give birth to the hoped-for class politics for the simple reason that it did not have the expected usual class form. The expected differentiation in agriculture, with poor peasants and agricultural laborers forming a growing opposition to Kulak power, did not take place. Neither did the proletariat come forth as an exploited but banner-bearing political vanguard. In the rural areas there was clearly a rural power elite, but these were rarely feudal barons or cruelly accumulating Kulaks. Most were landholders, but the bulk of their power and wealth was drawn from their positions as cooperative society chairmen, contractors, holders of agencies for pesticides or fertilizers, dispensers of political benefits, merchants, with sons pushed into law, medicine, or government service or any. 179. Choice in preference to land management. Against these, poor peasants may have sunk into poverty, but they stubbornly maintained their small plots, continued to seek the irrigation and fertilizer inputs that promised higher production, and rallied around the peasant leaders who demanded such inputs and promised higher prices for their products. Poorer and landless peasants were forced into work relationships, but more and more these were not simply for the big farmers locally, but for the small factory owners, bureaucrats managing relief work projects, contractors, road builders, forest officials. Hiring relationships and the conflicts they involved were becoming diffused and extended. The cities also did not show a scene of capital confronting an increasingly impoverished and solidified industrial proletariat, with the petty bourgeoisie dividing and disintegrating. Rather it almost seemed as if the proletariat was differentiating. The accumulation process seemed to be absorbing white-collar employees, and drawing into itself a portion of the industrial workforce, skilled workers and technicians in the big companies who were now drawing thousands of rupees a month and buying televisions, scooters, and ownership flats. Strikes of government employees, professors, and junior doctors, an ongoing organization of school teachers at all levels marked the decade. The political clout of these organized sector employees was much larger than the much slandered farm lobby demanding higher prices for crops and, by all statistics, a good deal more successful. Salaries of school teachers quadrupled during the first 10 years of rule of the Left Front government in West Bengal, and overall, the government slashed personal income tax rates from a maximum of 97% to no more than 50%, kept the exemption limit above the average organized sector income, and sharply reduced excise and customs duties on two-wheelers, cars, refrigerators, televisions, and consumer electronics goods. 23. Those who insisted that Bharat was itself highly divided had a point hierarchies obviously continued to operate, and class-caste antagonisms pervaded the countryside. Those who pointed to the burning poverty of the unorganized sector in the cities also had a point. Those who talked of internal colonization and argued that whole regions were more impoverished, more exploited, also had a point. But more and more it began to seem accurate that the main contradiction, to borrow a classic Marxist/Maoist term, was taking on the organized/unorganized sector coloring that the terminology of India Bharat captured in ways immediately recognizable to millions across the country. For its part, the growing yuppie middle class had its traumas. They were buying into a brash new consumer culture, but at the same time they were upper caste heirs of empire, children of Manu made nervous by challenges from the low castes and caught in doubts about their own cultural claims. Along with the electronic marvels and bright plastics of a Western-centered capitalism, they wanted an Eastern identification. They seized on Indian/Hindu symbolisms. Nor did consumerism and identity politics have a clear class delimitation. just as no section of society was truly outside the impact of modern capitalism, so none escaped the lures of its baubles and the insecurities of the money economy. If organized workers aimed at ownership flats, two-wheelers, and televisions, middle peasants aspired to a radio, fan, chairs, and a wide variety of other consumer durables, 24 while even landless laborers, where they could, bought baubles for their children and dreamed of planting cash crops, and tribals enthusiastically flocked to the Hindi cinema. All sections of society, it seemed, were both attracted and repelled by aspects of the new society. The difference, of course, was that the rich had easier opportunities to succeed, but this did not prevent the poor from aspiring and seeking devious routes to achievement. Thus, while the bourgeoisie provided financing and the middle class provided the cadres of 180. The new fundamentalism organizations, it was the unemployed, semi-educated youth who were its foot troops. Identity politics was taking hold in the countryside as well as the cities, but not more among the well-off peasantry or the middle castes than among others. Organizations like the BJP and the RSS built their wings among tribals and Dalits. Maharashtra's Rabid Shiv Sena made its major rural appeal to the lower Shudra castes and even some sections among the Dalits, for the simple reason that the Maratha Kunbis were perceived as having dominance in the Congress party while the Republican Party was seen as dominated by one Dalit caste, the Neo-Buddhists. Sikh fundamentalism could appeal to even the untouchable Sikhs. Only sheer romanticism could imagine any social group as being anchored securely in values of tradition and sustainable, non-consumerist life. The hunger for progress and the hunger for community in a world in which both were being denied were affecting people everywhere, and so were their warped forms of consumerism and fundamentalism. It was the ripping apart of these hopes by the dominant political economic system, and the failure to articulate them into a genuine alternative by revolutionary or democratic forces, that made the 1980s a decade of seemingly unrelieved political crisis. NGOs and the politics of grassroots action. There are clear tendencies towards centralization and authoritarianism, an erosion of intermediate institutions. The emergence of violence as the principal instrument of the state to settle disputes, society infractions, caste and class tensions, the resurgence of fundamentalist values and passions. Dehumanization, the loss of a national culture. The state has lost its elah. The bulk of the people are caught in the grim battle for survival. The elite has given up its leadership role and the counter-elite is nowhere in the picture. The many protests and struggles inside are compelled to be limited to microspaces and often turned against each other. In this scenario, how does one build a feasible overall strategy for change? So, in 1985, the sixth-year report of Lokayan, Dialogue of the People, described the background to its formation and work, a dismal picture of social and political disintegration. Yet there was hope, a far-reaching process of mass awakening, challenging age-old hegemonies and asserting the democratic rights of hitherto underprivileged people, a cognate process of social and political consciousness among some sections of the educated classes who were willing to join forces with the underprivileged against the vested interests. It was in this process intervening in the development of growing socio-political consciousness among the educated classes, attempting to provide links, create categories of understanding, altering the terms of political discourse and thereby channeling the mass awakening, that Lokayan hoped to insert itself. And it was not modest about its role. Lokayan represents a specific methodology of engaging in both the search and the intervention, of learning through linking issues and constituencies and actively participating in such linkage. It is a non-vanguard, non-territorial, non-party political process. 25. But what were non-party political processes, what were the grassroots groups limited to microspaces, and what was Lokayan? And was there a real alternative being offered? It was not only terms like yuppies, it was not only growing communalism that impressed itself on the public consciousness in the 1980s as descriptive of the new world they were finding themselves in. Voluntary action, action groups, voluntary organizations, grassroots groups, and NGOs were terms that became increasingly relevant and controversial in the same period. The growth of this conceptualization, including the tendency to 181. Conceptualize social movements in these terms, itself arose out of a material process and had an institutional and social base. The tradition of educated middle classes working with the poor through political parties and mass fronts, through Gandhian organizations, through more traditional social welfare institutions was an old one in India, and social worker was a recognized and respected status. This work always had linkages to wider institutions and social structures and thus, directly or indirectly, to the political sphere. Political parties built a base for themselves and supported their activists by placing them in social institutions. Gandhian organizations widened support for the Congresses or for the Socialists. Religiously backed social work increased identity with a religious community and often with the party that stood behind the institutions. Traditional social work tended to link people to the system as such and to the ruling regime in particular. There were ample precedents in the use of foreign funds by radical activists to finance activity that was too controversial at home, from the 19th century feminist radical Pandita Ramabai financing her ashram for child widows from funds in England and the United States to nationalists and communists raising money abroad for their subversive activities. In this sense, nothing was new about the voluntary agencies of the 1980s and the controversy generated around them. Yet there were new aspects reflecting the 1980s processes of class formation and crisis. On one hand, there was more disillusionment in the consciousness of the youth seeking new ways of relating to the masses, young people coming out of experience in developmental organizations with a feeling for more direct action and struggle began with a much greater cynicism and frustration with the established parties and political models. On the other hand, reformist trends in the world of funding agencies were emerging to make financing available for more radical activities in ways that bypassed some of the local rigidities of discredited bureaucratic elites. This made the rise of action groups possible through the transformation of developmental efforts into action for change. The action groups or voluntary organizations were hardly the CIA conspiracy that they were depicted as by some of the left and some governmental propagandists. Their effect also should not be exaggerated. The progressive or radical organizations were only a small fraction of all the foreign-funded developmental or social action agencies, though they were frequently the most visible to left parties because they appealed to much of the same constituency. On the other hand, the social movements went their own way with their own logic. The two movements with the greatest mass mobilizing power, the anti-caste movement and the farmers' movement, had less access to funding than the traditional left did. Yet overall the effects of funding were not simply ambivalent, but in complex ways they did serve needs of the elite and its international backers. The availability of funding relatively small scale and on liberal terms did provide for a flexibility of action and a freedom from dependence on local elites. It made it possible for relatively quite educated activists to establish themselves and work in distant and poor villages. At the same time, however, it encouraged various kinds of local entrepreneurship, frequently linked to hierarchy and personality-centered networks, sometimes even with an amount of corruption. In spite of action group ideologies of democracy and participation, hierarchy was an inevitable consequence of funding, which provided employment to some and assigned authority for the completion of tasks and programs that were cleared with those above. Further, the effect of an organization being funded, whatever the goodwill of its activists, was to make it more, not less difficult to act effectively at a mass movement level. The funding process, which 182 identified an organization as such and resulted in people relating to it as such, and included having full-time activists who were in fact employees, having no visible reliance on local support, tended to link local groups to a far-off institutionalized elite rather than to local classes, castes, and communities. It made political alliances more difficult by making them unnecessary. Funding proved effective in building up communication and documentation centers and various kinds of service activities, not in building mass movements. It had another indirect effect. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, groups that began as funded developmental organizations were moving into struggle on various issues, often wage or land struggles of the rural poor against local elites, sometimes on environmental issues. These became known as the action groups. What the funding process did was not only to finance such activities but also to finance the formation and stabilization of intermediate, elite-managed institutions which through seminars, documentations, training programs, research, articles, and booklets established the ideology of grassrootsism. There was an inevitable pressure for activists in local developmental organizations or action groups to become political, and they did so in various ways, some by going into reform wings of the establishment, basically as Congress NGOs, some into their own versions of traditional Marxism, e.g., a broader network of Southern action groups organized by YIP, the Young India Project in Andhra, some into alternative forms of struggle. This was a broader process. But the effects of the intermediate NGOs which linked the grassroots groups to a wider national and world arena and which formulated the ideology of grassrootsism was most often to connect the groups to a broad socialist opposition that came to be embodied first in the Janata Party and then in the Janata Dal. In effect, they served as a reconstruction of the earlier Gandhian process that had linked the village poor, through Gram Raj and constructive work and the like, to India's elite-dominated development. The process can be seen with the most famous of the elite NGOs, Lokayan. Lokayan had begun in 1979 as a West German-funded research action project of the Center for the Developing Societies in Delhi. In its first 3 years of operation, it held numerous dialogues in Bihar, Gujarat, Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, with issues ranging from communalism and caste conflict to environment, science and technology, health, women, Dalits, and tribals. Apparently the whole range of the new social movements was covered, and the Lokayan non-vanguard, non-territorial, non-party political process was drawing into its network wider and wider sections of action groups and emerging movement activists. Its associated intellectuals Rajni Kothari, D.L. Sheth, Harsh Sethi wrote a great deal during this period, making the overall Lokayan perspective almost hegemonic in the wider circles of those who were attracted to the new movements and the issues they raised. Lokayan's bold position on civil rights and communal issues also gave the organization prestige, even when it was attacked by the Congress regime or by the left parties as part of the imperialist conspiracy. But Lokayan was not so much a search for an alternative oppositional perspective as a project of reconstructing a worldview and a thrust for political action from what was ultimately a broad Gandhian socialist perspective. Lokayan theory involved both an analysis of the crisis and of the agents who might overcome it, and it was very much part of a growing conceptualization on a world level in the 1980s of the new movements that posed them as part of a world upsurge of grassroots movements, spontaneous local efforts of voluntary action with a thrust and a vision far removed from conventional left parties. This conceptualization which also got reflected in such 183 theorizations of the new social movements as that by Frank and Fuentes captured some of the drive for empowerment and against destructive development that they embodied. At the same time it tended systematically to overlook the way in which movements and activities had a broader scope and organization and an anti-systemic thrust. The effect of the whole grassroots conceptualization was to confuse the social movements with the very different phenomenon of the increasing activity of funded, and foreign-funded, local organizations and third world societies. In its very sophisticated way Lokayan performed this service for India. The strongest influence on Lokayan was that of Rajni Kothari, a man who had been India's most well-known political scientist before he went into opposition during the emergency. His was a perspective that saw the state, particularly the state that had been created or taken over by third world elites after independence, as potentially liberatory, that viewed traditional Indian society as relatively healthy and integrated, and that located present trends to violence, disintegration, ecological destruction, and increased communal or intergroup conflict in the processes of homogenization, secularism, and domination involved in the modem state and modem science and technology. There was relatively little reference to economic exploitation or surplus extraction or processes of capital accumulation, though Kothari and other Lokayan intellectuals did talk of capitalism. Thus, the Lokayan Bulletin provided a useful platform for debates on science and technology, on the women's movement, environment, and so on, but there was no grappling with issues of class structure, of the nature of capitalism or the state, or of the modes of political organization necessary for changing the state. The Lokean tendency to anti-communism was evidenced not in direct attacks but in ignoring the major issues of concern for communist activists. Its main popular conceptualization was that of non-party political formations, which amalgamated mass organizations like the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha or Shramik Sangatana with the funded, grassroots NGOs. It also generally ignored the farmers' movement and treated the anti-caste movement solely as a Dalit movement, refusing to see the OBCs. Thus, for example, a 1990 article by Kothari on the rise of people's movements would simply list the landless, Dalits, bonded laborers, and the fisherfolk and then mention a whole range of new movements of later vintage, the ecology movement, the women's movement, the alternate health movement, the Dalit movement and of late, simmering movements among the religious and ethnic minorities. 26. 194 responses, System and Anti-System, 1975–85. By the mid-1980s Lokean had given up its dependence on funding, a result of much internal and external criticism, and was attempting to function autonomously. This deprived it of scope for intervention. At the same time a controversy erupted among all the NGOs as the Congress government moved to control and co-opt their activity by proposing changes in December 1984 in the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act and by a section in the 7th Plan in 1986 on the role of voluntary agencies that meant both a legitimization of their activities and an attempt to supervise them. A Council of Voluntary Agencies to formulate and implement a code of conduct for the NGOs, which involved, among other things, possible limits on salaries, turned into a bitter debate in which some NGO activists, like Bunker Roy, attacked the elite, urban NGOs for not wanting any supervision of their activities, and J. Sen of Calcutta and the Lokean group helped to coordinate an opposition that accused Roy and others of being establishment pro-Congress sites. 27. By 1990, Kishore Saint, an activist working in the Aravalli Hills in southern Rajasthan, could write of the danger of voluntary initiatives being co-opted by state-based reformism. This 184. Inviting openness of the state has often tempted the voluntary individuals and organizations to link energies and efforts with the corrective measures planned or launched by the command systems, giving them strength and legitimacy and, at the same time, depriving the grassroots community and social counter-movements of intellectual caliber and coherence. This, he charged, was due to the social background of most activists, who were not inclined to work for real alternatives and do not recognize any instruments other than state and corporate politics for transformation on such a large scale. Saint concluded that, this is a crisis of politics itself. It has to be understood in the same manner as the crisis of politics in the 19th century when the Marxist idiom began to be articulated, when the socialist ideal began to be argued. Today ecological concerns and issues are waiting for an idiom and modes of organization and action for which potential lies in non-party social movements. 28. All the efforts of Lokean, all the debates of the 1980s, had clearly not provided such an idiom. All the search for alternatives had not shown modes of organization and action capable of transformation on a large scale. Lokean and the ideology of grassrootsism had been at best a diversion. The tidal wave of restoration. The crisis that Saint was describing was clearly building up by 1985, not simply as a crisis in the theory of alternative politics but in the system itself. Only the crisis of Marxism and correspondingly the crisis of an overall theory and practice of anti-system movements in the end let the system reconstruct itself. With growing discontent throughout India, with regional national sentiment ripening not only in Punjab and Assam but in many southern states also, with the powerful farmers' movement gathering force and with religious fundamentalism. The crisis of traditional politics 195. Beginning to take on steam. Congress was heading for at least an electoral defeat. As V.T. Rajsekhar of Dalit Voice queried after Indira Gandhi's assassination, what will be the verdict of history on Mrs. Gandhi? If we go by her actions, not words, we can say that during her 17-year rule the country slipped from bad to worse on all fronts. But at the same time the ruling class, 10% of India's 800 million population, became fatter. The tiger turned into a man-eater. Brahmanical imperialism became more bloodthirsty. Mrs. Gandhi and the Hindu Nazi Party became two sides of the same coin. And at the time of her death she was trying to transform her spineless Congress into a Hindu party, thus totally antagonizing the Muslims, 15%, Christians, 2%, Sikhs, 2%, all the religious minorities. So also the conscious sections of Dalits and tribes. The Hindu backward classes, 40%, have cursed her for throwing the Mondal Commission report to the waste paper basket. Had there been an election now, there was no chance of her party getting elected. 29. But the assassination gave the ruling party the legitimacy it needed, not only to slaughter Sikhs in Delhi but to intensify its armed control of the Punjab, Kashmir, and Assam. And with the electorate dazzled by television depictions of her cremation, with election posters blazing her martyrdom and her son already taking on the image of Mr. Clean, elections held in the end of the year were almost a foregone conclusion. Unity and power were Rajiv Gandhi's central themes for India, and now he used the word Akhandata. 185. Unbrokenness, it was associated with the Hindu nationalist image of an unbroken empire stretching across the entire continent, Khand, of South Asia. Rajiv not only appealed to his mother's martyrdom, he played the Hindu card in the elections, and with a disorganized and demoralized opposition, with the RSS instructing its cadres in many places to work for the Congress itself rather than the BJP, the Congress won an unprecedented victory, 401 of 508 seats in the Lok Sabha. It was, in the words of Times of India editor Girilal Jain, a tidal wave few could see. 30. Writing later in the Times, Gopal Krishna editorialized that the massive mandate meant a new nationalism that rises above the social cleavages of contemporary India was now possible because Rajiv could impart a new vision to Indian politics, the vision of a strong India, an India capable of coping with the challenges of the 21st century. This theme is characteristically Nehruvian and obviously holds great appeal for Mr. Gandhi's generation of Indians. 31. Just as obviously, the spokesmen of the ruling class were breathing a sigh of relief. With a young man rather than an aged, discredited autocratic grandmother at the helm, India could indeed head for the 21st century complete with computer whiz kids, World Bank-trained economists and planners, and a new international image fitting into the worldview of the new right. The yuppies had arrived. The old left, and the new social movements, had endured a major defeat. Asterisk. Part 4. Toward a New Vision, 1985–1991. A. 9. 186. Women, Peasants, Tribals, Environment. In Staying Alive, a book published in 1988 by India's Kali for Women Press, its name, from the goddess Kali, itself proclaiming a tradition of women's power, Vandana Shiva wrote of the feminine principle and the world-preserving power of rural Third World women. Indian women have been in the forefront of ecological struggles to conserve forests, land, and water. They have challenged the Western concept of nature as an object of exploitation and protected her as Prakriti, the living force that supports life. Their ecological struggle in India is aimed simultaneously at liberating nature from ceaseless exploitation and themselves from limitless marginalization. They are creating a feminist ideology that transcends gender and a political practice that is humanly inclusive. They are challenging patriarchy's ideological claim to universalism not with another universalizing tendency, but with diversity, and they are challenging the dominant concept of power as violence with the alternative concept of non-violence as power. 1. Here was a conception of the women's movement quite different from either the calls to join the mainstream of the party women's wings or the proclamation of autonomy of the urban feminists. But how valid was it? Shiva's claim that Chipko was a woman's movement has been attacked as romanticism by other environmentalists. Her condemnation of Western science and technology as masculinist has been criticized as at best overstated, Her praise of the ecologically sustaining and feminist character of pre-British Indian peasant production has been refuted as overlooking feudal and patriarchal aspects of Indian tradition involving both internal hierarchies and a history of attacks by agricultural kingdoms on forest-dwelling tribal societies. 2. She's a poet was an often expressed judgment. The depiction of women, particularly poor rural women, as powerful agents of change and not simply victims of exploitation contrasted with the language of nearly all movement spokespeople of the time. Both traditional party leaderships, and the circles of urban feminists found it difficult to recognize, let alone tap, the force of women for change. These were likely to see poor women not as a force for change, but as symbols of an exploitative capitalist society, victims of patriarchal repression, recruits for their party, objects for action. Yet the claim that rural women are at the center of peasant, tribal, and environmental movements, that the feminine principle could represent a powerful transforming thrust for all movements, hit a reality that was often overlooked. Especially after 1985, the emergence of new women's organizations linked to mass organizations of the new social movements unleashed a new dynamic. These in many ways remained subordinated to the mass organization and its leadership, yet they gave scope not only for privileged middle-class women but for poor toiling women to act autonomously. New issues began to be raised, new theoretical formulations made, new campaigns begun that involved not only women but the deepening of the other social movements as well. The women's movement had in many ways been the weakest of the new social movements in terms of mobilizing force. Yet after 1985 the recovery of the movements was associated with women's participation and the issues raised by women. The year 1985 had seen a defeat of the new social movements and a setback to the democratic movement in general. The anti-caste movement was lacking in program, and its 187. One national-level campaign, on the Mondal Commission recommendation for reservations, was ignored by the Congress government. The women's movement was in the doldrums. The farmers' movement had received a serious setback in its then strongest center of Punjab. The environmental movement had hardly begun to develop as a mass movement. Yet the latter part of the decade saw new initiatives, more dialogue between the movements, a renewed upsurge against power centers, and the posing of concrete alternatives for social and economic development. At the base of much of this was new activity among rural women. It was the Chandwad Women's Conference of the Shetkari Sangatana that signaled the opening of the new period. Maharashtra, 1986, A Decade of Rural Women. Chandwad, November 10, 1986, a small town in western Maharashtra, with a minor claim to fame as the home of a queen famous in regional history, one of the Viranganas or heroic women who had carried on the fight of her kingdom after the death of her husband. Now the flags of the farmers' movement rather than the banners of feudal armies waved in the air, and Maharashtra had never seen an army such as this, nearly 200,000 peasant women and men, massed in the afternoon heat, rising to take a new vow that they would throw away the fear in their minds, treat daughters equally with sons, claim their own rights to property and life, and live as human beings. The themes of Chandwad were heralded in the posters plastered throughout the state, showing a woman laborer carrying her tools and her baby on her back, with the words of a famous Marathi independence-era song, "How long must I go on dying?" At the top and at the bottom the new slogan of the conference, Stri Shakti Shaya Jagranat Stri Purushmati, the liberation of women and men through the awakening of women's power. The event attracted the attention of the press and all other women's organizations in Maharashtra, for Shetkari Sangatana and its charismatic leader Sharad Joshi had by this time become major figures in regional politics, and no other such mass organization was moving into the women's movement with such boldness. What women activists and reporters coming to the conference saw, both in the representatives' meeting of thousands on November 9 and the following day's mass rally, were poor peasant and rural middle-class women who had never before in their life spoken out on women's issues, who had never in most cases spoken at a public meeting at all, who were more familiar with arguments for remunerative prices than discussions of patriarchy, now coming forward to talk of the bondage of women. From drought, women's work and education to imprisonment in the home and propertylessness, women poured forth their grievances. They talked of the new energy coming from their participation in DI movement, with praise of Sharad Joshi in terms that made feminist activists squirm, but in the same breath they talked of their own desires for liberation. Sharad Joshi Zindabad and we want our hissa, our share of property rights, of the fruits of labour were constantly heard themes. Joshi, for his part, was proclaiming a new message of women's power. Peasants cannot be a national political force, he told the gathering, but women can be. And along with resolutions on property rights, remuneration for work, and drought, the conference came out with an almost breathtaking innovation, a call for women's organizations to come together to sponsor all-women panels for the local district council elections which were supposed to be forthcoming in the state. It also proposed a massive march of peasant women to Delhi to 188. Protest the state's complicity in the mass rape of women that had accompanied the massacre of Sikhs following the assassination of Indira Gandhi. The resolutions were far-reaching, and for the first time the male leadership of one of India's strongest mass organizations was returning the challenge given by the women's movement to take women's issues seriously by charging that the women's movement itself, by focusing activities on fighting atrocities and lobbying for legal reforms, was getting stuck in defensive and non-fundamental activities. Along with the resolutions were equally extravagant theoretical claims. Calling on women activists to leave the sinking ship of Marxism, which could not handle such fundamentals as domestic labor, praising feminism for its daring but claiming that its anti-male approach had no place in an Indian women's movement. Sharad Joshi's conference booklet Chidori put forward the Shetkari Sangatana theory. This differentiated itself from both feminism and Marxism, from feminism in claiming that women's slavery was not a patriarchal conspiracy but was determined by the process of capital accumulation and dated from the origins of surplus in agriculture, and from Marxism in seeing violence, rather than private property, as the primary means of accumulation. As its English summary put it, the surplus value in our epoch arose from agriculture and the savings of the land have been expropriated almost since their emergence. The modus operandi of the expropriation has been changing over time: plunder by bandits, plunderers become monarchs, imposing taxes, slavery, bonded labor, inadequate wages, moneylending, landlords, religious and caste systems, and finally inadequate prices. The history of human societies is the history of the evolution of the instruments of expropriation of agricultural surplus. No sooner had man settled down to organized agriculture in the expectation of an assured bounty, than started a bloody epoch replete with loot, plunder, attacks, colonialism, each with its quota of maimings, murders, rapes, burnings, etc. Men were butchered and women taken away along with the loot to help maintain the rate of reproduction. The proportion of men in all the societies, victors as well as vanquished, remained depleted. Thus sprang communities in which male offspring were a prized possession and martial arts the highest accomplishment. Whole villages and individual houses were designed like fortresses. The boys were brought up to be able to face the attackers both physically and psychologically. Girls were taught to be faceless reproducers of progeny and docile boosters of the testosterone levels of their menfolk and future protectors by 100 arts, words, and privileges. As a consequence, whoever the winner, the women on either side were invariably the losers. 3. The final declaration added one important part to this, that women were the creators of agriculture. These themes, stated so forcefully, actually drew much from the flow of thinking in the feminist movement. While the stress on violence in the process of accumulation and on women's role as producers of surplus was a break from the traditional Marxist notions, still being put forward by left-party women and taken for granted by most Indian feminists, it in fact had much in common with theories put forward by such German feminists as Maria Mies. But if Joshi had the usual disinclination of leaders to acknowledge any theoretical indebtedness, the major positive point of the conference, by any feminist standards, was its clear statement that women's oppression was a separate issue, requiring a separate and autonomous organization. Even the winning of remunerative prices would not guarantee the liberation of women, women of Bharat and women of India, that is, the urban middle classes as well as rural and toiling women, were together. Oppressed and together should organize themselves in the Mahila Agadi, or Women's Front set up at Chandwad. No left party had been willing to say as much, and neither left parties nor the new 189 autonomous women's groups were seeing the power of women in quite the way Joshi was, at least as he declared in a subsequent interview. Now I find this Mahila Agadi movement has the capacity to be the mainstream of the mass movement. The women's movement is always taken as the auxiliary or the other. But I see the possibility of the men's movement being that. 4. The mass turnout and enthusiasm at the Chandwad conference was invigorating, and, for all the limitations of leadership dependence, the readiness of this peasants' organization at least to discuss such basic issues of patriarchal oppression as property rights, political power, and payment for women's domestic labor was a new and inspiring development. Yet the immediate reaction of most feminist and left activists was negative and defensive, and relations were to remain troubled. Feminists saw the whole event as male-dominated. As far as the left was concerned, Joshi was attacking it where it hurt, in terms of its ability to mobilize the masses around its ideology. His tendency to refer to left leaders as tankless generals illustrated his usual harshness of expression, but it was only applying to the left its own criterion of mobilizing power. Feminist had always been scorned by left women leaders as small groups without a mass base and of no consequence in the world of power, and asking it to confront the question of why, in the 1980s, it was failing in some way to mobilize the most exploited social forces. Both left women and feminists tended to argue that Sharad Joshi was simply using women opportunistically, as a publicity stunt, a front for his own political purposes, and some depicted the women of Shetkari Sangatana as simply ready to be used, as sheep herded into a pen. The idea of all-women panels for district council elections was ignored or rejected. For most, unable to take seriously the idea of women as women making a challenge for local political power, it was also seen simply as a way the male peasants could use women as a front to get control. More strikingly, one of the few left leaders who did not see it this way, who had seen women's power as a historical reality though as a destructive reality, was disturbed by the idea. Sharad Patel, who had come with 1,000 tribal women from his area to the rally, saw it in more apocalyptic terms. "It's a dream of restoring matriarchy," he said as he walked away from the rally. The charge that Joshi was using women left some basic questions unanswered. If this was opportunism, then what was the force Joshi was trying to take advantage of? How was it that such an apparently pragmatic leader with a reputation for sensitivity to strategy could see women as a force at all? Why couldn't other organizations be equally opportunistic as to mobilize their women in mass and talk about issues of domestic labor, violence, political power, and property? And were women simply sheep to be herded around, a source of passive energy be evoked at will and then stuffed back in a cage, or was Shetkari Sangatana unleashing a new dynamic in calling women out of the home on their own issues? These were questions few asked at the time. Clearly, Chandwad represented a major event in the women's movement. Clearly, the themes expressed in the conference, of violence and insecurity subordinating women, of the power of women, awoke a deep response from the hundreds of thousands of women involved in Shetkari Sangatana activities. It was also to become clear that there was a kind of dialectic within the Sangatana, that the women did represent a kind of mass base of loyalty that Sharad Joshi could appeal to for support for many of his programs, sometimes over the heads of the intermediary leadership. What was not so clear at the time was the way in which the gradual awakening 190 of women's power was to be a part of the deepening and transformation of the Shetkari Sangatana itself, linked to an increasingly strong stand against religious fundamentalism, and later to a turn toward policies of alternative and ecologically sustainable agriculture. The nature of some of the obstacles faced by women coming out into a life of struggle were also not so clear or so openly admitted. Two stories perhaps symbolized the kind of personal level experiences women connected with Shetkari Sangatana were going through. One district organizer told of a newly active village woman, the daughter of a prostitute, up to that point paralyzed in her community life by the shame of her origins, who had written a letter describing how a new life had opened up for me through her activity in the Women's Front. 1 year later she was hospitalized, after having been badly beaten by her husband out of suspicion of what this activity meant. The underlying and troubling drives of sexuality were to parallel the processes of women coming out. Sexual scandal dogged their entry into public life. The other story was that of Suman, a low-caste woman abandoned by her husband, an increasingly common fate in India at this time, making her living as a tailor and as a singer of religious bhajans or songs until she became a Sangatana activist. One day she had come to Sharad Joshi, with the announcement that she was going to get married, followed up by, "Uwtnt be so happy when you find out to whom." It turned out that her husband-to-be, by whom she was already pregnant, was a Brahmin boy 9 years younger than herself, and there was ferocious opposition from his family. "We're going to run away. Don't do that, they'll simply send the police after you, we'll have a Sangatana wedding." And so it happened, the two were married in a meeting of 300 activists, with Sharad Joshi playing the role of father of the bride and a pun feminist standing in for her mother. The irony of the situation only fully came out when Suman, who had the reputation as something of a feminist in Shetkari Sangatana circles, began to interact with feminist networks and disassociate herself from urban feminists who don't understand that rural women's problems are economic. Stories of personal life breakthroughs, and failed attempts at breakthrough, were also part of the dynamics unleashed in the mass movement revealing itself at Chandwad. It was a new beginning, for both the women's movement and farmers' movement, going toward taking up fundamental material issues of women's oppression and formulating an alternative development for all. Chandwad heralded the birth of a new international women's decade, a decade of rural women. Kerala, 1986–89, the rape of the sea. It was not only in Maharashtra that new feminist trends were coming forward. The formation of women's organizations linked to independent mass organizations or new movements was happening in many places, with the Jharkhand Nari Mati Samati, tribal women linked to the Jharkhand movement asserting their autonomy, with the formation in March 1987 of a women's front of the Bharatiya Republican Party, the Dalit-based political party, with the organization of Srimati Sangharsh Kalval, connected with anti-drought movements of peasants in Sangli district of Maharashtra, with the independent organizing of women linked to the Kerala fish workers movement. The latter showed, in a way different from but parallel to that of the peasant women, how women's organizing brought forward new issues. There was no dramatic single mass 191 conference like Chandwad, but rather a slow process of formation, in which some leaders supported while the majority of the patriarchal Catholic community resisted the independent organization of women. Women in Kerala had been heavily involved in activities sustaining the fish workers' struggle from the beginning. But for a long time they were not organized on women's issues. Their first meetings started from the religious forms available to them in community life, as they began to meet from 1971 to 72 in a pious association whose contemporary interpretations of religious texts helped them deal with the problems of their lives. But women had in fact preceded men into agitation, first on local issues of schools and neighborhood cleanliness and then in a demonstration in 1979–80 over their right to use buses to go to the market. This experience helped to put them in the forefront of the movement against trawling in the early 1980s, though it took another struggle to turn their official membership of the union into a reality. From the late 1970s, the new ideas of women's liberation were beginning to reach them. At first Kerala women activists were unwilling to call themselves feminist as they were not against men and, as activist Nalini Nayak wrote, the women liberators that we had come across in our country struck us as very middle class and Western. But as wife beating, rape within marriage and the meaning of women's work were added to the problems of women fish vendors as topics of their monthly meetings, the women began to feel themselves changing, admitting that a growing feminist consciousness is itself such a liberating process that it cannot but begin to influence and change all processes with which women interact. 5. March 8 began to be celebrated as Women's Day. Men began to be involved in the discussions of the secondary place of women. Then, in 1986, women of the fishing community joined in a demonstration in Trivandrum against rape of women during a police rampage in a central Kerala village, and did so under the banner of the Coastal Women's Front. This became the name of their new organization. For women, it was easy to link their concerns with rape and social and family violence to the opposition to new mechanized trawling. The capitalist transformation of fishing involved not simply mechanization and commercialization, but the treatment of the sea as a resource to be mined, in contrast to the traditional view of it as a powerful, nurturing, yet potentially dangerous goddess to be propitiated. Resistance to the increasing drinking and domestic violence associated with the growing commercialization helped to produce an ecological perspective on developmental issues. One of the first feminist activists to begin writing on issues of development and ecology was Gabrielle Dietrich, connected with the Kerala women, who wrote in 1988 that it took quite a few years during the women's decade to realize that it was not a matter of a share of the cake but that the cake itself was a wrong concept. What was required was rice, chapatis, and ragi, not cake. It was the very production of cake which destroyed the production of staple foods. It was the rush after the cake itself which enhanced poverty and marginalization of women. Women's rights are threatened from two ends. On the one hand, religious revivalism, fundamentalism, and communalism are encroaching on women's free spaces. On the other hand, so-called new avenues of freedom opened up by capitalism go along with massive objectification and commercialization of women's bodies and violent assaults on their physical and spiritual integrity. Both these tendencies are connected and 192. Rooted in a development model which perpetuates and deepens poverty and marginalizes women. 6. This reflected the fact that by 1987, shortly after THFE formation of the Coastal Women's Association, the Fishermen's Forum itself was identifying both women's issues and ecology as crucial to building a social movement unionism. Similarly, the movement helped to stimulate the formation of a specifically Indian liberation theology that now was beginning to identify itself with ecological issues and the Dalit movement, seeing, in the words of theologian Sebastian Kaplan, that the ecosystem crisis is an invitation to theologians to return to the primitive myth of creation as generation. The growth of science, technology, and industrialization has unleashed destructive forces that may, in time, make the planet uninhabitable. For Christian theologians trying to find a solution to this problem, the task is twofold: discovering the divine within nature and restoring to human beings their position as children of nature. 7. The affirmation of the divine within nature began to verge on the notion of prakriti, the feminine principle that nurtured life, and was a significant step beyond Western Christian tendencies simply to treat nature as an object for the dominion of man. But there were still some crucial problems connected with women's issues. Women, especially those of the fishing community, could not afford to simply criticize destructive modem development from a traditional perspective. The traditional sector itself was not an egalitarian, women-centered community. There were inequalities among fishermen, unequal boat ownership among men, and a patriarchal division of labor, men on the sea, women on the shore handling the marketing of fish. The traditional view of the sea as a capricious goddess, sometimes life-giving, sometimes nurturing, had linked the need to propitiate the goddess with binding and taming the power of women. Female chastity was the key. The beneficence of the sea was seen as dependent on the faithfulness of the women of the fishing community. This was a typical Indian way of twisting a superficial goddess worship to a form of patriarchal bondage, and the imposition of Catholic patriarchy only intensified it. Did an emphasis on the technological destructiveness of modernity mean a retreat to a patriarchal and hierarchical traditional community, in which a nurturant but capricious nature was associated with the need to repress the sexuality of women? Or was there to be a new opening? Affirming an ecological direction could still avoid some of the difficult questions of tradition, human action, and sexuality. Liberation theologists, and for that matter the women themselves, could perhaps move to a positive conception of nature as prakriti more easily than they could deal with these issues. But it was a problem for all sections of the women's movement. Maharashtra peasants and Kerala fishing women found it equally difficult to challenge the value of faithfulness to a husband known as Pativrata and symbolized by Sita's supposedly unflinching loyalty to her husband King Rama, but middle-class feminists also were not discussing these issues openly in India at the time. Bihar, 1986–87, The Politics of Cooking Rice and Lentils. Another beginning was being made in the same year in Bihar, long considered one of the most violent, caste-ridden, and patriarchal regions of India, but fascinating to the left as a center of Naxalite-led rebellion, of the agrarian revolution that many expected to surge all. 193. Over India. Among the young feminist activists impressed with the mass gathering at Chandwad was Chetna Gail, a member of the Socialist Sangharsh Vahini group who had been working among agricultural laborers in Bihar. She had much to say about new stirrings in which women were involved. The left organizations working in Bihar had initially given little attention to women's problems, though one of them, the Indian People's Front, had taken the lead in organizing a 1986 National Convention of Women in Calcutta. With 1,000 at the mass rally, this was much smaller than Western Indian efforts but did mark a new thrust in Bengal, including the unique experience for male organizers of being excluded from an all-women conference hall. The Calcutta IPF conference sparked hopes for collaboration between feminists and Naxalite left organizations, particularly when the president of their women's cell declared that feminism and Marxism were not antagonistic but complementary ideologies, and that the emancipation of women must be the work of women themselves. But a real women's upsurge was hampered by the subordinated position of women in IPF's own area of strength, Bihar. Here, as researcher-activist Govind Kelkar reported, women were left out of leadership and decision-making processes. Most of the women from political cadre families complained that they feel excluded from politics. In a rather challenging militant tone we were told by a woman in her late 20s, "I am the wife of a Naxalite. My politics are the politics of cooking rice and dal. Whenever I try to relate to others or peep outside through the small opening of the door, my husband accuses me of looking for another husband." Along with the scandal factor haunting the participation of women in public life was the failure of Naxalite-led peasant organizations to deal with issues like women's unequal wages and lack of rights to land. Yet as Kelkar noted, discussion on these questions was beginning, and in one village Dalit women had ploughed and grown paddy on land seized from a landlord, though this was taken as only a temporary response to a crisis situation of the movement. 8. The new atmosphere of the women's movement was also influencing the militant Naxalites, just as it had in a different way influenced the Shetkari Sangatana in Maharashtra, with new themes of equal rights, new ways of coming out of the home. It was after all in Bihar that the first concrete struggle on women's land rights had been taken up in 1983 by Sangharsh Vahini, and both Sangharsh Vahini and the Naxalite groups were providing a new culture of movement participation for young women. The occasion for cross-fertilization of these movements was provided by the Bihar state itself, in a vicious police massacre of a number of poor peasants demonstrating in the small town of Airwal in 1986. In response came the strongest united mass opposition campaign in Bihar since the pre-emergency Bihar movement, with demonstrations, marches, and a mass gheraw of the state assembly. And as Chetna described it, two main issues dominated discussions in the rural awakening campaigns in which she had taken part: the relationship between agricultural laborers and peasants, and the question of women's liberation. The IPF conference, which had been held in April, had ended with some tension between feminists and IPF party women, but also with a feeling that efforts to work together should continue, perhaps with a conference in North India. Then why not Bihar itself? Why not take the banner of women's liberation to the state that was the presumed birthplace of Manu, the mythical Brahmin lawgiver who had prescribed subordination for women and Shudras, now 194. Becoming a center of a rural armed upsurge against landlord and state power? Two earlier national conferences had been held to formulate perspectives for the autonomous women's movement, but both had been in Bombay itself, organized primarily by a single group, the Forum Against Atrocities on Women, and with little involvement of women from mass organizations. Those working-class women who did come felt out of place in middle-class-dominated discussions, with hall meetings and written papers. The Calcutta Conference was, in contrast, an openly party-led effort, still with its traditional format of paper reading, but it had included a new effort to reach out to feminists and non-party women that contrasted with the controlled platforms of other established left parties, and it had a good participation of lower-class women. Now, in the new mood of upsurge and self-confidence awakened by the Chandwad Conference, it seemed possible to think in terms of grander events. A first preparatory meeting was held in Nagpur, shortly after the Chandwad Conference, in January 1987, with women from Bombay, Bihar, Delhi, Dhule, and Sangli districts of Maharashtra, Dalit women from Nagpur, and a representative of the newly formed Women's Front of the Shetkari Sangatana. Basic themes were worked out, and it was decided to have both three-day, small group discussion sessions of more limited numbers and a final mass rally. Differences in orientation between party or mass organization-connected women and the Bombay-Delhi groups did not seem so much of a barrier, nor were organizers disturbed that it proved impossible to involve the mainstream parties of the CPI, CPI-M, and Socialists, or even that some of the Naxalite organizations were too sectarian to come into a broad front. There were an increasing number of women's groups growing at the grassroots level throughout the country who were excited by the idea of a Putna conference, conceived of as a coalitional organizational effort aimed at involving masses of rural women. For many, the hopes that something new seemed about to be born, that another awakening of women's power might be at hand, were now extended to the volatile state of Bihar and expressed in the defiant mood of a new Urdu women's song. Every woman in this country is dishonored, degraded. With your hand on your heart, say, how can such a country be free? In this country, they say, there are goddesses without number. But not a single link of our chains could they loosen. Have we gained anything of honor from the veil? Behind the veil we remained smothered, behind the veil we burned. Make the veil into a flag, unfurl it everywhere. We will bring humanity's rule to this land. The power of women cannot be challenged. Now we resolve to take on even the form of Mother Kali. 9. Maharashtra, 1987–88, A Dream of Restoring Matriarchy. 195. For some time after the Chandwad Conference there was quiet on the peasant women's front. The Shetkari Sangatana itself was enveloped in a wave of peasant struggles that arose in various parts of India from late 1986. In Maharashtra, the district council elections were postponed. Perhaps many were relieved, for if Sharad Patil had seen a dream of restoring matriarchy in the proposal for all women's panels, to many other leftists Sharad Joshi himself seemed to represent some Mother Kali-type force of destruction. Neither the urban feminists nor the party women activists had treated political power as a women's issue before this, the former because they viewed the whole sphere as alien, the latter because, while they argued constantly for women to pay attention to politics and join the mainstream, they also ultimately saw politics as a realm not for women but for the parties to decide. But the issue of women's power was not about to go away. In late June 1987 a training workshop was called at Omvedt, with professors from Pune University, feminist activists, and Shetkari Mahila Agadi representatives from all over the state to discuss participation in the elections which, once again, the state government was promising. The lectures not only described the structure and legal rights of the district councils and subordinate county boards, but also gave some idea of their relative impotence before the growing centralization of political power in the country, the fact that they were dependent for almost all funding on state governments. The size of a potential mass election campaign was daunting. Women wanted to cover at least half the state, meaning 10 to 15 districts, with approximately 50 district council and 100 county council constituencies in each. Now, on the background of the usual activist distaste for parliamentary politics, they were being told that the local bodies had no power, the whole thing is a fraud. On top of this were the obstacles women faced in coming into public life, both the downgrading of women's abilities and personal defamation, the scandal factor. Women also admitted that some of their obstacles began right from the home. My husband tells me, we'll put up any women, but why should you stand? Yet against such doubts was the excitement of challenging a sphere from which women had been totally excluded. The participants resolved to fight, and the meeting saw the formation of a Samagram Mahila Agadi or All Women's Alliance designed as a united platform. Even more significant was the program taken up in the manifesto of the alliance. Fighting gangster power, the all-pervasive violence and insecurity rampant in village life was the major justification for the campaign, but it was linked to something like the new development perspective emerging in other mass movements in which women were beginning to have an impact, such as that of Chipko or the Kerala fish workers. The manifesto promised not the Shetkari Sangatana program of remunerative prices but rather drinking water and toilet facilities, alternative sources of energy for fuel, alternatives to the exploitation of multinationals in the health industry, alternative forms of work for women rather than just the rock-breaking found on government employment schemes, through taking in hand Panchayat Raj women's participation in public life will increase. The direction of development will be seen from a women's perspective. Priority will be given to such programs as women's health, nutrition, drinking water facilities and cleanliness. Today we see only the ferocious dance of corruption and self-interest. These will be checked and real programs of development taken up. The 1984 Parbani Conference of Shetkari Sangatana had included resolutions on what? 196. Sharad Joshi called the economic struggle boycotting industrial inputs to agriculture, not going to market, cultivating only for subsistence. But this was the first formal expression, within the farmers' movement, of a different direction of development. But the hopes expressed in the meeting's final call for all political parties, especially left and Dalit parties, to come together behind the women's campaign for political power, were to be in vain. In fact, women's panels could have provided an imaginative way for the left and democratic opposition, still fairly weak in Maharashtra, to make a mass appeal. But they did not respond. Women's political power was to them a particularly inappropriate issue to bring up in the middle of 1987, when the whole nation seemed in ferment. It was a time when the Congress government was tottering at the center and a new opposition force was emerging. In Maharashtra also, the left and democratic parties were engaged in their own process of political maneuvering, attempting to put together a political front to fight the ruling Congress. The big issue of debate in this effort was whether the right-wing BJP should be included in the front. Most seemed to feel it was all right to include them by de facto seat adjustments, while refusing to give any formal recognition, and the empowerment of women simply did not fit. Since Shetkari Sangatana, the biggest mass organization in the state, was behind it, the parties had to give some response, but they saw it as a distraction, even perhaps a plot. An attempt to split the left just at a time when a process of unity is starting, charged Sharad Patel. But Patel's further comment revealed something of the real dilemma behind left resistance to the scheme. I only have one woman who's articulate enough to be a candidate. This objection, where are we going to find that many women, was in fact the one most often expressed by the parties. The parties had little mass work among women and almost no committed and ideological women activists in the countryside, and they could not imagine, in the way a more fluid and open organization like Shetkari Sangatana could, a process of absorbing women who were coming forward. Most important, they were unwilling to go against their own male cadres, who were very much aspirants for the gains even local level office could bring. By 1987, the euphoria generated by Shandwad was subsiding. Outside of Shetkari Sangatana, political and feminist activists greeted the new campaigns of rural women with indifference. Feminists criticized the effort as male-dominated, while left activists saw all women panels as too feminist. Communists refused even to discuss it, and socialists ignored a history of their parties not even sponsoring 5% of women candidates and saying, "But we're for equality, you should say 50%. Inside Shetkari Sangatana itself, there was sometimes subbed and sometimes open opposition, and women found themselves confronting all obstacles to going outside the home. "Here I've been such an ideal wife," lamented one activist after being yelled at by her husband for associating with men during organizing trips. "Now I know what you urban feminists are talking about." Nevertheless, Shetkari Sangatana organizers went ahead and prepared lists of candidates on their own in over 10 districts, but the hopes of a broad campaign in which all progressive forces united to appeal to the population with a vision of women's empowerment linked to a needs-oriented rural developmental path were vanishing. Then in February 1988 the Maharashtra government announced the indefinite postponement of district council elections. This brought the first phase of the new rural women's movement to a frustrating close. 197. Patna, 1988, Struggle for Unity. It was just after this that the long-awaited Patna conference was held, and this was running into similar roadblocks. Unity in struggle was its theme, but the sectarian and factionalism not only of parties but of some of the feminist organizations as well seemed to be the more difficult reality. Major differences emerged in the preparatory meetings. The strongest tensions seemed to exist between the mass movement-oriented feminists, who saw the conference as laying the basis for an emerging movement of rural women in Bihar and elsewhere, and the autonomous urban feminists, who laid their stress on a non-hierarchical process of small group discussion in a culturally wide-open atmosphere. Both were suspicious of others' intentions and put off by styles of behavior. Feminists from Bombay got upset when IFF women coming from various states in India held a caucus of their own just before the second preparatory meeting, while IPF representatives at the Delhi meeting felt overwhelmed by the flow of words from the very articulate feminists of that city. The issues that really became sore points were not those of patriarchy and class where rigid but clear stands could be taken, but rather organizational ones: how resolutions should be taken up, who should be included and not included in the conference sponsoring group, and whether members of casteist and communal groups, and which exactly were these, should be excluded from the conference. Some activists felt strongly that funded organizations should not be sponsors. Others who were part of such organizations insisted that their names be mentioned. These issues were resolved fairly simply, by deciding not to include any organizational names as sponsors and by deciding to exclude no one from the conference but rather accept all those who agreed with a formal statement of unity. But they left some bad feelings. Equally serious were the problems of infighting at the grassroots level. By 1987–88, the unity that had been seen in Bihar in 1986 had nearly vanished. The two major Naxalite groups, EPF Liberation and MKSS Party Unity, were at odds. A member of a third rival group explained this simply as due to the fact that the movement had become so powerful that organizations were now battling each other more than the state. Landlords were surrendering and giving large sums of money to the groups, and the revolutionaries were fighting over territory. Then in mid-1987 a bitter dispute erupted between Sangharsh Vahini and IPF. At the root of it was a conflict in one village between landless Dalits, mobilized by the Vahini to claim the land of a huge religious estate, and backward caste peasants who felt that the land should be theirs because they had previously been its tenants. When the tenants joined the EPF and then attacked and murdered a Dalit activist, a near-total split between the organizations occurred. The Sangharsh Vahini women declared they would not let this affect women's unity, but it was clear that by the time the conference was to be held in February 1988, the unity in struggle of the rural poor that had promised to be such a bright foundation for a new women's movement in Bihar lay in ashes. The conference itself promised much and gave much. 800 women gathered, the largest of any conference so far, and they came from all over the country, the majority of them poor rural women. The discussions on women and work, women's rights to land, violence against women and ecology, culture and communalism, patriarchy and snuggle brought forward many new themes, and if the process of trying to sum them up and report on them in 5 to 6 major languages was exhausting, the final mass rally and march. 198. Through the streets under red, green, and white banners headed by the purple banner of the conference itself brought a new sight to the citizens of Patna. Resolutions also saw some innovations. These included several on individual atrocities, on fights on environmental issues, and for the first time a general one on women and ecology, on property rights in which it was urged that all land should be given in joint title to both men and women while houses should be solely on women's name, and on violence. The latter attempted to link intrafamily and state violence. Women face specific forms of violence, rape and other forms of sexual abuse, female feticide, witch killing, sati, dowry murders, wife beating. Such violence and the continued sense of insecurity that is instilled in women as a result keeps them bound to the home, economically exploited and socially suppressed. In the ongoing struggles against violence in the family, society, and the state, we recognize that the state is one of the main sources of violence and stands behind the violence committed by men against women in the family, the workplace, and the neighborhood. For these reasons, a mass women's movement should focus on the struggle against them in the home or out of it. Behind all this, though, were ongoing tensions, constant eruptions in the coordinating committee, accusations of Sangharsh Vahini against IPF women. Charges by feminists that the coordinating committee itself was acting as a mafia. Issues of funding could not be seriously discussed in the group sessions, those who raised the problems of sexuality were attacked by others, and the question of violence within the movement itself was avoided, though many felt that this was as crucial a problem as that of state violence. The fact that newspaper reports wrote of splits between Marxists and feminists was not so serious a problem. In a way, it showed the conference openness. But in the end, crucial issues were left aside. The resolutions session itself produced primarily anger and exhaustion, and finally the coordinating committee was dissolved, with the major groups declaring that they did not really want to work together. These tensions were felt primarily by the organizers. For most participants it was a new and stimulating experience. As a group of Rajasthan women, not up to that time very political, saw it, the Putna Samlan saw rural women holding group discussions at a national level, so far an exclusive privilege of urban academic feminists. They liked the openness of the group discussions but were bored by the long process of reporting on them and were alienated by the debates over resolutions and the conflicts between autonomous women's groups and the mass-based organizations that they felt kept the village women out. But the mass march at the end helped to override all the negative features. The effort to formulate and pass resolutions had left many of us feeling tense and low. The rally that followed overcame this mood, infusing us with a fresh spirit. The experience of marching alongside 12,000 women generated a heady sense of unity. Marching together, we experienced the power of our numbers, a sense of joy at our coming together, and anger at our situation. 10. The Putna conference led to no immediate new upsurge of women in Bihar itself. There was no mass or political organization ready to take its resolutions seriously as a guide to action. One small Naxalite organization working in Bihar split after the conference, with one of the charges against some organizers being that they had mobilized women for the rally in spite of an organizational decision against it. A promising organization that had arisen among tribal women in Bihar, the Jharkhand Nari Mati Samiti, held 2 later meetings but could not move ahead much in the face of opposition from male leaders of the Jharkhand movement. 199. The EPF itself, the biggest Bihar organization among the conference sponsors, was moving toward a more conventional politics in 1988, and its national conference a little later that year had little new to offer on women's issues. 2 years later, a second major conference of its Peasant Front in August 1990 announced that all land won in struggle would be given in joint titles to men and women both. But while declaring itself to be the first left peasant organization to support women's land rights, the conference also rejected the idea of a separate organization of peasant women, promising only an autonomous movement within the framework of the Kisan Sabha. 11. Women's power, then, did not seem able to move very far within a mass movement without a committed male leadership to support it, and the framework of traditional left thinking, even in its militant Naxalite form, appeared inimical to new directions. Yet the experience of Putna had clearly left some kind of ferment in Bihar, even if local Naxalite or tribal leaderships remained reluctant to movement ahead on women's issues. Women in their organizations continued to press for their rights, and new, autonomous mass-based groups emerged, such as an organization of tribal women with Christian leadership in Girid district. The Putna Conference thus became a landmark for the Indian women's movement, an achievement of coalition politics that linked the fight of women against violence to mass organizing and a challenge to state power. Bangalore, 1989, would the women of this nation come out and plead for life? The Putna Conference's failure to give organizational direction to the women's movement symbolized the malaise of the time. Hopes had been placed in the mobilizing of rural women. Vandana Shiva had argued for a feminist principle of nurturance and power. Sharad Joshi had claimed that women could become a national political force, capable of nonviolently transforming political life. Gabrielle Dietrich had looked to a women-directed alternative development. All had been speaking in the context of rural women's movements, of peasants, fish workers, tribals. Yet in this period of politics in the conventional sense, full of the potential fall of the Rajiv Gandhi government and the maneuverings of political parties, the barriers of party sectarianism, male suspicions, middle-class alienation from mass movements, even a general lack of vision seemed to signify instead the closing down of spaces for women. Instead of the awakening of women's power, movements were facing unceasing political cynicism and above all the growing violence, both communal and caste conflict and sheer political gangsterism, that was so inimical to women. In this context, a group of women activists from all over South Asia, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka met for 10 days in Bangalore in February 1989. They included women with a history of involvement with armed struggle organizations, mass movements, Indian urban feminist groups, and some of the most famous of South Asian autonomous women's organizations, such as the Pakistan Women's Forum. They took part as individuals, not as organizations. Thus there was no question of establishing an organizational policy. It was, however, an occasion for deeply serious discussion on the emerging issues of feminism. Women explored not only concepts like patriarchy and autonomous groups and others that had up to then been clearly defined as women's issues, but also ecology and development, militarism, the question of Indian hegemony in the subcontinent, culture, caste, and the new dilemmas of religious and ethnic identity. Though there was lively debate over Vandana Shiva's feminine principle and full-scale attack on Western science and technology. 200. Why not call it imperialism? There was a fair measure of agreement on the emerging new perspective that some were to later call ecofeminist. We uphold this production of life as a central concept and thus struggle not from a situation of victimization but as defenders of organic life and of ecologically sustainable life processes. It is obvious that a struggle which puts production of life at the center is by definition anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, and critical of mechanistic solutions which modern Western science and technology may try to offer as panacea for the ecological breakdown of the planet. It is also profoundly different from the development concepts which have been followed in actually existing socialism. It also gets us into direct opposition to the production of death which culminates in the arms industry and trade, connected with the international drug trade. We are therefore forced into a new type of politics, resisting militarization, upholding the common life and expanding democratic spaces in day-to-day survival struggles. 12. But there were unresolved issues. Mass organizing and politics remained controversial and were discussed only at a superficial level. There were varying attitudes toward the family and toward religion and spirituality. Issues of cultural and ethnic identity were left unresolved. And again there was the problem of violence, not only that of state power, but that of the oppositional movements themselves. This was troubling partly because feminists had always identified with the left. Particularly in India, where the tenacity of the Naxalite effort to build a force based on the rural poor made them romantic heroes to so many, an endorsement of violence seemed to provide the distinction between paternalistic Gandhism and the dividing line in the communist movement between revisionists and revolutionaries. On the other hand, many feminists who focused on male violence also rejected mass movements altogether, seeing in them a societal violence of bureaucratization and domination. Some questioned the very notion of women's power. Didn't the concept of Stree Shakti, with its reference to sometimes bloody mother goddess traditions, imply too much of an endorsement of power and violence? Wasn't it too readily being picked up by conservatives who could twist it to see women's ability to endure all kinds of oppression as a symbol of magnificent power? Didn't Hindu nationalists have a tradition of appealing to mother goddesses? Wasn't it a Rajput defender of the Sati murder of Rup Kunwar who had said, "Sati is Shakti, the power that upholds the universe"? And wasn't the related theme of Virangana, the historical tradition of heroic women queens who had taken up arms against one or another invader or oppressor, simply an endorsement of feudalism as well as warfare? Could the question of empowerment be separated from that of violence?